In the boundless void, there existed an unremarkable little shop. It floated there in silence, still yet seemingly on the verge of vanishing. The proprietor, Lin Bei, stood behind the bar, lost in thought. He was once an ordinary student, unfortunate enough to be struck on the head by a falling flower pot, leading to his immediate demise. He had assumed that was the end of his mundane life. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this peculiar place, and within his mind, a wealth of information materialized. This establishment was known as the Tavern of all realms, as its very essence allowed it to manifest across the myriad worlds. He was now considered the owner of this tavern. Here, no one could inflict harm upon him. The tavern would periodically attract guests, who might even be familiar faces, by employing conversational therapy to alter their fateful trajectories. He could extract random abilities from them. After a minute of contemplation, Lin Bei accepted his new reality. Though the origins of the tavern eluded him, and the future remained shrouded in mystery, he realized that resistance was futile. He might as well embrace this unexpected turn of events, that if the information he received was indeed accurate, then this newfound reality was rather comfortable. Does this mean I am destined for greatness? He mused. In the infinite realms, anything was possible. Perhaps those legendary characters from anime or folklore could become patrons of his establishment. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. I wonder who the first guest will be. Time passed, and a melodic chime echoed from the entrance. The indicator above the door began to turn. Lin Bei's heart raced as he raised his head. The sound signaled the arrival of his first guest. Who could it be? Would they be easy to communicate with? How could he, using only words, transform their fate? Amidst his swirling thoughts, the indicator halted, and the door swung open. The first guest stepped inside. Upon recognizing the visitor's features, Lin Bei's eyes widened. With black hair and dark eyes, accentuated by pronounced tear troughs, the youth's expression was eerily serene. Yet, the most distinguishing feature was the forehead protector he wore, an emblem of Konoha from the Naruto series. In an instant, Lin Bei identified him, Itachi Uchiha. His heart surged with a mix of thrill and gravity. Itachi was an elite member of the Uchiha clan, colloquially regarded as an SSR. However, the challenge lay in the fact that his mental acuity was formidable. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you in the village, Itachi stated, his expression void of emotion as he stood before the bar. Lin Bei snapped back to reality, noticing that Itachi had approached without him realizing. He couldn't help but think, while Itachi appeared stoic in the animated series, in person, he exuded an icy demeanor, making him seem somewhat difficult to engage with. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei forced a smile and said, "Since you have arrived here, it must be fate. Why not sit down for a drink? The first round is on me." Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Itachi became noticeably wary. Is this an illusion? Not only had Lin Bei never crossed paths with Itachi, but the tavern seemed to have materialized out of thin air. He had been walking in the street when, on a whim, he looked up and found this establishment. There was no way his memory could be flawed. The only possibility was that this was an illusion. With that thought, Itachi's eyes glinted crimson, and a peculiar pattern resembling a pinwheel emerged within them. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Itachi had activated his Sharingan. How could this be? Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Everything before him remained unchanged. Could it all be real? I harbor no ill intentions. Please have a seat, Mr. Uchiha Itachi, Lin Bei urged, locking eyes with Itachi's Sharingan. A wave of tension washed over Itachi. Clearly, the stranger knew his name, indicating that this encounter was premeditated. Yet, he soon found himself perplexed. If this person was aware of his Uchiha lineage, why did they dare to maintain such direct eye contact? Was it due to his youth that he was underestimated? Resolving to assert himself, Itachi's left eye began to rotate, exuding ominous light. Tsukuyami, activate. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the outcome was sealed. This was the Uchiha's formidable power, the tyranny of the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, Lin Bei merely smiled, standing there to witness Itachi's display, but he understood that no words would suffice at this moment. It was better to showcase his own power of strength that could render the Mangekyō powerless, compelling Itachi to listen. What? Itachi murmured, incredulity creeping into his voice as he realized that Lin Bei remained utterly unaffected by the Tsukuyomi. The Genjutsu was supposed to be unavoidable, unless the target possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan with superior ocular power. Yet how could that be? Refusing to accept this, Itachi unleashed the full might of his left eye's power. Seconds passed, and Lin Bei remained unyielding, while Itachi himself winced, instinctively covering his left eye. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't suppress a smirk. Ah, this child must be frightened. And no matter how cunning Itachi was, he could not fathom that Lin Bei was operating on a different level entirely. Illusions are futile, you might as well attempt your strongest fire technique, Lin Bei teased, arching an eyebrow. Itachi's body trembled, and his brow furrowed. Lin Bei's assertion nearly shattered his composure. The stranger had such intimate knowledge of him, even understanding his ocular techniques. His own father merely recognized that he had awakened his eyes, without grasping the specifics of his abilities. A wave of fear, stemming from being so thoroughly scrutinized, washed over Itachi. He inhaled deeply, steadying his mind that if the other wished for him to use his power, then he would oblige. After all, it was Amaterasu. While some could evade its flames, none could withstand its wrath. With that thought, Itachi's right eye honed in on Lin Bei. As the patterns within his eye began to whirl, he declared, Amaterasu, activate. Simultaneously, a cluster of black flames erupted around Lin Bei, flames capable of incinerating all in their path. Itachi anticipated Lin Bei's anguished cries, but reality delivered a stunning blow. So, this is Amaterasu? It's a bit warm, Lin Bei remarked casually, brushing the flames away from his neck as if gathering petals from flower. The searing fire did not harm him in the slightest. This scene was quite picturesque after all. Lin Bei was strikingly handsome, and the Amaterasu flames were undeniably brilliant. Yet, for Itachi, this moment shattered his understanding of reality. He struggled to comprehend why someone could so calmly wield the flames of Amaterasu. Was this truly a human being? Very well, can we now sit down and have a proper conversation? Lin Bei inquired, his hand gently clasping the flames that were said to burn eternally without consuming their target. He extinguished the inferno effortlessly, then turned his gaze toward Itachi, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. As Lin Bei's gaze pierced through, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. He admitted to feeling a sense of panic. Yet, he understood that for someone capable of disregarding the likes of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, eliminating him would not pose much of a challenge. Since his opponent refrained from making a move, it indicated the possibility for dialogue. Thus, he decided to feign compliance and discern the other's intentions. With this thought, Itachi somewhat stiffly positioned himself across from Lin Bei and took a seat. Observing Itachi's obedient demeanor, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. You know my name, yet I remain unaware of yours, Itachi remarked. Despite the unclear circumstances and his absolute disadvantage, he remained the composed Itachi. I am Lin Bei. You may call me Boss Lin, Lin Bei responded. Itachi contemplated the names Lin Bei and Boss Lin, but found them utterly unfamiliar. Then, Boss Lin, might you divulge your identity? What purpose did you have in luring me here? This is Konoha, and your actions seem to belittle it. Ha ha. Lin Bei suddenly erupted into laughter. Itachi maintained his tranquility. Your inquiries are rather numerous. However, Konoha? Merely a collection of pitiful creatures. Lin Bei did not disguise his disdain for Konoha. This attitude astonished Itachi. Konoha was, after all, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Although the title had lost some of its luster, Itachi could not categorize Lin Bei as arrogant. After all, the memory of Lin Bei dismissing the potency of his Mangekyō's 2 great ocular techniques lingered vividly. This was somewhat disconcerting. Lin Bei's disposition towards Konoha was far from amicable. Itachi felt a weight in his heart. Are you a member of the Akatsuki organization? In the entire shinobi world, only that group of rebellious neens would dare to utter such words. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scoffed. Huh. The Akatsuki is merely a band of fools being toyed with by others. However, since you are so eager to know my identity, I shall oblige. Itachi's mind sharpened. Eager to glean more, Lin Bei smiled. If there exists a deity in the shinobi world, then it must be none other than myself. As he spoke, Lin Bei placed a cup of wine before Itachi. Itachi pursed his lips and remained silent. Observing this, Lin Bei shook his head and remarked, I understand your disbelief. But it matters little. Consider yourself in the presence of a god. But why would a god seek me out? If you are indeed a deity, then surely anyone is expendable. Lin Bei raised his index finger and shook it gently. You have erred slightly. It is not I who sought you out, but rather you who have come to me. This signifies that we share a connection. Upon hearing this, Itachi initially sought to refute the claim. However, upon reflection, he realized it was true. No one had guided him. The establishment had simply appeared along his path. Then, what kind of connection is this? Itachi inquired coolly. Lin Bei sighed. How indifferent you are, with not a hint of emotion in your words. I dare say your future wife may find herself quite unhappy. 3 lines of black appeared on Itachi's forehead. How had the topic suddenly veered here? Lin Bei, witnessing a flicker of change on Itachi's face, felt a surge of delight. Well then, since we are fated to meet, allow me to share some matters with you. It was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who united to establish Konoha. But what of the present? The Senju clan has seamlessly integrated into the common populace. Yet, as for you, the Uchiha, I wonder what kind of life you lead in Konoha. I believe you are quite aware. Itachi's eyes flickered momentarily. Of course, he understood all too well. The Uchiha have always been met with suspicion within the village. Even a prestigious clan such as theirs has been compelled to relocate their estate to a desolate fringe. Since the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha have been regarded as the shadowy culprits behind the calamity. What they have received from the higher-ups has always been wariness. It is disheartening. Uchiha Shursui had devoted himself to being a bridge between the Uchiha and the village, yet he too has perished. Contemplating this, Itachi felt a sigh welling up within him. He lifted his gaze and could not help but inquire, Are you attempting to sow discord between us and Konoha? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scoffed. Itachi, I do not believe a person of your intelligence could fail to see the truth. Is there any need to instigate such discord? Ever since Senju Tobarama's time, Konoha's policy towards the Uchiha has been one of suspicion and targeting. Do you truly think the reason the duties of the police force fell upon your shoulders was coincidental? As long as the Uchiha remain in the guard team, your reputation within the village will perpetually be tarnished. The higher-ups of Konoha, as his students, have not inherited his strategies, but rather his bias against the Uchiha. After all these years of targeting, cannot you see the reality that others might overlook? At these words, Itachi inhaled sharply, and then his demeanor suddenly relaxed. Initially, sitting there had unnerved him, but now he found himself inclined to converse. I do see it. I also perceive that the voices of the clan members are growing louder. If this continues, a rebellion is inevitable. At that time, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer grave losses. I cannot allow that to occur. As for the conflict between the village and the clan, I am confident that solutions can be found. Lin Bei subtly furrowed his brow. You are deeply influenced by Shursui's ideology, aren't you? Do you genuinely believe that? You care for the village, yet the village has never shown concern for you. How can one ascertain the truth without action? Lin Bei reflected for a moment, then remarked, Is that so? Do you truly believe this village is worthy of your protection? Do you recall how Hyuga Hayashi met his end? Itachi indeed recalled vividly. Cloud Village had struck during the birthday of the Hyuga princess, only to be immediately slain by the head of the Hyuga clan. Yet, Cloud Village retaliated, coercing Konoha into handing over the perpetrator under the threat of war. It was evident to all that their actions were mere bullying, motivated solely by a desire for the Byakugan. Nevertheless, Konoha yielded. Due to the lingering issues of war, Konoha could not endure another conflict at that time. Thus, Hyuga Hayashi became a casualty. After a moment of silence, Itachi said, To sacrifice one for the sake of peace is worthwhile. Lin Bei replied directly, but the one sacrificed would not share that sentiment. Moreover, the essence of the village is to protect its citizens. Now, you propose to sacrifice the villagers to safeguard the village? Do you not find that ironic? Furthermore, do you truly believe that war can erupt so easily? Cloud Village's actions were merely a feint, a bluff. The higher-ups in Konoha are undoubtedly aware of the situation. Yet, they have still made their choices. So, have you come to understand, Itachi? The conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan is irreconcilable. Do you truly believe that the issues between the Uchiha and the village are merely these? Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. Is there any other reason beyond this? Lin Bei replied. This is precisely why you have been profoundly influenced by the thoughts of Uchiha Shursui. Do you not realize that the Konoha leadership does not aim to control you? Their intent is to annihilate the Uchiha clan, especially Danzo, who has been fixated on your Sharingan. While other matters may be negotiable, how do you intend to persuade them regarding interests? With your head? Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes widened. He could not dismiss Lin Bei's words. For Danzo had indeed taken decisive action by seizing Uchiha Shirsui's eyes. Previously, Itachi believed it was solely for Shirsui's eyes, but upon reflection, it was clear that Danzo's attitude toward the Uchiha was directed at the entire clan. Under Lin Bei's revelations, the village's sordidness became glaringly evident, causing Itachi's heart to sink deeper with each passing moment. If this were the case, does it not imply that only one can survive, either the village or the Uchiha? Lin Bei gazed at the bewildered Itachi and added fuel to the fire. Itachi, the Uchiha have always been under the surveillance of Konoha, and they have never hidden their disdain. Their grievances have been closely monitored by the village, and I suspect that Konoha has already surmised that there is dissent within your clan. I fear they will soon seek you out. Itachi, taken aback, inquired, "What do they want from me?" Lin Bei stated, "They will strike first. They will exert pressure on you under the guise of the village's greater good, compelling you to take action against your own kin. They desire for you to slaughter the Uchiha while they reap the benefits." Upon hearing this, Itachi leapt up in disbelief. "Impossible." Lin Bei replied, "Whether it is possible or not is not for you to determine. I can only say that if you truly accept the mission, not only will the Uchiha face annihilation, but the village you wish to protect will also suffer consequences. At this juncture, the choice to believe or not is yours. Should you indeed receive such a task, you may return. Once you finish this drink, you may depart." At these words, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, more varied than in an entire year. Yet, in the end, he said nothing, downing the drink before taking his leave. After his departure, Lin Bei sighed, aware that matters would not be so simple. However, he was confident that his words would leave a lasting impression on Itachi. Contemplating further, Lin Bei mused, "By the way, if I wished to materialize the books in my mind, would it be feasible?" No sooner had he spoken than a scroll materialized upon the bar. Upon sighting it, joy illuminated Lin Bei's face. This scroll was intended for Uchiha Itachi. With this scroll, if not a path to extricate the Uchiha from their plight, at the very least, it would offer them a reprieve from the looming specter of death. Thus, it could indeed be said to alter the fate of Uchiha Itachi. "Come quickly, Itachi. I can hardly wait." On the other side, Itachi returned to his clan, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to seek out his father. "Father." After bowing respectfully to Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi recounted, without reservation, all that Lin Bei had said. Upon hearing his son's account, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a prolonged silence. He eventually spoke, "So it truly is the village." Startled, Itachi quickly inquired, "Father, have you always known?" Fugaku shook his head, replying, "It was merely a conjecture. In times of war, our people are invariably in the most perilous positions. Occasionally, during battlefield cleanups, certain members' bodies go missing. I initially thought it was due to the chaos of war, but now I wonder, Father, what should we do?" Itachi's expression darkened. As Lin Bei had articulated, this was a matter of interests. Shirsui's thoughts were far too naive. Fugaku pondered momentarily before saying, "I can suppress the radicals for a while longer. That person mentioned the village would assign you a mission, correct? If that is indeed the case, then you should seek him out when the time comes. To be able to bypass the barriers in the Umbu, and to quietly establish a shop within the village, that individual is certainly no ordinary character. However, it is evident that he harbors no ill will toward you, and seems to hold you in high regard." Itachi nodded in agreement. It must be so. If it weren't for the irretrievable nature of this situation, who would wish for the annihilation of their own clan? 5 nights later, Itachi emerged from the Hokage building with a gloomy countenance. Indeed, Lin Bei's predictions had proven accurate. Had it not been for Lin Bei's forewarning, he might have acquiesced. Yet, Itachi found the situation somewhat amusing. Why must this matter be resolved through the extermination of the entire Uchiha clan? To slaughter one's own kin, how utterly cruel. Was all of this truly for the village? Why could the village and the Uchiha not coexist? A thought began to take root in his mind. Could the optimal solution be for Konoha to exchange for a new Hokage? Such an idea would have never crossed his mind before, yet now it surfaced effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi had arrived at Lin Bei's tavern. He inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Within the tavern, Lin Bei was engrossed in his computer. Just as books could materialize, so too could computers. This was a privilege granted by the tavern. Upon seeing Itachi, Lin Bei promptly set aside his computer. Before Lin Bei could speak, Itachi remarked, "Lin, you truly possess great powers. Even now, the Umbu have yet to come knocking." At this, Lin Bei displayed a cryptic smile. If I cannot manage even this, what right do I have to be called a god? In truth, it was also the tavern's merit. Before successfully turning around his first customer, only Uchiha Itachi could perceive this establishment. And upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi's sudden disappearance, the Umbu would automatically conjure reasonable memories in their minds. Itachi paused briefly, then gazed deeply at Lin Bei. I am beginning to genuinely believe you are a god. Lin Bei shook his head, saying, you will come to believe it in due time. Thus, you have come to a realization about this village. Itachi sat down before Lin Bei. Just a moment ago, the third Hokage unexpectedly summoned me. I was then entrusted with a heavy responsibility, to eradicate my own clan for the sake of the village's peace. A sardonic smile played on Itachi's lips. Lin Bei nodded and inquired, so, why have you come here? Itachi was taken aback. Wasn't it you who summoned me? Lin Bei replied, indeed, it was I who called you. But why do you choose to heed my summons? Taking a deep breath, Itachi responded, the upper echelons of Konoha are corrupt, yet I wish to prevent calamity from befalling the village. I also do not wish to harm my clan. Thus, I have come seeking assistance. Since you have summoned me, it implies you possess a solution that accommodates both sides. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt satisfied. Assisting Itachi would yield rewards. However, Itachi needed to explicitly request his aid. In light of your earnestness, allow me to share my thoughts. The first task you must undertake is to redistribute the authority of the police force. At the very least, ensure that the villagers do not equate the police force with the Uchiha clan. Itachi furrowed his brow. Are you serious? We are already cornered with the power we possess. Without power, wouldn't that be tantamount to a death sentence? Lin Bei countered. Then tell me, what has the police force brought you? Itachi opened his mouth, but hesitated. Lin Bei continued. It seems you have come to a realization. The police force has always been a position that earns enmity. Senju Tobarama deserves to be judged. Your clan's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. Conversely, true power lies with the Hokage's advisors and the Elder Council. From the police force, you have gained nothing. Itachi, inherently astute, had previously been ensnared in turmoil. Now, Lin Bei's words struck him with clarity, illuminating his understanding. Upon reflection, since the Uchiha clan took charge of the police force, their reputation had steadily declined. Daily complaints lodged against the police force were more numerous than the falling snowflakes, predominantly regarding excessive use of force. Yet, was this not the very nature of the job? A softer approach would simply be ignored. Itachi pondered this matter and realized it was fundamentally unsolvable. What you say is indeed true. Itachi couldn't help but let out a wry smile. But would relinquishing the police force genuinely restore the Uchiha clan's reputation? Lin Bei replied, this is merely the first step. Furthermore, it is not a complete relinquishment. If I am not mistaken, many individuals frequent your precinct to file complaints, correct? Itachi nodded. Precisely. Thus, proceed accordingly. Directly suspend those who have received complaints for investigation. Then report to the village and invite other clans to participate. The Uchiha clan's steadfastness in retaining the police force for so many years has its advantages. Those individuals should perceive the police force as a lucrative opportunity. I believe they would be quite willing to join in. The purpose of relinquishing the police force is simply to halt the deterioration of your reputation. The subsequent steps will be of greater significance. Itachi instinctively straightened his posture, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Bei continued. What you must do next is to deal with Danzo. Danzo? Itachi repeated instinctively. Lin Bei tapped the table and asserted. Danzo is the one who has consistently targeted you with the utmost severity. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others are merely wary of you. His intention is to annihilate you entirely. Thus, it is not that Konoha and the Uchiha clan cannot coexist, but rather that Danzo and the Uchiha clan are irreconcilable. Moreover, Danzo engages in underhanded dealings. The very identity of Hokage precludes the possibility of eradicating an entire clan. Only Danzo could do such a thing, and he would. Eliminating Danzo would at least maintain a facade of tranquility on the surface. Itachi, momentarily stunned, finally spoke, but Danzo is the Hokage's advisor. If something were to happen to such an important figure, wouldn't that cause problems for Konoha? Lin Bei shook his head, a sardonic expression on his face. Oh, the Hokage's advisor? Even if the Hokage were to suddenly vanish, it would have minimal impact on the village. What then of a mere Danzo? Furthermore, do you genuinely believe that having such a person in such a position is beneficial for Konoha? I believe you are well aware of Danzo's character. Greedy, arrogant, utterly unscrupulous, and self-deceptive. Do you think such a person is more likely to lead the village towards a bright future or plunge it into an abyss? Itachi, limited by his own thoughts and indoctrinated beliefs, was abruptly awakened by Lin Bei's insights. Those who often speak of righteousness likely do so for the sake of others hearing them or perhaps to convince themselves. Danzo, who claims to act for the sake of Konoha, is in truth only serving his own interests. Consider how flourishing Konoha once was and contrast it with its current state, where even Tsunagakure can bully Konoha. How disheartening. Lin Bei added, and upon hearing this, Itachi, already wavering, resolved himself. It seemed that regardless of whether one considered the greater good or the interests of his clan, Danzo must be dealt with. Yet, a bitter expression crossed his face. With a sigh, Itachi remarked, but Danzo is the Hokage's advisor. Apart from the Hokage, he wields the greatest power and holds significant influence. Most crucially, the Hokage places immense trust in him. This situation leaves no room for maneuvering. Danzo likely commands more operatives than even the Hokage's Umbu. Moreover, the bond between Danzo and the Hokage is too firmly entrenched. Itachi surmised that even if Danzo were to attempt to assassinate the Hokage would not remove him from his position. What he had thought was a solution turned out to be yet another dead end. His once exuberant spirit gradually waned. Sensing Itachi's sorrow, Lin Bei cleared his throat. Ahem. Itachi was startled and looked up at Lin Bei, suddenly filled with hope. Indeed, Lin Bei had proclaimed himself to be a god. If he were truly divine, he must possess a means to resolve this predicament. Clutching onto this glimmer of hope, Itachi earnestly implored, "Please, Lin, teach me." A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lin Bei's mouth. "I see sincerity in your eyes. In that case, I shall assist you. However, there will be a price. The rewards given by the tavern are the tavern's business." However, he could still earn a little tip. Upon hearing this, Itachi did not hesitate for an instant and declared, "As long as you can assist the Uchiha in extricating ourselves from this predicament, I, Itachi Uchiha, shall do my utmost to fulfill any request within my power." Itachi was acutely aware of the implications. The individual who could disregard his two formidable dojutsu and operate a tavern beneath the very nose of Konoha was indeed a person of extraordinary caliber. To have such a person take an interest in his affairs was a privilege. Moreover, he had little choice in the matter. Lin Bei was exceedingly pleased with Itachi's response. "Very well, remember your words today. Now, let us discuss how to deal with Danzo." Itachi's heart began to race. What method could such an extraordinary figure possibly propose? Lin Bei continued, "In truth, the transgressions committed by Danzo are far too grave. Once you publicize them, even the Hokage, despite any reluctance, will be compelled to act." A chill ran through Itachi at the mention of transgressions. What kind of heinous acts could force the Hokage into making such a choice? An unsettling fear gripped him. As if he were on the verge of unlocking Pandora's box, Lin Bei silently produced a scroll, one he had manifested in advance, containing records of Danzo's past misdeeds. Itachi's fingers trembled as he accepted the scroll, hesitating only briefly before unfurling it. His eyes widened in horror at the revelations contained within. The atrocities were beyond comprehension. Desecration of the first Hokage's corpse, inhumane experiments on his own kin, even infants, and assassination attempts on the Hokage. Each of these heinous acts alone was sufficient grounds for execution. Yet, astonishingly, Danzo continued to thrive. This man was nothing short of terrifying. Is this all real? Itachi found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. To merely read through such content and still be able to speak was a testament to immense mental fortitude. Lin Bei chuckled softly. "Ah, of course it is real. As a deity, it is only natural that I possess such knowledge. Surprised, are you? It appears the Hokage's advisor is quite the character. If allowed to continue unchecked, he may very well decimate Konoha before any adversary gets the chance." Lin Bei exaggerated for effect, though there might be a kernel of truth in it. However, the circumstances of reality would not permit it. Nonetheless, Itachi was oblivious to this nuance. He believed wholeheartedly. Just the mere thought of Konoha being reduced to a mere remnant of Danzo's clan paled his countenance. He could not allow such a fate to unfold. Itachi crumpled the scroll in his grasp, the sound a sharp crack in the tense air. A man capable of harming even infants was an affront to everything Itachi held dear. Fury roiled within him. Observing Itachi's indignation, Lin Bei recognized that the matter was virtually settled. Itachi would seldom become enraged unless it involved Sasuke, but once roused, His wrath was not easily quelled. Indeed, in the next moment, a notification echoed in Itachi's mind. Successfully altered Itachi Uchiha's predetermined fate. Please roll the destiny dice to determine the final reward. Before Lin Bei, a die with a black base and red characters materialized out of thin air. Lin Bei's body stiffened. It truly was a matter of luck, wasn't he? Where were the novice benefits? How stingy? Space-time ninjutsu. Itachi gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appeared die. After merely a glance, he quickly diverted his gaze. For in that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had beheld an overwhelming celestial majesty. His eyes nearly burst from the intensity. Was this the prowess of Boss Lin? It was utterly terrifying. One might wonder if Boss Lin's sudden display of this object was a warning to him. Although he had initially harbored some disrespect, he soon found himself devoid of any irreverence towards Boss Lin. For a moment, Itachi felt somewhat aggrieved. Clearing his throat, Lin Bei remarked, "Well, I suddenly took an interest and thought I might roll the die." Itachi nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I trust you, Boss Lin. Please proceed. I find myself intrigued as well." Lin Bei shrugged, "Never mind. It's of no consequence." He picked up the die, pondering what the numbers truly represented. Were they percentages or quantities of abilities? In his mind, he fervently prayed to every conceivable deity before casting the die. Ultimately, under their watchful eyes, the die settled on 6. The 6 crimson dots radiated brilliance. Lin Bei's heart raced. What could it be? Rolling a 6 grants 1 superfrequency draw. The acquired ability will be enhanced based on existing foundations. Congratulations on acquiring the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan S variant. In consideration that the tavern owner possesses no chakra, a chakra pillar is graciously gifted to the tavern owner as a novice benefit. Feeling the searing heat radiating from his eyes, Lin Bei could hardly contain his excitement. What does it mean to suddenly become wealthy overnight? Why do the higher-ups of Konoha regard the Uchiha clan with such trepidation? It is precisely this fear. Anyone who awakens the Mangekyō possesses strength, at least at the level of a Hokage. Itachi's eyes, clearly, were among the finest. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, each was a paragon of power. With the tavern's amplification, these ocular techniques would become even more formidable. The target of Amaterasu, which burns relentlessly until extinguished, would no longer be mere words. What thrilled Lin Bei most was that he had drawn an eye, not merely a technique. This represented the most terrifying power of the Uchiha, the ability to suppress all things. Susanoo. Even beings of Kage level would be rendered trivial in the face of Susanoo's might. It was only now that Lin Bei realized he had misjudged the tavern. There truly were novice benefits. With the chakra of Hashirama, he felt he could wield Susanoo for an entire day. At that point, even the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages would find themselves relentlessly pursued and pummeled by him. With this single turn of fate, Lin Bei had firmly positioned himself among the true elite of the ninja world. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Bei preferred to remain in the tavern for the time being. He was still unaware of whether this enhanced Mangekyō could affect the Rinnegan. Moreover, with his current strength, he could walk confidently in Konoha. But he could not afford to be oppressive. After all, his persona to the outside world was that of a deity. When one strikes, it should be with lethal precision. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for the arrival of the second guest to assess the situation. Lin Bei tucked away the dice, smiled, and said, "All right. Let us return to the main topic. You have now grasped the evidence against Danzo. What do you intend to do next?" Itachi tightened his grip on the scroll and replied, "Naturally, I will present it to Lord Hokage, so he may reveal it to the public. With such heinous crimes, Danzo is undoubtedly doomed." Lin Bei shook his head, letting out a sigh, and remarked, "How naive." Itachi, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Bei posed a direct question. "Why do you believe that Danzo remains alive after committing such acts?" Itachi's expression darkened instantly. This was a question he had noticed, but was unwilling to explore. However, with Lin Bei bringing it to light, he could no longer ignore it. The issue was quite evident. If one were to claim that Danzo acted without the Hokage's knowledge, that could indeed be plausible. Yet, if one suggested that the Hokage was entirely ignorant, Itachi would sooner believe that the Hyuga clan's main house would willingly drink the bathwater of the branch house. Furthermore, if the Hokage lacked even this modicum of control, what purpose would he serve in the role? It would be more sensible to allow Danzo to ascend to power unopposed. Yet the reality remained that not a whisper of dissent existed within the village. Danzo continued to function as his advisor and root leader. Therefore, the Hokage must at the very least be complicit. It was conceivable that he chose to conceal Danzo's assassination for the sake of stability. However, the human experiments conducted on villagers, including infants, could never be justified. This was something Itachi found intolerable, especially as he had always regarded Danzo as a benevolent figure. Lin Bei continued, "It is precisely as you suspect. In fact, this is merely a fraction of the truth. Do you recall why Tsunade left the village?" Itachi, momentarily lost in thought, replied, "It was due to her fiancé and brother." As he spoke, realization dawned upon him, and his face paled in shock. "You mean?" Lin Bei nodded, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, it was their doing. At that time, Tsunade had a significant chance of becoming Hokage. Thus, they conspired to ruin her. As for Orochimaru, he was already ensnared by Danzo. And Jiraiya? Should he ascend, he would essentially be a puppet of the third. This is what you once contemplated sacrificing your entire clan to protect. Itachi's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, and he forced a bitter smile. "Boss Lin, I now realize how foolish I have been. All I wished to protect was Konoha." Upon uncovering the truth, he felt an overwhelming urge to storm the headquarters of Root. After some contemplation, Itachi declared, "Then I shall make this information public to the villagers." I believe that, faced with the entire village, the third Hokage would have no choice but to deal with Danzo if he wished to retain his position. Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. Itachi had begun to refer to the Hokage as the third rather than Lord Hokage. Yet, he still shook his head and said, "That is still not sufficient. For there is one question you cannot answer." Itachi eagerly asked, "What is it?" Lin Bei replied, "This is merely your unsubstantiated claim. You possess no proof. Moreover, even if you can substantiate your claims, how would you come to know? Have you conducted an investigation? What prompted your inquiry? What actions did you undertake to delve into such forbidden territories?" Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, should this intelligence be made public? He was uncertain as to the fate of Danzo, yet he was certain that the Uchiha clan would face dire consequences. The third Hokage could readily impose a sentence of treason upon them. What should I do? Itachi was engulfed in confusion and distress. The opportunity lay before him, yet he found himself unable to seize it. Taking a deep breath, he once again sought assistance. "I implore you, Mr. Lin, to lend your aid." Having experienced this once before, Itachi's tone of request felt entirely natural this time. Lin Bei did not hesitate to reveal 3 words: the Exchange Bureau. This response took Itachi by surprise. In his recollection, the Exchange Bureau was merely a den of iniquity, filled with individuals akin to rats in a gutter. What assistance could such people possibly provide? If these words had not come from Lin Bei, he would have resorted to using Tsukuyami. After thoughtful consideration, Itachi cautiously requested, "Please, Mr. Lin, elaborate further." Lin Bei explained, "It is quite simple. The Exchange Bureau specializes in precisely this kind of operation. All the ninja villages, even the feudal lords, have connections within the Exchange Bureau. You should deliver this scroll to the Bureau and instruct them to disseminate the information. It would be prudent to select an Exchange Bureau located in a foreign nation, allowing the news to infiltrate Konoha from the outside. In this manner, even if Konoha's upper echelons wish to deny it, they will be unable to do so. By the time they receive the information, it will be too late. Furthermore, this will exert external pressure upon Konoha, akin to the situation with Hinata Hayashi in the past. Given that Sarutobi Hiruzen has already shown willingness to compromise once, he will undoubtedly do so again. Most importantly, no one will suspect you. After all, this information is classified, and you as Uchiha are marginalized and could not possibly be privy to it." A thunderous realization struck Itachi's mind. Indeed, if one were to articulate it in such a manner, the Exchange Bureau could indeed prove invaluable. As Lin Bei spoke, he began to envision the scenario of various ninja villages mounting pressure upon Konoha. However, his expression soon shifted, and concern crept into his voice. But what if the third Hokage stands firm for Danzo? Would that not prompt the other 4 ninja villages to unite against Konoha? Lin Bei chuckled softly and replied, "War will not ensue. The intelligence is fundamentally difficult for Konoha to accept. The 4 great ninja villages will merely condemn Konoha from a position of righteousness. However, the 5 great ninja villages thrive on such moral high ground. Nevertheless, if you desire conflict, you may certainly instigate it. You could choose to add further elements. For instance, you might assert that Konoha has acquired the means to master wood release techniques. Hatred and righteousness carry little weight. It is self-interest that will provide them with the impetus to wage war. Alternatively, you could lure the feudal lords of other nations and ambush them within the Land of Fire. Just be sure to inflict injuries without taking their lives, perhaps severing limbs. Such actions would inevitably lead to the outbreak of war. For instance, upon hearing these words, Itachi was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly interrupted, Wait a moment. We shouldn't discuss such perilous matters any further. The conversation had taken a grave turn, veering towards war. This talk was fraught with danger. Upon reflection, Itachi realized that if he were to heed Lin Bei's words, conflict would almost inevitably ensue. The implications of Lin Bei's earlier remarks were too risky to share. If they fell into the hands of the wrong individuals, the consequences would be dire. Observing Itachi's reaction, Lin Bei shook his head in disinterest. Feeling that the fun had dissipated, Itachi remarked, You just shook your head, didn't you? You are quite disappointed, aren't you? Suddenly, he perceived Lin Bei as a significant threat, a harbinger of chaos with the ability to instigate turmoil. Itachi felt a pang of regret. This was a person entirely unpredictable. Wait, could Lin Bei be harboring such intentions? Had he become a mere pawn, a tool to plunge the entire shinobi world into disorder? Lin Bei took in Itachi's response, clicking his tongue and stating, Humans love to project their own thoughts onto others. I merely offered you a perspective. Just look at your expression. It's truly disheartening. Itachi was taken aback and hastily clarified, No, I did not. Lin Bei waved his hand, cutting him off. Enough, you need not explain. Your perception of me matters little. Having just profited from you, it's rather difficult to harbor any ill will. Regardless, I have said all that I needed to say. The rest is up to you and the Uchiha clan. Just don't forget the debt you owe me. You may leave now. Itachi suddenly felt a wave of regret washing over him. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Lin Bei had always treated him with sincerity. Were it not for Lin Bei, he might have foolishly succumbed to brainwashing and found himself sharpening blades outside the Uchiha compound. Furthermore, Lin Bei had generously offered him strategies to navigate the perilous situation facing the Uchiha clan. Yet, what had he done? He had dared to doubt Lin Bei. Uchiha Itachi, you have truly lost your way. After chastising himself mentally, Itachi took a deep breath and sincerely declared, Lin Bei, rest assured. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I promise to fulfill my debt to you whenever you call upon me. Having said this, he carefully secured the scroll and exited the tavern with determination. As the door closed behind him, Lin Bei could no longer contain his excitement. He pulled out a mirror, closing and opening his eyes. In the reflection, his eyes glowed a crimson hue, adorned with a pattern of four corners resembling the shuriken of wind. A kaleidoscope. Tsukuyami. Amaterasu, Susanoo, wealth in a single night. Woohoo. The tavern owner may choose a second patron, either from the Naruto world or a new realm PS, when selecting patrons. The probability of encountering those destined for tragedy is significantly higher. Lin Bei suppressed his exhilaration and began to ponder deeply. In truth, both options were quite promising. The first, the Naruto world, still held much potential for exploration. Moreover, should fortune favor him, he might draw Nagato or Obito. Then, if fortune smiles upon him and he gains their eyes, he will truly be invincible for a time. Before Uchiha Obito emerges, he can roam freely in the ninja world. As for the second scenario, if he draws a weaker realm, his current strength would allow him to enjoy himself without concern. However, if he encounters a more formidable world, he may acquire an even more powerful ability system, enabling him to venture into the ninja world with confidence. Ultimately, Lin Bei decides to draw from the new world. The tavern owner has chosen the new world. New guests will arrive in 10 days. Yet, he must wait 10 days. Nevertheless, this time frame might allow Konoha to provide some amusement. Lin Bei languidly rests his head on the bar. Meanwhile, as Itachi steps out of the tavern, the first twist of fate has already transpired. The novice protection has been lifted. The tavern is now visible to all. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, a shop has materialized out of thin air, and Itachi has just emerged from it. Several Umbu ninjas exchange bewildered glances. What just happened? Have we fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu? The inherently malevolent Uchiha is finally turning against his own village? You continue to monitor him. I will return to report to Lord Hokage. The moonlight cascades down like a sprinkle of salt upon the ground. Itachi feels a mixture of heaviness and relief. As one of the rare geniuses from the Uchiha clan, He is acutely aware of those lurking in the shadows among the Umbu. Yet, knowing this does not afford him any escape. Such is the treatment of the Uchiha. Were it not for Lin Bei's appearance, he might have deemed this treatment entirely normal. Itachi walks back to the clan grounds with an air of normalcy, while the Umbu remain stationed outside the clan's territory. No matter how much they are marginalized, they cannot easily enter the clan grounds. Doing so would be perceived as a declaration of war. Itachi strides directly toward Uchiha Fugaku, his father, who is surely awaiting his return. However, halfway there, Itachi halts abruptly, casting his gaze toward a corner. Just as expected, a raspy voice resonates. A figure clad in a one-eyed mask steps forth from the shadows. Itachi's eyes narrow. This person had approached him before, introducing himself as Uchiha Madara. "What brings you here?" Itachi replies coldly, his muscles tensed. The masked man responds, "Do not be so guarded. I harbor no ill intent. However, your Hokage has already sought you out. Has he not? I can assist you." The masked man appears almost anxious, more so than Itachi himself. Furthermore, Itachi finds the implications of his words unsettling. It seems the man is aware of what the Hokage discussed with him. However, recalling the man's previous display of space-time ninjutsu, Itachi feels a sense of calm. "I have no need for your assistance, Spectre of the Past. This is Uchiha territory. I kindly ask you to leave." Itachi lowers his head, speaking with measured calmness. The masked man visibly falters, saying, "Do you truly wish for Konoha and your clan to be annihilated? I am here to help you. Even if you could eliminate everyone on your own, it would take considerable time. Perhaps a great commotion will ensue." The chasm between the kaleidoscope and the ordinary Sharingan is indeed vast. Itachi felt a shiver run through him. It seemed that this individual harbored intentions even more lethal than Danzo's desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan. This person was truly unsettling. "I do not require your assistance. Furthermore, these are my kin, and this territory belongs to the Uchiha. Out of respect for our shared lineage, I implore you to leave at once." Itachi spoke coldly. The masked man attempted to persuade him further. However, in that moment, Itachi abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with the masked figure. Unbeknownst to him, he had already activated his kaleidoscope. "Tsukuyami, activate." The masked man inwardly cursed his misfortune, but it was too late to avert his gaze. A foreboding realm unfolded. Bathed in crimson moonlight, the masked individual found himself bound to a cross, utterly immobilized. "Tsukuyami," the masked man managed to utter through clenched teeth. Previously, he was only aware that Itachi had activated his kaleidoscope, but he had never anticipated that one of his ocular techniques was Tsukuyami. The masked man's technique, Kamui, allowed him to become intangible, rendering him immune to all assaults. Yet, nothing in this world is devoid of flaws. Kamui possesses vulnerabilities, and Tsukuyami happens to exploit one of them. A mere exchange of glances would suffice to ensnare him. Even if he maintained his intangibility, it would be futile. Had he known that Itachi's ocular technique was Tsukuyami, he would never have been so audacious. Fortunately, as a fellow wielder of the kaleidoscope, the masked man's ocular prowess surged forth with abandon. The Tsukuyami realm began to fracture, shattering into pieces. Upon returning to the real world, the masked man swiftly averted his gaze. Indeed, it was ineffective. Itachi let out a muffled grunt as blood trickled from his left eye. He had narrowly avoided disaster. The masked man patted his chest, then produced a kunai as he approached Itachi with lowered eyes. Itachi was no longer an ally. He had transformed into an adversary, and a formidable one at that, possessing Tsukuyami. He must be eliminated here. Itachi was somewhat surprised that his opponent did not flee immediately. Should the adversary insist on advancing, he could not intervene. Thus, 3 shurikens spun rapidly, aimed at the masked man's throat, heart, and base. Yet, it felt as though they had traversed an illusion. The masked man sauntered forward, then suddenly accelerated, arriving behind Itachi. The sharp tip of the kunai mercilessly lunged toward Itachi's heart. Calmly, Itachi spun around swiftly, raising his hand to thrust the kunai upward. Yet, he still sensed no corporeal resistance. Instead, he stumbled forward, passing right through the masked man. The masked figure was perfectly positioned behind him. Itachi had barely regained his footing and lacked the time to exert force. Die, just a mere 5 centimeters away. The kunai was poised to pierce Itachi's heart when he suddenly turned his head. The patterns in his right eye began to whirl. Amaterasu, activate. Itachi unleashed his ocular power to its fullest extent. In an instant, The masked man's entire form was engulfed in the flames of Amaterasu. At the moment of the assault, the masked man's body was indeed tangible. He emitted a short, pained cry. A temporal vortex appeared, consuming him entirely. Itachi covered his eyes, gasping for breath. In the realm of Shenwei, a figure plunged into the scene, resembling a black maggot. Merely 3 seconds later, it was reduced to ashes. Shortly thereafter, a white light manifested, and the masked man reappeared. Amaterasu. He gritted his teeth. This technique was indeed somewhat restraining for him. How infuriating. He had not anticipated that both of Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques would be so troublesome. He removed his mask, expressionless, and extracted the now ashen Sharingan from his left eye, subsequently shattering it with force. Itachi took a deep breath and continued toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku remained awake. Father, Itachi knelt before him. Fugaku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you engage in combat with someone? Who is it?" Itachi replied, "It's nothing significant. What truly matters is this, father." He produced a scroll. Noticing his son's reluctance to divulge more, Fugaku refrained from pressing further. His son was indeed far more formidable than he himself had been. He trusted that Itachi could manage the situation well. Fugaku began to examine the scroll. Itachi gazed at his father in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed any fluctuation of expression from him. "Itachi, where did you obtain this?" Fugaku's hands even began to tremble. If this information were to become public, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Itachi stated, "It was given to me by Boss Lin today." Upon hearing Itachi's account, Fugaku inhaled deeply, wishing to exclaim his exhilaration. Suddenly, he raised his head and regarded his son with a peculiar look, asking, "By the way, if it weren't for this Boss Lin, were you truly planning to eliminate us all?" Itachi pursed his lips and lowered his gaze. Fugaku sighed, "I understand now. This brat is indeed capable of ruthlessness. Yet, he harbors no negative emotions. After all, he is my son. I must find time to assess Sasuke's progress." For pain inflicted upon Sasuke resonates deeply within Itachi. Fugaku declared, "This scroll is of paramount importance to our Uchiha clan. Itachi, this is an immense favor." Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, father." Fugaku inhaled once more, stating, "In that case, we must exert pressure on those old geezers. If it comes to that." A glimmer of red light flashed in Fugaku's eyes. The Uchiha convened a clan meeting. The third Hokage lifted his head, somewhat taken aback. An Umbu ninja nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage nodded, "I see, you may leave now." Once the ninja departed, the third Hokage pondered. Could it be that Itachi had informed them of the situation? He had just briefed Itachi, and now the Uchiha had called a clan meeting. It was hard not to perceive a connection. At that moment, without a knock, the door swung open, and a shadowy figure entered. "Danzo, what brings you here?" The third Hokage looked up at the newcomer. Danzo replied, "Are you really questioning my presence? The situation is dire, and yet you remain so composed." The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. "Are you referring to the Uchiha matter? How fortuitous. I have only just learned of it." Tuanzong, maintaining an air of nonchalance, declared, "I have just encountered members of the Umbu. Such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that the Uchiha can no longer conceal their ambitions. It is time to issue orders, Hiruzen." This presents a prime opportunity to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. His excitement was palpable as he gripped his cane, causing it to creak ominously. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and replied, "But how can you be so certain that the Uchiha convened to plot a rebellion?" Tuanzong, incredulous, stared at the third Hokage and retorted, "Is that even a question? They held a meeting immediately after Itachi Uchiha's return. Does that not speak volumes? What on earth are you contemplating?" The third Hokage hesitated, contemplating the implications. It should not be this way. If Itachi Uchiha truly posed a threat, the Uchiha would not require a clan meeting. They could have staged a rebellion last night. Their choice to convene indicates that the situation has not yet escalated to such dire straits. If we resort to violence, the village will suffer tremendous losses. Tuanzong, exuding a palpable frustration, slammed both hands on the table, leaning over the third Hokage with an imposing presence. "Hiruzen, this is not the time for such considerations. Issue the orders. Bring those families to justice. Even if they are eradicated, Konoha still has my roots." The previously hesitant third Hokage's gaze hardened as he stated, "This matter ends here. We must extend a measure of trust to our comrades." Tuanzong, deprived of the response he desired, twisted his aged face in dismay. He seethed. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. With a forceful slap on the table, Hiruzen asserted, enough. I am the Hokage. Tuanzong snorted derisively and stormed out. The third Hokage remained seated, his gaze deep and contemplative. Tuanzong, seething with frustration, made his way back to the headquarters of Root. The tantalizing prospect of a feast lay before him, yet he could only gaze longingly at it, driving him to the brink of madness. Lord Tuanzong, there is troubling news regarding the tavern in District 7. Prior to this, our operatives had no knowledge of it. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. A member of Root knelt before Tuanzong, reporting the findings of their investigation. With a cold snort, Tuanzong remarked, Itachi Uchiha visited that tavern yesterday. Clearly, there is something amiss. Take a few men and capture the owner. He must be brought in alive. This owner may very well be the reason for targeting the Uchiha clan. Let us see what Hiruzen has to say in response. Understood. At the Uchiha clan grounds, all clan members not on missions had gathered. A tense meeting commenced, fraught with the potential for conflict. However, the outcome of the meeting ultimately left Fugaku quite satisfied. The radical hardliners were not genuinely inclined towards rebellion. Given a chance to survive, who would desire to revolt? The issue was that previously, Konoha had provided no avenue for escape. Now, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Though they held a pessimistic outlook, they were willing to give it a try. Simultaneously, they were curious about the intelligence that had instilled such confidence in their leader. However, should the methods proposed by the clan leader prove ineffective, they would have no choice but to consider rebellion. After everyone had departed, only Itachi and Fugaku remained. Itachi implored, Father, allow me to go. Fugaku waved his hand dismissively, replying, I have already dispatched someone. You should remain in the village. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated his father's efficiency. By the way, Itachi, take me to that tavern. I wish to see with my own eyes the person you spoke of. Certainly. Meanwhile, 5 Root ninjas had silently infiltrated the tavern. Within, Lin Bei, bored and listless, perked up upon noticing their arrival. He glanced up to see 5 masked figures standing at the entrance, brazenly surveying their surroundings. Lin Bei scoffed, asking, Hey, are you from the Umbu or the Root? One of them replied, Come with us. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lin Bei, who appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any chakra presence. He wondered if the true owner of this place had fled in advance. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, remarking, as expected, the first to come looking is that old schemer, Danzo. Hold! The 5 shouted in unison. The leader commanded, You 4, go and break his limbs. Lord Danzo wants him alive. As long as he can speak, he is considered alive. Understood. The other 4 lunged toward Lin Bei. To Lin Bei, their movements were painfully slow, akin to clumsy infants learning to walk. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily dispatch them. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Bei decided to harness the tavern's power. In the next instant, the 4 assailants suddenly collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? Get up at once. They struggled, finding themselves increasingly glued to the floor, their bones creaking under the strain. Lin Bei chuckled. Does your Lord Danzo know of your bravery? The only one standing abruptly looked up at Lin Bei, disbelief etched on his face. Are you behind this? You dare to resist? He ordered, release them immediately, or you will meet your demise. Do you hear me? Lin Bei regarded him with a raised eyebrow, saying, It seems you are not fully aware of your predicament. He then lifted his right hand and clenched it tightly. The 4 individuals on the ground were compressed into the size of human heads by an unseen force. This marked Lin Bei's first act of killing, yet he felt no discomfort. Observing this, the surviving ninja instinctively took a step back, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Bei. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, irritated by the gesture. No sooner had he spoken than the man's index finger exploded. The unfortunate soul let out a scream, rendered speechless by Lin Bei's brutality. In the blink of an eye, all his comrades had perished. The specter of death loomed over him. He could hardly fathom that this individual had the audacity to kill within the confines of Konohagakure, especially targeting the Root. Without a moment's hesitation, he discerned that this individual was undoubtedly unhinged. He professed loyalty to Danzo, clearly unwilling to meet his demise. I pondered whether I should take his life. Lin Bei pointed his index finger at the bar, the sound echoing like a heartbeat against the very core of that man. Dare to kill me, and Danzo will not let you go. The man, though trembling with fear, maintained his composure. His greatest reliance lay with Danzo. Moreover, He believed that within Konoha, should Danzo wish to eliminate someone, it would be a trivial matter. He hoped the adversary would exhibit even the slightest concern for his own life. Then perhaps you should embrace death. Lin Bei, finding the interaction rather dull, shook his head and gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and that man, along with the 4 orbs he possessed, melted away like sand sculptures carried off by the breeze. Lin Bei initially intended to release this person to draw Danzo's attention. However, upon reflection, it seemed devoid of amusement. Better to reserve this for the Uchiha clan, lest the previous verbal sparring with Itachi be rendered futile. An hour later, another patron entered the tavern. It was Itachi Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Lin Bei glanced at their faces, suppressing a chuckle. Truly, they were father and son, sharing the same stern countenance. "Welcome," Lin Bei greeted with a smile. Fugaku, who had been quietly observing Lin Bei, felt compelled to respond when addressed. "You must be the esteemed Lin, as spoken of by Itachi. Indeed, you seem not of this world." Fugaku did not exhibit the airs of a clan leader. In a life-and-death battle, his prowess paled in comparison to Itachi's, who had already faltered before this man. Furthermore, this individual had extended great benevolence towards the Uchiha. It was prudent to adopt a more modest demeanor. Lin Bei could not help but smile at the awkwardness of Fugaku paying compliments. "Esteemed Uchiha leader, there is no need for such formality. Guests are always welcome. Please, have a seat. Would you care for a drink?" Lin Bei offered with a smile. Noticing his father's inclination to remain courteous, Itachi quickly exchanged glances, guiding Fugaku to the bar. "Thank you for your kindness, but that won't be necessary. My father wishes to express his gratitude in person today," Itachi said, slightly bowing his head. Lin Bei chuckled softly. "Are you truly certain? My tavern serves but one type of liquor each day. Today's offering is called Kiss of the Dark Night, known to replenish the ocular power of the Mangekyō." At these words, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. Fugaku, who had intended to politely decline alongside his son, appeared as if he had been struck by lightning. Itachi also froze in place. Replenish the ocular power of the Mangekyō? Surely, he had not misheard. Could such a thing actually be restored? The Mangekyō, often referred to as a cursed blessing, was notorious for the inevitable loss of sight that accompanied its use. Once activated, the eyes would ultimately succumb to blindness. As the ocular power was finite, each use diminished it further. Furthermore, this blindness would disturb one's balance of yin and yang, leading to various complications. Yet what had they just heard? A single drink could rejuvenate the ocular power of the Mangekyō? Why is this individual able to speak so nonchalantly? "Mr. Lin, are you being truthful?" Fujitake inquired, his throat parched. Logically, he found it hard to believe. Yet, what if it were true? Moreover, based on Itachi's recounting of his 2 encounters with Lin Bei, it appeared that the latter was not one to jest lightly. Itachi couldn't help but glance sideways at Fujitake. Why was his father more agitated than he was? Was it because of him? Had his father harbored such profound affection for him all along? Itachi felt a sudden swell of emotion. It turned out that his usually stoic father was brimming with tumultuous love. Lin Bei curled his lips into a smile, offering no response but instead presenting a glass of wine, which he placed upon the bar. The liquid was a deep shade of purple, reminiscent of a fragment of the night sky. At the sight of this drink, the 2 Uchiha nearly succumbed to their impulses. Their bodies quivered with desire. They could sense an overwhelming yearning for that glass of wine. Heaven knows how much restraint they exerted to suppress their instincts. They believed. They had accepted it. This glass of wine could indeed restore their ocular powers. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Bei suddenly flipped his hand, and the glass vanished. The 2 Uchiha were nearly incensed, instinctively activating their Sharingan. Where had the wine gone? Lin Bei's smile grew more pronounced as he remarked, "This drink is called the Kiss of the Night. I didn't anticipate your disinterest. What a pity. 1 glass a day. I wonder if there will be another opportunity to conjure this drink again." "No, we are interested, very much so. How could you act so foolishly? Mr. Lin kindly presents us with such a fine offering, and you, ungratefully, wish to decline." Fujitake's expression shifted to one of stiff amusement as he apologized to Lin Bei, then turned an accusatory gaze toward Itachi. Although he would have refused had Itachi not spoken, the reality was that Itachi had indeed said something. "It was all your fault. Why did you have to speak up so quickly?" Itachi looked at his father in disbelief. "Father, you too have activated your Sharingan." Fujitake's expression darkened as he replied, "What of it? Can I not activate mine? Why are you so astonished? If you can, Then why can't I? Itachi stood there, bewildered, as his father unleashed a torrent of words upon him. No, father, that is not what I meant. You. Fujitake waved his hand dismissively. I care not for your intentions. Do not change the subject. Hasten to apologize to Mr. Lin. Oh. Itachi, still in a daze, bowed deeply to Lin Bei. Ha ha ha. Children can be thoughtless. Please forgive their indiscretions. As for this wine, we are indeed quite interested. However, I am curious as to how it is priced. Fujitake offered Lin Bei a somewhat dry smile. Hearing this, Itachi also looked at Lin Bei with eager anticipation. He wanted it too, for it would grant him more time with Sasuke. Lin Bei mused to himself that he had previously overlooked Fujitake's brazen demeanor. But then again, Fujitake had not displayed much of this in the animated series. Lin Bei shook his head and said, you can decide on this. He seemed rather indifferent, considering that the wine was provided by the tavern, making it essentially a freebie for him. Fuyu's expression stiffened, while Lin Bei remained unconcerned. Fuyu held a different perspective. This wine was rumored to be the only substance capable of compensating for the powers of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It might be worthless to others, but for him and Itachi, it was invaluable. If the other party had named a price, it would have been more manageable, even if it was steep. However, the fact that he was told to decide on his own placed him in a precarious position. Offering too much would financially cripple the Uchiha clan, while offering too little could provoke Lin Bei's wrath. It was quite distressing. The other party seemed to be doing this on purpose. Yet, there was no alternative. He was already caught in a bind. He longed to savor that cup of wine. Fuyu mentally calculated the Uchiha clan's assets and, gritting his teeth, stated, 10 million ryo per cup. How does that sound? One should not underestimate 10 million ryo. The amount Konoha received annually from the feudal lord was hardly more than 100 million ryo. Although the Uchiha clan was a prominent family, they had suffered ongoing oppression from Konoha, yet they could still readily produce 10 million ryo. Other clans were even more extravagant. Lin Bei lifted his eyelids, lacking a clear understanding of monetary matters in the ninja world. However, judging from Fuyu's demeanor, it seemed to be a substantial amount. Yet, it appeared that he had little need for money. Therefore, Lin Bei remarked, that's fine, but you must also bring your clan's ninjutsu scrolls. Upon hearing this, Fuyu hesitated. Money could be gridded out, but the ninjutsu scrolls contained techniques unique to the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he felt pressure on his arm. Fuyu looked up to see Itachi winking at him. Itachi said, Boss Lin, we agree. Fuyu was taken aback. This boy dared to bypass his father to make a decision? Lin Bei nodded and said, Indeed, you aren't at a loss. After all, there are many things that money cannot buy. He mentioned that the wine would vary each day and invited them to return if they were interested. Fuyu shuddered at his words, suddenly realizing that he had been overly concerned with gains and losses, setting aside everything else. What kind of person could offer such a unique treasure in the ninja world? The most striking factor was that the other party appeared utterly unconcerned. Such a person must possess immense power. Fuyu inhaled deeply and patted Itachi's shoulder. He realized that he had not fully grasped the situation compared to his son. A person like Lin Bei was far more than a mere transaction. Even if he simply gifted them the money, it would still be a profit for them. Others would not even have the opportunity to receive such a gift. Fuyu said, We will return to fetch the money and the scrolls. Lin Bei smiled and replied, No rush, payment is not urgent. You may enjoy the wine first and bring the money later. I trust no one would dare to default on my goods. Fuyu and Itachi felt a chill run down their spines. Even if they had no intention of defaulting, they could not shake the unease. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, declared, Then we shall have 2 cups. Lin Bei wasted no time and swiftly wiped the table clean. 2 cups of kiss of the night materialized seemingly out of thin air. This spectacle caused both Fugaku and Itachi to swallow hard. Please indulge, came the prompt. The two had long since lost their restraint. As soon as Lin Bei's words fell, they swiftly grasped the cups in their hands. With a single gulp, they could not help but moan in delight. It was overwhelmingly pleasurable, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Their depleted ocular power was replenished at an unimaginable pace. Even Fugaku's dry eye condition was alleviated. After a moment, Itachi and Fugaku regained their composure. They gazed at the wine in their hands, their eyes filled with astonishment. The effects of this liquor surpassed their wildest expectations. With just one sip, all their previously expended ocular power was restored. They still had enough left for 4 more sips. Drink it all. Any surplus power will be retained, Lin Bei advised. Upon hearing this, the two no longer hesitated and downed the contents in one go. Fugaku sensed his Sharingan. If his ocular power had been at 100 before, it now soared to at least 300. It was utterly terrifying. Just a simple cup of wine. The extent of Lin Bei's capabilities was beyond his imagination. After calming himself, Fugaku turned to Lin Bei and solemnly declared, "Boss Lin, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever need the assistance of the Uchiha clan in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us." Lin Bei nodded, graciously accepting their heavy gratitude. Fugaku and Itachi took their leave. Half an hour later, Itachi returned with money and scrolls. Hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, "Boss Lin, about that first drink you offered me." Lin Bei replied, "Ah, you mean that drink? It indeed possesses special effects. As for the specifics, you will discover them later." At those words, Itachi trembled slightly. Then Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. Consider it a treat, after all. You are my first customer." Itachi pursed his lips, said nothing more, merely nodded in acknowledgement, and departed. Lin Bei casually tossed the money aside and began examining the scroll. True to the Uchiha clan's reputation, it was filled with techniques of fire release and jinjutsu. For individuals from other worlds, mastering such ninjutsu would likely alter their fates. However, whether they could truly learn it remained uncertain. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage frowned after listening to the report from the Umbu. Fugaku Uchiha has also been there. It seems all peculiar occurrences stem from that shop. He contemplated, "Very well, I understand. You may leave. As the leader of a clan, one must possess corresponding authority." For outsiders, it was customary for them to come to him. Should he take the initiative to visit someone, it implied he regarded them as equals. He seemed to be a formidable individual. Given the current instability in Konoha, perhaps it would be wise to summon Jiraiya back. Just as the third Hokage pondered this, a knock echoed at the door. Before he could respond, the visitors entered uninvited. Frowning slightly, he recognized the two elders, but said nothing. "What brings you here?" Tsunade breathed deeply and replied, "Hisashi, there may be issues with Konoha's finances." The third Hokage's brow furrowed at this news. Money cannot be allowed to falter. What is the situation? Where lies the problem? Mizukitamin was furrowing his brow as he responded, "How should I put it? The situation is rather peculiar. Suddenly, problems have emerged. Moreover, I have received numerous reports from various clans in a short span of time, primarily concerning issues related to ruptured financial chains. Although none of these problems are severe, the sheer number of issues is indeed overwhelming." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage grasped the gravity of the situation. "Are you suggesting that?" Torin Shokan nodded and interjected, "There is indeed a significant issue. If it were just one clan, it would be manageable. However, the troubling aspect is that this seems to have spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village." A murderous glint flashed across Mizukitamin's face. "Someone is clearly sabotaging us. Those damned fiends." The third Hokage's expression darkened. "So, have you uncovered any clues?" At this, Torin Shoka and Mizukitamin paused momentarily. Torin Shoka sighed and remarked, "The strangeness lies in the fact that there is no discernible foul play. Everything appears entirely normal. Yet, the reality is that this situation is far from normal." The third Hokage inhaled deeply and stated, "Let us set aside these concerns for now. We should allocate some funds to stabilize the situation. Subsequently, I will draft a letter to the daimyo to see if we can secure additional financial support." Torin Shoka and Mizukitamin exchanged glances and queried, "But who will provide the funds?" The simplicity of the question nearly choked the third Hokage. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Are you unable to contribute? Can't those clans assist? The village's welfare is paramount." Torin Shoka instinctively replied, "But our clan is also financially strained." The third Hokage's eyes turned red with fury. "You are still lacking funds? The entire finance department is under your jurisdiction. What have you done that I am unaware of?" Torin Shoka and Mizukitamin appeared somewhat discomfited. "You need only to know about this. Must it be voiced? Moreover, did we act alone? Danzo has also taken his share." Mizukitamin asserted, "The Hidden Leaf is also ours. We will do our utmost." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression softened somewhat. At the border of the Land of Lightning, at the exchange office, a masked individual forcefully kicked open the door. The staff, glancing at the debris scattered on the floor, showed no signs of anger. Instead, they greeted the masked figure with a smile. "May I ask, dear customer, are you here to place a bid or to receive a bid?" The masked person cast a cold glance at the staff and tossed a scroll onto the table. I am here to sell information. At this, the staff's smile widened. They eagerly reached for the scroll, but the masked individual abruptly slammed their hand down on it, startling the staff. The masked figure's hoarse voice rang out. Bring forth someone with authority. You are not worthy of this information. To this, the staff not only remained unperturbed but appeared even more exhilarated. They did not perceive the masked figure as mocking them. After all, the dynamics behind the exchange office were exceedingly intricate. If that were the case, this would indeed be a significant deal. The staff cheerfully responded, "Please follow me." Soon, the masked individual found themselves face to face with a middle-aged man. Upon encountering the masked individual, the middle-aged man immediately adorned his face with a smile. "I am the person in charge here. Esteemed sir, may I now have the privilege of examining that intelligence? Rest assured, our exchange rates at the gold trading house are the most favorable." The masked figure handed over the scroll, stating, "Let me make this clear. Once you gaze upon this intelligence, you are to either purchase it or face my blade." "Did you dare to look?" The man in charge swallowed hard. What a monumental deal this must be. He hastily reassured, "Fear not, esteemed sir. There is no intelligence our gold trading house would shy away from." The masked man snorted derisively, crossing his legs as he settled in. Taking a deep breath, the man in charge unfurled the scroll. Good heavens! After merely a glance, cold sweat began to cascade down his brow. He could hardly fathom that this intelligence pertained to Konoha. Furthermore, it was astonishingly explosive in nature. Unable to restrain himself, he cast a glance at the masked figure. Who on earth was this person, capable of acquiring such intelligence? No wonder he wore a mask. With a chilling smirk, the masked man inquired, "What is the matter? Do you hesitate to make a purchase?" With a swift motion, he drew his long blade, placing it directly against the man's throat. The man in charge quickly replied, "Of course I dare. We shall acquire this intelligence." His excitement was palpable. Selling such intelligence would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking affair, a veritable fortune to be made. Once the masked figure departed, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead and could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Konoha of the 5 great shinobi villages. This intelligence is simply too intriguing. Indeed, the other 4 ninja villages would surely be eager to buy it." He pondered the capabilities of the individual who managed to obtain such information. Konoha would surely despise this person. The bounty house also trained ninja hawks. A few hours later, this intelligence reached the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages. Upon reviewing the content, all 4 were left utterly bewildered. Was this even human? Any person with a semblance of humanity would find it unbearable to coexist with such a being. Who was the most terrifying? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both wielded power to dominate the ninja world. Yet, no one feared Senju Hashirama. Conversely, Uchiha Madara instilled dread in all. Why? It is because Uchiha Madara could not be morally coerced. Moreover, Danzo was even more deranged than Madara. The mere thought of such a person appearing in Konoha was alarming. Allowing such an individual to continue their machinations could severely weaken Konoha. After all, this intelligence revealed that the fearsome Konoha White Fang had been ruthlessly slain by his own comrades. But what if, should such a person seize power? It would undoubtedly spell disaster for the other ninja villages. A snake may not defeat a tiger in strength, but it can certainly kill the tiger, given Danzo's nature. Even a stray dog passing by would likely be brainwashed into a ninja hound. Let us keep this individual away from power, lest we be compelled to engage in direct conflict. Not even the 3rd Hokage would dare to confront such a situation. And 2 days later, the gold trading house sold the intelligence to Konoha as well. Upon encountering the information, the 3rd Hokage could scarcely believe his eyes. "Go, summon Danzo and the 2 elders," he bellowed. The members of the Umbu were taken aback, having not witnessed the 3rd's agitation in quite some time. Before long, the 2 elders arrived. "Sarutobi, is there something of great importance?" Tsunade spoke with a hint of impatience. They were still grappling with previous matters. "We're rather busy," Mito's voice echoed in complaint. Suddenly, both elders fell silent, for the 3rd's demeanor was decidedly unsettling, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. "Has Danzo not yet arrived?" the 3rd inquired. Tsunade softly replied, "We are unaware." Mito pressed on, "What on earth has transpired?" "We shall discuss it when he arrives," the 3rd insisted. The 2 elders stood in silence, recognizing that despite their usual levity, they dared not breathe in the face of the 3rd's fury. 10 minutes elapsed, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive. The third was seething with anger. Ah, splendid. From the headquarters to here, with Danzo's speed, it should take no more than a few minutes. Yet, half an hour has passed, and still no sign of him. He had initially harbored a modicum of doubt regarding the intelligence, as Danzo typically communicated with him regarding such matters. However, it was clear now that the man did not regard him, the Hokage, with any respect. Soon enough, 30 minutes had passed before Danzo sauntered in, prompting a sigh of relief from the two elders, whose backs were dampened with anxiety. What is it, Hiruzen? Danzo began, his tone unhurried. Yet, before he could finish, the third hurled the scroll at him. Look at the calamity you've wrought. The three men were momentarily stunned, as if a mighty lion had just roared. The scroll struck Danzo squarely on the forehead, causing his head to jerk back. And the two elders instinctively took a step back. What are you doing, Hiruzen? Danzo's anger flared in response. To be abruptly accosted without explanation was intolerable. Do you dare question me? Look at what you have done, you scoundrel. The third's eyes glowed crimson, his breath ragged. Danzo, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively glanced at the scroll on the ground. A gnawing feeling of foreboding settled within him. What secrets lay within that had incited such fury from Hiruzen, who had always been accommodating? Had Sarutobi Hiruzen chosen to confront him intentionally? With a grim countenance, Danzo picked up the scroll, only to find himself at a loss for words. His single eye widened in horror as a cold sweat broke out on his back. What in the world was happening? As he read faster, the details became increasingly alarming. The demise of Konoha's White Fang, the scheming against the heir of the Senju clan and Tsunade's fiancée, the desecration of the first Hokage's remains, human experimentation involving 60 infants, and plans to acquire the Sharingan. Each item was detailed with chilling precision. This was far too detailed. It was as if someone had witnessed the entire process. Could it be possible? Who could it be? He even suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to remove him once he had outlived his usefulness. However, some of the matters at hand had been conducted in secrecy from Sarutobi. In the ninja world, who else could acquire such confidential intelligence? Speak up. Why have you ceased your words? The third Hokage remarked with a cold smile, his eyes seeming to emit daggers. The two elders, Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate, were deeply intrigued. What was written inside? Do tell us. Danzo abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, Hiruzen, this is slander. An absolute slander. Do not fall into their trap. The Wagakure and Kumogakure have always sought to take a piece of Konoha for themselves. This matter undoubtedly relates to them. The third Hokage, amused by the audacity, retorted, You call it slander? Then do enlighten me. Which part of it is false? I have truly underestimated you, Danzo. You have indeed managed to develop wood release. Where is that person named Tenzo now? The two elders immediately turned their gaze towards Danzo, astonished. Impressive indeed. You've managed to pull off such a significant feat without a sound, they remarked. Danzo clenched his cane tightly, producing a cracking sound. What is it that you are unaware of? He stared intently at the third Hokage, whose expression grew increasingly grim. Truly, he was a capable assistant. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, stating, Do not change the subject. You may have spoken of it, but I never consented. You have gone too far. Danzo, do not forget, I am the Hokage. Yet, it was his own advisor who had turned against him, wielding a blade against his own comrades, including children. Danzo took a deep breath, his emotions finally settling. He calmly replied, Now is not the time to discuss this matter. We should first consider how this intelligence was obtained. My subordinates could not have leaked it. The two elders quickly supported him. Indeed. Hiruzen, where did you acquire this intelligence? The third Hokage commanded, Address me as Hokage. The elders' expressions soured further, yet they reluctantly complied. Yes, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage inhaled deeply and said, This intelligence comes from the Exchange Bureau. At this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The Exchange Bureau. Wasn't that akin to a ticking time bomb? Danzo immediately asserted, I will arrange for someone to visit the Exchange Bureau at once. This information must not be allowed to spread. However, before he could act, a member of the Umbu appeared in the room. This Umbu placed several scrolls before the third Hokage and reported, Hokage-sama, these are secret letters from Tsunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure. The third Hokage nodded, I understand. As he gazed at the scrolls, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hesitating for a moment, he unfurled one of the scrolls. After glancing through it, his expression immediately darkened. He swiftly opened the remaining scrolls. After reading them all, He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. His face had turned pale with alarm. Hokage-sama, what on earth is happening? As Chushuin could no longer contain his curiosity, he posed a question. The third Hokage remained silent. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, exuding an aura of menace as he uttered 3 words. Exchange for gold. Damn it. Selling such intelligence to them in Konoha was one thing, but to find out they were the last to know was utterly infuriating. The expressions of Danzo and the others shifted to one of terror as they grasped the implications. They had been contemplating how to contain the news. Yet it had already spread to other ninja villages? What a predicament. The third Hokage slowly raised his gaze, silently scrutinizing Danzo. Only when Danzo felt uneasy under his stare did the Hokage finally speak. Let us convene. Call upon the clan leaders for a meeting. This matter could no longer be concealed, unless he could order Konoha to shut its gates. Next, they needed to deliberate on how to handle the situation. Danzo's heart raced unexpectedly. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease. Was it possible that the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan was cursing him from the shadows? While the third Hokage and his associates were distressed, Lin Bei found amusement in the situation. Haha, your actions are rather swift, he remarked. Pouring a glass of wine for Itachi. This wine was labeled mineral water. Itachi bowed slightly, accepting the cup with both hands, and replied with a smile, thanks to your strategy. The third Hokage had already summoned people for a meeting, and my father is among them. Lin Bei nodded, saying, indeed. It seems the third Hokage is anxious. Given his nature, he will certainly seek to protect himself. However, it is likely that his official position will only be superficially removed. As long as the roots remain in Danzo's hands, he will not truly fall. Hearing this, Itachi nodded gravely and said, that is indeed the case. However, I have already conceived a plan, inspired by you. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Inspired by me? Itachi nodded, not treating it as a riddle. Assassinate the daimyo. Targeting a foreign daimyo would undoubtedly incite war between nations, but assassinating our own daimyo would not. Of course, the executioners would certainly be rude operatives, not our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei chuckled. He had not expected the brainwashed Itachi to conceive such bold thoughts. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Furthermore, during the assassination, you could leverage the Sharingan to directly control the daimyo. Thus, Itachi rose to his feet and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lin Bei. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, oh, there is no need for such formality. Keep your respect within your heart. However, what has Danzo been up to? It has been 2 or 3 days since. Yet there has been no sign of him sending someone to seek vengeance. Itachi was taken aback. Vengeance? Why would Danzo wish to take revenge on you? Lin Bei casually replied, a few days ago, before you and your father arrived, people from the route came by. They sent just 5 individuals, thinking they could capture me. Who do they think they are? Danzo is known for his vengeful nature. He shouldn't be so tolerant. Upon hearing this, Itachi wore a peculiar expression. Although Lin Bei had not mentioned the fate of those from the route, Itachi knew it could not have ended well. He held a certain respect for Danzo. For someone who had suddenly appeared and whose depth was unknown, wouldn't it be wiser to adopt a policy of appeasement first? One should ascertain the situation before gradually strategizing and exploiting weaknesses. This would be the correct approach. Why was Danzo so audacious? Regrettably, the old rascal Danzo had not come in person. Otherwise, the plan to save the clan would have been swiftly accomplished. After pondering for a moment, Itachi remarked, it seems that the village's economy has encountered some issues in recent days. Danzo may be entangled in this situation. The previous matters indeed escalated beyond expectations, with several families facing financial troubles. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully. This was evidently an unusual circumstance. Coincidentally, this incident occurred after Itachi had handed over the money to him. It was difficult for Lin Bei not to draw connections. After Itachi's departure, Lin Bei inquired at the tavern and received affirmative feedback. He fell into deep contemplation. If he accepted the money, would it still reverberate back to this world? He was uncertain whether this impact was confined to Konohagakure or if the entire shinobi world was affected. Lin Bei surmised it likely pertained only to the former. It appeared that what he received was not merely money. The fortune that the money embodied, what one might call luck, had also been surreptitiously siphoned away. After all, money is a vessel for fortune, and 20 million ryo was not a significant amount for the Uchiha. Thus, the economic fluctuation was minimal, likely sufficient to smooth over any effects in the short term. The scrolls, being indirectly linked to the money, should remain unaffected. Having deduced these insights, Lin Bei felt a thrill akin to acquiring a new skill. This time, he had merely demanded 20 million Rio. But what if next time he set a price of 2 billion, or even more? It was entirely possible that Konoha could face bankruptcy. What would this be termed? I conquer without shedding blood, toppling the 5 great shinobi villages. With just a few words, the 5 Kage beg on the streets. This was indeed a formidable weapon. In the conference room, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo had already taken their seats. Members from various clans arrived in succession. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku among them, the clan members realized that this matter must pertain to an external issue of great significance. Once everyone had gathered, the 3rd Hokage stood and addressed Fugaku, saying, "Fugaku, you previously mentioned that you had matters to discuss with me. Now is your opportunity to speak. However, we must first attend to the pressing matters at hand." The others turned their gazes towards Uchiha Fugaku. With an impassive countenance, Fugaku subtly nodded. The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Now, let us deliberate on the course of action regarding Danzo." This seemingly innocuous statement reverberated through the assembly like a kaleidoscope of Sharingan eyes cast into the roots of their gathering. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Who among them was unaware of the intricate relationship between the Hokage and Danzo? After all, these two were of the same gender. Had either of them been a woman, the implications would have been entirely different. Yet here the 3rd Hokage was, uttering such heartless words. Did he not fear the prospect of Danzo shutting him out in the future? This was an explosive opening move indeed. Only Uchiha Fugaku had foreseen the contents of this meeting, though he still feigned surprise. Danzo, though prepared, wore a dark expression, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The 3rd Hokage remained composed, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. Their expressions betrayed nothing. All were quite normal, save for Uchiha Fugaku, whose stoic demeanor rendered any unnatural expressions understandable. Moreover, while undermining Danzo might benefit the Uchiha, it was a task far beyond their purview. Even trivial matters were beyond the Uchiha's privilege to know, let alone this. Nara Shikaku surveyed the room and broke the silence. "Hokage-sama, please clarify." The others nodded in agreement. The 3rd Hokage sighed and continued, "The villages of Iwa, Hyumo, Kiri, and Suna have united in condemnation. They demand the surrender of Danzo for judgment. Otherwise, they threaten war against Konoha." The room fell into stunned silence, as if the very ground had trembled beneath them. What absurdity was this? A declaration of war. And not just from one, but 4 shinobi villages united. Konoha could scarcely hope to triumph over even Suna, that minor adversary, and only under favorable conditions. Should these 4 join forces, the fate of Konoha would be sealed. Nara Shikaku remained composed, fully aware that the threat of war was merely a tactic of negotiation. He glanced at the others and noted their expectant gazes fixed upon him, awaiting his inquiry. With a resigned sigh, he spoke, "Hokage-sama, what has prompted their focus on the elder?" The 3rd Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and replied, "Danzo has deceived me, conducting clandestine human experiments. He has desecrated the remains of the 1st Hokage. These transgressions were uncovered by spies within the village and have since been leaked. Now, all 4 major shinobi villages are aware. Consequently, they have sent missives of denunciation, asserting that all possess the right to exist. Danzo's actions have infringed upon the very essence of life itself. Moreover, they hold the 1st Hokage in high regard and cannot abide the existence of one who would disrespect his remains. They seek vengeance for the 1st Hokage." All eyes turned sharply towards Danzo, a myriad of expressions reflected in their gazes. Goodness, what a monumental revelation. Among those present, aside from the Shimura clan, none harbored any fondness for Danzo. However, they had not anticipated the extent of Danzo's madness. Danzo's cheek twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a rebuttal. The 3rd Hokage had already conspired in advance. The matters inscribed on the scroll were all orchestrated by Danzo behind his back. Danzo acquiesced, fearing that the 3rd Hokage might truly turn him over. Even if he managed to escape, he would be branded a rogue ninja, and his aspirations of becoming Hokage would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, he had no choice but to yield. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage assured him that he would do everything in his power to protect him. He would step back to avoid the storm for the time being and allow him to return later. As long as he could remain in Konoha, Danzo feared nothing. After all, his rude organization was not to be trifled with. Seeing Danzo's silence, The crowd involuntarily gasped in astonishment. It was indeed true. A palpable silence enveloped the room. But it was soon disrupted. Uchiha Fugaka suddenly rose to his feet, capturing everyone's attention. The onlookers silently admired the audacity of the Uchiha clan. How bold to speak in such a setting. This was hardly characteristic of their demeanor. Danzo regarded Fugaku with a cold stare, remaining seated, eager to hear the nefarious words that might escape his lips. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage and inquired, "Lord Third Hokage, is it true that Lord Danzo has conducted experiments on our own people?" The third Hokage, after a moment's contemplation, nodded solemnly, sighing deeply. "It is my failure. I did not adequately supervise Danzo, allowing him to commit such heinous acts." Danzo's cheek twitched again. "Enough, Hiruzen. If you wish to address the matter, do so without resorting to insults." Upon hearing this, Fugaka's expression grew increasingly tense. He continued, "Lord Hokage, during the Third Great Ninja War, following numerous battles, and while clearing the battlefield, I repeatedly discovered the bodies of my clan members had gone missing. At the time, I dismissed it, attributing it to the chaotic environment of war. However, having now heard of this incident, I am deeply suspicious that my clan's members were secretly taken by Lord Danzo for experimentation. The rude organization under him is known for its stealth and formidable capabilities." With that, he met Danzo's icy gaze, refusing to back down. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He had no retort for this accusation, for the scroll indeed contained such revelations. The murmurs of disbelief began to spread among the others. "Lord Third Hokage, we have also noted the issues that clan leader Fugaku raised. We too have experienced this." "Same here. The bodies of our kin must not be desecrated. The perpetrator must face severe punishment." Nearly all the clan leaders voiced their concerns. With the walls already crumbling, the collective frustration intensified. Danzo had long asserted his dominance before the various clans. After all, where did he source the manpower for his rude organization? From common ninjas? Let us not be ridiculous. What ordinary ninja could rival the prowess of the clan members? If they joined the Umbu, it could potentially benefit their families. Yet, the training methods of the rude were unmistakably Danzo's own. Those who have aligned themselves with Danzo subsequently become wholly his, both in spirit and body, severing all ties with their clans. Which clan could endure such betrayal? Yet, who could challenge him when he is backed by the third Hokage? The most pressing concern is the evidence of wrongdoing laid bare before them. They do not wish to experience the plight of the Uchiha clan. The individuals have been relinquished, and their resentment towards Danzo only grows more profound. Now that they have a nearly tangible opportunity, who would not wish to seize it? If the news could be contained, perhaps Danzo would emerge unscathed. However, the rumors have already spread far and wide. The third Hokage, though reluctant, must take a stand. Otherwise, the repercussions of Danzo's actions will inevitably tarnish his own reputation. Should Danzo be removed from his position, it remains uncertain whether he could reclaim it. At this moment, Danzo's eyes burned with fury. His resentment was palpable. The Uchiha clan had, indeed, suffered at his hands. But what of these minor clans? Why do they meddle? Who values their input? They lack any distinctive qualities. They would be better off consorting with commoners, for at least commoners do not voice dissent. The third Hokage's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Was Danzo truly that excessive? He quickly rose, forcing a smile as he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, let us remain calm. This information has been disseminated by spies and should not be taken at face value. What if it is an enemy's ploy to incite discord among us? It is merely one side of the story, and no evidence has been presented." Upon hearing this, the assembly felt as though they had been fed a fly. Was he truly fabricating such nonsense? Yes, there may be no evidence, but does this situation even require proof? Danzo has conducted human experiments, and their kin have vanished without cause. Even a blind person could see the truth. As he observed the expressions of those present, Danzo could no longer contain himself and prepared to retort. Yet, the third Hokage interjected, "Danzo, hold your tongue. Do you still wish to speak at this juncture? Whatever you say will only exacerbate the conflict." Danzo, incredulous, looked at the third Hokage in disbelief. How could he be commanded to silence? Was this a reasonable request? Uchiha Fugaku, his face etched with sorrow, declared, "My clansmen have shed blood for Konoha. They died in defense of our village. Yet, upon their deaths, their remains are not granted peace. More tragically, the very entity they protected has perpetrated these acts. Apologies for my outburst, he added, wiping away his tears. It is of no consequence. The Uchiha clan's emotions are indeed sincere. Your words resonate deeply with me, he lamented. Alas, I too have lost my composure. One by one, the clan leaders began to shed tears. The third Hokage mused, is this a performance? Since assuming the role of Hokage, I have never felt so powerless. These clan leaders have united against me. The truth is, in this matter, I hold no ground. They seem intent on opposing me, and as Hokage, I find myself at an impasse. Upon reflection, one cannot entirely blame these clan leaders. After all, Danzo's actions have indeed caused significant harm. Yesterday, he was willing to use commoners and the Uchiha for his inhumane experiments. Tomorrow, he will covet the Byakugan of Hinata, and the secret techniques of the mountains loom like a dagger suspended over their heads, ready to descend at any moment. At this juncture, they have chosen to compromise. Once that dagger truly falls, they will find themselves isolated and vulnerable at the mercy of others. May the Hokage impose severe punishment upon the perpetrator. Observing the resolute gazes of each clan leader, the third Hokage sighed within. It appeared they were quite determined. Thus it shall be. In truth, he had intended to proceed in this manner. Yet, it seemed as if the various clans were compelling him, the Hokage, to make a choice today. Danzo clenched his teeth in defiance. Very well, you are all commendable. I, Danzo, shall remember each one of you present today. When I rise again, I shall settle the score, especially with the nefarious Uchiha clan. The chill has set in. It is time for the Uchiha to face extinction. The third Hokage turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. Why are you looking at me? The third Hokage spoke. Kakashi, what is your perspective? Kakashi felt a bitter pang in his heart. After some contemplation, he replied, the announcements from those villages have overstepped their bounds. Regardless, since they are from Konoha, it is not their place to judge. Perhaps, Hokage, you should meet with them to discuss specifics. As for Danzo's matter, it is not something I can comment on alone. Fugaku cast a glance at Kakashi but remained silent. The third Hokage sighed, realizing the cleverness of Kakashi's words. Such a statement bore no weight. It was as though he had said nothing at all, yet it had inadvertently elevated Kakashi's standing. The third Hokage then looked at Danzo and stated, in light of these events, Danzo's actions have had a detrimental impact. The position of Hokage's aide is no longer suitable for him. As for other matters, I shall decide after consulting with the other Kage. He surveyed the assembly and declared, ladies and gentlemen, please trust that Konoha is your home. We shall protect every individual within this village. This time, I take responsibility for the oversight. In the name of the Hokage, I vow that such incidents shall never occur again. Upon concluding his remarks, the third Hokage bowed deeply. Everyone was taken aback, rising to their feet in unison. In their hearts, they silently cursed the old man for employing such tactics. The Hokage's status in the village is unparalleled. He humbly bowed, sacrificing his own dignity. What a masterful strategy of retreat to advance. If they were to persist in their grievances, it would be they who appeared at fault. Fugaku, however, felt no disappointment, but rather a sense of surprise. He understood that this single maneuver would not be enough to completely dismantle Danzo's influence. Merely removing Danzo from his position would not be an easy task. He intended to stoke the flames further, ensuring that the news spread throughout the village. At this moment, the shortcomings of the will of fire became evident. The will of fire is meant to protect, yet Danzo had turned against his own people. This was akin to pouring cold water into boiling oil, causing a violent eruption. Under the pressure of the villagers, the third Hokage would find it impossible to retain Danzo in his position any longer. Yet, unexpectedly, before it reached that point, the third Hokage took action. Indeed, the third Hokage harbored his own sorrows. This time, it was not merely the accountability letters from various villages. The daimyo of the Fire Country had also sent a missive demanding answers. The tone employed in the correspondence vividly illustrated the daimyo's exasperation. While the human experiments were indeed concerning, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that daimyos from other nations had learned of this incident and subsequently sent letters to the Fire Country's daimyo. Not to hold him accountable, but rather to mock him. This incident had severely tarnished the daimyo's reputation, and for a daimyo, reputation holds as much significance as the Sharingan does for the Uchiha clan. The daimyo of the Fire Country was genuinely enraged. Faced with this ultimatum, the third Hokage found himself compelled to acquiesce. Regaining his composure, the third Hokage resumed his seat and calmly declared, Very well. Let us conclude the matter regarding Danzo. Fugaku, it is now your turn to speak. Just as Fugaku settled back down, he rose once more, capturing the attention of all present. Looking towards the third Hokage, he stated, Lord Hokage, our Uchiha clan has consistently managed the police department, ensuring the safety of Konoha. We have diligently fulfilled our duties, yet the outcomes have been unsatisfactory. The police department receives an overwhelming number of complaints daily. I believe we can no longer continue in this manner. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what does clan leader Fugaku propose? A sense of foreboding crept into his mind, hinting at Fugaku's intentions, yet he found them difficult to fathom. Fugaku replied, I believe I have been lax in my oversight of my clan members. Thus, I have decided to place all personnel who have received complaints on indefinite suspension for review. This decision would necessitate the suspension of at least 90% of the workforce, leaving the police department severely undermanned. In light of the security issues plaguing Konoha, Fugaku sought assistance from the Hokage, requesting an increase in personnel. The third Hokage inhaled sharply. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have considered clearing his ears in disbelief. Had Uchiha Fugaku truly come to a realization, acknowledging his inability to maintain control over the police department? He could hardly fathom that someone would willingly relinquish power that was within their grasp. This sentiment was echoed among the other clan members, who gazed at Fugaku in astonishment, silently urging him to blink if he was under duress. Tentatively, the third Hokage queried, Clan leader Fugaku, are you indeed serious? Fugaku nodded, affirming, certainly, Lord Hokage. These words come from the depths of my heart. The third Hokage nodded appreciatively, responding, excellent. Fugaku, your concern for the village's security is commendable and serves as a lesson for me. As Hokage, I shall certainly offer my assistance. However, considering that each clan has its own staffing arrangements, it would be unwise to borrow from them. Perhaps we should assign this task to civilian ninjas instead. The Sarutobi clan is willing to contribute some personnel. Danzo quickly added, the Shimura clan will also provide support. To which, Kurenai and Mito responded, count us in as well. The other clan members expressed their disbelief, thinking, have they ever felt such absurdity in their lives? Is this truly the so-called civilian ninja? Do they believe we are blind to the fact that the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan likely outnumber those of our prominent clans? Ultimately, they decided to let it go. The effort felt futile, and they were genuinely exhausted. The third Hokage inquired, what do you think, Fugaku? Fugaku promptly responded, thank you for your tremendous support, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed commendable. Danzo's gaze towards Fugaku softened as well, transforming their enmity into a mere blood feud. On that day, a merchant convoy entered Konoha, and soon after, news began to spread throughout the village at an alarming rate. By the time the third Hokage became aware of the situation, Danzo had already become the target of public ire. That very evening, countless mothers uttered similar warnings. Hurry to bed. Otherwise, be wary of being taken by Danzo for experiments. Disobedient children will become his test subjects. Amidst this public outcry, the third Hokage announced his course of action regarding Danzo, which gradually quelled the rising tide of discontent. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage pondered Danzo's future. Would he rise again? Perhaps it was time to find a scapegoat. Orochimaru would suffice. After all, Danzo would not conduct experiments himself. Those were Orochimaru's endeavors. Surely, it would be sufficient to deceive those gullible villagers. Seeing Danzo's reputation tarnished, Lin Bei smiled. Alas, those who commit wrongful deeds shall inevitably meet their demise. True to his character, Lin Bei's every word carried profound meaning. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, Itachi, a piece of advice. If you cannot sincerely praise someone, it is better not to force it. Itachi chuckled and replied, Boss Lin, I must take my leave. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and encouraged, best of luck. Itachi added, by the way, Jiraiya-sama is returning to the village. Lin Bei responded, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have summoned him back. Very well, I've noted that. That night, Itachi left a shadow clone in the clan and silently slipped out of the village, heading towards the daimyo's residence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Old man, the situation in the village does not appear favorable, he remarked, scratching his head. He had heard countless rumors regarding Danzo during his journey. The third Hokage replied, I wonder who leaked the information. Leaning forward, Jiraiya pressed, Old man, tell me honestly, were you aware of these matters? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya incredulously. You suspect me? That look caused Jiraiya to falter, his carefully maintained serious demeanor collapsing. Old man, that is not what I meant. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I know that I have a close relationship with Danzo. It is only natural that I should be informed. However, I truly had no knowledge. I trust Danzo, yet he is exceptionally skilled at concealing his actions. Jiraiya, do you believe your teacher could be a monster who would harm infants? With no other recourse, Jiraiya chose to trust his mentor. He inquired, So, old man, you summoned me back because of Danzo's situation? I cannot be of help in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No? The reason I called you back is due to the sudden emergence of a tavern. Jiraiya was left utterly bewildered. A tavern? Is it merely for a tavern? Are you serious, old man? Ignoring Jiraiya's peculiar gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly replied, That street measures 200 meters in length, with each shop spanning 5 meters, amounting to a total of 40 shops. Now, that street remains 200 meters long, with each shop still 5 meters, yet there is a total of 41 shops. Upon hearing this, the levity on Jiraiya's face vanished. He inquired, So the additional shop is the tavern you mentioned, old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya grew solemn. If that were indeed the case, the proprietor of this tavern was most likely exceedingly proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Old man, can you ascertain whether this person is an ally or an adversary? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and said, That is precisely why I summoned you back. I wish for you to visit this tavern. Members of the Uchiha clan have frequented it multiple times, so it is likely devoid of danger. Jiraiya paused momentarily and responded, Very well, I shall go at once. He had confidence in his abilities. Even if the other party harbored ill intentions, he was quite certain he could subdue them. Exercise caution, the third Hokage advised. Following the third's directions, Jiraiya approached the vicinity. He stood aloft and surveyed the area. Indeed, as the third had stated, the street was symmetrically 200 meters long, with 40 shops on one side and 41 on the other. There truly appeared to be no discrepancies. Jiraiya heightened his vigilance. Inside the tavern, Lin Bei was engrossed in a game, connected to a network from another world. At that moment, the door chimed. A tall, white-haired man cautiously entered. Lin Bei set aside his keyboard and mouse, lifting his gaze. Jiraiya regarded Lin Bei, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Had he arrived at the wrong location? Lin Bei appeared to be an ordinary person, seemingly unremarkable and lacking any physical prowess. Or perhaps the true owner had departed, leaving this place merely as a conduit for messages? One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, no less, Lin Bei remarked. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and asked, You know me? Lin Bei replied, The King of Peeping. Who doesn't he know of you? This title struck a nerve with Jiraiya. Peeping? I was merely gathering materials, thank you very much. Gathering materials? You ignorant child. Lin Bei smirked, saying, Peeping is peeping. Why must you try to justify it? If Tsunade were to be the subject of such scrutiny, would you still consider it art? Jiraiya was rendered speechless. He instinctively envisioned a scenario where Tsunade was being spied upon. No way, this is infuriating. I could just about slay that beast. He exclaimed. Tsunade? How could she possibly be spied upon? Jiraiya asserted, his neck straining. Lin Bei shrugged and said, As long as you're content. So what brings you here? Are you here to drink, or is there a mission at hand? Returning to the matter at hand, Jiraiya grew earnest. He had also discerned that this seemingly ordinary youth was anything but. He inquired, What of drinking, and what of a mission? Lin Bei replied, I welcome drinking, but if it's a mission, you might as well take your leave. Never attempt to provoke my ire. When I become enraged, even I fear myself. Jiraiya squinted and remarked, Is this esteemed proprietor truly so arrogant? Lin Bei replied, You may refer to me as Boss Lin. As for my arrogance, you may test it for yourself. I harbor no ill will towards you. However, in this realm of ninjas, all are but refuse before me. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. Taken aback by such audacity, he pondered whether this individual possessed genuine prowess or was merely blinded by hubris. Given the peculiar nature of this tavern, Jiraiya leaned towards the former. He scoffed, Boss Lin, do you fancy yourself a deity? Lin Bei contemplated for a moment, then earnestly nodded, asserting, To you, I could indeed be a god. Jiraiya stared in disbelief, astonished by Lin Bei's audacious declaration. He shook his head and said, Enough of this frivolity. Accompany me to meet the Hokage. Once we ascertain you pose no threat, we shall not harm you. Lin Bei chuckled softly. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, questioning, What is it that amuses you? Lin Bei replied, What do you think is amusing? His smile swiftly vanished as he continued. It is only the weak who seek an audience with the strong. What significance does the Hokage hold that I should deign to meet him, if he desires my presence? Let him come to me. Jiraiya's expression darkened with fury. He retorted, a reminder. The individual you insult is not only the Hokage, but also my mentor. Lin Bei questioned. And what of it? Jiraiya declared, it means I am quite irate. Since you refuse to go, I shall seize you and bring you before the Hokage. Lin Bei laughed again. You wish to make a move? Are you certain? Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Oh, has the self-proclaimed deity grown timid? Lin Bei sighed. Jiraiya, you have succumbed to wrath, and thus I shall cast you into the realm of beasts. Jiraiya, taken aback, shouted, what have you done to me? What is happening? In an instant, he had vanished, replaced by a white Akita dog. Jiraiya stared incredulously at his paws, now transformed into canine claws. Had he truly become a dog? Surely this was not a dream. Damn it. His throat was parched, and he yearned to bark. Woof. Ack, this is infuriating. The large dog, in a fit of rage, leapt about, yet his stature was now so diminutive that even Lin Bei towered over him. A sense of apprehension washed over Jiraiya. He realized this was no mere transformation jutsu. He had genuinely morphed from a man into a dog. Such an ability was unheard of. How could anyone possess such a perilous power? Lin Bei emerged from behind the bar. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya lunged towards him. Who are you? Change me back. Do you hear? Lin Bei knelt down, affectionately rubbing the dog's head. Jiraiya resisted, but he was utterly powerless against Lin Bei's might. Jiraiya, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Who do you think you are, and why should I heed your words? Surely, you do not wish to live your life as a mere dog. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a chill run through him. To live as a dog for eternity would be preferable to death. It was at this moment he recognized the true nature of the being before him, his adoptive father. Boss Lin, I was wrong. Jiraiya admitted without hesitation, solely for the purpose of reverting back to his original self. There was no shame in it. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiraiya's resolve. He had anticipated that the other would hold out for a while longer. What exactly did you err in? Lin Bei inquired. Woof, I was wrong in every aspect. Jiraiya responded. Lin Bei frowned, questioning, what is your attitude? Jiraiya was taken aback. Lin Bei, with an expression of disdain, said, all right, if you refuse to admit your mistakes, then so be it. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. It feels as though I am coercing you, which is rather tiresome. Jiraiya fell silent, thinking to himself, isn't it you who is pressuring me? He lifted his canine face, striving to hold back his tears. I should not have come today. I truly realize my mistakes, he whined. Lin Bei patted the dog gently, sighing. You still fail to recognize your errors. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Though he bore a dog-esque visage, his expression was one of utter desolation. Lin Bei burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling the dog-esque head before rising to his feet. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Although you have offended me, I possess a kind heart. Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement. Then, Boss Lin, Lin Bei interjected, you may escape death, but you cannot evade punishment. You shall remain a dog for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was suddenly overcome with emotion, feeling as though he might cry. How wonderful, only 3 days. He had feared that this would be his fate for life. Boss Lin, I shall take my leave then. He was eager to depart, fully aware that every tavern from now on would become forbidden ground for him. Lin Bei softly uttered a devilish whisper. Wait. Jiraiya froze, mechanically turning around and lifting his head. Woof, is there something else, Boss Lin? Lin Bei smiled and asked, I simply wish to know. Were you specifically summoned back by the third Hokage? Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, replied, indeed. Lin Bei continued, is your relationship with the third Hokage not particularly good? Jiraiya exclaimed, how could that be possible? He is my teacher. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Then why did he insist on sending you? Previously, several masked individuals had visited this place. Though Lin Bei did not voice it, Jiraiya could hardly ignore the fate that befell those masked figures. After a pause, he asserted, isn't that expected? I am one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. Lin Bei shook his head and said, very well, if that brings you joy, you may leave now. Jiraiya hurriedly scurried towards the door, but suddenly stopped short. He turned back to ask, Boss Lin, what do you know about Danzo? According to the third Hokage, it was only after the emergence of this tavern that the matter concerning Danzo came to light. It is difficult not to draw certain conclusions. Lin Bei chuckled and remarked, I was the one who informed the Uchiha clan. Now that the situation has reached a critical juncture, even if the third Hokage were to learn of it, it would be beyond redemption. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why would you do such a thing? Do you not realize the magnitude of its repercussions? The reputation of Konoha is tarnished." Lin Bei looked at Jiraiya with astonishment and replied, "Come now, Jiraiya. Do not make me lose respect for you. Are you not aware of Danzo's actions? Should I have kept silent?" Jiraiya was left speechless, stammering, "But you cannot." Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, expressing impatience. "The intelligence was provided by me, and it was I who instructed the Uchiha to disseminate it. I acted as I pleased. What can you do about it? Instead of lamenting, you should take the time to understand what your esteemed mentor has done and how the son of Minato is faring." With that, Lin Bei gestured, and by the time Jiraiya regained his composure, he found himself outside the tavern. Lin Bei shook his head. Despite his moral shortcomings, he could still be considered a man. Unfortunately, he was burdened with a rather inept teacher. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regarded the dog before him, lost in contemplation. "Is that truly you, Jiraiya?" The dog replied, "Old man, it is indeed I, Woof. Heed my advice. It would be wise to refrain from acting rashly concerning that tavern, Woof." At that moment, Jiraiya, having regained his composure, was gripped by a wave of apprehension, his fur bristling. One could easily surmise the formidable strength of someone capable of transforming the legendary Sannin into a mere dog. He found himself incapable of comprehending such power. Until he could unravel this enigma, Jiraiya resolved not to provoke Lin Bei again. It was far too terrifying. The third Hokage, taken aback, remarked, "Is it not a transformation technique?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes and retorted, "If it were a transformation technique, would I maintain this form indefinitely? Though I am unaware of the underlying principle, I am indeed a dog right now, Woof." Jiraiya was nearly in tears. The third Hokage tapped his fingers on the desk, asking, did he truly claim that the intelligence was provided by him? Jiraiya nodded. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, stating, "It seems he possesses a wealth of knowledge." Jiraiya, with a tone of exasperation, added, "Not only is he well informed, but he is also exceedingly peculiar." The third Hokage solemnly declared, "Thus, he is an adversary. A formidable one at that." Jiraiya replied, "Regardless, I have shared everything I know with you. This time, I have suffered greatly. Oh, by the way, old man, how is Naruto faring?" The third Hokage replied calmly, "He is doing well, in good health, and possesses great strength, though he has a penchant for mischief." Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. "Is that so? Once I return to my original form, I shall pay him a visit." After Jiraiya departed, the third Hokage remained seated in his chair for a considerable time before leaving to visit the headquarters of Root. "Danzo, are you asleep?" Danzo opened the door with a scowl. The third Hokage chuckled, "So you haven't slept? Speak quickly." Danzo replied irritably, clearly in a foul mood. The third Hokage continued, "I have discovered who leaked your matters." Danzo's gaze turned fierce in an instant. "Who is it?" The third Hokage revealed, "The owner of that tavern." Danzo exclaimed, "Him? Are you certain?" The third Hokage affirmed. Jiraiya visited and reported that the owner confessed it himself. Danzo clenched his fists, seething with rage. "That damn scoundrel. I will kill him." The third Hokage countered, "You cannot kill him." Danzo glared at the third Hokage ominously. "Are you trying to stop me?" The third Hokage shook his head, explaining, "Jiraiya has been transformed into a dog by that man." Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" The third Hokage continued, "I suspect it is a special bloodline limit. Even Jiraiya could not resist it. We still know too little about this individual." Danzo urged anxiously, "Shall we simply ignore this? This person is far more wicked than the Uchiha. Hiruzen, you must act decisively. Otherwise, regret will surely follow. Who knows what else he knows? This man will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy of Konoha." The third Hokage shared this concern, yet the matter of the transformation technique proved to be insurmountable. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating, perhaps we need not act ourselves. Recently, Danzo had been in a foul mood, restless and yearning to return to his clan. However, on his way, he attracted the disdainful and malicious gazes of passers-by. Inquiring with members of Root, he learned the reason behind their scorn. The anger within him threatened to erupt. It was profoundly unjust. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of most of these matters. Yet Danzo bore the brunt of the blame alone. The thought that everything stemmed from the Uchiha, and that tavern owner fueled Danzo's murderous intent. Unbeknownst to him, a greater calamity was about to befall him. In the land of fire's daimyo's residence, the tranquility of the courtyard was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Oh! This was soon followed by a chorus of frantic cries. A battalion of heavily armed soldiers swiftly poured in, accompanied by several grassroots ninjas summoned by the daimyo. After a chaotic flurry, a shadow darted out of the courtyard, vanishing in an instant. Inside, soldiers surrounded the daimyo, who sat pale and weak upon the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Within the crimson puddle lay a severed hand. "Daimyo, it's all right. The assailant has been driven away," someone reassured him. The shaken daimyo lowered his head, but no one noticed the sudden flash of red in his eyes, which quickly returned to normal. He lifted his gaze to the speaker, his face flushed with indignation. "Driven away? You merely drove him away. The assassin who attempted to take my life, and you only managed to chase him off? If he hadn't been clever enough to raise his arm and block, what he has lost now is his head. His head." The people around him instantly broke into a cold sweat. They had tried their utmost, hadn't they? The aide, with a pained expression, explained, "That individual is a ninja." The Lord bellowed in a frenzied manner, "He is a ninja. Do I not also have ninjas in my employ? Where are those worthless fools? I provide them with sustenance and luxury, and this is how they repay me? Worthless. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and capture him. Issue a bounty. Bring his head back to me." At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his mental state exceedingly unstable, resembling a malevolent spirit poised to consume anyone in its path. The onlookers stood frozen in fear. One aide stammered, But, my lord, that person is wearing a mask. If he discards it, how will we find him in this vast sea of people?" The lord abruptly raised his right hand. Upon seeing his bandaged arm, now reduced to a mere stump, terror and rage surged within him. He lifted his left hand, summoning all his strength to strike the aide's face. Though accustomed to a life of luxury, the aide wisely rolled to the ground, secretly biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "So, are you suggesting that this matter is resolved?" The lord glared at him menacingly. He then began to look around, muttering in a frenzied whisper, "Where's my blade? Where's my blade?" The aide, frightened, jumped up, sweat pouring from him. Think. Ah, yes." The aide's eyes widened as he hastily exclaimed, "My lord, I have an idea. A ninja, masked, and here in the land of fire, there is only one type of person who fits that description." The lord swung his left hand again, delivering another blow. The aide lay on the ground, feeling wronged. He had said he had an idea. Why was he being struck? The lord roared, "If you have thought of something, just say it. Why keep me in suspense?" The aide scrambled to his feet and quickly replied, "It's the umbu. The umbu. The Hokage's umbu wear masks. Moreover, they are the elite among ninjas. The ninjas we have recruited are no match for them." The lord struck again. The aide covered his face, his eyes devoid of life. The lord remarked, "I've gotten used to this. But are you certain you are not mad? The umbu are under the Hokage's command. Why would they attempt to assassinate me?" The aide felt aggrieved, but remained silent. "My lord, have you forgotten? Not long ago, you sent him a letter of reprimand. Furthermore, it is said that he has a very close relationship with Danzo. He must harbor a grudge against you." Upon hearing this conjecture, those around nodded in agreement. Truly, the aides of the lord possess some clever ideas. How reasonable. The lord paused for a moment, and then a fierce blaze of anger ignited in his eyes. Fire, shadow, leaf, Danzo. The third Hokage sat in his office, puffing on a gloomy cigarette. With Danzo gone, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. No one was left to handle the dirty work. However, soon, his discomfort intensified. Members of the umbu suddenly appeared, placing a scroll before him. The third Hokage was taken aback and inquired, "Where did this come from?" "Lord Hokage, it is from the daimyo's residence," came the reply. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Yet again, the daimyo's residence? It was rare for years to pass without any correspondence, and now, within a mere few days, 2 letters had arrived. He unrolled the scroll, and, after a brief glance, his body trembled. "Who is conspiring against me?" The letter was explicit. The daimyo had been assassinated, and the culprit was a masked ninja. Moreover, the reasons speculated by the staff were clearly outlined. It must be said, even the third Hokage found their reasoning quite plausible. However, it mattered little that Danzo's reputation was tarnished publicly. After all, his previous dealings were all conducted in secrecy, rendering it inconsequential. He must have lost his senses to act in such a manner. Wait. Losing one's senses equates to madness. Speaking of madness, Danzo's face suddenly appeared in the third Hokage's mind. This style of madness seemed to fit Danzo perfectly. And who said only the Umbu wore masks? He was also associated with Root. The crux of the matter was that Danzo was quite concerned about his reputation and power. Compared to him, Danzo had far more enmity with the daimyo. The motives, eyewitness accounts, and material evidence all seemed to align. With this in mind, the third Hokage could no longer remain seated. He rose and hurried towards Root. Danzo, let us see what you have done. Upon arrival, the third Hokage directly hurled the scroll at Danzo's face. Danzo looked utterly incredulous. For the second time. This was the second time Hiruzen had thrown a scroll at him. What had happened this time? Hadn't all his matters been resolved? Hiruzen, what madness is this? A mud figure still retained some semblance of anger. Moreover, Danzo was currently a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Noticing his fury, the surrounding Root members instinctively shielded Danzo, watching the third Hokage with caution. The third Hokage's pupils constricted. His visage, previously filled with rage, suddenly calmed, and he fixed a steady gaze upon Danzo. Danzo, explain yourself. A chill ran through Danzo's heart. He understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi was genuinely enraged. At that moment, he wished to eliminate this group of Root members. He had treated them well. Why had they conspired against him so? Danzo bellowed at those Root members. What are you doing? Do you intend to lay hands on Lord Hokage? Have you forgotten who has nurtured you? It is Lord Hokage. The Root members were taken aback and replied, Aren't we under your command, Lord Danzo? At this, Danzo's mind buzzed. He was nearly driven mad with fury. These imbeciles would not rest until they had driven him to his grave. Get out. All of you get out. Danzo shouted in exasperation. Without hesitation, the Root members vanished in an instant, leaving only Danzo and the third Hokage in the room. The third Hokage remained completely unfazed, watching Danzo as if he were an actor on stage. Danzo, with a dark expression, said, Hiruzen, you must believe me. This is all a misunderstanding. The third Hokage made no response, merely stating, whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you should examine the scroll first. Also, refer to me as Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a pang in his heart. Has he truly become so heartless? Even denying him the right to call him by name? This group of incompetent fools has truly caused him great distress. Danzo, stiffly picking up the scroll, unfurled it with determination. He was eager to discover what had transpired. After only a few glances, Danzo was left dumbfounded. The feudal lord had been assassinated? Uncertain of his fate, Danzo continued to read, feeling a sense of disdain rising within him. What sort of amateur assassin could not even manage to kill a mere feudal lord? He felt a wave of embarrassment for the assassin. However, Danzo's expression darkened when he read that the feudal lord had identified the suspect as the leader of Konoha Zanbu, claiming it was for Danzo's sake. He ordered Konoha to surrender both the murderer and Danzo. Danzo was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Lord Hokage, this must be a misunderstanding. If a member of the Umbu had acted, given the feudal lord's defenses, he would have never survived. The third Hokage maintained his composure, stating, Of course. I am aware that the Umbu did not carry out the act. Danzo questioned, Then why? Suddenly halting mid-sentence. He sensed the peculiar intensity of the third Hokage's gaze upon him. A realization struck Danzo. With disbelief, he confronted the third Hokage, Lord Hokage. You cannot possibly believe I am responsible for this. The third Hokage replied calmly, You certainly had the motive. Before arriving here, I merely harbored suspicions. But now, I am inclined to believe that this incident was orchestrated by your Roots. Contemplating the actions Danzo had taken behind his back and the attitude of the Roots towards him, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Danzo struggled to maintain his composure, nearly dropping the scroll. This was absurd. He hastily asserted, Lord Hokage, please remain calm. I had no reason to act in such a manner. Moreover, if this were indeed the work of the Roots, do you truly believe the feudal lord would still be alive? He is far too easy to kill. The third Hokage's eyelid twitched. The implications of Danzo's words suggested he had contemplated the assassination of the feudal lord long before. Remarkably, even the mad Uchiha Madara had not considered such an act. The third Hokage remarked, Perhaps it was merely a test. It could very well be that the feudal lord was spared intentionally to clear your name, sending a message that his life is in your hands. Danzo was at a loss for words, realizing how difficult it was to clarify the situation. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, Lord Hokage, I swear, I never issued such an order. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and replied, It may not have been a command from you, Lord Danzo. However, your subordinates are known for their strong initiative. Perhaps even a mere glance from you could convey what they ought to do. The roots do not require your explicit orders. Danzo's expression darkened, feeling as though he had underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's cunning. This was utterly ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Danzo implored, Lord Hokage, please trust me. I am innocent. The third Hokage scrutinized Danzo closely, and after a long pause, sighed. The crux of the matter is not about whether I believe you. The real issue is that the feudal lord has already made his judgment on this affair. Unless you can apprehend the murderer. Danzo abruptly raised his head and stated, let the Inuzuka clan handle it. They will undoubtedly capture the culprit and restore justice for me. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and replied, then let them have a try. So be it. However, he remained somewhat skeptical of Danzo. He was inherently a suspicious individual, especially considering Danzo's past. Nevertheless, he secretly hoped that Danzo was not the perpetrator. Yet, if the daimyo remained adamant in pursuing Danzo, there would be little he could do. Anyone could undertake dirty work. At worst, they could simply elevate another. Danzo had already become disobedient. Once the third Hokage departed, Danzo smashed the scroll into pieces. Lord Danzo, there are Umbu outside. It seems we are under lockdown, reported a root member. Danzo's expression stiffened. It appeared that Hiruzen had not fully placed his trust in him. He could only pray that the Inuzuka clan would lend their strength. However, before the Inuzuka clan could arrive at the daimyo's residence, news of the assassination and the involvement of the Konoha Umbu had already spread throughout the Land of Fire and even begun to reach other nations. The outcry against Konoha was not limited to 4 of the 5 great nations. Even smaller countries were joining the fray. The third Hokage buried his face in his hands in despair. It was over. Even if they found the murderer, there would be no way to refute the claims that he was a ninja from Konoha. Moreover, even if the truth were revealed, if others refused to believe it, then it would not be the truth. The daimyo seemed resolute in targeting Konoha. Furthermore, he had sent another letter urging Konoha to promptly deliver Danzo and the murderer to him. Otherwise, he would sever Konoha's financial support and reassign tasks that rightfully belonged to Konoha to other ninja villages. This struck directly at the third Hokage's vulnerability. Without funding, what good was he as Hokage? Alas, there was no choice left for Danzo. You must make do. Send for Jiraiya to see me. Yes. After a while, Jiraiya sauntered in. Hokage-sama, you called for me? Jiraiya kept his gaze lowered, avoiding the third Hokage's eyes. The third Hokage sighed and said, Jiraiya, I am left with no other option. If his identity is revealed, he will be in danger. I am doing this for his own good. Jiraiya lifted his head, looking calmly at the third Hokage, and replied, so, has his identity been safeguarded? The third Hokage opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Jiraiya continued, is the son of the fourth Hokage more despised than the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Is watching Naruto scavenge for expired food truly for his protection? Is witnessing Naruto being bullied by everyone also for his benefit? The more he spoke, the angrier Jiraiya became. He shouted softly, is seizing all the inheritance left by the fourth Hokage for the village truly for his well-being? Hokage-sama, tell me, is this your way of treating him well? He is the son of a hero. His father sacrificed his life for Konoha. The emotions within Jiraiya erupted like a geyser. He could never forget the day he reunited with Naruto and the expression on Naruto's face. Merely contemplating it, one could sense the weight upon his nose. Yet, the third Hokage, astonishingly, continued to assert that Naruto was thriving. If this is what it means to treat someone well, Jiraiya could scarcely fathom the dreadful spectacle the third might conjure for a single individual. Upon hearing this, the third slammed his palm upon the table, rising to his feet, and cast a fierce glare at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, are you questioning me? This single utterance effectively subdued Jiraiya's defiance. The third remarked, do you think I wish to confiscate the fourth's assets? It was a desperate measure. You are absent from the village. How can you comprehend the dire straits we face? The crippling financial shortages? The funds from the daimyo are utterly insufficient. At that time, Konoha's finances were riddled with holes. Am I unaware of how despicable such actions are? Yet I proceeded. For the sake of Konoha, I pressed on without hesitation. The third's genuine emotions spilled forth, fully engaged in the moment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he continued. I recognize the injustice towards that child. But if it means enduring the scorn, I shall bear it for Naruto. All for the village. I had hoped that you, my most exceptional student, would comprehend my plight. Yet, To my dismay, what awaited me was your interrogation. The third clutched his chest, each word resonating with a poignant sorrow. He regarded Jiraiya, his face a portrait of heartbreak and disappointment. This was an elder, misunderstood and burdened by the scorn of others for the village's sake. Such a revelation transformed the dynamics of their exchange. Indeed, Jiraiya, who typically softened in the presence of familiar faces, found himself momentarily speechless before the third. Is that truly the case? My apologies, old man. I was too vehement in my tone. Observing this, the third felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it was Jiraiya. Had it been Tsunade, he would not have been so easily swayed. With a sigh, the third said, "It is of little concern. I understand that many do not grasp my intentions. But such matters are trivial. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. As long as the village flourishes, I am willing to endure whatever it takes." Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt surge within him. He inquired, "Old man, you summoned me for a reason, did you not?" The third responded immediately, "It pertains to Danzo." Jiraiya furrowed his brow, harboring a long-standing distaste for that shadowy figure. What of Danzo? Is he not already under house arrest? The third sighed heavily, saying, "Danzo refuses to fade into obscurity. Previously, the daimyo was assassinated." Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man, surely not. Was it Danzo's doing?" The third gravely nodded, stating, "The daimyo has confirmed the perpetrator. Danzo's roots are responsible. It was in response to the daimyo's letter demanding Danzo's removal from his position that he harbored resentment. Alas, I had hoped that with his departure from power, he would engage in self-reflection. I never anticipated he would surreptitiously orchestrate such a grave affair. Now, the daimyo is furious, even threatening to cease funding for Konoha." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, was consumed by his own fury. He wished he could sever Danzo's head right then and there. It would have been one thing if he had merely done nothing good, but now he had even dragged the village into this predicament. Such crimes were utterly unforgivable. Jiraiya remarked, "So, old man, you summoned me for?" The third Hokage replied, "To capture Danzo. We must deliver him to the daimyo in hopes of mercy. However, dealing with the roots of Danzo is quite troublesome. I cannot assure success alone." Sighing, he continued, "Speaking of Danzo, I must admit my own fault. Years ago, it was Danzo who secretly leaked the information about Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. By the time I realized it, the entire village was already aware. Alas, I have wronged that child and the fourth Hokage." The third Hokage's face was etched with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a surge of anger ignite within him. It turned out that all of this was Danzo's doing, and Naruto's plight was a consequence of his machinations. He had unjustly blamed his mentor. Jiraiya abruptly stood up and declared, "What are we waiting for, old man? Let us hasten." In the Infinite Tavern, Lin Bei's hand gripping the mouse suddenly paused. "Oh, Itachi's plan seems to be quite successful. Is the third Hokage leading a team to apprehend Danzo? And with Jiraiya in tow, it appears Danzo has no chance of redemption now. What a pity." Lin Bei's face was filled with schadenfreude. As Itachi's fate shifted more dramatically, Lin Bei, or rather the Infinite Tavern, was gaining increasing authority within the Naruto universe. For instance, previously allowing Jiraiya to transform into a three-headed dog without revoking his tavern privileges. Everything in Konoha lay beneath his watchful gaze. Time was drawing near. He eagerly anticipated what world would unfold next. Could it be possible to initiate interdimensional tourism? Money should not be collected frivolously, but goods could be exchanged. After all, the more the world is altered, the greater the benefits for oneself. Lin Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The third Hokage and Jiraiya, accompanied by a squad of Umbu, made their way with great momentum to Danzo's roots. The Hokage was finally taking action against that scourge. Splendid. Although mere dismissal and confinement felt insufficient as punishment, such a beast deserved to be tortured mercilessly. Truly, the Hokage was commendable. Amidst the cheers surrounding him, the third Hokage felt a tumultuous conflict within. "Danzo, you have borne much. I have no choice. I cannot relinquish my position as Hokage. It is for the sake of the village, you must understand." The Uchiha clan also caught wind of the news. One by one, the clan members laughed like fools, abandoning their previous aloof demeanor. If one were to ask whom the Uchiha despised the most, it would not be the second or third Hokage, but Danzo. The third merely marginalized them, while the second sought their annihilation. Yet, due to his cunning, the Uchiha had reason to be grateful. Only Danzo openly expressed his malice towards the Uchiha, which naturally incited their deep-seated hatred. Even the Uchiha cats longed to claw Danzo's face. Uchiha Itachi and his father Fugaku sat across from each other, sipping tea. "Father, we have succeeded." "Not we. It is Lin, the owner, who has triumphed. All of this is his doing. If it were not for Boss Lin, the Uchiha clan would be unable to escape their fated demise." My father spoke wisely. "Itachi, Boss Lin merely exchanged a few words with us. Yet he has managed to turn the formidable Danzo, who once held absolute power in Konoha, into a pariah loathed by all. Conversely, our Uchiha reputation in the village has been steadily improving. Such a figure possesses the ability to manipulate circumstances to his advantage. We must never offend him. Should he require anything from us, we must fulfill his wishes unconditionally." "Understood, father." This is precisely what Itachi intended to convey. At that moment, the third Hokage had arrived at the root base. Danzo, already aware of the situation, did not attempt to flee. He had summoned all of his root subordinates back. Furthermore, he harbored no belief that the third Hokage would truly take action against him. He assumed it was merely a consequence of the displeasure the third felt over Danzo's previous clandestine activities. Thus, he believed the third was merely here to intimidate him. However, his mood was already quite dismal. Unexpectedly, upon the third Hokage's arrival, he gestured, and the Umbu surrounded Danzo and his associates in an instant. The third Hokage proclaimed, "Danzo, you ordered the assassination of the daimyo. The evidence is irrefutable. Will you continue to resist?" Danzo was rendered speechless by the accusation. "Wait, are you serious?" Jiraiya stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself beside the third Hokage. He scrutinized the members of Root, noting their unsavory demeanor. It appeared that this so-called Root of Konoha consisted entirely of Danzo's own followers. There was not a trace of respect evident from this group towards the third Hokage. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Danzo's expression darkened further. "Sarutobi, are you truly serious?" Danzo gazed at the third Hokage, feeling a profound unfamiliarity despite their long acquaintance. It was a look he had never before witnessed. The third Hokage's voice rose with authority. "Danzo, your misdeeds have been unveiled. I was deceived by you for far too long. Surrender immediately. Otherwise," the third's tone turned ominous as he pulled down the corners of his mouth. Danzo's heart sank. He had never anticipated that the third Hokage would abandon him. With a sudden surge of emotion, he raised his head and nearly shouted, "Hiruzen, have you forgotten? All those actions were taken at your behest. I did it to eliminate your obstacles. Have you truly forgotten? Kato was killed for you. And so was Shoju." This was the first time Danzo had lost his composure, and only the third Hokage could incite such a reaction from him. Jiraiya's expression shifted. Glancing incredulously at the third Hokage, the third's countenance darkened sharply as he barked, "Silence. Danzo, your refusal to repent is one matter, but to cast aspersions upon me is unacceptable. Since you insist on walking this dark path, do not blame me for being merciless." Umbu seized Danzo. The Umbu surged forward, but the Root members shielded Danzo in a protective barrier. "Lord Danzo, you must escape. We will hold them off." Danzo's face was a mask of despair. He realized he may have misspoken, yet he felt no regret. For regardless of the outcome, his dream of becoming Hokage had already come to an end. To resist now would be tantamount to treason. Without resistance, he would be sent to the land of fire. At that point, whether he could escape or not was irrelevant. He would be branded a traitor. This lifetime would be devoid of ties to the Hokage. The malevolent tavern owner and the wicked Uchiha were to blame. "Wait, Hizashi, hold on a moment. I will surrender willingly, but first, allow me to speak." Danzo shouted. He understood that confronting them head-on would yield no success. His Root organization was numerous, and the Umbu were formidable as well. Moreover, in a one-on-one encounter, he held no confidence against the third Hokage or Jiraiya, especially now that they were united. The third Hokage snorted coldly and replied, "Danzo, at this juncture, your words are futile." As he stepped forward, Jiraiya suddenly grasped the third Hokage's arm. "Old man, why not hear what he has to say? A moment's delay will not cost us much." The third Hokage's heart tightened, silently cursing Danzo for complicating matters. Yet, he had no choice. Jiraiya's strength was unfathomable. Should he insist on obstructing, today's affairs would remain unresolved. Very well, let us hear what Danzo wishes to convey. However, I suspect it will merely be an attempt to shift blame. The Umbu and the elite paused their combat, glaring at one another. Danzo took a breath and said, "The daimyo demands me, Danzo, but he also seeks that murderer." Have you found the culprit? The third Hokage shook his head, stating, even the Inuzuka clan could not uncover the killer. Consequently, the daimyo's conviction that the perpetrator is among the Leaf Village has only strengthened. Danzo sneered, what do you intend to do then? The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before responding. The daimyo would not recognize the murderer. Your rude organization happens to wear masks. When the time comes, we can craft a new mask based on the daimyo's description. This matter does not concern you. Danzo, you are already apprehended. Danzo retorted, no, it certainly does concern me. I possess a far more suitable candidate for the murderer. The third Hokage paused, asking, do you mean? Danzo coldly enunciated 3 words, Uchiha. Since he had reached this point, why not drag the Uchiha clan down as well? Surely the third Hokage would be inclined to agree. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, saying, Danzo, you have gone too far. On what grounds do you implicate the innocent? Old man, you wouldn't agree to this, would you? He had always disagreed with the third Hokage's stance on the Uchiha. Now, Danzo's actions were undoubtedly an attempt to pin the blame on innocent villagers. This was all part of Danzo's sinister plot. It should be firmly rejected. However, he did not anticipate that the third Hokage was genuinely considering it. Had he known Danzo would suggest this, he would not have attempted to stop the third Hokage. The third Hokage hesitated, saying, Jiraiya, you should also be aware that the Uchiha clan harbors ulterior motives. Perhaps this incident was indeed orchestrated by the Uchiha. You have mentioned that the current turmoil is incited by the Uchiha under the guidance of that tavern owner. Jiraiya shook his head, asserting, but that is merely your conjecture. Old man, one must not act against the innocent villagers. This is my unwavering principle. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he declared, but this is the order from the daimyo. Jiraiya, can you truly bear to witness the ninjas and villagers of Konoha suffer from hunger? It is but one person. Let the Uchiha endure the hardship. I will bear the blame. Observing the burgeoning discord between Jiraiya and the third Hokage, Danzo coldly interjected, Hisashi, since you are so conflicted, allow me to assist you as before. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed out of the encirclement. Whether intentional or accidental, he brushed past the third Hokage. Danzo! Jiraiya shouted vehemently, preparing to act. The third Hokage hesitated momentarily, stepping in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya gazed at the third Hokage in disbelief. Old man, are you serious? The third Hokage replied gravely, you have been absent from the village and are unaware of the peril posed by the Uchiha. Moreover, we now face an unknown tavern. There is no doubt that this establishment is an enemy of Konoha. Why is it that no one else is entangled with this tavern? Yet the Uchiha has entered and established contact with its proprietor? This is exceedingly dangerous. For the sake of the village, I must extinguish this threat in its infancy. Eliminating the Uchiha would sever one of its limbs. Jiraiya, I do not care whether you comprehend my actions. I recognize that all I do is for the sake of Konoha. I do not seek your assistance. I only ask that you do not complicate matters. The third Hokage regarded Jiraiya with earnestness, his gaze sincere. Jiraiya found himself momentarily bewildered, ensnared in self-doubt. Could it be that he was indeed in the wrong? The third Hokage sighed heavily, forcing himself to regain composure, and commanded, Umbu, follow me. He then charged ahead in pursuit of Danzo, with the Umbu hastily following suit. The root members exchanged glances before also proceeding to follow. Left behind was a bewildered Jiraiya. Am I the only one who cannot fathom this? I too find it incomprehensible. Lin Bei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He had not anticipated such a scenario would unfold today. After all, he could easily play tricks before these locals. Yet, he was not a deity and could not foresee every eventuality. Naturally, it was not due to a lack of intelligence on his part. Rather, it was the author's limited intellect that constrained him. Lin Bei could not help but admire the eloquence of the third Hokage. He could turn white into black with his words. Yet, only a naive fool like Jiraiya would genuinely ponder the veracity of the third Hokage's assertions. It was truly remarkable. What was initially intended as a mission to encircle Danzo had now transformed into Danzo leading the charge against the Uchiha. Most importantly, though the process fell awry, the outcome was indeed correct. The true culprits were indeed the Uchiha. Lin Bei found the situation rather amusing. Has Jiraiya followed? Whose aid is he rendering? Or is he merely a bystander, observing the spectacle? Lin Bei watched with great interest. Just then, the sound of a bell echoed at the entrance, and Lin Bei's spirits lifted. He decisively abandoned the play, his attention entirely fixated on the door. for that chime heralded the imminent arrival of a second guest. The scale above the door began to rotate. Soon, it came to a halt, and the door swung open. Simultaneously, the tavern's height surged to nearly 10 meters, transforming it into something reminiscent of a grand cathedral. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, sensing that the stature of the newcomer was rather extraordinary. Who could it be? Just as he pondered, a figure stepped inside. It was a small giant, towering nearly 7 meters tall. The tavern's entrance, of ordinary height, somehow accommodated this remarkable individual. Lin Bei looked up, recognizing the iconic beard, and instantly identified the visitor, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard from the pirate world. Initially taken aback, Lin Bei soon felt a surge of joy. The realm of pirates, though not particularly formidable in power, was undeniably peculiar. The crucial aspect was that with his current strength, he could navigate this world with ease, provided, of course, that his power had not escalated disproportionately. Where am I? Is this place where you brought me? Who are you? Whitebeard curiously surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Bei. He had been sitting on the deck when a door suddenly materialized before him. He was unaware of the door's origin, yet an inner voice compelled him to open it. Thus, he found himself here. Such bizarre occurrences were a first even for Whitebeard. Is this the work of an unknown devil fruit? Welcome to the Tavern of All Realms, Whitebeard. You may call me Boss Lin. As for who I am, you may regard me as a deity. Lin Bei regarded Whitebeard with an enigmatic smile. At this, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Little one, that jest is hardly amusing. Enough of this trickery. Though your antics have ruffled my feathers, I must admit your abilities are rather impressive. So, would you like to be my son? Lin Bei replied, truly, you are Whitebeard. He continued, have you ever heard the saying that calamity arises from one's words? Or have you been so beguiled by the title of the world's strongest that you have lost your sense of reverence? He stared at Whitebeard with an impassive expression. Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, poised to speak, when a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him. He could not utter a word, for doing so might invite calamity. This sensation left him both intrigued and alarmed. Even in his youth, facing his captain, Rocks, he had never experienced such a disquieting feeling. A thought struck him. This youth before him seemed to possess the effortless capacity to end his life. But how could that be possible? It was utterly absurd. Whitebeard's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Boss Lin, is it? What exactly is your origin? Lin Bei did not respond to his inquiry, but exaggeratedly rubbed his neck. Oh, my neck is quite sore. I am still unaccustomed to looking up. So, do lower your stature for me, would you? Lin Bei raised his hand and observed as the tavern gradually diminished in height, with Whitebeard following suit. In a short while, the tavern returned to its original stature. While Whitebeard stood at a mere height of less than 1.7 meters, Lin Bei looked down at Whitebeard, nodding in satisfaction. This was precisely as it should be. Whitebeard gazed in astonishment at his transformation, utterly bewildered by this incomprehensible power. Suddenly, he looked up at Lin Bei, his expression more serious than ever. Who exactly are you? Boss Lin. In his overwhelming excitement, his conqueror's haki instinctively manifested. Such a ferocious aura could only be withstood by a select few of equal stature to Whitebeard himself. Lin Bei let out a cold snort. Exhibiting conqueror's haki so recklessly, what an impolite guest you are. With a swift retort, the tumultuous wave of conqueror's haki retreated like the ebbing tide. Whitebeard grunted, taking a step back, feeling somewhat dazed. Had he just been pushed back by his own power? This was the first time he had witnessed conqueror's haki being reversed. Truly a supernatural occurrence. As for who I am, did I not already introduce myself? Lin Bei remarked. You may consider me a god. At this, Whitebeard seemed momentarily disoriented. He had initially brushed it off, but the power Lin Bei displayed now filled him with unprecedented trepidation. Moreover, the ease with which Lin Bei wielded such might was utterly unfathomable. Could he truly be a deity? Otherwise, how could the illustrious Whitebeard find himself in the clutches of another, akin to a toddler stumbling about, easily molded and reshaped? No, he had to test this further, otherwise, he would not rest easy. Resolute, Whitebeard began to gather terrifying shockwaves within his fists. Lin Bei clicked his tongue and said, You are indeed restless. This is the second time. Should you attempt this once more, you shall perish. As soon as the words left his lips, the white light enveloping Whitebeard's hands vanished completely. No matter how hard Whitebeard tried to summon it, it would not reappear, as if he had never consumed a devil fruit at all. Now, Whitebeard was genuinely alarmed. With just a single utterance, the other had stripped him of his power. This feeling of helplessness, could he still engage in conversation? Lin Bei gestured towards the bar. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard walked over and sat down. He sighed, to render the likes of me powerless to resist. Your strength is indeed worthy of the title of God. Seeing Whitebeard quickly regain his composure, Lin Bei smiled and asked, Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Alas, my life is already held in your grasp. Do you think my fear would prevent you from taking it? Whitebeard replied. However, no one wishes for death if it can be avoided. Boss Lin, I apologize for my previous transgressions. Whitebeard was a proud man, yet the more prideful one is, the less likely they are to stubbornly refuse to admit fault. Acknowledging one's mistakes before someone stronger is not disgraceful. However, this was not sufficient to compel Whitebeard to submit so quickly. Presently, Whitebeard possessed a compelling reason to survive. Lin Bei let out a scoff and remarked, Considering your discernment, I shall grant you forgiveness. Whitebeard chuckled nonchalantly and inquired, Boss Lin, does such a being as a deity truly exist in this world? Lin Bei replied, Not within this world, but beyond its confines. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's narrow eyes widened slightly. Boss Lin, do you imply? Lin Bei nodded, stating, You are not mistaken, I am not of your world. I exist beyond it. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and asked, Do you mean beyond this planet? Lin Bei clarified, No, the entirety of the universe constitutes a single realm. You need not comprehend this. You only need to know that I am powerful and possess extensive knowledge. Whitebeard nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, realizing that Lin Bei was indeed far mightier than he had previously imagined. Then, Boss Lin, I have long wished to inquire, why have you brought me to this place? When may I depart? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and replied, You seem rather eager. Whitebeard did not conceal his urgency. Of course, I am anxious. I must save my son. Lin Bei responded, Ah, to save your son, is it Ace? It appeared that he had already been captured. This news had spread throughout the seas, and Whitebeard was not surprised that Lin Bei was aware of it. However, he soon recognized something amiss. He remarked, Already? Boss Lin, it sounds as if you were aware long before that Ace would be apprehended by the Navy. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Could this self-proclaimed deity have any connection with the Navy? Yet, as this thought arose, Whitebeard swiftly dismissed it. If that were the case, their pirate crew would stand no chance, appearing as feeble as children before such power, and the same would hold true for the other three. Lin Bei chuckled softly, Indeed. I knew quite early on. And this, in fact, is precisely the reason you find yourself here. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's spirits lifted. Was the moment finally at hand to address this matter? Yet, from the sound of it, it pertained to Ace? Whitebeard asked, Boss Lin, do you know Ace? Did you summon me here to assist? A sudden surge of excitement coursed through Whitebeard. His heart had been heavy with anxiety, for the reason was simple. He lacked certainty. Had he been younger, he would have been untroubled. Moreover, had he been in his prime, the Navy would not have dared to act in such a manner. Yet, the reality was that he was aged and plagued by illness. He could muster only 70% of his strength, and that was a blessing. However, the destination they were to embark upon next was, aside from myriad, the most heavily fortified location, the Navy headquarters. There, elite forces converged. Even though they were reputed as the mightiest pirate crew, and even if their intention was merely to rescue someone rather than assault the Navy headquarters, their chances of success were barely 50%. He understood that the Navy sought his demise. He had no intention of surviving this encounter. Yet, before his end, he needed to ensure the safety of his sons. The challenge was akin to traversing through hell, but it was a necessity. Some might argue that risking the entire Whitebeard crew for a single son was an act of folly. However, the Navy's intentions were transparent. To save Ace could spell doom for the crew, while inaction would certainly lead to their obliteration. Yet, Whitebeard suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope for success. With Lin Bei's formidable strength, it seemed he alone could stand against the entirety of the Navy headquarters. In the face of Whitebeard's fervor, Lin Bei raised a finger and gently shook it, saying, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My intention in bringing you here is not solely for Ace, but rather for you. Whitebeard looked at Lin Bei, puzzled. For me? Why? He was certain he had never encountered Lin Bei before, and with Lin Bei's strength, he had no reason to concern himself with him. Lin Bei did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he abruptly shifted the conversation. Whitebeard, do you believe in the existence of a deity? Although perplexed by this sudden inquiry, Whitebeard replied, "Of course I believe. The evidence is before us. What reason do I have to doubt? Only a god could accomplish such feats." Lin Bei gazed into Whitebeard's eyes and declared, "A god is omnipotent. And among the most quintessential of abilities is creation. Indeed, your world was fashioned by a deity." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was profoundly shaken. Wait a moment. Are you implying that we are your creations? Surely, this must be a jest. It is difficult to fathom. Lin Bei shook his head, responding, "Not I alone. A deity is not confined to a single entity. If you are skeptical, allow me to show you." A red light flickered in his eyes, and for a brief moment, Whitebeard was engulfed in confusion. When he opened his eyes again, his face was awash with astonishment and horror, for he had just witnessed the birth of a world up close. The sheer magnitude was beyond description. Looking at Lin Bei, Whitebeard's gaze now bore a hint of reverence and caution. He had underestimated Lin Bei's terrifying nature. Whitebeard was now fully convinced. He murmured, "Lin Bei, but what does this have to do with me?" He felt acutely aware of his own insignificance, yet confusion lingered. Lin Bei smiled and said, "Do not be hasty. I am about to elaborate. The world was created by a deity, and thus its inhabitants were also brought into existence by divine hands. These beings, which include you, have their destinies preordained by the deity. In other words, your births were destined, and your lives unfold according to a predetermined script. This is why I was aware in advance that Ace would be captured by the Navy. It is simply his fate." At that moment, Lin Bei appeared to Whitebeard as a figure of profound mystery and grandeur. Was destiny truly predetermined? Was it genuine? Even the Whitebeard felt a tempest of emotions within. Could the divine truly achieve such feats? Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Will Ace ultimately survive?" Lin Bei shrugged his shoulders and replied, "He perished, defeated by a Kainu." At this revelation, a surge of murderous intent arose within Whitebeard. A Kainu? Had they ultimately succumbed to failure? Lin Bei continued, "You too shall meet your end there, and your abilities will be usurped by Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates will suffer grave losses, and ultimately, only a handful of you will remain. This," he asserted, "was your fate. Devoid of my intervention. Blackbeard teach." Upon hearing this name, Whitebeard's fury eclipsed even his previous anger upon learning of Ace's demise. The natural enmity between pirates and the Navy was understood by Whitebeard, yet betrayal was an affront that could never be tolerated, regardless of its origin. He felt an overwhelming urge to shatter something. How had he been so blind as to overlook such a treacherous beast? After a prolonged moment, Whitebeard managed to regain his composure, only to realize another point made by Lin Bei. "Usurp my abilities? Mr. Lin, is that the implication of your words?" Lin Bei smiled and affirmed, "Indeed. Blackbeard has stolen your devil fruit powers, rendering him an unprecedented dual wielder, capable of negating others' abilities with the Yami Yami no Mi, and wielding the devastating powers of the Gura Gura no Mi. In truth, Blackbeard's intent all along was to acquire these two fruits, and he has concealed his ambitions flawlessly for decades. Thus, in some regard, your defeat is not without justification." The fury within Whitebeard ignited further. He had presumed it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated plan. This dire predicament was entirely due to his past misjudgment of character. A conflagration of rage simmered within him. "Fate," he declared, "now that I am aware of it, I shall alter it." Lin Bei shook his head, stating, "Even if you possess certain knowledge, events are destined to revert to their original course. Without external intervention, you will be powerless to effect change." Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. This statement sparked a revelation within him. External intervention? What could that entail? The being before him, who claimed to be a deity from beyond the world, was precisely the so-called external force, was he not? Contemplating Ace's fate and envisioning the struggle of his sons to survive after his passing, he inhaled deeply and gazed at Lin Bei, asking, "Mr. Lin, what price must I pay for your aid in altering my destiny?" Lin Bei chuckled, replying, "The price, as I have previously articulated, is that your world is a creation of the divine. What do you believe you could offer me in return? Even if you were to gift me your entire world, it would merely serve as a decorative crystal orb to me. Yet, for you, my intervention could save what you hold most dear. Whitebeard, do you perceive this transaction as equitable?" Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. In all his years, he had never experienced such a profound sense of helplessness. He fully comprehended Lin Bei's sentiments. Throughout his seafaring career, he had encountered small pirates seeking his assistance. For those young marauders, Whitebeard's intervention was akin to salvation. Yet, for Whitebeard, such trifles could be resolved with a mere utterance. Would he lend his aid? Perhaps, if he took a liking to the matter. However, there were times when he would not. The decision to assist rested solely within Whitebeard's whim. As he stood to gain nothing, his only motivation was his willingness. With a heavy sigh, he realized that Lin Bei's words were, in essence, a refusal. Boss Lin, I understand. Thank you for sharing everything with me. Even if I do not return alive, I shall ensure my sons bring the gratitude to you. You may not value it, but it is my humble offering. Whitebeard rose. A man of 1.60 meters in stature, yet exuding an aura that spanned 10 meters. Suddenly, Lin Bei interjected, wait. Taken aback, Whitebeard responded, Boss Lin. Do you have further matters to discuss? Lin Bei cast a humorous glance his way and replied, why the rush? I never said I wouldn't help you. Do you recall why I summoned you here? Whitebeard said, that, you haven't yet disclosed, Boss Lin. Lin Bei shot him a penetrating look. Whitebeard promptly sat down, his imposing presence subdued, appearing somewhat docile. Nothing, please continue. Lin Bei elaborated. As I mentioned earlier, your world was created by a deity. In truth, the divine creation of worlds lacks the profound reasons you might imagine. It primarily serves the purpose of amusement. Whitebeard was rendered speechless. Truly, a deity's method of seeking entertainment was rather unconventional. Shocking. The origins of humanity stemmed from mere amusement. Lin Bei continued, thus, you have undoubtedly guessed the reason for my summoning. Indeed, it is also for amusement. However, I find no joy in merely creating worlds. I prefer to alter predetermined fates. Therefore, you are indeed fortunate, Whitebeard. Countless beings inhabit each world, and the number of worlds in the sea surpasses even the beings within those worlds. Yet, you have emerged from this multitude and been brought before me. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard found himself at a crossroads between anger and exhilaration. His emotions were a tangled web. Their tragedies arose from amusement, yet they were also redeemed by it. Ultimately, however, he felt a sense of relief and excitement. He looked up at Lin Bei and asked, Boss Lin, do you mean to say? Lin Bei nodded. Indeed, I have altered your fate. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's breath quickened. Thank you. Lin Bei raised a hand to halt him, saying, do not be hasty in your gratitude. While my intent may have been amusement, I have nonetheless rendered assistance. Therefore, a price must be paid. What do you think? Whitebeard promptly exclaimed, indeed, that is entirely reasonable. There must be a price to pay. Boss Lin, whatever you desire. I shall strive to procure it. Even if you require that old relic from the warring states to act as your doorman, I will bring him to you. Lin Bei responded, can that relic truly serve as your doorman? Perhaps someone like Robin or Nami would be more fitting. He continued, as for the price, we shall discuss it later. Just remember that this matter exists. However, I must forewarn you. Should the time come when I demand something from you and you fail to comply, I will ensure your name echoes through eternity. A shiver ran down Whitebeard's spine. The tone was quite unnerving. Eternity, though a positive term, sounded rather ominous in this context. He patted his chest assertively and declared, rest assured, Boss Lin, as long as you help me save Ace, my life is yours. Lin Bei scoffed, who would want the life of an old fool like you? Whitebeard thought to himself that if he could best Lin Bei, he would certainly show him what it meant to be an old fool. Then, Boss Lin, what shall we do now? Whitebeard inquired. Lin Bei replied, at this moment, you may take your leave. When the time comes, I will send my divine servants to seek you out. Whitebeard was taken aback. Boss Lin, will you not take action yourself? Lin Bei, with a look of disdain, responded, is such a trivial matter worthy of my intervention? A mere exhalation from me would be too much for them to bear. Besides, your world is far too weak. If I were to descend upon your realm, I would have to restrain my aura, lest your world collapse in an instant. Fear not, for even my divine servants can easily dominate your realm. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was left speechless. The mere arrival of his true form could potentially obliterate an entire world. His understanding of divinity deepened at that moment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, so, I am currently. You are correct in your assumption. Lin Bei interjected. Within this multiverse tavern, you are already beyond the confines of your world. This establishment may appear to be situated within your realm, yet its essence resides outside of it. What you perceive is merely a point of anchorage. With this revelation, Whitebeard felt a sense of reassurance. Very well. You may depart now. There is no need for you to wait for my divine servant. Proceed with confidence. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, and before Whitebeard could fully comprehend, he found himself back on the deck. Old man, where did you just go? Marco and the others gazed at the suddenly reappeared Whitebeard with a mix of relief and astonishment. To them, it seemed as though he had been drawn into a black hole. Whitebeard, slightly bewildered, observed himself and noted, "Ah, my height has returned." He then looked over his sons and reassured them, "Fear not, I am unscathed. I merely ventured to a wondrous place." Meanwhile, within the tavern, Lin Bei surveyed the empty establishment with a smile. Uchiha Itachi and Whitebeard were renowned figures in their worlds, yet here, they approached him with utmost respect and caution. Such was the dignity that power bestowed. It is indeed a captivating sensation. Next, Lin Bei extended his hand, and specks of light converged upon his palm. In no time, an exquisite white mask materialized, adorned with enigmatic golden patterns. Lin Bei affixed the mask to his face and declared, "I am the least significant divine servant under the command of Boss Lin. My existence is quite lamentable, to the point where I lack even a name." With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared before him. Following this, a cloak as dark as the night enveloped Lin Bei's tall figure. The limited edition skin of the divine servant. Splendid. Having been confined to the tavern for days on end, he felt as though madness was creeping in. It was now time to venture into the world of pirates. Through the mask, Lin Bei's voice took on a deeper tone, imbued with mystery and allure. As he approached the door, he suddenly halted. How could I forget? He snapped his fingers, causing another Lin Bei to materialize behind the bar. The two Lin Beis exchanged knowing smiles. The divine servant Lin Bei chuckled, "Keep an eye on the place. Enjoy your freedom, O enviable original." The tavern Lin Bei laughed heartily, and for the first time since his demise, the divine servant stepped out of the tavern. Here lay the world of pirates. The divine servant Lin Bei lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Passers-by flitted to and fro, and bubbles floated in the air. In the distance, towering plants loomed. Lin Bei instantly recognized his location. Was this the Sabaody archipelago? Turning to look, he confirmed that his tavern had indeed taken root here. Since he was here, it was time to indulge in some merriment. Half an hour later, Lin Bei sat with a newspaper in hand. So, it turns out there would be a public execution in 3 days. The young man seemed quite concerned about this matter. An old man appeared behind Lin Bei without him noticing. Lin Bei felt no surprise. Chakra possesses a perceptive ability. Were it not for his complete lack of restraint in concealing his presence, the old man would never have located him. Without turning around, Lin Bei spoke, "Rayleigh, the Dark King, how can you remain so composed?" Rayleigh was taken aback, both astonished that Lin Bei knew his name and intrigued by Lin Bei's audacity to turn his back on him despite knowing who he was. The young man exuded confidence. However, the old man remarked, "What do you mean by that? I'm not quite following." Rayleigh settled beside Lin Bei, a smile upon his face. Lin Bei turned to Rayleigh and stated, "Your captain's son is to be publicly executed, and you do not intend to resist?" As soon as the words left his lips, Rayleigh's aura sharpened abruptly. His eyes, keen as a hawk's, bore into Lin Bei. "Who exactly are you?" Even the 7 warlords would tremble before such a presence. Yet, before Rayleigh stood Lin Bei. Calmly, Lin Bei replied, "I am a divine servant, nameless. You may simply refer to me as the divine servant." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh paused, then hastily stood up and distanced himself from Lin Bei, adopting a wary stance. "Divine servant? Are you of the celestial dragons? How could a member of the celestial dragons suddenly appear here? Could it be that the world government intends to take action against him?" The thought sent Rayleigh into a heightened state of vigilance. His observation haki swept frantically across the surroundings, yet he detected no one. This realization did not bring him solace. On the contrary, it intensified his unease. Those capable of masking their presence from his perception must undoubtedly be formidable. This clearly underscored the resolute determination of the world government. Damn it, could it be that this individual was merely a bait? He had been too complacent, far too curious. Lin Bei paused momentarily and said, "Rayleigh, are you overthinking this? Moreover, it would be wise not to associate me with that group of scum." As soon as Lin Bei's words fell, the world around Rayleigh transformed. He was engulfed by a sea of blood that submerged him repeatedly. The metallic scent of blood even stirred a sense of nausea within him. Despite his history of ruthlessness, time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until the sanguine tide receded. However, His condition was far from favorable. Gasping for breath, cold sweat trickled down his chin. He understood that in his current state, his combat prowess had dwindled to a mere 70%. Such an overwhelming aura of menace. It rendered me, an elder, reluctant to address you as young master anymore. Riley chuckled awkwardly, his gaze towards Lin Bei filled with astonishment. In truth, it was not merely an aura of killing intent. Lin Bei was undoubtedly powerful, but he had only taken a few lives. Where could such a killing aura stem from? What Riley had witnessed, a sea of blood, was not a mere figment of his imagination, but an illusion. At that moment, Lin Bei had activated his Sharingan. With his enhanced ocular prowess, he did not require eye contact. Merely by laying eyes upon an individual, they would fall prey to his powers. This was the essence of Lin Bei's current strength. A mere glance had caused Riley, a top-tier warrior, to lose 30% of his combat capability. And this was Lin Bei holding back. Had he exerted his full force, Riley would have surely lost consciousness. I told you, simply refer to me as Divine Servant. Lin Bei remarked with indifference. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Riley settled into a cross-legged position. Divine Servant, what a peculiar title. However, are you not aware that in this world, gods and celestial dragons are intertwined? Despite his unfavorable condition, Riley felt less anxious than before. He realized that those from the world government would never utter such words. Those who dare to insult the celestial dragons cannot possibly be villains. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and replied, Huh? Since when did a deity equate to garbage? Riley paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter, genuinely amused. You are absolutely right. How could a god be equated with trash? After his laughter subsided, Riley narrowed his eyes and inquired, So, Divine Servant, which god do you serve? He pondered carefully, hoping to ascertain that he had no recollection of the term Divine Servant. In the vast ocean, there was no organization linked to the divine. Could it be a newly emerging entity? Lin Bei replied, You shall know in due time. Just understand that those who dare to desecrate the name of the divine are in for an end to their good days. As he spoke, Lin Bei lifted his gaze towards the imposing aura emanating from the Red Earth continent, a force that seemed to be both fierce and resolute. Beside him, Rayleigh was drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming presence. It was utterly terrifying. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed that formidable captain, no, even more fearsome than his own. Was it merely an illusion? Nevertheless, Lin Bei's words struck him with a force greater than the intimidating aura surrounding them. If he understood correctly, this individual was not merely contemplating action against the celestial dragons, was he? That was rather unsettling. At that moment, Rayleigh arrived at two conclusions. First, this person was indeed a master. Second, he was a master of great utility. After a moment's contemplation, Rayleigh spoke, Divine Servant, that detestable lot is indeed odious. However, they have the world government backing them. Trust me, I possess a far greater understanding of the world government than you might imagine. They are far from being as straightforward as they seem. Remember how formidable Rox was? He shared your sentiments, yet ultimately met with failure. Of course, I am not suggesting you abandon your intentions, merely that the timing is not yet ripe. The person my captain has awaited has finally emerged. Once he matures, he shall pose a true challenge to the world government. Lin Bei raised a hand, halting Rayleigh's words. Are you referring to that passionate, reckless monkey, Luffy? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly alarmed. How did this person know everything? Where on earth had he come from? Lin Bei chuckled derisively. You are far too conceited. Rayleigh, you are merely a pirate. I intend to eliminate that detestable lot, but that does not mean we are allies. Furthermore, do you truly believe you know who I am? Rayleigh's expression shifted continuously at these words, creating an awkward atmosphere. It appeared this individual held little regard for pirates. Lin Bei stood and, without another word to Rayleigh, walked away into the distance. Rayleigh watched Lin Bei's retreating figure without attempting to stop him. After a long moment, he sighed and murmured, The sea is about to become lively once more. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was bustling with activity. Soldiers began their watch, and the commanders arrived. However, the center of attention remained on the three figures seated arrogantly upon the high platform, the Marine headquarters pinnacle of combat strength, the three admirals. The scene was truly grand, with the soldiers' murderous aura palpable and thick in the air. Ironically, on the battlements below stood several notorious pirates. Even more ironically, they were there to assist the Marines. Soon, Following protocol, Sengoku delivered a speech that unveiled Ace's background. Subsequently, in a manner unexpected by the Marines, Whitebeard made his appearance at the Marine headquarters. Whitebeard, you have indeed come. Sengoku squinted, gazing at Whitebeard, only to be struck with astonishment moments later. Good heavens, is it just Whitebeard who has come? What on earth is happening? Has the opposing side lost their senses, or are they concocting some scheme? Whitebeard made his way to the bow of the ship and bellowed, Gururara, today, I shall bring my son back home. Let us see who dares to stop me. In a fit of rage, Sengoku exclaimed, arrogance. Whitebeard, a pirate dares to approach the Navy headquarters alone. Since you are here, you shall remain. Akainu and Hokage immediately rose to their feet, advancing towards Whitebeard. I never anticipated your audacity, Whitebeard. It seems that from this day forth, your name shall fade into the depths of the sea, Akainu declared, his gaze icy. Yet, the heat of his assault was palpable, warming Whitebeard throughout the day. Kizaru, Sengoku bellowed, fixing a piercing stare upon him. Kizaru quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wow, the glare of Admiral Sengoku is truly terrifying, he thought, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sengoku. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kizaru refrained from further provocation, otherwise, calamity would surely ensue. In an instant, he transformed into light, launching an attack at Whitebeard with the 8 Shoal Jewels. While the light blast failed to strike Whitebeard, it obliterated the ship beneath him. The towering figure of Whitebeard seemed on the verge of plunging into the sea, yet miraculously, he stood firm upon the water's surface. Waves radiated outward from his feet in continuous ripples. The high-frequency vibrations, coupled with the surface tension of the water, allowed Whitebeard to traverse the sea as if it were solid ground. Alas, I have failed. Truly a monster, Kizaru remarked, his expression exaggeratedly dismayed. On the battlements, several warlords of the sea exchanged glances, realizing this conflict did not concern them. On the execution platform, Ace wore a grimace of anguish. Father. He could hardly believe that Whitebeard would come alone to rescue him. Was he not courting death? Regret filled his heart. The situation should have been entirely under the Navy's control. Yet Sengoku remained grave, contemplating Whitebeard's motives. A feint? No. Unless Whitebeard was willing to sacrifice his own life for Ace. But why? Were Marco and the others lurking in shadows? That seemed implausible, as the battle had already commenced. What good would hiding do? Upon reflection, Sengoku could arrive at only one conclusion. Whitebeard truly wished for death, merely seeking to embrace chaos before his demise. If he could save Ace, it would be a boon. If not, he would not be at a loss. His gaze shifted toward Whitebeard, who was now wounded. Just moments ago, in his efforts to block Hokage and Akainu's assault, he had suffered a fierce attack from Kizaru. Even at his peak, Whitebeard could only contend with the combined might of the 3 admirals. What chance did he have now? Whitebeard had reached his limits. Each breath he took was accompanied by searing pain in his lungs. Surrender, Whitebeard. Your powers are far too perilous. It would be best to capture you alive, Hokage suggested. How pitiful, Whitebeard, Kizaru lamented dramatically. Akainu sneered. Today, Whitebeard, you shall witness your son's execution. With wide, furious eyes, Whitebeard roared, you dare. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Instantly, the very foundations of Marineford began to tremble. Dust and gravel cascaded down with a whispering sound. Cracks slithered across the structure like serpents. The sea began to roar with fury. Soldiers stumbled and fell. Even the generals struggled to maintain their footing. The 7 warlords gazed in terror at the enraged elder. Truly, he was known as the mightiest of fruits, more fearsome than that monstrous entity. Cold sweat trickled down Doflamingo's brow. Even the most notorious villains recoiled in the face of such overwhelming power. Damn that Whitebeard. Sengoku's expression twisted with rage as he transformed into a colossal Buddha, unleashing shockwaves. Hokage exerted all his strength to stabilize the port-S structures. In waves of tremors, massive ice chunks shattered and reformed. Hokage's complexion visibly paled. Due to this formidable strike, Whitebeard's defenses were left wide open. Cursed dog, heavenly sword from the clouds. Pain coursed through Whitebeard's body, leaving him unable to summon his haki. The searing impact left a deep crater in his right chest. The sword of light sliced into Whitebeard's arm, reaching the bone. He expelled a torrent of scorching blood. Get away from me. Terrifying tremors surged forth one after another. Kizaru fled with remarkable speed. Akainu was reduced to a pool of magma. As he reformed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He bared his pink teeth, sneering at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, your death is imminent. But before you perish, you shall witness your son's execution. He then turned to Sengoku and shouted, Admiral Sengoku, commence the execution. Sengoku glanced at Whitebeard and acquiesced. Execute him ahead of schedule. Without Whitebeard's command, even formidable captains posed little threat. Sengoku silently approached Garp, whispering, Garp, do not forget your identity. Garp's eyes brimmed with turmoil. Identity. The Navy is also family. Damn it. If only Roger had not entrusted his son to him, perhaps everything would have been different. The previous executioner had inadvertently fallen from the gallows. At that moment, responding to Sengoku's orders, Vice Admiral Gecko Moria appeared behind Ace in a flash. He raised his blade, the warm sunlight glinting off it, yet it reflected a chilling aura. Ace sensed the murderous intent behind him, engulfed in confusion. It seemed he truly was destined to die. Suddenly, he shouted, Dad, I am your son. Whitebeard's pupils contracted. Ace, the conqueror's haki, belonging to a king, pierced toward Gecko Moria like a spear. Even the renowned Vice Admiral could not remain conscious amidst Whitebeard's overwhelming will. Sengoku's expression soured. Damn it. Whitebeard disregarded the three admirals and was about to rush forward recklessly. Garp, what are you waiting for? Sengoku commanded. Garp lowered his head, then suddenly raised it, roaring as he reappeared before Whitebeard. His fist descended, accompanied by tears. He personally extinguished the hope of his grandson's salvation. Whitebeard plummeted towards the sea, nearly plunging directly into the depths. At that moment, the three admirals arrived. Are you angry? Whitebeard, this is the fate of pirates. Look up and behold. Your son is about to perish. Akainu sneered. Garp cast a deathly glare at Akainu, who met his gaze without flinching, ever watchful. Should Garp exhibit even the slightest misstep, Akainu would not hesitate to strike. Whitebeard coughed up blood once more. Raising his head, he declared, No, Ace will not die. His fate has already been altered by the divine. He shall not perish today. With that, Whitebeard laughed heartily. The scene fell into an unexpected silence. Sengoku and Garp exchanged bewildered glances at Whitebeard. Had this old adversary lost his mind in his twilight years? Killing a madman, even if that madman was Whitebeard, would hardly elevate the Navy's reputation. It might even become a source of ridicule. Or was this merely the wicked scheme of the infamous Whitebeard? Akainu's mocking laughter shattered the eerie quiet. Ha ha, is this Whitebeard? Do you now see his true visage? The scum of the seas, the so-called king in your hearts, clinging to the celestial dragons as his last lifeline. Akainu directed his words at the transponder snail. This assertion was indisputable. In this world, the celestial dragons were indeed gods. Whitebeard laughed again. Ha ha, Akainu, do not spout nonsense. The gods I speak of are true deities. Do not dare associate your swine with them. No sooner had he spoken than the transponder snail in Sengoku's arms began to ring. Upon answering, the furious voice of the Gorosei erupted forth. Sengoku, what are you doing? Kill that blasphemer Whitebeard on the spot. He must die here. Sengoku sighed. The tremor fruit was perilous. He had initially intended to apprehend Whitebeard, but this was now an order. He shouted, You all heard that. Execute Whitebeard. Kizaru pouted and remarked, How terrifying it is to kill this monster. Yet, Whitebeard, you have truly lost your wits. How could you utter such words? The celestial dragons are the true deities. Akainu jeered. I never imagined Whitebeard could be deceived. Or have you, knowing there is no hope, placed your faith in an ethereal fantasy? Akiji remained silent and icy. Sengoku approached Ace's side. Whitebeard, I will personally carry out the execution on Ace. Let us see if the god you speak of can save him. He brandished the executioner's blade. I believe it can be done. What say you, Sengoku? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice reverberated throughout the bay. Though the voice was not loud, every soul present heard it distinctly. Who? Who is it? Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the execution platform, to the left of Ace. Suddenly, a figure adorned with a mask appeared on Ace's previously empty right side. It was the limited edition skin of Lin Bei, but how did he materialize? Who was he? Was he an aide to Whitebeard? To hold the status of Whitebeard's associate, he must possess remarkable qualifications. Red Dog's expression soured, akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful. How did this happen? The seven warlords gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of Lin Bei. This individual possessed considerable audacity. All Navy members glared at him with ire. while Carp's heart inexplicably raced with anticipation. Was this hope? Sengoku maintained a calm demeanor, turning to meet his gaze. Who are you? Yet, within him, a tempest of emotions surged. No one present was more astonished than he was. He had prepared to execute Ace, and with Whitebeard, a formidable force, present, his mental state had been highly focused. Yet even so, this masked figure had appeared as if conjured from thin air. Sengoku was engulfed in disbelief. Before the figure's appearance, he had felt nothing. Did this imply that if the opponent's attack were sufficiently potent, he could be silently eliminated? Upon witnessing Lin Bei's arrival, Whitebeard exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Mr. Goddess Servant, you have finally arrived. Whitebeard crouched down, gasping for breath, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his lips. He suspected that Lin Bei had been there all along, watching him endure the onslaught. What a cunning mind. Sengoku's ears perked up, fixating intently on Lin Bei. God's servant? What is your name? This name evoked no recollection. However, based on Whitebeard's address, it was evident that he regarded Lin Bei as a being of considerable significance. Could this imply yet another figure of the Emperor's caliber? Truly perplexing. Lin Bei chuckled at Sengoku. To meet the gaze of the Sharingan? Although Sengoku was oblivious to the Sharingan, and it did not require direct eye contact, it did not prevent Lin Bei from mocking the gesture. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, No? I possess no name. I am but a servant of the divine. Sengoku's mind stirred. Another god? Was this a metaphorical reference? Or perhaps a cult organization? God's servant certainly sounded reminiscent of a sinister cult's high priest. Was this organization newly emerged, or had it been lurking in the shadows? The former would be manageable. The latter would spell disaster. Red Dog shared similar thoughts. A cult organization? How audacious to claim divinity. Whitebeard looked at Red Dog with admiration. He truly possessed courage, reminiscent of his own past. However, while the temperament of the divine seemed amiable, the demeanor of the servant appeared rather unyielding. Lin Bei's gaze slowly shifted from Sengoku to Red Dog. To self-proclaim as a deity? Do not allow your shallow understanding to dismiss all. If anyone could be deemed divine, it would be those so-called celestial dragons, mere swine, a horde of blasphemous wretches. Just as the words left his lips, the transponder snail began to ring. Sengoku, weary, muttered a resigned acknowledgement. Upon answering, the familiar roar resonated from the device. Damn it, Sengoku, do you still wish to proceed? At once, eliminate that audacious rogue who dares to blaspheme. Before Sengoku could respond, a hand reached out and seized the phone bug. This was an unexpected turn of events for Sengoku, leaving him momentarily stunned and unprepared. Lin Bei spoke nonchalantly. So, you are the lackeys of the celestial dragons. The five elders. A brief silence ensued on the other end before a voice erupted. You bold fool. You are doomed. Without allowing the speaker to finish, Lin Bei interjected. Enough with your empty words. You audacious blasphemers against the dignity of the divine. I, as the humble servant of the greatest deity, Lin Bei, hereby declare that your good days are over. Those swine known as the celestial dragons will pay for their misdeeds. You had best pray that the one called him can protect you. Lin Bei hung up the phone without waiting for a reaction. In the realm of the Holy Land, the five elders stared at the dormant phone bug, utterly bewildered. Did he just utter the name him? Who on earth is he? Their bloodshot eyes reflected a shared sense of terror and fury. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Sengoku felt himself spiraling into madness. Was there something wrong with his ears? This was tantamount to declaring war on the world government. Good heavens, must the alarm be raised to such heights? He was just a breath away from retirement after this battle. Couldn't he wait until then? Around him, an eerie silence prevailed. The soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief, their nostrils flaring as if they had forgotten how to breathe. The commanders exchanged glances with Lin Bei, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and apprehension. To be honest, those of their stature certainly understood the nature of the celestial dragons. However, they could not afford to remain indifferent. In an instant, they recalled every anger-inducing thought conceivable. Their faces morphed into expressions that oscillated between laughter and rage. The seven warlords were notorious for their lawlessness. Yet they too seemed momentarily subdued by the gravity of the situation. What audacious words were these? How could he speak so freely? Doflamingo stood in a daze before a smirk spread across his face, growing increasingly mischievous. How intriguing, he mused. He resolved that if this individual were to survive, he would seek to befriend him. Hancock, meanwhile, had knelt with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Lin Bei, a flicker of anticipation hidden beneath her fear. In the midst of these two formidable figures, the hapless ace appeared dazed, tightly shutting his mouth as he endeavored to diminish his presence. He knew nothing, heard nothing. Only Akainu glared at Lin Bei with fury, not out of indignation for the insult to the celestial dragons, but because the world government decreed their supremacy. Lin Bei's remarks were a blatant violation of that decree. To dare desecrate the world government, you are more deserving of death than Whitebeard. Let magma be your judge. Akainu cast a dissatisfied glance at the indifferent Sengoku. With a fierce expression, he charged towards Lin Bei, causing everyone to tense up. They wondered whether this man was merely boasting or if he truly possessed any skill. All eyes were on how he would respond to Admiral Akainu's assault. Would he falter and evade, or perhaps achieve a stalemate? Even a draw would suffice. However, the unfolding events were far from their expectations. As the warrior rushed at him, Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "Sengoku, it displeases me that you serve the celestial dragons. Yet, I commend the courage of those you have trained." Sengoku's expression darkened immediately. How audacious of him. But in the next moment, Lin Bei's tone shifted abruptly. However, mere bravery is futile. Look me in the eye, you wretch. Akainu's countenance darkened. He was charging at Lin Bei, already fixated on him. Now, Lin Bei's words left him in a predicament. He couldn't look away without appearing to concede. Was this man truly toxic? Yet, now even if he wished to avert his gaze, he found himself unable to do so. Their eyes locked, and Akainu beheld the pair of eyes behind the mask, glimmering with a crimson light, adorned with swirling, enigmatic patterns. Maintaining his charge, Akainu suddenly froze mid-air. Then, the formidable Admiral Akainu, whose strength rivaled that of Whitebeard, abruptly plummeted. In an instant, the entire bay, bustling with tens of thousands, fell eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. They watched in disbelief as their revered admiral descended from the sky. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, Akainu remained unresponsive. Aokiji reacted swiftly, his expression shifting as he landed on the water's surface. An ice path extended from beneath his feet, reaching Akainu just in time. He crashed onto the ice with a resounding thud, sending shards flying. The once tranquil bay began to resonate with sounds, soft breaths that grew heavier and more pronounced. The spectators gaped, their mouths agape in disbelief. Had Admiral Akainu been rendered dazed by someone who had merely cast a glance at him? What sort of absurdity was this? Sengoku's expression changed as he shouted, "Akainu, what are you doing?" Aokiji and Kizaru rushed to Akainu's side. "Sakazuki, are you alright?" Kizaru's demeanor turned serious. Aokiji shook Akainu gently. In the next moment, Akainu's eyes shot open. "Sakazuki." Aokiji's initial shock transformed into concern as he observed Akainu's complexion darkening visibly. Blood vessels surged in his eyes, and the veins on his neck throbbed ominously. Aokiji sensed that within an instant, Akainu's clothes were completely soaked. Akainu's face contorted as he gasped for air, every muscle in his body convulsing as if echoing his torment. "Sakazuki." Aokiji and Kizaru exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Akainu, a figure of unwavering resolve, could endure lethal wounds without flinching. Yet, at this moment, he appeared to be engulfed in agony. What had he endured prior to this? Merely a few seconds had elapsed since his fall, triggered by nothing more than a glance from the self-proclaimed servant of the divine. Sengoku observed Akainu's demeanor with keen clarity. He abruptly turned his head, locking his gaze onto Lin Bei, and demanded, "What have you done to Akainu?" Lin Bei slowly pivoted, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Do you wish to know? Then perhaps a moment of eye contact is in order?" At these words, Sengoku felt a jolt of alarm, hastily averting his gaze. Indeed, Akainu had exchanged glances with Lin Bei before. Was it true that this technique required direct eye contact to be effective? A chill of dread coursed down Sengoku's spine. If Akainu, with his formidable willpower, had succumbed to such a state, then what of his own will, which was only marginally comparable? Witnessing Akainu's plight was a harrowing experience. Lying in Aokiji's embrace, Akainu gasped, "Don't look, avert your eyes from him." His head throbbed painfully, and he was beset by phantom pains throughout his body, as though his own nerves were gnawing at him from within. The memories of his earlier ordeal were ones he wished never to revisit. Aokiji, still in shock, could hardly fathom that Akainu would ever struggle to articulate words. It was Kizaru who, quick to respond, shouted, "Do not gaze into that man's eyes." As soon as his words left his lips, All who had been looking at Lin Bei swiftly turned away, many twisting their necks in the process. Fear gripped them. To meet his gaze could spell disaster. What a terrifying power this was. Sengoku inhaled deeply, eyeing Lin Bei's neck as he remarked, "Is it this peculiar devil fruit that has inflated your confidence? As long as we avert our eyes, we should be safe, correct? Such a perilous fruit is better confined to a prison." He expressed gratitude for the fruit. Had Lin Bei uttered such proclamations without it, death would have been an inevitable fate. Silent and stealthy in his movements, with a unique ability linked to his eyes, Sengoku speculated that this was likely a mythical Zoan-type fruit. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the gathered crowd. It turned out that simply avoiding eye contact with this man would suffice. Surely, anyone present possessed at least a modicum of observation haki. Closing one's eyes would be enough. Furthermore, if his ocular abilities were so extraordinary, it was likely his other powers were rather mundane. Armed with this insight, the remaining two admirals could easily apprehend him. With these thoughts in mind, the previously tense atmosphere began to relax. Doflamingo and others regarded Lin Bei with a sense of pity, believing him to have reached the limits of his potential. This ability was indeed formidable, yet its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Kizaru relinquished Akainu entirely to Aokiji, rising to scrutinize Lin Bei's neck. Sengoku felt a sense of reassurance. A friend's suffering had finally roused this lethargic individual to seriousness. Kizaru's languid voice echoed, "You truly are a terrifying creature. However, what will you do if I keep my eyes closed?" Lin Bei chuckled softly, though no one was there to witness it. The upgraded kaleidoscope reveals that wherever the gaze falls, it becomes the realm of Tsukuyami. Even if Fujitora were to arrive, he would inevitably be ensnared. Yet, Lin Bei refrained from speaking. What if uttering such words caused this group to collapse? Would he not be left without his toys? Remarkably, this marks his first engagement in combat with another. Lin Bei's gaze shifted to Kizaru, who promptly closed his eyes. Lin Bei taunted, "Surely you don't believe I possess only this one trick? So are you next? Have you grown weary of standing? Do you wish to lie down like your colleague?" The mockery soared to unprecedented heights. Even Kizaru, with his usual demeanor, exhibited a flicker of cold light in his eyes. "Is that so? Mysterious one. It appears you remain quite confident. But tell me, have you ever been struck by a lightspeed kick?" As he uttered the last word, Kizaru had already positioned himself behind Lin Bei. A foot, gleaming with light, trailed behind, mere centimeters from Lin Bei's head. This was Kizaru, his speed so swift that none could react. Alas, this none did not include Lin Bei. Kizaru's speed was indeed remarkable. But under the scrutiny of Lin Bei's Sharingan, it merely appeared slightly faster than an ordinary person. In a moment of peril, Lin Bei raised his hand. The motion seemed slow, yet he firmly caught the light. Lin Bei had yet to master armament haki, but the principles of chakra were no different. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending Ace, who stood nearby, into a flurry of flapping lips. Only after several moments did the onlookers grasp what had transpired. He caught it. The man actually intercepted Kizaru's lightspeed kick, and he did so with such stability. Ace, beneath Kizaru, broke into a cold sweat. It was only now that he realized Kizaru had launched an attack. Had that assault been aimed at him, he would likely have perished without understanding how. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the struggling leg, slowly turning his head to gaze at Kizaru, stating, "You seem quite astonished that I could withstand your attack, Admiral Kizaru." Kizaru's cheek twitched. He could feel the force of the hand gripping his leg, causing a tingling sensation. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Since Kizaru's debut, his speed had been unmatched. He had never encountered anyone capable of keeping pace with him. Even those who evaded his attacks had done so by predicting his trajectory in advance. Yet, he had just witnessed that his opponent had remained motionless, even deliberately raising his hand only as the attack neared. Such confidence and provocation were utterly infuriating. Indeed, Kizaru acknowledged that he felt somewhat rattled. Anyone would be unsettled when bested in their own domain. However, Kizaru soon cast aside his wounded pride. He realized he was trapped. His strength was no match for that of his opponent. Elementalization had failed. Damn it! He recognized he had acted hastily. With a swift motion, Lin Bei swung Kizaru around, slamming him into the ground like a hammer. Ah, the Yata no Kagami, indeed. In the swirling clouds, the formidable sword of the heavens strikes. The mighty 8-foot mirror reverberates. Blood trickles from the corner of the yellow ape's mouth, for his cherished glasses have long since vanished. Another blow lands. The yellow ape exclaims, I haven't even made a move. Unfazed, Lin Bei responds, "Oh, just getting the hang of it." The yellow ape muses, "I have successfully altered my mother tongue." And he harbors grave suspicions that Admiral Sengoku is doing this on purpose, deriving pleasure from his plight. The crowd is in utter disbelief. The yellow ape, the Admiral, is being treated like a mere hammer. It's utterly sensational. This scenario is one they could scarcely imagine in their wildest dreams. The heads of the 7 warlords and various commanders bob along with the yellow ape's movements. The once spirited yellow ape finds himself in such a predicament. At this moment, Sengoku finally grasps the situation. "Damn it! Who dares strike before my very eyes? Where do you place this old man?" The Admiral. Sengoku's form shimmers with golden light, rapidly expanding, causing Ace to tremble in trepidation. A terrifying shockwave, capable of obliterating a small mountain, hurtles toward Lin Bei's head. Lin Bei chuckles, casually pushing the yellow ape forward. Just moments ago, the yellow ape was overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of the Admiral acknowledging him, only to be met with the impending shockwave. The yellow ape thinks to himself that if the Admiral truly wished him dead, there would be no need for such theatrics. Sengoku, witnessing the yellow ape being sent crashing to the ground, feels a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Bei turns to Sengoku and inquires, "Oh, is it time for you to step in, Admiral Sengoku? Are you prepared to face the storm?" Sengoku promptly shuts his eyes, letting out a cold snort as he declares, "Regardless of who you are, our navy will not retreat an inch. Your remaining days will be spent in prison." Sengoku is indeed correct. This audacious rogue shall never escape. For the sake of avenging Admiral Akainu, the soldiers and commanders, already stirred with fervor, now feel their adrenaline surge, standing resolute against Lin Bei. Lin Bei calmly states, "Enough noise." His gaze sweeps across the assembly. Every soldier and commander finds themselves under his penetrating stare. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. The sea of humanity surges like turbulent waves. From the lowly soldier to the mid-ranking general, without exception, they all collapse one after another. In an instant, those still standing are reduced to Sengoku, Garp, Saru, the admirals, the 7 warlords, and Whitebeard. Sengoku and the others remain stunned for several seconds before regaining their senses, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Sengoku glares at Lin Bei, his fury akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Lin Bei declares, "The riffraff have been dealt with. Now, it is your turn, Admiral Sengoku. However, you may also choose to step aside, for I intend to take Ace and Whitebeard with me." Sengoku grits his teeth in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Saru interjects, "They merely fainted." Her voice remains calm, though anyone observing would notice her fingers trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's tension eases. Yet his gaze remains fixed on Lin Bei. Only a heart, yet it sank. The individuals present were not fools. They had realized that their previous judgments contained a fatal error. This person's technique required no direct gaze, just a fleeting glance. And the thousands of Navy personnel present succumbed, including several formidable vice admirals. What was most alarming was Lin Bei's unwavering composure. This was indeed terrifying. When did such a figure emerge upon the seas? Whitebeard reflected deeply. Their first encounter with Lin Bei had been similar. A mere glance had rendered everyone in the pirate crew, save for him, unconscious. Suddenly, Kizaru soared into the air. He cast a horrified glance at Lin Bei. Did this imply that should Lin Bei wish, they could all transform into a kainu at any moment? Was Lin Bei merely toying with them? Sengoku inhaled sharply and proclaimed, "Even so, we must not allow this individual to escape. Shichibukai, it is time for you to demonstrate your worth." The faces of all but Mihawk and Kuma turned ashen. What does it mean to demonstrate worth? They had witnessed Akainu's tragic state. They feared they might share the same fate. Sengoku's heart sank heavily. Noting the silence among them, he urged, "If you do not act, the Navy will strip you of your Shichibukai title. You will face the Navy's encirclement. You shall not escape from the naval headquarters." The Shichibukai fell silent for a moment. Doflamingo stepped forward, causing the others to freeze in shock. The most cunning of them all was the first to take action. However, they soon realized their initial misjudgment. Doflamingo spoke, "Fufu, Admiral Sengoku. You are in no position to threaten us when you are struggling to save yourselves." "Right, Lord God. I believe we should be allies." Sengoku's expression darkened. Pirates, indeed, could not be trusted. All blame lay with the world government. Lin Bei's gaze swept across the room. Sweat dripped from Doflamingo's brow as he struggled to maintain eye contact. Lin Bei chuckled coldly and remarked, "You are not worthy of being my friend." The corners of the other's mouths twitched as they gazed at Doflamingo, or rather, the fool. Doflamingo's face darkened with fury. Lin Bei's words struck a vital nerve. "You are courting death." Lin Bei fully turned to face Doflamingo, casting a sidelong glance before addressing the transponder snail. He declared, "Don Quixote Doflamingo is a pirate. However, he bears another identity. He was once a celestial dragon. Today, I shall impart a lesson." Sengoku felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. The transponder snail in his grasp chimed again. The elderly figures in the Holy Land had already lost their minds, having surmised what Lin Bei was about to reveal. "Sengoku, answer the call." Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that Lin Bei was not someone he could provoke. His earlier attempt to speak had been a grave mistake. However, it was too late for regret. As no one present could prevent Lin Bei from uttering those words, he declared, "The celestial dragons shall perish if killed." This proclamation reverberated through the air. With the transmission of the telephone worm, people across the globe were made aware of this declaration. Sengoku and the others found their minds engulfed in a haze. The telephone worm continued to buzz, and Sengoku, suddenly coming to his senses, mechanically lifted the receiver. "Sengoku, what are you dawdling for? Cut the live broadcast. Shut it down immediately, and ensure that Don Quixote Doflamingo is safeguarded. Even if you perish, he must not die. Do you hear me?" His frantic voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. The crowd exhibited a spectrum of expressions, while Sengoku's countenance darkened to a deep shade of despair. Was he, a fleet admiral, to be overshadowed by a mere pirate? All because of his past as a celestial dragon? Damn it, how he wished to retire. Yet, with a heavy sigh, he resolved to carry out the order. At that moment, he relinquished any hope of retaliating against Lin Bei. Damn it, had I known Lin Bei was this formidable, I should have terminated the broadcast upon his arrival. "Kizaru, go and disable the live telephone worm." Kizaru froze for a moment before appearing next to the telephone worm. Just then, Lin Bei's voice resounded once more. "Kizaru, I advise against such an action. Up until now, I have not taken a single life." Kizaru shuddered, abruptly raising his gaze to meet Lin Bei's ominous blood-red eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Kizaru asked, his face a mask of cold determination. Lin Bei chuckled lightly, disregarding Kizaru's presence, and turned to Sengoku. "Sengoku, do you believe you can preserve Doflamingo's life? Whether we can or not, we must protect him." Tsuru interjected, taking a deep breath and positioning herself in front of Doflamingo. The elderly woman's body trembled, not from fear, but from indignation. She had spent years pursuing Doflamingo, and now she was compelled to ensure his survival. Kizaru and Aokiji joined Tsuru's side. Doflamingo felt a sense of dread wash over him. The three warriors before him were unparalleled experts. In the past, their protection would have granted him immense security, yet now, he felt on the brink of death. Fear seemed to clutch his heart, rendering him breathless. "Sengoku, what are you waiting for? Hurry! And you, Kizaru, do you dare defy orders? Doflamingo must not die." The frantic voice of the five elders rang out once more. "Is that so?" Lin Bei replied, and as soon as the words left his lips, black flames erupted around Doflamingo. "Ah!" The anguished cries shattered the silence. Everyone was taken aback. They turned to witness the terrifying conflagration. Tsuru, maintaining her composure, commanded, "Aokiji." Aokiji stepped forward, unleashing a chilling aura capable of freezing water into solid ice. Yet, against the flames, it proved utterly ineffective. All could do was watch helplessly as Doflamingo, encased in a mass of ice, was reduced to nothing but ash. The five elders fell silent. Sengoku and the others also stood in stunned silence. The sunlight was undeniably splendid, yet they felt as though their very blood could freeze. What kind of flame was that? Even Don Quixote Doflamingo merely let out a wretched cry, failing to muster any resistance. The order from the five elders had only just been issued, and its subject was already lost. Similar to the previous gaze exchanged, Sengoku and Garp shared a look. Garp inquired, "Can your Buddha form withstand that flame?" Sengoku replied, "Can your haki defend against that fire?" A profound silence enveloped them, for they were uncertain. It was evident that this was no ordinary flame. Even Aokiji's ice, propelled to its fullest potential, was rendered ineffective. Lin Bei seized Ascent. Before Sengoku leaped from the execution platform. "Will you still try to stop us? If not, we shall take our leave," Lin Bei declared as he approached Whitebeard. The onlookers beheld him walking upon the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, their astonishment having waned. "Thank you, Mr. Divine Servant." Whitebeard expressed his gratitude towards Lin Bei. Everything had unfolded far too smoothly, almost dreamlike. Upon Lin Bei's arrival, he merely shifted his gaze and exchanged a few words. Yet he commanded such authority that the entire Marine headquarters dared not breathe. Such an individual was merely a servant under the divine. In that moment, Whitebeard held Lin Bei in even greater reverence. Lin Bei nodded and tossed Ace towards Whitebeard. "Old man," Ace exclaimed, brimming with excitement, having thought his demise was imminent. With a single shockwave, Whitebeard shattered Ace's seastone bracelet. "Foolish son, quickly thank Mr. Divine Servant." Ace trembled, gazing at Lin Bei with profound respect. He had always believed his father to be the strongest man in the world, yet it was now clear to all that Whitebeard held the Divine Servant in high esteem. The earlier display of power had left an indelible impression. "Thank you, Mr. Divine Servant, for saving my life. Should you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out." While father and son shared a tender moment, the atmosphere on Sengoku's side was far from pleasant. It was a complete failure. Lin Bei had, before their eyes and in front of thousands, slain a celestial dragon. Although merely a former celestial dragon, the impact was no less significant. Most crucially, Lin Bei's earlier proclamation that the celestial dragons would perish upon being slain had been fulfilled. This was enough to awaken a portion of the populace. Their naval defeat added fuel to the fire, for the greatest intimidation once held by the celestial dragons was the might of the marine admirals. Yet today, they witnessed that even the marine admirals were not invincible. They could indeed be vanquished. "Ah, damn it, you will understand. You will realize how utterly misguided it is to oppose the world government." "Sengoku, Garp, are you truly inept?" Sengoku scoffed, his voice trembling slightly as he replied. "Lord Five Elders, perhaps you should dispatch CP0 or the Knights of God. We, the Marines, are truly at our wits' end." Upon hearing this, the five elders opposite were left in stunned silence. Was this not a display of utter desperation? The Warring States era has descended into chaos, marked by a sense of disarray. Day by day, he slumbers later than a dog and rises earlier than a rooster. Not only is the salary meager, but the constant tirades are also unbearable. What a farce. Anyone who wishes to endure this toil may do so. Sengoku remarked, "A confrontation is inevitable. Simply letting it go would not suffice." With a sigh, Sengoku disregarded the sentiments of the five elders and crushed the receiver in his grip. "You lot, come forth." With a chilling glare, Sengoku swept his gaze over several of the seven warlords. The once defiant pirates trembled in unison, including Dracul Mihawk. He was certain that his blade would prove ineffective against that inferno. Thus, proximity would spell doom. Crucially, Lin Bei did not wield a sword. For him, this was an inconsequential battle. The expressions of the other pirates turned ashen. They discerned that Lin Bei harbored no significant malice towards the navy. However, their situation was markedly different. The only individual he had slain thus far was a pirate. Observing Sengoku and the others congregating, Lin Bei spoke. "I must commend your folly, though it is commendable nonetheless." Sengoku replied impassively, "Should we feel honored to receive the praise of the divine servant?" Lin Bei responded, "Indeed, you should feel honored, for you stand before a servant of the divine, not the false god spoken of by the blasphemers, but a true deity." The expressions of Sengoku and the others remained stoic, their understanding uncertain. Carp interjected, "Oh really? Where is this deity you speak of?" If anyone present was in high spirits, aside from Whitebeard, it was him. How delightful it was that he had not betrayed his principles. His grandson was safe, and a celestial dragon had perished. A double blessing indeed. At this, the others perked up, intrigued. Lin Bei chuckled and said, "If you wish to see the divine, it is quite simple. Proceed to the 13th Grove at Sabeti Archipelago, to the Multiverse Tavern. The deity is quite amiable, and the establishment permits patrons to bring their own libations." The expressions of the gathered individuals turned peculiar. They had anticipated that Lin Bei would evade the question, considering their worldview held that deities were non-existent. They thought him merely a person attempting to establish an illicit organization under the guise of divinity. It sufficed for a god to exist only in thought. However, they were taken aback when Lin Bei accurately revealed the location. Did he imply that a deity had opened a tavern? Would a god truly indulge in such triviality? Lin Bei mused internally, sensing that they were perhaps cursing him in their hearts. Such audacity. At that moment, Whitebeard proclaimed, "It is true. I have visited the multiverse tavern and met the owner, Lin. He is indeed a genuine deity. Any other being claiming divinity is a desecration of the term." Sengoku and Carp exchanged surprised glances. When did he ever visit Sabaody Archipelago? Moreover, even Whitebeard perceives that individual as a deity. However, upon witnessing Lin Bei, they suddenly felt that if such a remarkable figure could willingly serve as a subordinate, then claiming divinity might not be so outrageous after all. Crane and Sengoku exchanged glances and remarked, "Red Tree number 13, the multiverse bar? We shall pay a visit thereafter. But for now, let us engage in battle first." With that, she cast a sweeping glance at the 7 warlords. The 7 warlords, Mihawk unsheathed the black blade, Yoru, and slowly advanced to the forefront, stating, "I shall strike but once." At that moment, he directed his gaze toward the heavens. A ship descended from the sky. Lin Bei thought to himself, "So it has indeed arrived." Whitebeard's tremor had unsettled their vessel. "Ah, help! Straw Hat Kid, it seems the situation is dire. The ocean, it's entirely water. I'm a devil fruit user." Sengoku's expression turned icy. Pirates. He noticed the prison garb they wore. Escaping from Impel Down and daring to return to the Navy headquarters? Are these pirates utterly brainless? Crane shot Carp a fierce glare. She had spotted the audacious pirate at the forefront. Carp looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Why is Luffy here?" Ace was equally stunned. Luffy. Upon spotting Ace, broke into his trademark goofy grin. "Ace," Carp commanded, "cooperate with me. We must subdue these pirates." No sooner had he spoken than Sengoku dashed forward. A few shockwaves obliterated the warship. Carp paused momentarily before charging in as well. "Gramps." Luffy, filled with dread, exclaimed, "Get away from me." Carp's fist landed squarely on Luffy's head. Duong. However, miraculously, Luffy fell toward Ace. Carp's intentions were known to all. Sengoku nearly lost his composure. Straw Hat Kid, Buggy, and the others were paralyzed with fear. What right did they have to confront 2 legendary figures? In mere seconds, those pirates were hurled into the plaza, with some unfortunate souls perishing beneath the onslaught of shockwaves and iron fists. Buggy wept profusely. "I was killed by the Straw Hat Kid." Sengoku and Carp regained their positions and stated, "An unexpected event just transpired. However, the ensuing battle is now upon us." The notable figures stood resolutely, while the 7 warlords trembled behind them, fully aware that if they attempted to flee, these formidable leaders would abandon Lin Bei and turn their wrath upon them. The remaining conscious pirates were now paralyzed by fear. Good heavens, what are they enduring? The Navy headquarters supreme combatants versus Whitebeard? Yet, who is that masked individual? What audacity allows him to stand before Whitebeard? Lin Bei declared, "I shall deliver but one strike. Whether you survive depends solely on fate." At these words, Sengoku and the others paused, their breaths caught in their throats. Indeed, they remained oblivious to Lin Bei's true prowess. Yet, retreat was not an option. The spirit of everyone began to rise. The pirates were utterly dumbfounded. Was that masked figure truly so arrogant? However, what struck terror into their hearts was the fact that figures like Sengoku did not refute him. The implication of this rendered them desperate, wishing they could simply cease to exist in such a grand spectacle. They felt utterly unworthy to witness such a momentous occasion. As Sengoku and the others reached their zenith, Lin Bei declared, "Let the show commence. Allow me to demonstrate what true despair looks like." His eyes shimmered with intricate patterns, and an overwhelming power surged forth from his gaze and chakra. The atmosphere fell silent, as if the very air had solidified. A palpable tension hung in the air, reminiscent of an impending storm. In the next instant, a golden aura of chakra enveloped Lin Bei. Skeletal structures emerged, encasing him in protection. Muscular lines wrapped around the bones, followed by skin, armor, and weaponry. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the scene. Sengoku and the others, their expressions frozen in disbelief, looked up in horror. They could not comprehend the enormity above them. Before them stood a colossal golden giant, conservatively estimated to be several hundred meters tall. This was no mere creature from the realm of Naruto. The giant bore magnificent wings, adorned with a phoenix-crowned helmet, draped in a beast-faced, interlocking armor, and wielding a long spear that seemed capable of rending the heavens with a mere tremor. On its face was a mask identical to Lin Bei's. As they beheld this giant, a singular thought echoed in the minds of all present, the embodiment of a divine warrior, dazzling with golden light. It seemed that merely stomping its foot could collapse the very continent beneath them, and raising a hand could shatter the sky. The mere appearance of this titan, reminiscent of Susanoo, instilled a profound sense of dread in Sengoku and the others. They no longer needed to speculate. They were certain that a mere movement from this giant could sink their naval headquarters. The 7 warlords and the pirates were ashen-faced. Sengoku and his comrades were not faring much better, their heads tilted back to the limit, unable to fully grasp the enormity before them. Once a figure exceeds a certain threshold, the resulting weight brings forth an insurmountable despair. Suddenly, Crane spoke up. I find our determination to be somewhat ludicrous. Sengoku and the others fell into silence. They were not fools. They had witnessed greatness before. For instance, Barrett had once towered over them. Yet, Lin Bei's magnitude was profoundly significant. They could palpably sense the cataclysmic power residing within that giant. To put it plainly, a single portion of that giant's mass contained a level of haki comparable to that of Carp, if not exceeding it. While energy does not solely dictate combat prowess, it was safe to estimate that this giant could easily contend with hundreds of Carps. The magnitude of power that this giant wielded with each movement was unfathomable to them. Sengoku inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "We cannot concede without a fight. Perhaps its defenses are formidable, but its offensive capabilities may not be as great." Even as he uttered these words, he could scarcely believe them himself. At that moment, Lin Bei's resounding voice descended from the heavens, reminiscent of a divine decree. "Sengoku, brace yourself for this spear." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Heavenly calamity descends as the stars shift and the cosmos realigns. A spear, as formidable as a mountain, plummets from the heavens. The expressions of Sengoku and his companions abruptly change. "Quick, everyone, lend me your strength," Sengoku commands, pouring forth his energy as if it were boundless. Stimulated by the external force, he unleashes the most potent shockwave in history. Yet, against the overwhelming spear that blots out the sun, it is but a drop in the ocean. Ah! Iron Fist. Lead washed away. Ice Age. Imperial Divine Light. They strive to uphold the dignity of the Navy. The 7 warlords curse silently. "I can't hold on. I can't do it." Moonlight Moria, witnessing the descending mountain, succumbs to despair and turns to flee. Hawkeye inhales deeply, having been gathering his sword's momentum since the onset. At this moment, he finally unleashes a magnificent strike. "This shall be my ultimate sword." The Empress grits her teeth, her exquisite face twisted by fear. Yet, she stands her ground. Nothing is truly terrifying. Compared to the celestial dragons, death holds no dread. Lin Bei's strength reveals the potential to slay the celestial dragons, having just claimed one life. Thus, what harm is there in perishing at Lin Bei's hands? Only. She casts a lingering glance at Luffy in the distance. Great fragrance kick. Bartholomew Kuma, expressionless, raises a hand to unleash a compressed paw cannon. Crocodile, who arrived alongside Luffy, gazes upward with frenzied eyes. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Death Sandstorm. Each attack is terrifying beyond measure. Together, they could turn mountains to dust in an instant. However, it is insufficient, entirely inadequate. The mere pressure from the descending spear begins to sap the strength of their assaults. In the next moment, the two sides' attacks collide amidst countless gazes, producing no anticipated sound. Instead, it is a soft pop, akin to the bursting of bubbles in the Champagne Islands. Sengoku and the others' attacks crumble instantly, causing not a ripple. Even the most illustrious of strikes fails to register. Not even a slight obstruction against the descending spear is achieved. The spear's velocity remains unwavering. It is not swift, yet it is unstoppable. Sengoku's face pales in an instant. Hawkeye, too, coughs up blood, his aura plummeting. Once is not enough, then let it be twice, thrice. I have felled 8 mountains. I refuse to believe I cannot withstand a single thrust. Carp, enveloped in steam, recklessly bombards the sky. Suru inhales, seemingly rejuvenated. A cleansing power surges forth, aiding Carp in dispersing the spear's force. Carp speaks truth. An onslaught, an unending barrage of attacks. Even Hawkeye continues to wield his sword. The previous strike exhausted his spirit, but it does not render him incapable of swinging his blade. Sengoku feels an unprecedented sense of grandeur. He believes that their combined efforts can undoubtedly withstand the spear's descent. It has slowed down. The eyes of Sengoku brightened. The hearts of the crowd surged with valor upon hearing this. Yet, in the next instant, the long spear surged forward with renewed ferocity, effortlessly obliterating their assault. A silent howl swept over their bodies. The sea beneath them felt harder than stone at that moment. Boom. Sengoku. Garp. Everyone rolled their eyes in disbelief. Blood barely trickled from their mouths before it was rendered into nothingness. For a fleeting moment, they all glimpsed death. The events unfolding around them became inconsequential. Ultimately, that terrifying spear halted a mere 10 centimeters from them, creating a bowl-like indentation in the sea's surface. This surreal tableau froze for but an instant. In the next moment, the ocean surged back. Sengoku and the others were undoubtedly fortunate. The frenzied waters did not sweep them away, but rather propelled them onto the square. After a while, tranquility was restored. Sengoku and the others regained their senses. Yet without exception, they felt profoundly weakened. Sengoku looked up at the giant, fear now gleaming in his eyes. Just moments ago, he genuinely believed he was facing his demise. That strike felt as if the moon had plummeted and struck him squarely in the face. Had it landed fully, his death would have been certain. They had survived. But ultimately, they had not failed. It was the adversary who chose to withdraw. Lin Bei concentrated, and the giant began to shrink, eventually reducing to a mere 10 meters in height. "It is time to depart," Lin Bei said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Ace hastily interjected, "Mr. Godservant, might I ask if I can take my brother with me?" Adding another person posed no issue for Lin Bei. However, before Lin Bei could respond, Luffy opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Ace, I'm not going. My friends are still out there. I must save them. They came with me to rescue others. I cannot abandon them." Lin Bei cast a sidelong glance at Luffy and replied, "If you wish to save them, you must do so on your own. We shall depart first. Ace, your brother is being ungrateful. Let it go. Abandon the urge to assist and respect the fates of others." Ace appeared embarrassed. Luffy shouted, "I'm not being ungrateful. I just want to save them." Ace gritted his teeth and struck Luffy sharply on the head. "Ah, Ace, why did you hit me?" Ace glared at Luffy. "You fool. Who do you think you are? Do you think this is a place where you can act recklessly? With your meager strength? You can't even defeat me. Who do you think you can save?" To be honest, Luffy's determination to rescue him did touch Ace. But that did not quell his frustration. At that moment, he finally understood the feelings of Whitebeard when he had been captured for not heeding advice. Having said that, Ace turned to Lin Bei and bowed deeply. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Godservant. My brother is rather single-minded. I apologize on his behalf and hope you will disregard his words." Lin Bei sighed, initially hoping that Luffy would cause more chaos, providing him with a valid reason to deliver a beating. After all, Luffy's antics were exceedingly infuriating. This situation largely depended on one's perspective. From Ace's viewpoint, it was a source of profound emotion. However, from the standpoint of the Navy and civilians, they would gladly see Luffy meet a gruesome fate. Luffy's uproar had liberated 80% of the prisoners in Impel Down, many of whom were notorious criminals. A mere individual from the 5th level could effortlessly inflict casualties in the thousands, and they would undoubtedly act upon it. The 6th level was even more perilous, with threats on a national scale. Such consequences should, at least in part, be attributed to Luffy. Yet, this was of little concern to Lin Bei. He merely found Luffy irritating. Unfortunately for him, Ace's politeness made him hesitate to take action. Alas, he realized his own reticence was a flaw that needed refining. With a thought, 3 chains of chakra entwined around the waists of the trio. Wings unfurled from his back, lifting him off the ground, and his intellect regained its dominance. However, it was evident that wisdom had overlooked Luffy. Struggling to break free from the chains, Luffy exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? I said I'm going to save people. Let me down, please." Ace, drenched in cold sweat, tightly covered Luffy's mouth, but Luffy continued to thrash about. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei found many things tolerable, but being referred to as uncle, he hovered in the air, the chains pulling Luffy closer. His crimson eyes bore down on Luffy, and he coldly asked, "Do you believe you are invulnerable?" His frigid tone seemed to freeze Ace's very blood. Faced with the Sharingan, Luffy froze momentarily, then trembled, his complexion paling as fear gripped him. It was reminiscent of Akainu's earlier demeanor. Ultimately, he quieted down. When he glanced at Lin Bei again, terror was evident in his eyes. He truly was in peril. If he continued to resist, he would perish. In an instant, all rebellious thoughts faded away. Ace, though pained to witness his brother's distress, felt immense gratitude towards Lin Bei. A figure of such stature could easily justify a severe punishment or even death without facing reproach. After all, the dignity of the strong is not to be trifled with. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your mercy. If you still harbor anger, I am willing to take Luffy's place, Ace earnestly proclaimed. Hearing this, Luffy trembled, his eyes widening with fear. Yet, before Lin Bei, he dared not utter another word. Lin Bei replied, I am not one to misplace my ire. However, you must keep a tight rein on your brother's tongue. Otherwise, he may find himself in dire straits without understanding how he arrived there. Sometimes, matters that could be resolved amicably escalate due to his reckless words. Ace, filled with gratitude, responded, I understand. Upon our return, I will personally ensure that Luffy is properly educated. Thank you, honored sir. Whitebeard sighed deeply. Alas, each one of them is a source of concern. However, this time, Ace should experience considerable growth, at the very least learning to contemplate before taking action. This time, Luffy was as quiet as a fertilized quail. The golden giant soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Carp emerged from the rubble, gazing at the distant black dot, heaving a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Luffy had angered the divine envoy. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life for Luffy's. Unexpectedly, the divine envoy proved to be exceptionally magnanimous. This left Carp feeling indebted to the envoy once more. The others gradually rose, each appearing utterly wretched, particularly Hancock, who was in a state of despair. Crane cast a glance at the Empress, her pupils constricting. Trembling, she rose unsteadily and approached Hancock, draping a tattered cloak over her shoulders. Hancock turned her head to see a pair of eyes devoid of emotion. She felt a chill creeping down her back, rendering her complexion even more pallid. Could it be that she had just witnessed something? Crane sighed, attributing it to the misdeeds of those brutes. She patted Hancock on the shoulder, reassuring her, Fear not. In this battle, we are comrades. The Navy shall never betray its allies. Hancock lowered her head, wrapping her arms around herself, trembling. She had indeed been seen. Yet, surprisingly, there was no intention of revealing or coercing her. Sengoku approached Carp, sighing and offering a wry smile. We have been defeated. A truly dismal defeat. Carp chuckled. And this time, it was a genuine laugh. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. Ha ha ha. Buzz. Kizaru materialized beside the two, an intimidating presence. The situation was utterly terrifying. They hadn't even faced him earnestly. His chin was drenched in blood, remnants of fear etched on his face. Not to mention the speed of his strikes. Ultimately, that long spear had not struck them directly. Yet, merely the pressure of the wind and the dissipated energy had left them grievously injured. How utterly terrifying. No one would believe it if spoken aloud. Crackle, crackle. Aokiji also materialized, his expression darkening significantly. I cannot even fathom how terrifying it would be if such a being unleashed their full power. Moreover, gentlemen, Aokiji paused, remarking, what he previously said may truly come to fruition. The group fell silent. What had he said before? They had once dismissed his words as madness. Yet now, anyone who still thought so would be the true madman. However, for reasons unknown, they did not feel an overwhelming heaviness. Sengoku cast a glance toward the direction of the Red Earth continent, his gaze profound. It seems I should pay a visit to the Sabaody archipelago to meet the so-called divine envoy mentioned by them. Hey, they seem to be severely injured. The admirals, the marshal, and the naval heroes. They are all gravely wounded. How fortunate. It would be a pity to escape without consequence. Perhaps we still have a few warlords left. What is that Hawkeye fellow, strutting about like a peacock? Should I eliminate him? Then I shall reign as the world's foremost swordsman? Ah, behold Hancock, truly a vision of beauty. What of Sengoku and the others? A legendary conspiracy in plain sight. Sengoku remarked pensively. I believe I hear the faint chirping of insects. Kizaru pouted. I too have heard it. Sengoku-san. Mihawk's gaze was icy as he raised his long blade. That individual is mine. How dare you? I was once intimidated by you. Now, even in your weakened state, you remain at my mercy. Impossible. How can you still possess such strength? This is no mere battle. It is a massacre. Not far from the Marine headquarters. On a warship, Blackbeard and his crew gazed in terror at the receding golden giant. Curse it. This was an oversight. After a prolonged silence, Blackbeard suddenly slammed his fist against the ship's railing. His plans had been progressing seamlessly until now. Who would have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary entity? The psychological impact of that nearly 1,000-meter giant appearing at the Marine headquarters was unimaginable for him. Blackbeard glanced back at the massive silhouette of Saint Juan Wolf behind the warship. The others mechanically followed his gaze. They had previously considered Wolf to be the largest creature they had encountered, but now, that giant could crush Wolf with a mere hand. The Tyrant King scratched his head and said, "Captain, it seems the promises you made are no longer feasible. Should we perhaps reconsider your position as captain?" The eyes of the other rogues began to flicker with uncertainty. Blackbeard's expression darkened considerably. However, he was reluctant to abandon the crew he had painstakingly assembled. "Rest assured, he is merely large in stature. My fruit is the strongest, capable of countering all abilities. The Quake fruit shall undoubtedly be mine." Reassuring his crew, Blackbeard's gaze drifted toward the direction in which Lin Bei had vanished, his eyes glinting with curiosity. What peculiar ability does he possess? It appears even more formidable than the Quake fruit. A hint of greed flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. Meanwhile, the golden giant flapped its wings and soared vast distances, quickly crossing the red line. At the very moment Whitebeard entered the new world, a familiar voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. "You have successfully altered the predetermined fate of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Please roll the fate dice to determine your ultimate reward." In the tavern, Lin Bei's doppelganger stood before him as the fate dice reappeared. Once again we reached the most exhilarating moment," he exclaimed. "No, I must wash my hands first." Lin Bei hastily bathed and burned incense, then bowed to the Tavern of All Realms. Ultimately, he solemnly grasped the fate dice. Roll. Snap. The dice came to a halt, revealing the number 3. This is perplexing. Lin Bei had little understanding of the fate dice, only aware that 6 indicated a super extraction. What, then, does this 3 signify? Soon enough, he would discover the answer. Upon successfully striking 3 points, a distortion extraction was achieved, resulting in an ability that may undergo an unknown transformation, which could be either benign or malign. Congratulations on acquiring the ability of the Tremor fruit with a natural distortion modification. Witnessing this, Lin Bei was filled with joy. Indeed, the practices of incense bathing and the offerings at the tavern proved to be effective metaphysical methods. Look at the rewards that have materialized. The Tremor fruit is inherently a remarkably potent ability, enhancing his already formidable output to an even more cataclysmic level. Moreover, he had obtained the natural distortion variant of the Tremor fruit, which undoubtedly represents a benign distortion, transforming the fruit from a paramecia type to a logia type. With the ability to embody shockwaves, he could unleash the full force of tremors. With such power at his disposal, he could leverage a single pivot to upheave the very earth itself. With minimal effort, he could obliterate a planet. Of course, whether he would survive such an explosion remained uncertain. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that his strength had received an epic enhancement. Finally, he could roam freely in the world of Naruto. He believed that even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected and endowed with the Rinnegan, he could easily vanquish Madara on the spot. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, he had yet to devise a means to defeat her. However, that was of little consequence. Her emergence was not something he dictated. Meanwhile, in the world of pirates, the divine servant Lin Bei continued his flight. A new power had transcended the void, arriving upon him through a clone. Lin Bei relished this newfound strength. Not only had he acquired a new ability, but his physical form had also experienced significant enhancement. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have been tempted to let out a triumphant shout. The tavern owner could summon a third guest, with options including the world of Naruto, the pirate world, and the new world. Upon learning of the opportunity to select a previous world, Lin Bei decisively opted for the new world, which promised infinite possibilities. The tavern owner confirmed the selection of the new world, stating that a new guest would arrive in 10 days. Below, Whitebeard suddenly twitched his brow, casting an intense gaze at Lin Bei. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Had he just sensed a familiar power emanating from the divine servant? Never mind. The strong always harbor secrets. Curiosity can be perilous. Soon, a ship appeared upon the vast ocean. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Bei soared above the vessel. The hurricane whipped the pirate flag, causing it to snap wildly, nearly breaking the mast. Marco and the others stumbled, struggling to regain their balance. However, they were not angry. They had already discerned who had returned. Oh, Father has returned. He has brought Ace back. Long live Father. Long live the divine servant. Indeed, trusting Father and the divine servant was the right choice. Lin Bei retracted his Susanoo, and the group descended onto the deck. He cast a casual glance at a certain individual, who harbored malicious intent, cursing him to live only for a mere 10,000 years. "Father, are you all right? Marco, Marco, come quickly." In truth, Whitebeard's injuries were not severe. However, the scene appeared quite dismal. Marco hurriedly approached Whitebeard, who waved his large hand and proclaimed, "Do not be anxious. First, let us welcome the divine servant. He has saved Ace's life." Cheers erupted as everyone looked at Lin Bei with admiration. He was truly formidable. Despite their prior knowledge of Lin Bei's immense strength, anxiety still lingered, for they were in the Navy headquarters. Yet now, the evidence was laid bare before them. Whitebeard chuckled. "My foolish sons, are you truly astonished? If you knew what the divine servant had accomplished, you might very well faint. However, he has no intention of divulging the details, for such revelations would hardly be believed. Yet, he need not speak. I am certain that Morgan, that troublesome bird, will spare no effort to ensure that everyone is informed of this monumental event." The headline might read, "The Rising Emperor, a single man overwhelms all the Navy's elite." Or perhaps, shock. That man dared to act thus before the Navy Admiral. Ace stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I apologize. I acted impulsively this time. I have caused you all concern." The frontmost Jozu approached and playfully clamped his arm around Ace's head. "What nonsense are you uttering, Ace? We are family." "Ouch, that hurts. Let go of me, Jozu." Laughter erupted among the others. Ace was indeed the butt of the joke. Meanwhile, Whitebeard observed his son's antics with a smile of joy. Lin Bei stated, "Whitebeard, my mission is complete, and I shall take my leave." Whitebeard, taken aback, quickly urged, "Divine servant, we are preparing a banquet. You must join us." He was at a loss for how to express his gratitude, so he resorted to the pirate way, which provided him some comfort. Hearing the commotion, Ace and the others gathered around Lin Bei. "Indeed, divine servant, the feast will be delightful. Allow us to show our gratitude." Lin Bei replied, "There is no need for thanks. I merely fulfilled my divine duty. If gratitude is to be offered, it is to my God, Lin Bei." Ace and the others attempted to persuade him further, but Whitebeard quickly gestured for them to cease. Continuing to press would be impolite and could backfire, causing offense. Whitebeard said, "In that case, divine servant, travel safely. I shall remember my promise. Oh, by the way, divine servant, do you require assistance with anything in the future? I can lend a hand." Lin Bei waved his hand and replied, "I must return to the tavern first to report back to my God. Moreover, this is a decision I have made for myself, unrelated to my God. I do not require assistance." Whitebeard, upon hearing this, felt no anger but instead offered a wry smile. Indeed, he still had no knowledge of Lin Bei's limits. Should a battle ensue, his presence might hinder Lin Bei's performance. Thus, he departed. As brilliance flashes, Lin Bei transforms into a streak of light and vanishes beyond the horizon in mere moments. Marco, intrigued, inquires, "Father, what are you referring to?" The expression on Whitebeard's face is somewhat peculiar. "Ah, this." The divine servant expressed his immense frustration with the celestial dragon's self-proclaimed divinity. Thus, it is likely that the celestial dragons may soon become a thing of the past. The Moby Dick fell silent for a moment before suddenly bouncing violently upon the waves. What? Rather than proceeding directly to myriad, Lin Bei first returned to the tavern. Upon his arrival, Tavern Lin Bei remarked, "So you do know how to come back. You scoundrel." Lin Bei replied, "Is it really that mournful? You still have to hold down the fort for a while. I have matters to attend to." The divine servant Lin Bei stated. Upon hearing this, Tavern Lin Bei appeared even more despondent. "If you intend to leave, why return at all?" "Oh, perhaps my tavern is too small to accommodate you." With a roll of his eyes, the divine servant Lin Bei responded, having acquired new abilities. "I must put them to the test. Just work a few more days, and you can rest. Do as you please." With that, the divine servant snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. They found themselves in an unknown expanse of the universe. Nearby was a planet, roughly the size of Earth, yet devoid of life. There were no nearby stars, and the temperature approached absolute zero, accompanied by various rays. Lin Bei needed to continuously output chakra to protect himself. However, once he elementalized, he could disregard this lethal environment. Lin Bei attuned himself to his current state. He was now a wave, capable of sensing the vibrations around him without the need for a medium. The planet before him trembled in various places, each at its own frequency. Choosing a frequency at random, he focused his mind, aligning his own frequency with that of the planet. In the next moment, resonance occurred. Suddenly, the vibrations intensified in a certain area of the planet, culminating in its collapse and disintegration. After several resonances, the planet had completely shattered, all within just a few minutes. A beautiful display akin to fireworks unfolded, yet the sole witness was Lin Bei himself. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had become a stellar powerhouse, albeit through somewhat unconventional means. Meanwhile, as Lin Bei experimented with his abilities, chaos erupted in the pirate world. The Navy's supreme forces faced a crushing defeat, and the heroic figures of the Navy were vanquished, with one individual overpowering the Navy headquarters. Of course, there lingered the most shocking revelation. The celestial dragons could be slain. This truth remained unspoken, yet it resonated in the hearts of many. The ocean's dread of the celestial dragons had become numbed. Thus, while Lin Bei's actions were indeed explosive, the sea had grown indifferent to awakening. Nevertheless, things would inevitably be different from before, for they now understood that the blood of the celestial dragons was red. It turned out the celestial dragons could indeed perish. It was revealed that there existed individuals capable of suppressing the Navy to the point of rendering them powerless. Those with ulterior motives found themselves somewhat exhilarated, such as the members of the Revolutionary Army. Everyone was driven wild by this turn of events. Following this incident, the difficulty of recruiting new members would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, if one were to be bolder and directly bring that individual in, what would happen? Dualage has been contemplating this matter persistently. He had tuned in specifically for the live broadcast, initially due to Whitebeard, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon such a monumental event. The Cuckoo Army merely perceives Lin Bei as formidable, albeit lacking a concrete understanding. Nevertheless, they can sense that collectively, even with their combined efforts, they would only manage to catch a fleeting glimpse of him. As for the dazzling golden light that filled the screen, its nature remains a mystery to them. Yet its strength is undeniable. If such a figure were to join the Cuckoo Army, would it not elevate their leader to unprecedented heights? After toiling for half a lifetime, would he merely be bestowing a dowry upon another? No, such thoughts cannot prevail. This is not merely about Cuckoo. Everything is for the purpose of overthrowing the malevolent world government. Perhaps it would be prudent to first engage with Whitebeard. As the third of the four emperors, he would undoubtedly be observing this live broadcast. Yet, they too have fallen silent. For even with their pride, they lack the assurance to defeat an admiral in a short span of time, let alone someone like Lin Bei, whose mere glance can incapacitate an admiral. Perhaps that ability is exceptional, not indicative of true strength. But how could they possibly resist such a power? They are aware that perhaps after the four emperors, there may soon be five. Yet, all of this bears little relevance to Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei has emerged from the environmental simulation chamber. He inquires, "How has Konoha fared recently? Has Danzo been captured, or has he fled?" Upon hearing this, the clone of Lin Bei rolls his eyes. "Can't you check for yourself?" Lin Bei winces as if in pain. His clone seems to harbor considerable resentment. Yet, the clone does not stray too far. He replies, "The flow of time in both worlds differs. You've been gone for 3 days, while less than an hour has passed in Konoha. Danzo and the third Hokage are still gathering allies." Lin Bei responds, "Oh, who can they recruit?" The clone of Lin Bei replies, "Who else could it be? Just those families. Their tactics are nothing more than coercion and inducement, which, I must admit, are quite effective." Lin Bei pauses, then swiftly comes to a realization. The family's choices are indeed sound. After all, they perceive that the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly find no refuge within the village henceforth. And for them to clash with the Hokage over a doomed clan holds little significance. Ultimately, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Conversely, aiding the Hokage presents numerous advantages. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha clan has already secured an invincible position. For behind them stands Lin Bei. Lin Bei reaffixes his mask to his face and declares, "In that case, let us be direct this time. Let the Uchiha take the mantle of Hokage." Meanwhile, Danzo and the third Hokage, leading a substantial force, have arrived at the outskirts of Uchiha territory. Accompanying them is a visibly unsettled Jiraiya. At this critical juncture, he remains resolute. However, in matters such as this, he often finds himself indecisive. Like now, despite pondering for so long, he still cannot discern a coherent rationale. He could only follow, depending on the circumstances. However, Jiraiya gazed upon the vast assembly of ninjas and couldn't help but click his tongue. Danzo and the third Hokage had truly resolved to act decisively this time. More than half of the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were mobilized. Although most were Chunin and Genin, their sheer numbers were incredibly daunting. At this moment, the various clans realized that they had underestimated these two old men. The number of ninjas present exceeded their expectations. The clan leaders felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that the ninjas from the commoner families of Sarutobi and Danzo outnumbered those of their so-called prominent clans? Commoner families? Huh, what a farce. Where do commoners have families? Disgraceful. Such a shameful display, my third Hokage. Now they could no longer discern whether it was Danzo who corrupted the third Hokage or the other way around, or if they were simply two sides of the same coin. Yet, at this point, such considerations mattered little. Those clans were still somewhat relieved that they had chosen the right path, though they felt sorry for the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku would surely understand, wouldn't he? Meanwhile, at the forefront of the crowd, Danzo and the third Hokage were brimming with confidence. What a feeling! Absolutely exhilarating. They were likely standing at the pinnacle of their lives. With a mere snap of their fingers, the Uchiha would be obliterated. This was who they were. After today, these people would undoubtedly recognize who truly ruled Konoha. Danzo was no longer anxious. Needs someone of noble stature? Then let us have it. Just find someone from the Shimura clan and dress them up like Danzo. And who would dare oppose under the might of him and the third Hokage, who feared becoming the next Uchiha? A grand procession surrounded the Uchiha clan's territory, forming layers of encirclement. The vile Uchiha clan, your time has come. Surrender now, and perhaps your lives may be spared. On this mission, we shall only eliminate the wicked leader. Danzo's eyes sparkled with murderous intent and greed. It was within reach. From this day forth, the Sharingan of the Uchiha would be his exclusive domain. Thud, thud. Uchiha Fugaku maintained a stern expression as he walked ahead, accompanied by Itachi and several other Uchiha clan members. A few stubborn elders were also among them. Fugaku surveyed the dense throng ahead, a chill running down his spine. In the end, had he merely prolonged the fate of the Uchiha for 10 days? He glanced once more at the greedy yet hypocritically selfless faces of Danzo and the third Hokage, sighing inwardly. Even a deity cannot fully comprehend the human heart. The human spirit could indeed triumph over divinity. One of the radical elders lamented, I told you, Konoha's intentions to annihilate the Uchiha will never die. We should have struck first. Had you listened to me, we would have already triumphed. But you insisted on following that inexplicable leader's words. Look now, the bitter fruit has arrived. A few voices of agreement echoed behind him. Exactly. The Uchiha have suffered long enough under Konoha. Fugaku came to a sudden halt, sharply turning his head to face the elder who had spoken. Third elder, tread carefully. Have the tavern owner's words not borne fruit? Have we not succeeded in rendering Danzo despicable and forsaken? Who could have anticipated the audacity of the third Hokage and Danzo to sink to such depths? Moreover, we, the Uchiha, owe our gratitude to the tavern owner for revealing the true nature of Konoha. I refuse to hear any more disparaging remarks about him. Do you understand? The third elder was momentarily taken aback, his anger flaring in response. At this juncture, you still cannot speak your mind? Do you think that merely being the clan leader grants you the authority to lecture the elders? He was poised to retort, but as he raised his gaze, he locked eyes with Fugaku. He was instantly struck dumb. Those enchanting and beautiful eyes were not merely the three-tomo Sharingan. They were something far more profound. A powerful and ancient name surfaced in his mind, Kaleidoscope. That was the very source of the Uchiha's proud legacy. What a profound secret this clan leader harbored. The third elder felt a wave of trepidation, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The other elders had also caught sight of Fugaku's eyes. Initially, they had felt despair, as the odds were heavily stacked against them, at least a 10-to-1 disparity. While the Uchiha possessed immense talent, that talent needed to translate into strength. Furthermore, many of their adversaries hailed from prominent clans. Yet now, upon witnessing Fugaku's eyes, hope surged within them. Those were the legendary kaleidoscope eyes, akin to those of their former leader, Uchiha Madara. They symbolized power. Perhaps this battle held an opportunity after all. Leader. The third elder was merely hasty and spoke out of turn. Please forgive his transgressions, the elder said. The third elder, coming back to himself, nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort and declared, Today marks the war of our Uchiha clan. This matter is of no concern to outsiders. The tavern owner has already assisted us significantly. He is under no obligation to do so. Moreover, if we must rely on others for everything? What significance does our existence hold as Uchiha? Indeed, the leader speaks true. Fugaku continued. Perhaps the long-standing oppression has dulled the Uchiha's proud spirit. Today, we shall showcase the brilliance of the Uchiha to the shinobi world. Fight! 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 Outside the clan grounds, several clan leaders were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each revealing a bitter smile. They had believed their numbers sufficient to demoralize the Uchiha. Yet, listening to this fervent call to arms, it seemed this battle would not be easily won. Now, they found themselves unable to retreat. After all, the third Hokage, in his misguided wisdom, had placed them at the forefront, proclaiming that greater power entailed greater responsibility, while their common ninjas were hidden in the rear, severing their escape. What a wretched existence it was. The third Hokage could not help but glance at Danzo. Indeed, his old comrade was remarkably lucid in this moment. Behold, this is the malevolent Uchiha. Such fervor, one might suspect they contemplate insurrection daily. Fortuitously, they acted first. Moreover, he heeded counsel and filled his belly. Danzo's heart brimmed with sardonic amusement. Huh, shout louder. The more fervently you cry, the more resounding your wails will be soon enough. Fugaku, accompanied by his clansmen, arrived at the edge of their territory, locking eyes with the third Hokage and Danzo. Unable to restrain himself, Danzo stepped forward, declaring, Uchiha Fugaku, do you acknowledge your crimes? At these words, the ninjas behind him fell silent. Anyone could utter such a statement, yet for Danzo to do so felt decidedly ironic. The Uchiha across from him regarded him with frigid glares. With a cold smirk, Fugaku retorted, what crimes do I bear? Danzo glared fiercely at Fugaku, as if he were an irredeemable sinner. Are you oblivious to your own actions? Do you feign ignorance here? Do you believe that pretending to be oblivious will absolve you of guilt? Let me tell you, that is sheer folly. The affairs of the Uchiha have come to light. Upon hearing this, Fugaku suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha. He then abruptly lowered his head, fixing Danzo with a chilling stare. Ridiculous. We Uchiha bear no guilt. It is you, Danzo. The malevolence you have wrought, the entire ninja world is aware. What audacity compels you to stand here questioning me? Is it the confidence born of your inhumane experiments? Is it derived from the torment of your own kin, the infliction of suffering upon infants? Is it from your desecration of the first Hokage's remains? Is it from your humiliation of the Senju orphans, indirectly leading to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, and even seizing their legacy? At this juncture, Fugaku's piercing gaze shifted towards the third Hokage. Or perhaps it is the presence of the Hokage that emboldens you to distort the truth. Uchiha Itachi stared in astonishment at his father, witnessing him speak so extensively for the first time. Danzo seethed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. You are slandering. This is slander. Slandering the village's elite. Uchiha Fugaku, you have just added another charge against yourself. At this, Fugaku could only smile coldly. Slander? You are well aware of the truth of your words. The villagers know it. Those lost souls know it best. And as for the elite of the village, your numerous transgressions have long since disqualified you from that status. You ought to be imprisoned. How is it that you stand here? Upon meeting Fugaku's hawk-like, venomous gaze, Danzo felt a chill creep into his heart. Was this truly Fugaku? Previously, he seemed meek as a lamb. How had he suddenly transformed into a wolf, fierce and ruthless? Indeed, there was something amiss. Was there a guilty conscience at play? Otherwise, why the pretense? Danzo recognized his own correctness yet again. At that moment, Fugaku stepped forward once more, his presence commanding. And Danzo Shimura, why are you here? The entire ninja world knows of your conspiracy to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. How is it that you roam freely? Why does a guilty individual like you dare to question an innocent soul such as myself? You, me. Danzo's twisted visage was rendered speechless by Fugaku's words. The third Hokage, unable to bear it any longer, let out a sigh. Allow me to speak. He approached Danzo, casting a fierce glare as he passed by him. Danzo, wasn't it you who urged me to seize the moment? And now you blame me for speaking first? The third Hokage stood before Fugaku and said, Fugaku, I once held great hopes for the Uchiha clan. Yet here we are, and you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? The third Hokage looked at Fugaku with profound disappointment and sorrow. Fugaku, truly a master, he has rendered him speechless from the outset. He knew that it was Itachi who had attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, Itachi had executed his plan flawlessly with the daimyo's assistance. leaving Konoha completely unaware. Thus, the third Hokage's current actions were all too clear. He was distorting the truth, forcefully attributing the blame to them. Fugaka never anticipated that someone could be so shameless. They had at least fabricated some evidence to incriminate Danzo. And is it wrong to accuse a man guilty of countless heinous acts, a man to whom any disparaging term could rightly apply? They were ridding the world of a menace. And what of them? They merely relied on their empty words. How utterly disgraceful. Fugaku said coldly, Lord Hokage, one may indulge in a disordered meal, but one must speak with integrity. You ought to clarify your statements. It just so happens that there are many witnesses present. Let them judge. Aside from Sarutobi and the Shimura clan, the other clan leaders wore expressions of defiance. Do not involve us. The third Hokage feigned a pained expression. Fugaku, speak to me truthfully. Was it your Uchiha clan that assassinated the daimyo? Fugaku and Itachi were the only two privy to this knowledge. Not even Mikoto had spoken of it. Instantly, the members of the Uchiha clan cast furious glares at the third Hokage. Shameless old thief. Have you begun to weave your lies openly? Fugaku, too, wore an expression of incredulous amusement. Lord Hokage, you have gone too far. One must speak with evidence. It is plainly Danzo's doing, yet you brazenly slander our Uchiha clan? Do you truly believe we are so easily bullied? Danzo could not contain himself. It is most likely you, Uchiha. You have motives to commit such an act. If I were in your position, I would certainly do the same. And yet you refuse to bow your heads and admit your guilt. Fugaku shot a murderous glare at Danzo, as if squeezing two words through clenched teeth. Can't. Possibly. Fugaku clenched his fists, his eyes aflame. A mere possibility can condemn the Uchiha clan. A light-hearted remark is all it takes for us to confess. Is this truly your intention, Lord Hokage? If one can be convicted on mere conjecture, then why? When all evidence is irrefutable, does Danzo still walk free? It is solely because he is a trusted confidant of the Hokage that his actions, regardless of their malevolence, can be overlooked and forgiven. And we, the Uchiha, are besieged by a multitude today due to a ludicrous possibility? This is an egregious double standard. Each inquiry from him causes the blood of the clan leaders to surge with indignation. They all felt that the third Hokage had indeed overstepped his bounds this time. The plight of the Uchiha was too tragic. They could no longer bear to witness it. Yet what of it? The village would endure a brief period of pain without their families, but should their clans sever ties with the village, survival would become impossible. Thus, they lowered their heads in submission. The third Hokage maintained an impassive expression. When did Fugaku become so eloquent? Where was the Fugaku who could hardly articulate his thoughts before? However, such a person is perilously dangerous. With the Uchiha clan led by someone like him, a rebellion could pose a significant threat to Konoha. Clarity struck the third Hokage as his thoughts raced. He then spoke. Fugaku, are you questioning my authority as Hokage, questioning the village? Fugaku hesitated, realizing that the old rogue was adept at turning the tables. Instead of addressing the core issue, he engaged in guerrilla tactics. It was truly insidious. At this moment, several elders of the Uchiha were on the verge of a hypertensive crisis. Had Fugaku not restrained himself, they would have surely spat their disdain upon the loathsome visage of the third Hokage. Noticing Fugaku's silence, the third Hokage remained unfazed. He did not require a response. He continued, Fugaku, to be candid, I am pained. After all, such a significant incident has transpired within the village. The daimyo is pressing for answers. We must identify the true culprit. The perpetrator is one of your Uchiha clan. Thus, you bear some responsibility. However, I am not a devil. It would be excessive to hold the entire Uchiha clan accountable. Yet, my benevolence does not imply that the daimyo will be so easily appeased. Therefore, to silence his inquiries, your clan must present a credible individual. Fugaku, as the clan leader, you must shoulder this responsibility. For the sake of the village and your kin, step forward. Rest assured, once you are handed over to the daimyo, I will ensure the Uchiha clan is well looked after. By not involving the entire clan, but merely you, the resistance will be far less formidable. Moreover, he does not believe the Uchiha are entirely united. There are many who covet the position of clan leader. They would relish an opportunity for Fugaku's downfall. With his backing, presenting Fugaku is entirely justified in the name of righteousness. This should secure stability. Behind him, Hinata Hayashi wore a stern expression, his eyes flickering. This rhetoric felt strikingly familiar to him. Fugaku gazed at the third Hokage in bewilderment. Wasn't the discussion supposed to focus on who was culpable? Now, a verdict has been rendered, and they are directly deliberating on how to atone for it. The third Hokage cast his gaze past Fugaku, observing the Uchiha clan, and spoke. You need not feel any psychological burden. When I say I will treat you well on behalf of the clan leader, I shall indeed do so. Trust that your leader will not hold you in reproach. Therefore, seize your kin. For the sake of the village, and for your Uchiha clan, do not allow one individual to bring calamity upon your entire lineage. The Uchiha clan exchanged glances, remaining otherwise unperturbed, their expressions calm yet tinged with an undercurrent of hostility. Had this been before, perhaps some would have entertained ulterior motives. However, at this moment, anyone harboring such thoughts would be deemed a fool. The third's candid remarks had left them utterly disheartened. The last vestige of their resolve lay in Fugaku's Sharingan. Surrendering him would spell the slow demise of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, even without this bond, relinquishing their leader would be an unprecedented humiliation for any clan. The third Hokage, observing the Uchiha's reaction, felt bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Could it be that the Uchiha were so obstinate? He chuckled inwardly, grateful for Danzo's counsel. Fugaku sighed deeply, believing he had grown despondent enough regarding Konoha's upper echelons. Yet, he was surprised to find their actions drove him further into despair. His gaze shifted beyond the third Hokage, addressing the leaders of the various clans behind him. You all heard the third's words. Are you truly prepared to follow their path? To lay hands upon us, the Uchiha? Enough. Uchiha Fugaku, will you still attempt to argue? Silence yourself. Danzo bellowed, waving his hand. Seize Uchiha Fugaku. In an instant, several members of the root organization sprang into action, encircling Fugaku from various angles. They were the elite among elites, capable of contending even with shadow-level warriors. Fugaku, they presumed, was merely a slightly stronger jonin, surely. Dealing with him would be a trivial matter. Yet they were gravely mistaken. As Fugaku observed their advance, a cold smile graced his lips, his eyes transforming instantaneously. Danzo shivered, realizing the gravity of the situation too late. The sound of swirling chakra filled the air as Fugaku ignited his chakra, half of a crimson skeleton materializing before him. The skeleton raised its colossal hand, sweeping through the ranks of the assailants. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The root ninjas were caught utterly off guard. With a series of resounding thuds, they were sent flying. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Danzo fixed his gaze upon the red skeletal figure, enunciating each word. Mangekyō Sharingan. He seethed with rage. This power had nearly been within his grasp. The clan leaders, too, were taken aback by Fugaku's sudden display of strength. Had he concealed such depths of power? If this was the extent of his abilities, those who had once believed in the Uchiha's inevitable extinction now found their convictions wavering. Meanwhile, the majority of the Uchiha clan displayed flushed faces, brimming with pride. This is the might of the Uchiha. To forsake such a formidable leader for your sake? Dream on. Danzo, there's no need for such haste. Allow me to finish my words. Fugaku's voice resonated with a chilling grandeur. As he spoke, the chakra flames surged higher, muscles and skin manifesting upon his skeletal frame. A colossal half-body warrior wielding a blade emerged, towering at a height of 10 meters. Danzo instinctively took a step back. Although Fugaku stood at the same height as him, he felt as though he were gazing up at Fugaku. The third Hokage's countenance darkened ominously. Damn it. This is utterly unexpected. He well understood how formidable the previous Uchiha Shursui was when he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. He looked at Fugaku and inquired, Fugaku, at this point, do you still wish to argue your case? Fugaku's gaze was icy as he replied, Third Hokage, you are the one who knows best whether I am being evasive. Are you truly unaware of the deeds Danzo has committed? Or perhaps, if you genuinely do not know, then your performance as Hokage has been quite inadequate. A sharp intake of breath escaped the clan leaders. Fugaku was audacious in his assertions. Was he truly unafraid? They had long since crossed the point of no return. The third Hokage's rage flared at these words. You, Fugaku, I, an old man, have kindly advised you on how to protect your Uchiha clan. Yet you have the audacity to slander me. It seems you cannot be spared. With a sudden crash, a clothed monkey appeared beside the third Hokage. Sarutobi, are we to engage in battle? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a formidable Rui Jingu bang was grasped in the third Hokage's hand. The staff loomed large, casting a daunting shadow. Yet, what he faced was Susanoo. Striking against it would yield no pain or discomfort. Rather, the recoil alone made his aging organs throb with discomfort. Choosing to engage Susanoo in close combat? Aside from the likes of Guy and the Hyuga's elite, it was merely courting trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to deliberately present his weaknesses as bait. Fugaku wore a cold smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage? Huh. The substance of this so-called strongest Hokage is far less substantial than the water techniques of Tobarama Senju. The god of shinobi, the first Hokage, earned his title through countless battles. And what of Sarutobi Hiruzen? He primarily commanded from the base, rarely engaging in direct combat. How did he earn the title of the strongest Hokage? It was based on what this third Hokage proclaimed. Just look at the current situation. Before Susanoo, the third Hokage's decline was glaringly apparent. It hardly resembled a battle at all. While engaging the third Hokage, Fugaku still had the leisure to converse with members of various clans. Hizashi, have you truly made up your minds? I am unaware of the promises made to you by the third Hokage and Danzo. However, what you physically possess is what truly counts. When they requested the Uchiha to relocate our clan's territory, the third Hokage promised us compensation, yet to this day, not even a single military ration has been seen. As for your fears of future troubles from him, I do not hold the third Hokage in such low regard. This is merely the situation in Konoha. If he truly dares to act in such a manner, I believe that both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village would be exceedingly pleased. The Hidden Cloud Village has long coveted Konoha's clans, while the Hidden Stone Village has harbored ambitions against Konoha for quite some time. You may borrow the courage of the third Hokage, Danzo, and those two advisors, but let us see if they dare to target you. Upon hearing this, the clan leaders exchanged glances, clearly deep in thought. They had no desire to participate initially, yet now that an opportunity to abstain from conflict presented itself, they must seize it. Fugaku, you insidious parasite of Konoha, are you finally revealing your true nature? Why are you still hesitating? Charge! 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 Eliminate him. Danzo's fury reached a fever pitch. Were he a member of the Uchiha clan, he would have activated his Mangekyō Sharingan by now. A few members of Root lunged forward, pressing towards Fugaku. They must not be allowed to disturb my father. The roar of chakra echoed once more, and yet another colossal figure, wreathed in flames of chakra, emerged. With a few swipes, it repelled the ninjas attempting to approach Fugaku. Witnessing the display of power from the two giants, the clan members instinctively took a step back. Good grief, another one? One was already a formidable challenge. Now there's a buy one, get one free offer? The second one. Danzo's envious and resentful gaze was fixated on Itachi, wishing he could immediately pluck out his eyes. The third Hokage was also taken aback. When did Itachi activate his Mangekyō? Thanks to Shirsue's fate, only Fugaku was aware of Itachi's awakening. Even Fugaku was only aware that Itachi had opened his eyes, without knowledge of the specific ocular techniques. However, Itachi believed he had been quite generous in revealing this. It was still due to Lin Bei that he learned his father had also awakened. What are you waiting for? Do you truly believe Uchiha Fugaku's words? If the village falls, do you think the Uchiha clan would spare you? Furthermore, the promised benefits will certainly not be lacking. We have long recognized the Uchiha clan's predatory ambitions, which is precisely why we have withheld compensation from them. At this moment, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by Susanoo. Fugaku continued to sneer, stating, "Look at how pitifully you have fared. Not even your own clan members have come to your aid." At his words, the third Hokage's body stiffened with rage, nearly allowing Fugaku to seize the opportunity to inflict serious harm. He glanced back at his clan, his face darkened with anger. Sarutobi, Shimura, what are you waiting for? The two teams of clan members displayed hesitant expressions. To have them confront those two giants? Wasn't that akin to signing their own death warrants? Ignoring their trepidation, Fugaku pressed on. You have witnessed how Konoha has treated us Uchiha. Targeting all clans is challenging, but singling out one clan is far too simple. Today, they can target us due to our strength and their covetousness for our eyes. Tomorrow, they can just as easily turn their sights upon you, until your obliteration, or until you become one of them. Do you intend to wait until you are systematically dismantled before you awaken to the truth? Fugaku's words resonated with the clan leaders like thunder from the heavens. Indeed, he is the third Hokage. Do they truly believe everything he says? What if the other party were to renege on their promises? Would they then succumb to the relentless indoctrination of the will of fire and the village's collective righteousness? If they fail to unite and merely pursue their own interests, believing that the annihilation of other clans will allow them to dominate and reap greater rewards, might they not become the next casualties? The fate of the Uchiha today is a portent of their tomorrow. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters are those 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Everything else is but an illusion, only power is real. Even the Hokage, pressed into a corner, has to seek assistance, and even if victory is achieved, it will come at a great cost. At that moment, will they not find themselves at the mercy of the village? The Hokage and Danzo may indeed face defeat. A foreboding sensation suddenly gripped the 3rd Hokage. Fugaku's eloquence was formidable. Could it be that he has genuinely swayed them? That would be disastrous. He felt urgency to quell the rebellious Uchiha clan for the village. The village is willing to lend you the forbidden scrolls. Each clan will have 1 day, no, 3 days. I swear by my title as Hokage, nay, by the honor of my teacher, the 2nd Hokage. This scroll is the Hokage's exclusive secret. In the comics, Naruto managed to steal it, and even learned the jutsu within. But that was merely a fabrication. The true forbidden scroll is sealed, and only the Hokage knows how to unlock it. Even if others were to surmount countless obstacles to steal it, they would find it utterly impenetrable, useless even as a paperweight. The Hokage treats it as a treasured possession, for it is the most crucial resource. Suddenly, all the clan leaders began to breathe heavily. They had long coveted that forbidden scroll. Yes, most forbidden jutsu come with side effects. Just look at the fate of the research scientist, Tobirama Senju. Years of research into forbidden techniques took a toll on his body, ultimately reducing him to a mere shadow of his former self at the mercy of the beasts. Yet, the power they confer is immense. It is no exaggeration to say that the overall strength of their clan could double. Indeed, Fugaku's words hold merit. At that time, they could unite to pressure the Hokage, confident that he would not renege on his promises. Fugaku sighed. Ultimately, no amount of words can compare to tangible benefits. Thus, let us offer them a small glimpse of the Susanu's might. With this thought, the patterns in his eyes began to whirl more rapidly. A vast chakra surged forth. The Susanu sprouted legs. The 30-meter-tall Susanu cast a shadow that covered a significant portion of the clan. The awe it inspired was beyond the imagination of those inexperienced ninjas. There was no need for complex techniques. Even simple physical strikes could easily wreak havoc on a grand scale. The members of each clan gazed upwards in unison, struggling to swallow their apprehension. It became evident that what they had just witnessed was not the limit of Fugaku's capabilities, but rather the confines of their own imagination. Were it not for the presence of their leader, many would have sought to flee. Was this a battle they could truly win merely by sheer numbers? Did they not see that even the Sand Dragon's attack from the 3rd Hokage had left no mark? Fear gripped them, oblivious to the fact that their leader was equally terrified. They yearned for profit, yet surviving without loss was the true gain. Frankly speaking, this situation was far from simple. Yet, amid their misfortune, there was a silver lining. The giant before them stood only 30 meters tall. Legend spoke of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo reaching heights of several hundred meters. Complete with wings, a truly despairing sight. Had Fugaku been capable of manifesting such a creature, they would have surrendered without hesitation. To hesitate for even a moment would be a profound disrespect to the Susanoo. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, engaged in battle with Fugaku, was genuinely rattled. "Sarutobi, I feel pain. Yet I can endure," he muttered, as his Rui staff emitted sounds of resistance. The weapons of the Susanoo were no ordinary arms, and even if they struck the Susanoo, the pain would resonate within his very soul. Tremors coursed through the 3rd Hokage's body, leaving him uncertain whether it was fear or rage that propelled them. In contrast, Danzo had managed to regain his composure. Itachi, ever observant, scrutinized Danzo. After all, while the 3rd Hokage's heart might be dark, Danzo's malevolence was devoid of scruples. Just moments ago, Danzo had appeared ready to explode with rage, yet now he exhibited an unsettling calmness. Something was amiss. With a swift shift in his gaze, Itachi unleashed his chakra-infused sword, clearing the enemies before him. Without a second thought, he charged directly at Danzo. The root members pursued him. But the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. Immediately, several wielding the Sharingan stood in their way. Seeking death, were they? Unable to best Itachi and Fugaku. Did they think they could overcome even a mere ordinary Sharingan user? As anticipated, the Sharingan indeed granted the Uchiha superiority over typical ninjas. However, the members of Root were far from ordinary ninjas. Moreover, they were a band of zealots willing to risk their lives for Danzo's commands. In an instant, they overwhelmed the Uchiha, pinning them down. Other clan members rushed to assist, but lacking even the basic Sharingan, many Uchiha found themselves wounded in the fray, some grievously, with one even having their abdomen sliced open. In the realm of the living, ninjas remained mere mortals. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could be slain by a kunai. How much more so these ordinary ninjas? The Uchiha clan finally grasped the reality their former leader and the current clan head had faced. In just a fleeting moment, their comrades suffered devastating losses. Yet, before their clan leader and the young head, the enemy was being thoroughly suppressed. They once again recognized the chasm that lay between themselves and their leaders, extinguishing any lingering trepidations. As Itachi lunged toward him, Danzo's heart seethed with anger. The malevolent Uchiha had focused solely on him. Boom! Danzo leaped aside just in time, as the ground where he had stood moments before now bore a gaping pit large enough to entomb him. Tuanzong was drenched in cold sweat, spitting as he dashed towards the clans. The faces of several clan leaders turned as dark as night. Where the hell are you running to? Now, those from the clans were experiencing the dreadful power of Susanoo. The mere emanation of its force made their blood surge. Terrifying. Their ninjutsu was rendered nearly ineffective. Yet, a mere brush against them could result in severed limbs. Kongjong. Hinata Hizashi activated his Byakugan. It appeared he was attacking Susanoo, but in truth, he aimed to confine Tuanzong's movements, attempting to push him towards Susanoo. Previously, he had refrained from doing so, but now, he feared no retaliation from Tuanzong. For even if Tuanzong was not delivered to the daimyo, he would likely never rise again. The third Hokage's gaze towards Tuanzong had lost its previous intensity. Thus, to the third Hokage, Tuanzong was no different from them, merely a disposable tool. Tuanzong cursed the heartless Hizashi in his mind. Damn it! If only I had dug out your eyes earlier. Although the Byakugan was of little use, I could have refrained from doing so. You must not prevent my actions. All of this was due to the Hinata clan's main family. TSK, I shall suggest to Hayashi to exert pressure on the Hinata clan. What kind of nonsense is this, making it impossible for me to take your eyes? It's as if the clan rules supersede the Hokage's authority. To mobilize your branch family, one must first obtain consent from your main family? Ridiculous. However, the most detestable presence was the Uchiha Itachi before him. Uchiha Itachi, are you certain you wish to push me to this extent? You shall regret this. Tuanzong's face twisted with fury, as if he were a demon ready to unleash its fangs. Just give me a moment longer, and it shall be swift. His hand grazed his right arm. Through collecting corpses, he had acquired a few Sharingan. Should he use them now? Itachi coldly replied, if I do not kill you, it is I who will regret it. Had he not been fortunate enough to encounter Lin, he would have been deceived by these two old fools into personally slaughtering his kin. Tuanzong gritted his teeth in hatred. You're forcing my hand. You are the one compelling me. Then let us perish together. With a sudden motion, Tuanzong tore open his clothing, exposing his chest. Upon seeing the markings inscribed upon his chest, Itachi paused. That is the four-symbol seal. The onlookers paled and hastily distanced themselves from Tuanzong. Soon, only Itachi remained near him. This old fool's subordinates were reckless, and he himself was equally unrestrained. Come. If we must die, let us die together. Tuanzong's face was wild with madness, as if he were about to activate the seal. Seeing Itachi standing still, Tuanzong scoffed inwardly. Huh, I still have you under my thumb, you insignificant Uchiha. Yet, in the next instant, his expression froze. A long sword, fluid as liquid, pierced through his body. Tuanzong mechanically lowered and raised his head, only to find Itachi, within Susanoo, holding a gourd. The sword that had pierced him seemed to have emerged from that gourd. Tuanzong instinctively attempted to activate the seal, but it was futile. A different sealing force enveloped him, rendering him utterly powerless. This sword harbored significant issues. Danzo felt a surge of relief intertwined with dread. Fortunately, his Sharingan was already prepared for passive activation. The onlookers gazed at him with indifference. None of the prominent clans held any affection for Danzo, not even his own family. The third Hokage cursed silently, astonished that Danzo could perish so swiftly. Just when he had contemplated abandoning Danzo, the thought of explaining his demise to the daimyo loomed ominously. What if the daimyo seized this as an opportunity to target Konoha? Distracted by such thoughts, he was suddenly struck, blood gushing forth, pain radiating through his insides. Itachi, wielding the Susanoo, tugged at the gourd, intent on drawing Danzo within its confines. However, in the next moment, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. Danzo's form began to dissolve into transparency, vanishing into thin air. Itachi's mind raced, suddenly recalling the Uchiha clan's ultimate technique, Izanagi. Given Danzo's previous scavenging of Uchiha corpses, he must possess a Sharingan. Itachi's gaze turned ever colder. To wield the eyes of the Uchiha against the Uchiha was indeed a cunning strategy. In the following instant, Danzo's figure reappeared behind the Susanoo. Wind release, great breakthrough. Danzo was alive? What trickery was this? The clan leaders were taken aback. Just moments ago, Danzo had been pierced. They had confirmed it was his true body. Yet now, Danzo appeared entirely unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Fugaku observed the scene with simmering fury, wishing to extinguish Danzo's existence. This is the Uchiha clan's supreme technique, Izanagi, Fugaku proclaimed. For a limited time, it can erase all unfavorable factors. You all witnessed it. Danzo and the third Hokage have accused us Uchiha of treachery, yet we have never harmed Konoha's interests. But they have targeted us. You must remain vigilant. What could their motives be for striking against the Uchiha? Can you not see the truth? Upon hearing these words, several clan leaders exchanged glances at Danzo and the third Hokage, their expressions shifting with unease. This was indeed unsettling. The third Hokage was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Danzo was certainly a source of trouble. Why did he have to showcase his abilities before so many? Alas, why had Itachi not eliminated him earlier? At this moment, Danzo disregarded everything else. After a brief encounter with the Susanoo, he dashed away. He had but one eye with a mere minute of invincibility. He had only 5 in total. He needed to conserve their use. Danzo, you shall perish. Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan activated, and in an instant, Danzo was consumed by flames, reduced to nothingness. Yet, almost immediately, Danzo re-emerged, leaping about. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Danzo had exhausted his tactics. Itachi noticed that the injury on Danzo's arm had not healed. A glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes. Danzo, your time has come. At that moment, the previously panicked Danzo suddenly lifted his head and sneered. No, I shall not perish. However, should you refuse to retract your Susanoo, you will undoubtedly regret it. Upon hearing these words, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, and he raised his sword, poised to cleave Danzo in two. Danzo, drenched in cold sweat and no longer able to feign composure, hastily implored, Uchiha Itachi, do you not see who they are? Noticing the sincerity in Danzo's voice, Itachi abruptly turned his head. When he beheld the scene before him, his countenance darkened instantly. There, enshrouded in mist, was a creature that resembled neither elephant nor leopard. Surrounding him stood several root members, their bodies stained with blood. Above them floated a few unconscious individuals, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Mikoto. These two were the absolute Achilles heels of Itachi and Fugaku. At that moment, Itachi felt his teeth nearly shatter from the tension. How despicable. Finally, Danzo straightened himself, laughing maniacally. Ha! Uchiha Fugaku, do you still intend to resist? Look who it is. And Uchiha Itachi, should you lay a finger on me, they shall perish. This is utterly exhilarating. Danzo's heart soared at that moment, all his previous frustrations released in an instant. How refreshing. Fugaku's heart sank at Danzo's words. When he turned to see his wife and youngest son captured, his expression turned grave, radiating murderous intent. He immediately prepared to charge in their direction. But in the next moment, he froze in place, paralyzed by fear. A root ninja had placed a blade against Uchiha Mikoto's throat. Uchiha clan leader, move, and she dies. In that instant, the two most formidable warriors of the Uchiha clan were caught in a deadly trap. It was a truly lethal situation, so despicable and shameless. Fugaku trembled with rage, while the expressions of the other clan leaders turned peculiar. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. They had believed the outcome was predetermined. Who would have anticipated that the cunning Danzo would turn the tide? Such underhanded tactics were utterly contemptible. A chill ran through everyone. Would Danzo employ this same strategy to threaten them in the future? Hayashi's face twitched. Hinata's gentle disposition, so submissive, even inclined towards Naruto, had not stripped her of her identity in Hayashi's eyes. His affection for her was evident. If Danzo were indeed to capture Hinata, he could not guarantee what he might do. The third Hokage's expression softened somewhat. It appeared that Danzo was capable of performing some good deeds. Uchiha Fugaku, surrender. This time, I can merely eliminate the instigator. If you and Itachi take your own lives, I can guarantee their survival. The third Hokage declared. Danzo retorted coldly, Hisashi, you are too soft-hearted. Such a malevolent clan should be eradicated entirely. All Uchiha members glared furiously at Danzo, wishing fervently to tear him apart. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and admonished, enough. I am the Hokage. Danzo's expression fluctuated between dark and light. With the lives of the Uchiha father and son in his grasp, could he not command them to do as he wished? He gazed at the third Hokage with a peculiar expression. However, when his eyes roamed over the throng of people surrounding him, his hidden thoughts reluctantly retreated. How infuriating! The third Hokage shifted his gaze towards Fugaku and Itachi. The heinous act you have committed today leaves me no choice but to condemn you. Yet, should you be willing to relinquish your eyes, I might, despite my advancing years, be able to spare your lives. At this moment, the third was brimming with confidence, his demeanor radiating an air of superiority. Fugaku clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. And what if I refuse? The third's eyes turned cold. All authority rested in his hands, and yet Fugaku dared to defy him. If they were unwilling, there was no alternative. He was aware that such methods were far from honorable. Nevertheless, for the sake of Konoha, he was willing to bear the weight of disgrace. The third let out a heavy sigh, feigning helplessness as he waved his hand dismissively. Danzo subtly nodded in agreement. A root ninja then produced a kunai and plunged it directly into Sasuke's arm, blood gushing forth. Stop! Itachi lost his composure at this sight, and Fugaku felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Danzo and the third reveled in their triumph. Danzo laughed heartily, declaring, if you do not retract your Susanoo, those two will not only perish but will do so in a most gruesome manner. With every moment you hesitate, another kunai will be plunged into them. Upon hearing this, both Itachi and Fugaku's expressions twisted in anguish. Yet, they dared not move, nor could they attempt a rescue. The blades were pressed firmly against their throats. The instant Itachi or Fugaku made a rash move, or if there was even a slight disturbance nearby, the lives of Sasuke and Mikoto would be forfeit. The elders of the Uchiha clan grew alarmed, calling out, Leader, young leader, you must remain calm. They are intent on annihilating our Uchiha clan. Even if you agree to their terms, the outcome will remain unchanged. Everyone will perish. Do not fall into their trap. At these words, Itachi and Fugaku trembled. Did they not understand what the elders spoke? They were painfully aware of the truth. Yet, should they resist, it would undoubtedly mean the death of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Mikoto. They found themselves unable to make a decisive choice. It was akin to condemning their wives, mothers, sons, and brothers to death with their own hands. Observing from the sidelines, Jiraiya could no longer remain passive. Are you serious, old man? His face bore the incredulity of first encountering the third. The third cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. He had grown increasingly discontent with him. Why had he not intervened when the Susanoo was overwhelming him? And now, he chose to play the role of the Good Samaritan? Jiraiya, everything is for the village. I do not seek your understanding. I merely hope you will not stand against the interests of the village. His words left Jiraiya in silence. It was always the same rhetoric, yet somehow, it resonated with him. Danzo regarded Jiraiya with disdain. Then, casting a glance at Fugaku and Itachi, who remained motionless, he sneered coldly and declared, It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Sever Uchiha Sasuke's arm. The members of Root, like automatons responding to a command, raised their hands, ready to strike. Fugaku and Itachi's pupils constricted as they shouted in unison, Stop! Yet, it was evident that Root would not heed their orders. In a flash of steel, a small arm soared into the air, and Sasuke's blood gushed forth as if it were of no consequence. Danzo laughed maniacally, his voice a frenzied outburst. Did you see that? Did you witness it? The filth of the Uchiha clan. The lives of those two are in my hands. Whatever I command, you shall obey. Now, I order you to retract your Susanoo. Then kneel before me and pluck out your eyes. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with disdain. Had he truly lost his mind? Itachi and Fugaku stared blankly at Sasuke, who had now lost an arm. They were momentarily at a loss for comprehension. His son, his brother, had they just witnessed such brutality before their eyes? Danzo? Hokage? Konoha? Huh. To hell with it. I will kill. The kaleidoscopes of their Sharingan spun ever faster. The chakra flames enveloping Susanoo blazed more fiercely. An overwhelming sense of instability began to emanate from the two. Fugaku inhaled deeply and spoke. I am sorry, Sasuke Mikoto. I shall avenge you. I swear. I will not allow them to die so easily. His tone was devoid of emotion, eerily calm, as if he were reciting a statement of fact after the deed had been done. Itachi followed suit, saying, I am sorry, mother. And forgive me, Sasuke. A chilling wind swept through, causing Danzo to feel an unsettling chill in his blood. What did that mean? The third Hokage gritted his teeth as he glared at Danzo. It was all this foolish scoundrel's fault. Intimidation was one thing, but why did he have to escalate things so drastically? Look, now it's spiraled out of control. Damn it. He should never have trusted Danzo. Yet, in that moment, he forgot that he could have easily intervened when Danzo aimed to sever Sasuke's arm. Danzo's face twitched as he exclaimed, Do you truly wish for me to kill them? The two remained silent, calmly turning to face Danzo, towering like giants. Danzo felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily added, I've changed my mind. If you surrender, I shall spare them. Make a quick decision. Uchiha Sasuke needs medical attention, or he will perish. But Itachi and Fugaku remained unmoved, resolute in their intent to ensure Danzo's demise. Seeing this, Danzo's pupils constricted and his cheeks twitched. After a brief silence, he proclaimed, Very well, then, let us die together. Kill them. The third Hokage's expression turned urgent as he shouted, Stop. It seemed as though the two had relinquished their hope for Sasuke and Mikoto. However, holding two hostages in his grasp does serve to restrain them to some extent. He could not fathom that the torment inflicted upon the hostages would leave Fugaku and Itachi unscathed. Yet, at that moment, Danzo was beyond heeding his commands, as he was solely attuned to the directives of Root. The two ninjas, gripping the hilts of their blades, were poised to sever the throats of Sasuke Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. Hatred radiated from the eyes of Itachi and Fugaku. You may rest easy. Alas, what an ugly scene it was. Upon my arrival, I witnessed someone bullying a child. The Hokage turned out to be a wretched scoundrel, indulging in despicable deeds. The sudden, unfamiliar voice reached the ears of all present, successfully inciting a heightened state of alert. Who dares to toy with the unknown? Danzo's nerves frayed as he whipped his head around. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's pupils constricted. He beheld as the two blades poised to slice through Mikoto and Sasuke Uchiha unexpectedly shattered into a fine dust. A figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, akin to a specter, materializing beside the Root members. Clad in a mask and a flowing cloak, the individual exuded an aura of superiority. Not only he, but others gradually became aware of this sudden apparition. Who are you? Danzo's eyes narrowed. This was an unforeseen variable. Moreover, it was clear from his words that this person did not share their allegiance. Itachi and Fugaku, initially startled, soon felt a surge of relief. Sasuke and Mikoto were unharmed. However, Itachi was soon struck by another wave of surprise, primarily due to the figure's mask and the manner of his sudden arrival, evoking memories of another individual. Yet, the other's mask revealed only one eye, while this one displayed two. Furthermore, their heights and builds were not entirely alike. Itachi momentarily set his worries aside. Danzo, provoked by yet another individual who disregarded him, was consumed by rage. Seize him. Several Root members lunged toward the masked figure. However, before they could make contact, their forms flickered momentarily, and with a gust of wind, they disintegrated into a pile of dust. This bizarre demise sent shockwaves through everyone present. Didn't he even perform hand seals? A bloodline limit? How could such a terrifying bloodline limit exist? It is more fearsome than dust release. The masked figure paid no heed to Danzo, instead directing his gaze toward Mikoto and Sasuke. In the next instant, the Root members surrounding them crumbled into powder. The masked figure gently lifted Mikoto and then grasped Sasuke with one hand. Turning his attention to Fugaku and Itachi, he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the servant of my god. You may refer to me as Goddess Servant or Number 6. My god has come to be informed of this situation and has sent me to assist you. It seems my arrival is quite timely. The masked figure, known as Lin Bei, had not merely arrived promptly. He had been present all along. After becoming ethereal, he could choose to be seen or unseen at will, rendering others incapable of perceiving or even touching him. After all, he was a wave. At this revelation, Itachi and Fugaku were momentarily taken aback. My god. He specifically came to aid us. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes sparkled with realization, and he inquired with a hint of surprise, "Mr. Six, are you referring to Boss Lin?" Lin Bei nodded and replied, "Indeed, the Lin you speak of is none other than I, Lin Bei." Upon hearing this, both Itachi and Fugaku felt an immense relief. Even retracting their Susanoo, they approached Lin Bei with profound gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Six, we are truly grateful." It was Lin Bei's timely arrival that had spared Sasuke and Mikoto from certain death. Although they had previously resolved to abandon Mikoto and Sasuke, the pain of such a decision was unbearable. Now, with them restored, the stoic expressions of both men were nearly undone by a surge of emotion. The members of the Uchiha clan looked on curiously at this scene. It was their first time witnessing such genuine respect from their clan leader and the young heir towards another individual. The elders exchanged contemplative glances, realizing that this was indeed the person associated with Boss Lin. Yet, they pondered, was it truly the case that even one of his subordinates could be so formidable? The third elder, who had previously spoken ill of Boss Lin, paled slightly at the thought. Lin Bei entrusted Mikoto and Sasuke to them. Itachi carefully took Sasuke into his arms. A crimson light emanated from his left hand as he applied it to Sasuke's shoulder. The sizzling sound, accompanied by the aroma of grilled meat, indicated that Sasuke's bleeding had ceased. Both Itachi and Fugaku exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, a life had been saved, and everything else could be addressed later. The third Hokage and others observed this spectacle with furrowed brows. Why did they sense that once that enigmatic masked individual revealed his identity, Itachi and Fugaku seemed to lose their urgency? Instead, they appeared to exude a sense of ease, as if the outcome was already determined. Was the newcomer exceptionally powerful? However, as they recalled the image of several elite jonin disintegrating into ash, a chill ran down their spines. Indeed, he was formidable. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically as he asked, "Are you one of Boss Lin's people?" The third Hokage also reacted with surprise, leaving the assembled crowd bewildered. Boss Lin? What Boss Lin? Why did the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and the Hokage recognize this name? Was this individual truly of such significance? Lin Bei turned to Jiraiya and said, "Ah, so it is you, Jiraiya. I never expected that after just a few days you would descend to such depths, colluding with those despicable scoundrels, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, to bully children." As he spoke, he shook his head, as if regarding something utterly worthless. Jiraiya's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. I tried to reason with the old man, but he is the Hokage, and he had his reasons, claiming it was for the village. Lin Bei nearly laughed in disbelief at his words. "You actually believe him? Jiraiya, you wield sage mode, and under such circumstances, how could a dark-hearted individual withstand even a few of your strikes? If you are merely offering advice with words, it signifies your lack of genuine intent. Furthermore, do you accept everything he says without question? Is there no room for your own judgment? To protect the village, you would torment a child. Does that logic hold any water? Have you forgotten that the very purpose for which your first Hokage established the village was to safeguard every individual? Rather than coercing an individual to sacrifice for the village." These words resonated with clarity among the crowd, save for those who could not fathom the concept of sage mode. They nodded in agreement, and Hinata Hisashi's face radiated approval. Such eloquence. If only there had been someone with the fortitude to utter similar sentiments back then, perhaps circumstances would have unfolded differently. Jiraiya, however, found himself in a state of discontent. This perspective starkly contradicted the widely revered will of fire espoused by the third Hokage. Yet, he felt no inclination to refute it. Moreover, he was astonished that the speaker was aware of his sage mode, a technique he had not employed since mastering it. Even his mentor was oblivious to this fact. Yet, his predominant feeling was one of guilt. After all, Sasuke was merely a child, innocent in his plight. The sole figure whose countenance was utterly foul was the despicable and shameless third Hokage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cried out, "Silence! You are spreading malicious words to mislead the masses. Jiraiya, I am the Hokage of Konoha. Would I ever jeopardize the village? When did it become the prerogative of an outsider to meddle in our affairs? You treacherous fiend, your intent is treasonous. Seize this rogue," he commanded. Yet none dared to move. It was not out of defiance of the Hokage's orders, but rather a matter of courage. Who would risk confronting him? The remnants of flesh were still scattered in the wind. The third Hokage trembled with rage. Has his authority diminished to such an extent that his words fell on deaf ears? The crowd internally rolled their eyes. Who would dare take action? At that moment, Danzo suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Hisashi, it seems I must lend you my support." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage turned to Danzo, his eyes reflecting a mixture of excitement, gratitude, and confusion. He had not anticipated that Danzo would stand up for him in such a critical moment. Yet, it was perplexing. Danzo was known for cherishing his own life above all. Why would he place himself in jeopardy? Nevertheless, since he had chosen to intervene, it was unlikely he would cause harm. "Are you affiliated with that tavern owner?" Danzo inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Bei, his eyes momentarily flashing with avarice. He was certain of the strength of Lin Bei's unknown bloodline. He coveted it. Even if he could not obtain such a bloodline, acquiring the individual would suffice. Furthermore, he surmised that while the tavern owner's bloodline might be peculiar, it could not possibly rival that of this person. After all, how could a powerful individual content themselves with merely running a tavern? This indicated that the owner's prowess was not as formidable as it appeared. Perhaps this masked figure was merely in a contractual relationship with the tavern owner, or perhaps the owner held some leverage over him. Thus, if he were to capture this masked individual, it would be tantamount to obtaining the tavern owner as well. A splendid 2-for-1 deal. Tuanzong believed victory was firmly within his grasp. Was this not the epitome of extreme fortune? From this moment on, he would no longer need to concern himself with the countenance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lin Bei understood Tuanzong all too well. As he puffed his rear, he could discern whether Tuanzong was merely bluffing or if there was substance behind his words. He feigned indifference, casting his gaze elsewhere, and remarked, "What dog is barking?" Tuanzong's cheeks twitched. Indeed, everything associated with the Uchiha was utterly detestable. He was not angered. Just wait and see how he would torment you later. A few could not contain their laughter. Tuanzong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "You are not afraid to meet my gaze, are you? Did you not proclaim yourself a servant of the divine? Is your courage so scant? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the name of your god? Or perhaps, the deity you speak of is as cowardly as you?" "God?" Tuanzong scoffed. What god existed? In the eyes of ordinary people, ninjas were gods themselves. Was it merely the possession of a modicum of power that led to such arrogance? Today, Tuanzong would enlighten him on the concept that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Ha! As anticipated, Lin Bei slowly turned his gaze toward him. "To dare insult my god is a grave sin." Tuanzong suddenly chuckled, saying, "But I believe I shall not perish." With that, he struck like lightning, unwrapping the bandage around his right eye, revealing that singular eye. All eyes were fixed upon Tuanzong's movements. At that moment, they all turned to Tuanzong's right eye, and their expressions shifted drastically. It resembled the eyes of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi's face changed suddenly as he warned, "Don't look at his eye, Mr. Six. Don't look at his eye." Fugaku's countenance faltered. The third Hokage was both astonished and repulsed. He had not anticipated that Tuanzong concealed such depth. He possessed a Mangekyō. Moreover, he had even targeted Shursui. Truly remarkable. However, it mattered little. After all, they were the nefarious Uchiha, and the future was uncertain. Though Tuanzong harbored ill intentions, he still leaned toward Konoha. The others were utterly perplexed. What was this "don't look at the gods"? Why did they all appear so fearful? Tuanzong possessed a trump card that even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku feared? Tuanzong laughed heartily. The Mangekyō's fan had already begun to spin. Ha! It is too late. Everything is too late. The "don't look at the gods" has been activated successfully. He is now my subordinate. From this day forth, you shall be called Tuanpu. Now, I give you your first command. Eliminate Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. Tuanzong laughed maniacally, his expression reminiscent of an aged chrysanthemum. Itachi and Fugaku bore expressions of profound dismay. This was a step too far. Their former powerful ally had, in the blink of an eye, become their adversary. Moreover, he possessed the strength to determine the outcome of the battle. Who could withstand such a fate? Although it may seem excessive, there was a fleeting moment when Fugaku wished that Lin Bei had never appeared. In such a scenario, while Makoto and Sasuke would undoubtedly perish, the Uchiha clan could have survived. Yet, this thought was but a mere instant, for the individual had come expressly to assist him. He was not one to lack gratitude. However, Danzo's triumph was short-lived, for he soon realized that events had spiraled beyond his expectations. Lin Bei, who had fallen under the spell of Kotoame Tsukumi and had become his most loyal servant, stood motionless. His commands bore no fruit. Furthermore, despite the mask obscuring his features, Danzo sensed an emotion within those eyes, mockery and disdain. This realization sent a chill down his spine. It was not lost on Itachi and Fugaku that something was amiss. They glanced at Lin Bei and suddenly exhaled in relief. It seemed the worst outcome had been averted. Truly, Lin Bei was remarkable. Even Kotoame Tsukumi had no effect on him. How terrifying. The various clans regarded Danzo as one would a fool. Was he merely jesting? Was his recent outburst the so-called Kotoame Tsukumi? Was its effect simply to induce extreme embarrassment? Indeed, it was a vicious tactic. Their toes were nearly digging into the ground in disbelief. Danzo stared at Lin Bei in utter disbelief. How could you be unscathed? How is that even possible? By what right do you remain unharmed? Danzo's voice was fraught with hysteria. At that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that Uchiha Sharingan had deceived him? Was Kotoame Tsukumi nothing but a myth? Cursed be the wicked Uchiha. Lin Bei, uninterested in prolonging the exchange with Danzo, stated plainly, Shimura Danzo, prepare for your reckoning. In the next instant, Danzo trembled and collapsed. Danzo. The third Hokage's expression shifted, catching Danzo as he fell. Upon discovering that Danzo still had a pulse, his countenance eased slightly. Yet, Danzo's expression was far from serene. He suddenly twisted his head to glare at Lin Bei. What have you done to him? Do you presume to question me? Lin Bei replied, casting a glance at the third Hokage, who recoiled slightly under such an unassuming gaze. Just then, 5 seconds had barely passed when Danzo convulsed again, abruptly opening his eyes. It was as though a drowning man had been pulled from the depths. Danzo's face contorted in agony. His muscles seemingly possessed a will of their own. The third Hokage even heard the sickening sound of cracking, a grotesque symphony of cramping muscles shattering bones. Pain was secondary. The discomfort was paramount. Danzo's wide eyes threatened to roll back completely. The faces of all present shifted in horror. That wailing, merely hearing it sent chills down their spines. They were ninjas, accustomed to witnessing various tortures. Yet, they could scarcely fathom the suffering Danzo was enduring. Kill me, please, in my misery. Danzo twisted and screamed. His voice was muffled and intermittent, yet everyone could discern his desperate cries. A chill ran through all present, including Itachi and Fugaku. The third Hokage gazed at Danzo in terror, instinctively casting him to the ground. Hiruzen, kill me. I implore you. The third's eyes twitched frantically. Trapped between the desire for survival and the inevitability of death, he was experiencing the pinnacle of torment, unexpectedly at the hands of an old friend. The mere fact that someone like Danzo could utter such a plea spoke volumes of his current agony. The gaze of all present shifted back and forth between Danzo and Lin Bei, their expressions growing increasingly horrified. Previously, they had merely feared Lin Bei's strength, which they deemed fatal yet straightforward. But now, the stakes had dramatically escalated. If Lin Bei insisted on making them kneel, negotiations could indeed take place. The room fell into a heavy silence, with only Danzo's anguished cries breaking the stillness. Lin Bei regarded the third Hokage with admiration. Truly, he was the formidable and unyielding third Hokage. Observing his once reliable tool reduced to such a state of despair, he remained unmoved. Hearing Lin Bei's words, the other shot peculiar glances at the third. His expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Danzo struggled, like a maggot, utterly devoid of his previous bravado. The third sighed and said, Jiraiya, please knock Danzo unconscious. He cannot die at my hands. Bang! The world fell silent. The third breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Bei, his demeanor more serious than ever. Number 6, is it? Do you truly wish to stand against Konoha? Lin Bei chuckled softly. Is Konoha truly that formidable? The third's breath caught in his throat. Do you intend to oppose the entire shinobi world? Lin Bei replied. Is the shinobi world so powerful? A sense of heaviness settled in the third's heart. This madman dismissed the entire shinobi world with such disdain. The critical issue was that their current strength might be slightly insufficient. If they were to confront him head-on, it was uncertain how many would survive. Reluctantly, the third decided to back down. What exactly is your goal? Lin Bei glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and replied, I have no ulterior motives. My deity merely instructed me to assist the Uchiha. Furthermore, my deity expressed a strong dislike for you. Thus, I too harbor disdain for you. I believe the position of Hokage in this village should be entrusted to someone less contemptible. What do you think? At his words, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. No one could have anticipated that Lin Bei would utter such a statement. Fugaku's heart raced wildly. Lin Bei's audacity did not surprise him. Rather, he pondered the significance of Lin Bei's glance in his direction before speaking. The third's lips quivered slightly, the fury in his eyes seemingly capable of igniting the entire world. What right did this outsider have to speak of the Hokage's position? You have gone too far. The third Hokage fixed his gaze intently on Lin Bei. Amused, Lin Bei observed the third Hokage standing firmly in place and remarked, "Well, I may have overstepped. What now? Do you intend to kill me?" He spread his arms wide, as if inviting his fate. The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched. "If I could kill you, do you think you would still be standing there speaking?" He continued. "You, 6, show a remarkable lack of respect for Konoha." At that moment, Jiraiya's voice echoed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy rippling around him. The onlookers turned to face Jiraiya, who had inexplicably summoned 2 toads on his shoulders. His visage bore a mask, and his eyes and nose exhibited toad-like features, giving him a significantly more imposing presence than before. The third Hokage was taken aback, witnessing his disciple's transformation for the first time. He was aware of Sage Mode, as the first Hokage had also possessed it, but when had Jiraiya mastered such a form? The other clan leaders gazed at Jiraiya with trepidation, as he now exuded an aura of sheer terror, as if he could crush them solely with his chakra. Is this the essence of the village? Jiraiya opened his mouth, releasing a plume of white vapor. "Sage of the Toads, come forth to test your skills." Lin Bei paused for a moment before inquiring, "Are you truly intent on fighting me?" "Absolutely," Jiraiya replied. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Of course I am," Jiraiya admitted, "but I must do this." Lin Bei shook his head and said, "However, I do not wish to engage you. At least, not over such a ridiculous reason. It would be rather distasteful." Jiraiya, frowning, retorted, "A ridiculous reason? What do you find laughable? Or are you simply afraid?" He was confident in the intimidation of Sage Mode. "Huh. You fail to comprehend the weight of divinity, and thus cannot fathom the power of its servants. But tell me, what drives you to fight me? Is it for Konoha or for the third Hokage? If your motive is Konoha, you ought to be grateful to me, for I am about to liberate the village from the third Hokage's grasp." This statement infuriated the third Hokage. What did it mean to rescue Konoha from his hands? He had managed Konoha into becoming the strongest ninja village in the world. The third Hokage interjected, "Jiraiya, he is simply afraid. Do not believe his deceitful words. He may very well be preparing to flee." Jiraiya's pupils contracted, and a massive crater formed beneath him as he swiftly approached Lin Bei. A colossal, rapidly spinning chakra sphere appeared in his palm, measuring nearly 10 meters in diameter. "Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan." Gasps of disbelief escaped the crowd, their mouths agape, astonished that such a technique could be wielded by a mere human. The chakra emanating from it was enough to instill fear in their hearts. Should it strike them, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Itachi and Fugaku were drenched in cold sweat, recognizing that such density and rotation could even breach Susanu's defenses. The third Hokage, too, was left astonished. Yet, he soon felt a surge of exhilaration. Could Lin Bei withstand such an assault? Certainly not. Perhaps only the original Hokage could endure an attack of this magnitude. The third Hokage seemed to envision Lin Bei shattering into fragments. However, in the next moment, that colossal Rasengan abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Lin Bei, within the Uchiha clan's territory. Freed from Jiraiya's constraints, the chakra sphere detonated instantaneously, unleashing an overwhelming gale of chakra that engulfed a 50-meter radius. When the chaos subsided, all that remained in that area was utter devastation. Witnessing such terrifying destructive power, the onlookers were filled with dread. This jutsu was surely against the rules. They were compelled to report it. Such a violation deserved a ban. The members of the Uchiha clan were left shaken. Thankfully, this individual had merely been a spectator until now. If he had joined the fray, even Susanoo might have succumbed. Fortunately, Lin Bei intervened. Otherwise, they would have had to confront this formidable opponent themselves. Lin Bei not only saved Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke, but also safeguarded their entire clan. The third Hokage's expression darkened. Lin Bei remained unscathed, standing there resolutely. What had just transpired? Jiraiya stood before Lin Bei, bewildered. "How did you accomplish that?" he inquired. The Rasengan had vanished without warning upon contact with the adversary. Space-time ninjutsu. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. An unbreakable offensive capability, coupled with space-time manipulation, would undoubtedly be the nightmare of any ninja, almost describable as invincible. Lin Bei found no inclination to elucidate. Should he explain the concept of wave propagation? Perhaps not strictly physics. But Newton had no jurisdiction over such matters. Jiraiya would not grasp it. All he needed to understand was that as long as Lin Bei was willing, any attack could be redirected elsewhere. Lin Bei stated, "You are formidable, indeed stronger than that scoundrel, the third Hokage. So why do you heed his commands?" At this moment, Jiraiya had no intention of continuing the battle. Attempting to counter Lin Bei's technique was utterly pointless. With Lin Bei willing to converse, he was more than happy to engage in dialogue. Was there anything amiss in following the Hokage's orders? Lin Bei shook his finger and remarked, "What you exhibit is blind loyalty. Do you truly believe that if the third Hokage sent you to your death without reason, you would comply?" Jiraiya instinctively retorted, "The old man wouldn't do that." Lin Bei chuckled softly. "He instructs you to fight me. Is that not tantamount to sending you to your doom?" Oh. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Yet, this was not the same, was it? Oh, right, he had forgotten about Danzo. Such a loathsome individual was better off vanished. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, and Danzo disappeared with the wind. Danzo, the third Hokage's eyes blazed crimson. However, upon meeting Lin Bei's frigid gaze, he quickly regained his composure. Chuckling, he thought it was hardly worth getting angry over Danzo. He was not truly a friend. Rather, Danzo was a rebel. The ninjas present watched in silence as Danzo vanished, suddenly feeling an emptiness in their hearts. Danzo was a figure they all despised. Yet they were not the ones to take action against him. The demise of this scourge is indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, the notorious Shimura Danzo, who had stirred up turmoil in Konohagakure, met his end in an exceedingly hasty manner. His death was not noble. In fact, it was rather tragic. Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. Even in sage mode, he could not perceive how his opponent attacked. This was utterly terrifying. The physical prowess granted by sage mode was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary ninja. Little Jiraiya, I believe that if he does not wish to engage, there is no need for you to force a confrontation, the two toads delicately advised. They did not want to witness the premature demise of an exceptional junior, especially one that bore no significance. Jiraiya found himself in a quandary. To concede? Such a notion was unsatisfactory. Boss, big sister, but he clearly harbors malice towards Konoha. I must act. I recall stating that I bear no ill will towards Konoha. My disdain is solely directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, I hold you in contempt, Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Contempt for me? Lin Bei remarked. Your disciple truly regards you as a teacher. How is his son faring? I trust you are already aware. Yet, you display no anger, willingly serving the architect of his suffering. Alas, I cannot fathom the sorrow Watergate would feel upon witnessing such a scene. Jiraiya's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. The third Hokage hastily interjected. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Do not presume that your strength grants you the liberty to speak recklessly. The eyes of the people are keen. They will not be misled by your fabrications. The people spoken of by the third Hokage were merely observing, their eyes not as discerning as he presumed. Lin Bei inhaled sharply and said, Old dog, how thick must your skin be to utter such shameless words? I do not wish to comprehend why a village must torment a child for its survival. I only wish to ask you, Jiraiya, if a village must sacrifice a child for its existence, do you believe that village deserves to exist at all? The third Hokage's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth to speak. Silence, old dog. Your words disgust me. Lin Bei retorted coldly. Were it not for his desire to see the third Hokage deposed from the position of Hokage and the most despised Uchiha ascend in his stead, Lin Bei would have relished the opportunity to crush him. The third Hokage's face flushed, yet he found himself rendered mute. In the next moment, he could not even glare at Lin Bei, feeling an icy chill envelop him, as if the iron forehead protector had turned to dust without his notice. At this juncture, Jiraiya trembled. Listening to Lin Bei's words, he experienced a sudden epiphany. Previously, it was the third Hokage's imposing presence that had left Jiraiya little room for contemplation. Moreover, he had been guided by the Hokage's thoughts, leading him astray. Now, with Lin Bei's intervention, he finally recognized that he had fallen into a cognitive trap. For the sake of the village? What did that even mean? To divert the villagers' hatred? What a farce. Even if there is no transfer, what difference does it make? In a few years, perhaps the hatred will have faded from their memories. Conversely, The third Hokage's actions have rendered Naruto the embodiment of that animosity. Each time they lay eyes on Naruto, it is as if the buried resentment is unearthed anew. And what of Naruto? He has become a victim. His parents sacrificed their lives for the village of Konoha. Is the third Hokage now attempting to compel Naruto to perish for Konoha as well? Observing Jiraiya's pained expression, Lin Bei continued, "Moreover, you harbor feelings for Tsunade, do you not? Yet your mentor was responsible for the death of her brother. Nevertheless, you owe your gratitude to your teacher, for in his quest to ruin Tsunade, he inadvertently took the life of her fiancé. This opens an opportunity for you, does it not?" At these words, Jiraiya abruptly raised his gaze towards the third Hokage, disbelief etched upon his face. The third Hokage, visibly enraged, gasped for breath as he exclaimed, "Jiraiya, he is deceiving you. How could you place your trust in an outsider instead of believing in your teacher? You are both my disciples. How could I ever harm you?" Lin Bei remarked, "You play your part exceptionally well. Yet, I did advise you to remain silent." With a sudden explosion, the third Hokage's right arm was injured. Moments later, he let out a muffled groan, his pale face glistening with sweat. At this juncture, Fugaku spoke up, "Lord Jiraiya, this is indeed the truth. The war was orchestrated by the third Hokage and Danzo. We were sent wherever they commanded, with little choice in the matter. My clan suffered tremendous casualties as a result. I believe the other clans experienced a similar plight." Upon hearing this, all present, save for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's expression grew more sorrowful. It appeared to indeed be the case. He had long wondered why Tsunade had chosen to leave Konoha so suddenly. This place, established by the first Hokage, was her home. Even with her blood phobia, there would still be a place for her in Konoha. Who would have thought? It seems Tsunade must have sensed something amiss. The village and the third Hokage had truly caused her heartache. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya declared, "Hokage-sama, my strength is insufficient to confront him. I can no longer involve myself in this matter." A chill ran through the third Hokage's heart. Was the one person who had always supported him now preparing to leave? He suddenly felt a profound sense of loneliness. Had he truly erred in his decisions? Jiraiya, feeling disheartened, found himself yearning to return to Mount Myaboku. "Wait. Do not leave just yet," Lin Bei called out as Jiraiya began to turn away. Jiraiya paused, looking back at Lin Bei, and said, "My mind is in turmoil. I seek solitude to ponder the dialectical relationship between myself, Konoha, and the Hokage. I truly wish to avoid conflict." Lin Bei replied, "There is something I have yet to disclose. Please hold on a moment." Although Jiraiya was uncertain about what Lin Bei had to say, he complied and remained, for he knew he could not overpower Lin Bei. Moreover, he felt an inkling of gratitude towards him. He seemed to have previously existed in a dream crafted by the third Hokage, only to be drawn into reality by Lin Bei. Although he harbored little fondness for this reality, it was indeed tangible. Lin Bei first cast a glance at the third Hokage, then at Fugaku, followed by Itachi, Jiraiya, and the various clan leaders. He then spoke with a heavy heart. "I believe it is time for a change in the Hokage of Konoha. Who stands in favor? And who is against?" The simplicity of his words left everyone momentarily stunned. The third Hokage nearly broke his silence, but at the last moment, he refrained. After all, he was no longer the formidable figure he once was. Lin Bei was a man capable of taking lives. The clan leaders gazed at Lin Bei in confusion. Was this topic not a bit too abrupt? Moreover, who was he to assert such a change? However, they wisely chose to remain silent. "I concur." A voice broke through, surprising many. "Who was that stubborn fool?" Oh, it was Uchiha. That made it less concerning. The love-hate relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was well known to them. The third Hokage immediately directed a withering glare at Fugaku, who chose to disregard him entirely. Even in his previous state, the third Hokage had not commanded Fugaku's respect. With one arm lost, how much strength could he possibly retain? Jiraiya hesitated before saying, "Mr. Six, is it truly appropriate for you to speak on this matter? After all, this is a family issue for Konoha. Despite your strength, you are still an outsider. If this precedent is set, will Konoha not become a public forum where anyone of power can impose their will?" The third Hokage cast a grateful look at Jiraiya, surprised that his disciple would defend him. Lin Bei responded, "Is that so? I beg to differ. In the world of ninjas, is it not strength that dictates discourse? Do you believe I lack the capability to eliminate all the ninjas of Konoha?" At these words, a chill ran through everyone, including the Uchiha clan. If Lin Bei had spoken with murderous intent, it might have been more manageable. However, he delivered his statement with the same ease as one might drink a glass of water. This man appeared to regard human life with utter indifference, which implied that should they truly defy him, he might indeed act on his threats. He was a demon. How had Konoha drawn the ire of such a person? I believe Mr. Six is correct. Perhaps it is indeed time for a change in the Hokage of Konoha, spoke the Hyuga clan leader. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon the Hyuga leader, while the Inuzuka clan leader nodded in agreement. I too believe Mr. Six is right. I support this. So do I. The third Hokage could no longer contain himself. The clan leaders had evidently made up their minds. Moreover, this individual was undeniably powerful. Having him as Hokage would benefit Konoha. Yet, it remained uncertain whether his devastating Kekkei Genkai was singular or an area attack, and how it would influence warfare. Most critically, it seemed this man was genuinely displeased with the third Hokage. Perhaps he would not replicate the third Hokage's past actions. The third Hokage's expression grew bleak as he realized not a single soul was willing to speak on his behalf. We absolutely disagree. A harsh voice suddenly rang out. The crowd gasped in astonishment, questioning who possessed such audacity. They all turned in unison towards a single direction. Slowly, two elderly figures ambled forth, their faces stern and demeanor haughty, as if they were the very embodiment of authority. Did they truly believe that the Hidden Leaf Village was devoid of defenders? How dare an enigmatic individual such as himself act with such impudence? And you too, assisting a foreigner in confronting the Hokage of the village. Truly commendable. Each of you, having received so many benefits from the leaf, would so easily betray it? Moreover, the Uchiha clan has indeed revealed its malevolence. They have summoned allies to plot against the leaf. Our previous stance against the Uchiha was undoubtedly justified. Rebellion has indeed manifested. The exchange continued, with each elder hurling accusations that left the crowd bewildered. Lin Bei was equally perplexed. Who had granted these two the audacity to speak in such a manner? Tsubaki, with a mocking gaze, turned to Lin Bei and remarked, aspiring to be Hokage? How naive. Are you not aware that the Hokage must be appointed by the daimyo? And even if you possess formidable strength, can you truly contend with the entirety of the ninja world? Lin Bei regarded Jiraiya and said, the Hidden Leaf is indeed a land of exceptional talent, brimming with extraordinary individuals. Jiraiya lowered his head in shame. These two elders, having grown accustomed to wielding power, had never encountered such a turn of events. As they prepared to speak once more, Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the tongues of the two elders erupted in a mist of crimson. They collapsed to their knees, clutching their mouths as blood seeped through their fingers. How dare they accuse the Uchiha of rebellion? They had persistently targeted them, and now, to even consider rebellion was a sign of foolish loyalty. As for the daimyo, if he consents, everything is negotiable. If he does not, we shall simply replace him with someone who will. The two elders stared at Lin Bei in terror and confusion. They had never encountered such a direct response before. The Uchiha clan watched Lin Bei with excitement. He was their voice in the ninja world. They had done nothing wrong. Yet they were continually targeted. Why should they be accused of potential rebellion? How could that even be a possibility? If you ceased to persecute us, we would hardly consider rebellion. Furthermore, why not address the possibility of other major clans rebelling? Why not acknowledge that you yourselves could also betray? It was utterly unjust. The Uchiha clan reveled in the pitiful sight of the two elders and the disheveled third Hokage, feeling an exhilarating sense of vindication. They hoped that Lord Number 6 would not be so swift to end their lives. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, exhaling a heavy sigh. He was too exhausted to intervene. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Lin Bei continued, henceforth, Sarutobi Hiruzen shall no longer be the Hokage. I hereby appoint the fifth Hokage directly. It shall be him. Lin Bei pointed towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, who is in favor and who is against? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The third Hokage, in a panic, momentarily forgot Lin Bei's declaration and shouted, no, absolutely not. An Uchiha cannot become Hokage. Two elderly figures appeared to be engaged in a futile discussion, as if they were on the brink of demise while yearning for a position of authority akin to that of the Hokage. Lin Bei's gaze turned icy, clearly indicating his disdain. Is this truly the stance you wish to take, even in such dire circumstances? Lin Bei inquired. Very well, aside from these three old hounds. Who else dares to oppose? He continued, his tone softening unexpectedly. Do not hesitate to step forward. The other clan leaders shuddered at his words, realizing the peril they faced. It was evident that Lin Bei was not seeking their counsel, but merely informing them of their fate. Only those three elders remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "We have no objections," one declared. "Neither do I." The third Hokage gazed incredulously at these individuals, astonished at how effortlessly they had betrayed their own interests. You all." The old man trembled with rage. "Wait, Mr. Six, do you truly believe I possess the capability to become Hokage?" Itachi felt a sense of unease. He had never even dared to dream of such a position. In truth, the aspirations of the Uchiha clan were quite simple: to be treated with kindness. Yet Lin Bei had unexpectedly presented them with an overwhelming proposition. The elders of the Uchiha clan looked at Itachi with disappointment, urging him to seize this remarkable opportunity that had been offered unbidden. Did he not notice the red-rimmed eyes of the old hound beside him? The third Hokage's eyes mirrored that intensity, disbelief flooding his senses. How could Itachi, this ungrateful wretch, attempt to evade such an offer? Was this not a deliberate affront to his dignity? With a smile, Lin Bei remarked, "Itachi Uchiha, we shall defer this discussion for a moment." He then turned his gaze back to the three elder hounds, his demeanor chilling once more. The atmosphere thickened, resonating with tension as Lin Bei seemingly emerged from the very air, standing before the third Hokage in an instant. The onlookers barely registered the shift in his position. Such swiftness sent a wave of unease through their hearts. Suddenly, the light seemed to vanish, startling the third Hokage. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. Without hesitation, Lin Bei delivered a sharp slap across the third Hokage's face. "So, the Uchiha cannot be Hokage, can they?" The third Hokage, momentarily stunned, felt the sting of humiliation. Although the pain was merely that of a common slap, it was delivered in front of all the ninja clans of Konoha, shattering his dignity. Fury ignited within him. Yet the surrounding clan leaders were equally bewildered. They had never witnessed such a scene. The third Hokage was on the verge of erupting, his chakra surging with rage. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming weakness envelop him, rendering him powerless. "Do you wish to oppose?" Another slap, and all his fury evaporated. He suddenly realized that before Lin Bei, he was but a helpless chicken awaiting slaughter. Absolutely not, is it?" The third Hokage remained silent, merely pursing his lips. With a sharp clap, he indicated that words were unnecessary. The third was taken aback, gazing at Lin Bei, uncertain of what to utter. Another clap echoed, a silent challenge. The third's eyes dulled, tears of despair streaming down his cheeks. He wished for an end to it all. 2 more strikes followed, his face swelling rapidly. Lin Bei's gaze shifted to Mito Gate-in and Torian Koharu, who immediately shook their heads in terror, filled with regret. Yet, Lin Bei showed no mercy. With a couple of decisive slaps, teeth flew in graceful arcs. The two fell to the ground, hands cradling their inflamed faces, eyes wide with fear. Lin Bei scoffed, declaring, "Did you think it was still the same? The tides have turned, old dogs." At his words, the 3 elder figures trembled, falling silent. The observing ninjas stood frozen in shock. Lin Bei then reappeared before the Uchiha clan, fixing his gaze on Itachi. "Itachi Uchiha, what were you about to say?" "You may speak now." After a moment's hesitation, Itachi replied, "I was about to declare my commitment to the Hokage position." A collective sigh of relief swept through the Uchiha clan. They feared Itachi might remain obstinate. Fugaku's expression softened with satisfaction. Although Lin Bei's declaration was unilateral at this moment, the Hokage position was indeed secured. The Uchiha clan could finally aspire to that title, and it would be his son, who would dare to marginalize the Uchiha from now on. Hearing this, Lin Bei nodded. "It is good that you think so. Therefore, let today's events conclude here." Everyone quickly concurred. Lin Bei's tone turned icy as he addressed the third and his companions. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, Torian Koharu, Mito Gate-in. I declare that today's matters end here. Your silence implies you wish to trouble the Uchiha further?" The 3, terrified, shook their heads vigorously. No. Let it end here." With a cold snort, Lin Bei's form suddenly dissipated. It was only once the crowd confirmed his complete disappearance that their tense muscles began to relax. Fugaku of the Uchiha clan wore a relieved expression, bowing to the assembled ninja clans. "From now on, I look forward to your cooperation." The Hyuga clan and others quickly returned the gesture, understanding that the Uchiha clan was poised for ascendance. The Hokage title was not the crux of the matter. The Uchiha had formidable backing. Curiosity about the tavern swelled among the crowd. They mused that they must visit it soon, perhaps establishing connections with the owner. Who knew? They might even be more favored than the Uchiha and claim the Hokage position themselves. Jiraiya cast a final glance at the third Hokage before silently departing. The third and his companions remained motionless, feigning death until the crowd dispersed. Only then did they rise, casting cold glares at the Uchiha clan. The third remarked, "Uchiha, truly a masterful strategy. I regret not heeding Danzo's advice to act against you sooner." Regrettably, he will never again hear the words spoken by Danzo. Fugaku scoffed, asserting without reservation, "The Uchiha have always been loyal to the village hidden in the leaves. Had you not pressured us so fiercely, had you granted us even a sliver of a chance, today's events would never have transpired." The third Hokage let out a dismissive grunt and remarked, "Being Hokage is far from easy." The three of them turned away, resembling three defeated hounds, utterly disheveled. The Uchiha clan fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into cheers. The oppression they felt during the previous siege led by the third Hokage now transformed into a soaring sense of elation. The phrase "to attempt to steal a chicken only to lose the rice" aptly describes the third Hokage's predicament. Not only did he fail to achieve his objective, but he inadvertently bolstered the Uchiha. Listening to the jubilant cries of his kin, Fugaku and Itachi were filled with emotion. "Father, this Hokage." Itachi's face displayed a hint of conflict. He was entirely inexperienced. While he could engage in battle, the role of Hokage was another matter entirely. Fugaku shook his head and said, "Mr. Six has entrusted you with this role. You should embrace it without hesitation. You need not regard this position as overly burdensome. As Hokage, the ability to make decisions is paramount. Responsibilities, both great and small, will be handled by others. Being Hokage does not necessitate unparalleled intellect. Just look at the third Hokage and Danzo. While they appear to have contributed much to Konoha, they are, in essence, draining the village for their own gain. The same goes for Tsunade and Mito. With the likes of Konoha's F4 stirring up chaos, the village has managed to persevere. It seems to be thriving now. Itachi, at the very least, would not be a foolish leader. Moreover, with a professional military strategist like Narashikaku by his side, Konoha would not fare worse than before." Itachi paused, and the unease within him settled somewhat. Fugaku's expression grew serious once more. "Itachi, the role of Hokage is important to us, yet not paramount. What truly matters now is our relationship with Boss Lin. Everything we have gained today is entirely unrelated to us. It is solely a product of Boss Lin's whim. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Itachi nodded vigorously. "I understand, father. My mind is clear. Boss Lin can easily bestow upon us, and just as easily take away. I am not one to forget my place after receiving favors." Fugaku's expression softened slightly at these words. "Itachi, my son, I am well aware. However, not everyone within our clan shares your mindset. We must remain vigilant. We cannot allow those pests to undermine our hard-won circumstances." The father and son exchanged smiles. Although the current Hokage of Konoha is from the Uchiha clan, they both understood who the true master was. The third Hokage and his companions did not return to the Hokage office, but instead made their way to the Sarutobi clan's territory. "Ah!" Mito Minyan exclaimed anxiously. The third Hokage rubbed his temples and said, "If you have something to say, write it down. The noise is quite bothersome." Tsunade hurriedly scribbled, "Are we simply going to give up?" A flash of anger crossed the third Hokage's eyes as he replied, "Of course, we cannot let this go unchallenged." Mito Minyan wrote, "But that person is too terrifying." All three shared a sense of unease. Lin Bei is, apart from the first Hokage, the most formidable ninja they have ever encountered. In the past, the first Hokage could dominate the ninja world single-handedly. Could it be that a figure akin to the first Hokage has emerged once more? No, that cannot be. The presence of both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara is sufficient. There shall never be a third. The third Hokage declared, "Since the Uchiha clan can relay messages, so can we." Mito Gate-in and Zenkai Koharu were momentarily taken aback and wrote, "What message?" Where there is interest, there lies motivation. This will attract allies to assist us against that tavern. Once that tavern is eliminated, the Uchiha clan will pose no threat. He forgot, however, the humiliation of being overwhelmed by Susanoo. Zenkai Koharu and Mito Gate-in exchanged hesitant glances and wrote, "This seems perilous for Konoha." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not concern yourselves with such matters. Konoha will not fall. Moreover, Should Konoha fall into the hands of the Uchiha, it will inevitably be destroyed. Only I possess the power to save Konoha. Zenkai Koharu and Mito gate and shared a knowing look, tacitly agreeing. They then inquired, Danzo is accompanying you, right? Where is he? The third Hokage remained silent for a long moment before responding. Danzo is dead. What? The two widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished not only by Danzo's demise, but also by the third Hokage's unsettling calmness. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned to the tavern. Upon entering, he spotted an elderly man seated within, Rayleigh. Lin Bei felt no surprise. He was able to perceive the happenings in the tavern through his clones. Noticing someone had entered, Rayleigh turned around. Upon glimpsing the familiar mask, his pupils constricted, and he quickly rose to his feet. Mr. Godservant, it has been a while. The legendary pirate of yore, once resolute in his ambitions to vanquish gods and Buddhas, now appeared almost childlike in his demeanor before a parent, displaying a degree of restraint. After all, having witnessed the might of the Godservant, few could maintain their composure in his presence, particularly one capable of obliterating high-ranking generals with a mere glance. In response, Godservant Lin Bei did not regard Rayleigh, but instead approached his clone, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. My God, the task has been accomplished. Kneeling in reverence felt more like an homage than submission. The clone bore a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Well done, number 6. Rayleigh felt no offense. Rather, he let out a soft gasp. Such a powerful Godservant displayed utmost respect before this seemingly unremarkable young man, distinguished only by his striking appearance and unique aura. It ignited the imagination of what true strength a god must possess. Rising, Godservant Lin Bei then turned his attention to Rayleigh, stating, I do not know you. What you have encountered may have been my colleagues. I am the servant of my god, number 6. His voice was cold and unyielding, akin to a frigid wind. Taken aback, Rayleigh realized, so that is the case. Such a powerful entity, and there are more than one. Truly, he is a god. At that moment, the clone of Lin Bei interjected, the one who visited your world previously was number 9. He is not here now. Rayleigh, deep in thought, pondered, your world? Does that imply that number 9 has ventured to another realm? No wonder he vanished for 3 days. The avatar of Lin Bei interjected, you should rest now. Indeed. Then, unnoticed by Rayleigh, the avatar of Lin Bei vanished, and Lin Bei's true self took his place. Just then, the door swung open once more, revealing Uchiha Fugaku. It seemed as if a force of energy drew them together, and the two guests, Fugaku and Rayleigh, locked eyes. In that instant, the flow of time between the worlds of the Hokage and the pirates synchronized. Fugaku, you must have many matters to attend to. What brings you here? Lin Bei inquired. Regaining his composure, Fugaku respectfully replied, Boss Lin, I have come to express my gratitude. Your generosity knows no bounds, and no amount of thanks could suffice. Though our strength is modest, I represent the Uchiha clan in pledging our unwavering loyalty to you. Rayleigh, listening intently, rifled through his memories, ultimately concluding that he had no recollection of the name Uchiha. It sounded reminiscent of the Land of Waves. Yet he was well acquainted with that region and could confirm the absence of such a clan. Furthermore, he sensed a formidable power concealed within this individual. Even he felt uncertain of defeating him. Moreover, this power was entirely unfamiliar to him. Connecting it to Lin Bei's earlier remarks, a realization dawned upon him. This person was not from their world, but rather an inhabitant of another realm. Rayleigh swiftly accepted this reality, intrigued by the prospect. Lin Bei, pleased by Fugaku's words, felt gratified. Setting aside what Fugaku could offer him, the mere attitude displayed was immensely comforting. Lin Bei smiled, Fugaku, I acknowledge your pledge. Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Offering loyalty depended on whether it was appreciated. Thus, while the Uchiha clan had become subordinates, this was an immense blessing for them. Fugaku's tone lightened. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lin Bei contemplated for a moment before calling out to Fugaku, wait. Fugaku halted immediately, listening intently. Lin Bei continued, when Itachi becomes Hokage, remember to revise the contents of the Will of Fire. Fugaku's heart leaped with joy. This was indeed a heartfelt return for his loyalty. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Lin Bei placed such importance on the Will of Fire. Not understanding, he asked, Boss Lin, I am rather dull. Could you elaborate? Lin Bei chuckled, it's quite simple. What do you believe the Will of Fire represents? Fugaku paused, instinctively responding. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures. His reaction indicated the necessity of amending the will of fire. Lin Bei remarked, no need for such poetic embellishments. To put it plainly, it's about sacrifice. The predecessors sacrifice for the new generation, and individuals sacrifice for the village. After finishing his statement, Lin Bei abruptly shifted the topic and inquired, Fuyue, do you recall how Konoha's White Fang met his demise? Fuyue felt perplexed but followed Lin Bei's lead, responding, indeed. He was driven to death by the third Hokage and Danzo due to his threat to the latter's position. Lin Bei affirmed, precisely. He posed a threat to the third Hokage's status. However, it was not impersonally, but rather his actions that jeopardized it. What actions, you may ask? Indeed. It was the will of fire, which advocates for sacrificing the self for the greater good. What constitutes the self? It refers to everyone aside from the third Hokage and his family. And what embodies the greater good? It is the village, the Hokage. What did Tsukumo Hatake do? He forsook his mission to save his comrades. This, in turn, compromised the interests of the village. He sacrificed the greater good for the sake of the self. The will of fire is merely a tool wielded by the third Hokage to maintain his position. Meanwhile, Konoha's White Fang introduced a new ideology, thus threatening the tool in the third Hokage's grasp. Do you comprehend this? Hence, why Minato could ascend to the Hokage position, and why Danzo survived the assassination attempt on the third Hokage, while Konoha's White Fang was coerced into his demise. Upon hearing this, Fuyue felt utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated such intricate layers within the matter. Thus, to replace the will of fire would signify the obliteration of all influence held by the third Hokage? Unfortunately, this was not a mere matter of exchange. He could no longer inquire further with Lin Bei, lest he appear ungrateful. The fact that Lin Bei was willing to share so much with him today was already a tremendous boon. I understand now, Boss Lin. Thank you for your guidance. Fuyue respectfully bowed before exiting the tavern. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who had been observing the entire exchange, regarded Lin Bei with a sense of wonderment. Lin Bei was akin to a deity navigating the human experience. He seemed indifferent to everything, yet possessed an acute awareness of all. It was truly formidable. Rayleigh felt a tinge of relief. Fortunately, this god appeared to harbor no malice towards humanity. Scratching his head, he recalled Uchiha Fuyue and tentatively asked, Boss Lin, the Uchiha clan and Fuyue, the clan leader, sound rather extraordinary. Lin Bei replied, you're not mistaken. He is not from your world. His realm is that of ninjas, where they cultivate a form of energy known as chakra. Oh, by the way, the power that nine utilized in your world is indeed derived from their realm. Coincidentally, that individual possesses such abilities. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh gasped in disbelief. Goodness, is this world truly so terrifying? He pondered. Could it be that Nine was originally from this world and was chosen by Lin Bei to become a divine servant? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Sensing Rayleigh's apprehension, Lin Bei reassured him, you need not worry. If they wish to venture into your world, they can only do so through my multiverse tavern. As long as your world's denizens oppose it, they shall remain unable to cross over. At these words, Rayleigh finally exhaled in relief. However, the adventurous spirit coursing through his veins began to awaken once more. Lin Bei chose to disregard Rayleigh, seated at the bar, contemplating the moment when he could eradicate the celestial dragons. In the next instant, a masked doppelganger abruptly materialized within the tavern, exuding an aura steeped in bloodshed. Upon its entrance, the very atmosphere of the establishment seemed to be tinged with crimson. Rayleigh was taken aback, his body bristling with unease, and his observation haki on the verge of overwhelming him. What on earth is this? He felt as though he were an ant caught between two fingers. The doppelganger, avoiding direct eye contact, approached Lin Bei and knelt before him on one knee, akin to a soldier. My lord, the task has been accomplished. As it spoke, the murderous aura surrounding it gradually dissipated, leaving only a startled Rayleigh behind. Lin Bei nodded. The doppelganger rose, seemingly just now noticing Rayleigh. Ah, it's Rayleigh, it remarked. Rayleigh, regaining his composure, inquired, you are number 9? Indeed, that is I. What? What have you done? Rayleigh's lips trembled. Ah, if it's unmentionable, consider it unasked. The doppelganger, unfazed, replied, there is nothing that cannot be said. It was merely the slaughter of a few. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. A few? That earlier aura startled me. The doppelganger, noticing Rayleigh's disbelief, shrugged and explained, it was merely the demise of several 100 billion souls. Truly, just a trivial matter. How many? Rayleigh nearly lost his footing. Hundreds of billions? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Yet, witnessing number 9's nonchalant demeanor alongside the previous aura of menace, Rayleigh felt compelled to believe. He had once perceived number 9 as an amiable conversationalist, but now he realized that speaking with number 9 required considerable courage. Hundreds of billions? What was the total population across all their islands? Sensing the fear in Rayleigh's eyes, number 9 elaborated. Well, I am not a demon. Killing can be exhausting. However, those individuals desecrated my divinity, and thus I had no choice but to act. Rayleigh's legs felt weak. Previously, Lin Bei had exhibited a remarkably gentle demeanor, allowing for casual conversation. Yet, he pondered, had he ever offended Lin Bei? Hundreds of billions. Surely, the blood of these individuals could fill an entire sea. It was in this moment that he comprehended another facet of divinity. One could be treated with kindness, yet one must not overstep boundaries. This was the inviolability of a deity. Once the intimidation had sufficiently set in, the doppelganger knelt once more and stated, My lord, the task is complete. Now, I wish to attend to certain matters in the pirate world. Very well, let the doppelganger proceed. The celestial dragons are not worthy of my direct intervention. Be cautious. Lin Bei replied gently, his gaze akin to that of a parent watching a child depart. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. Are you jesting? Advising a being who has slaughtered hundreds of billions to exercise caution? I genuinely fear that a mere slip could leave the pirate world devoid of life. Well then, I shall take my leave as well, Rayleigh concluded, following the doppelganger out. Number 9, how about I accompany you? Rayleigh called out, hastening to catch up. The doppelganger did not turn. Do you think you can keep up with me? Moreover, you are exceedingly weak. I must be cautious not to inadvertently crush you. Rayleigh, he never dreamed that one day he would be deemed too feeble by another. The most frustrating part is that he cannot refute it. How vexing. Rayleigh composed himself and remarked, Everyone is observing your actions. Yet you vanished from the sea for 3 days, and the world government is proclaiming that you are afraid. Other factions seem somewhat disappointed. Oh, but what does that have to do with me? Rayleigh was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what concern was it of number 9? Moreover, number 9 has already arrived. It seems the Holy Land is destined for a bloodbath. Just as Rayleigh was about to express more thoughts, his clone activated Susanoo, wings unfurling as it soared upward. Rayleigh, at this speed, he truly cannot keep up. Regardless, knowing that the celestial dragons are doomed is sufficient. That is a divine servant. The stationed troops on Sabaody Archipelago inadvertently looked up and were met with a terrifying sight. The golden giant was undeniably conspicuous. Thus, Sengoku became aware of this matter. He numbly set down the receiver, pondering his course of action. Should he head to the Holy Land? But the adversary seeks to slay the celestial dragons. This truly dampens his spirits. For instance, this old fellow before him, crunching on senbei, might even be preparing to assist that divine servant. The Holy Land. Amidst the power struggles. It has already been 3 days, and that so-called divine servant has yet to appear. He must be frightened. Merely a buffoon. Yet, prudence is advisable. Perhaps he harbors some scheme. What scheme could he possibly have? If he dares to show himself again, I shall consume this cup. The receiver clicked as it was answered. Elders of the 5 stars, that divine servant has appeared on Sabaody Archipelago. With a crack, the receiver was crushed in his grip. The 4 individuals simultaneously turned to the golden-haired elder and then to the cup in his hand. The golden-haired elder was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he has appeared. Suddenly, all 5 elders were thrown into a panic. They had witnessed the divine servant's power through a live broadcast, and Sengoku had personally relayed the terrifying nature of that strength. Quickly, summon Sengoku. Bring Sora as well. However, before they could gather their forces, the clone had already arrived at myriad. It hovered in the air, gazing down upon the most corrupt place in the world. Ironically, nearly everything was white. Even from a distance, the clone could discern the insects in the grass. It could see the celestial dragons riding upon their slaves. It witnessed them mercilessly whipping the slaves, yet the slaves remained silent, their eyes devoid of emotion. It could observe unimaginable tortures, each one being inflicted upon the slaves in succession. Indeed, such a place ought not to exist. The clone sighed, and then, Susanoo began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a golden giant towering over 1,000 meters loomed between heaven and earth. Boom! He descended to the ground, causing the entire Holy Land to tremble. Here he comes. Yes, it is that man. The guardians of the sacred land dropped their weapons to the ground, confronted by a colossal giant towering 1,000 meters high. To them, his feet were like mountains. What a ridiculous situation. Their mere size was enough to extinguish their fighting spirit. Call for help. Quickly, shouted the golden-haired elder, his voice hoarse. The other elders were frantically dialing numbers. They had heard that nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing such a sight firsthand. It was only when the giant appeared before them that they truly grasped the magnitude of the oppressive force. The doppelganger observed the grotesque figures of the people below and slowly raised its hands. Panic ensued as they fell to the ground, trembling in anticipation of death. Yet, death did not arrive. The doppelganger did not attack. It merely crossed its arms, biding its time. It awaited the arrival of everyone and the arrival of that bird. What was the point of secretly destroying the sacred land? It intended to crush it before the eyes of the entire world. At that moment, a flash streaked across the horizon. With a few flickers, the light reached the giant, transforming into Kizaru. "Mr. Godly Servant, you are indeed terrifying," he remarked, gazing at the golden giant that seemed even larger than before, fear evident in his eyes. The events of 3 days prior had haunted his dreams. The futile struggles and despair, leaving him utterly demoralized. "You shouldn't be here, Navy." Kizaru shrugged and replied, "But I have no choice." With that, he assumed a stance. "Stay quiet." The golden giant swatted at him like a bothersome fly. With a resounding boom, a laser shot struck the red earth continent, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter beside the giant's feet. A figure emerged from the sacred land, gliding into the pit. There lay Kizaru, sprawled in a star shape, bloodied and battered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kizaru weakly uttered, "Commander Kong, I fear I may not be able to participate in the upcoming battle." Kong remained silent. Kizaru indeed looked wretched, but the feedback from his observation hockey indicated he had only sustained minor injuries. In truth, the golden giant had merely swatted at him without intending to strike. The wind generated from the swat had caused his injuries. Ultimately, it was his own recklessness that led to him crashing into the red earth continent. Kong looked up to the limit of his vision, unable to see the giant's head. He sighed, "Who wishes to fight? Engaging in battle is one thing, but I have no desire to simply throw my life away." Even with the naked eye, he could discern the oceanic energy surging within the golden giant. He had no confidence that even his full power could breach its defenses. Moreover, this giant was merely a tool of his adversary. The method that could shatter anyone's resolve filled him with dread. He realized that the opponent appeared to be waiting for something. Very well, let them wait. Soon, CP0 and the Celestial Dragon's Knights of God arrived nearby. The Navy is utterly useless. Just because it's a bit larger, they're terrified? The leader of CP0 cast a glance at the empty space and the yellow ape in the pit, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The Knights of God also regarded the golden giant with haughty disdain, as if it were merely a bubble that could be extinguished by a fleeting spark. Observing this, Kong exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he regarded them as one might a valiant hero lost to time. "Indeed, our navy seems ineffectual. It is you, CP, who dares to engage in battle. Shall you proceed first?" Kong gestured with a flourish, inviting them to take the lead. The leader of CP0 scoffed, declaring, "I maintain that the world government requires only us, CP0. The Navy is nothing but a band of useless fools." As he spoke, he deliberately brushed past Kong, shoving him aside as he advanced toward the golden giant. Kong's forehead twitched slightly. He felt no anger, for the fate of that individual was already sealed. After all, he had slain Sea Kings before. The CP0 leader flexed his wrist, his physique transforming into that of an ancient beast, a colossal gorilla. His arms bulged like gnarled roots, and his fists, as large as clay pots, clenched tightly, enveloped in a rich layer of haki. "Behold, Gorilla Smash," he proclaimed, and as the last word left his lips, he leaped toward the ankle of the golden giant. With a resounding crash, his full force struck the ankle, yet the giant remained unfazed. Instead, the CP0 leader was sent flying backward. As he rose, it became evident to all that the arm he had thrown the punch with now hung limply at his side. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the howling wind. The once arrogant leader of CP0 now wore a visage of doubt and fear as he gazed upon the golden giant. The Knights of God fell into silence as well. Their strength paralleled that of the CP0 leader, and witnessing his humiliating defeat, they dared not approach. It was not merely a defeat. Their opponent had not even lifted a finger in retaliation. They instinctively lowered their heads, contemplating the sheer devastation that would ensue if the golden giant were to truly engage. Kong inhaled deeply, bemused. It was absurd. He finally comprehended the yellow ape's actions. No one who had battled the golden giant would possess the courage to face it a second time. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku and his crew arrived. Their eyes instinctively drawn to the golden giant for just a moment before they moved to stand beside Kong. "Commander Kong," he acknowledged with a nod, then continued. "Admiral Kizaru bravely fought against the enemy, but unfortunately sustained injuries from the brigands." Sengoku and the others turned to see Kizaru comfortably resting in the pit, their lips twitching in unison. "Kizaru, you truly are something else." Aokiji fell into contemplation. Truth be told, he too wished to be at rest. Meanwhile, Akainu's expression darkened. "Humph. I disdain to associate with someone like Kizaru. Could you at least pretend to be more serious?" At that moment, an unexpected figure arrived. The clouds above shifted ominously, and a gust of wind descended from the heavens, drawing near to Garp. Upon the arrival of this individual, all eyes were drawn to him. "Is that you, Ace?" Garp exclaimed, scattering a cloud of snack crumbs. "Dragon?" The eyes of Sengoku and others widened in disbelief. "How dare you show up here?" CP0 and Akainu glared fiercely at Dragon. Yet, Dragon remained unfazed by the scrutiny of the formidable figures surrounding him. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such a reaction. I am merely here to witness the downfall of the celestial dragons. After all, this aligns with one of the objectives of my revolutionary army. In this regard, we share a common purpose with Mr. Godservant." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. "Regardless, since you have made your appearance, it is only fitting that we seize you." Akainu stepped forward, magma dripping from his fists. Dragon exhibited no intent to engage in battle. "Akainu, do you wish to fight in front of Mr. Godservant?" With those words, Akainu's fury was quelled. The fearless Akainu now found himself facing someone he feared. Reluctantly, he halted, no longer daring to unleash the magma. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet once more. All were aware that the true authority rested with Lin Bei. If they could not even breach the defenses of their opponent, what could they possibly achieve? At that moment, the one Lin Bei had been waiting for finally arrived. Morgans rushed in, breathless and anxious, fearing he would arrive too late to witness anything but ruins. Yet, at this moment, relief washed over him, even stirring a sense of emotion within him. Surely, that golden giant was not waiting for him, standing there motionless. "Morgans, set up the equipment at once. I want the entire world to witness the downfall of the celestial dragons. Can you manage that?" The proclamation reverberated like thunder across the horizon. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. "No. Morgans, how dare you?" The leader of the Knights of God instinctively shouted. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a soft sound echoed, and he was abruptly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, the stench of iron filling the air. At this sight, a chill ran through everyone present. "Enough." The thunderous voice resonated once more. The blood in everyone's veins seemed to freeze. This was yet another unknown method. Moreover, the one who had fallen was none other than the leader of the Knights of God. Even the top-tier warriors like Sengoku felt the pressure when facing him. And yet he had perished so effortlessly. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. Let the five elders blame him if they wished. After today, whether the five elders would still exist remained to be seen. Morgans was momentarily stunned, but then a surge of indomitable ambition surged within him. He had been recognized by the God-servant. Morgans was destined to make history in the realm of journalism. "Of course, no problem, my lord God-servant." Morgans shouted with all his might. "You, what are you still dawdling for? Did you not hear the words of the God-servant? Hurry and take action." Amidst the struggle for power, the five elder statesmen seethed with impotent rage. Those scoundrels, they've been gone for so long, and that colossal giant remains standing there. If they broadcast this, the world government will be doomed. Go, summon Lord him. The reveling insects, still lost in their merriment, heard Lin Bei's words and were instantly enraged. How dare anyone proclaim the annihilation of the celestial dragons? Such audacity! In a frenzy reminiscent of a cult gathering, all the celestial dragons drew their firearms and aimed at the colossal golden giant. This was to be their final revelry. Meanwhile, their slaves, whose eyes had long been devoid of hope, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of life. Could it be that the celestial dragons would truly perish? That giant, so immense, would surely bring about their demise as well, wouldn't he? They had no path of return. Death, for them, was the greatest grace. Unfortunately, they were destined to die alongside the celestial dragons. Yet, the prospect of death was, in itself, a welcome relief. Soon, the equipment was set up, and both live broadcasts and recordings were prepared. The live streaming squares across various locales abruptly displayed the scene. On the screen was Mangekyō, the Holy Land, overshadowed by an extraordinarily gigantic golden giant, whose calves alone surpassed the height of the sacred place. Passers-by who stumbled upon the live broadcast were instantly struck with terror. Recalling previous news reports, they hurried to summon friends and family. Word spread rapidly, and soon the streaming squares were teeming with people. Under the explanations provided by Morgans, everyone became aware of the impending event. Beneath the giantess' feet lay Mangekyō, the very nest of those loathsome maggots. The sight of the golden giant rendered the crowd speechless. Observing the giant up close was even more awe-inspiring and oppressive. However, only through the live broadcast could they truly grasp the colossal magnitude of the giant. In comparison, the Holy Land appeared as mere toys. With a mere lift of its shoulder, it could pierce the heavens. Its size surpassed the limits of their imagination. "Father, look quickly. The divine servant has finally appeared," exclaimed someone. Indeed, the divine servant seems to have grown even larger. The atmosphere among the white group was jubilant, while the ambience among the other royal factions grew notably tense. The pirates were a rebellious lot, and the four emperors possessed the means to be so. To them, even the mightiest of the navy seemed insignificant. Thus, they were brash. Yet, Lin Bei's power was beyond the norm. Even they had to acknowledge that a figure now loomed above them, one they could not resist. From this point onward, their every action would require consideration of his will. Fortunately, he stood in opposition to the world government. Unfortunately, what would someone capable of dismantling the world government do next? Could he become the new world government? The former regime was easily dismissed, but what of the current one? Meanwhile, Shanks was engulfed more by confusion than fear. This was not at all what his captain had described. He had found Luffy, yet this divine servant emerged from nowhere. Lin Bei, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. Upon learning that Morgans had completed the setup, he finally made his move. The golden giant lifted its foot, a single step akin to a small island. The heavens above the sacred land have darkened. In that moment, Lin Bei descended mercilessly. With a thunderous crash, the front of the sacred ground collapsed entirely. This area served as an office space, and the occupants had long since fled, leaving the structures abandoned. With but a single step, all the buildings were rendered obsolete. The entire Red Earth continent seemed to tremble. A violent gust of wind left the celestial dragons disheveled, struggling to maintain their footing. The likes of warring states and others shuddered. The magnitude of this power was beyond their grasp. A mere footfall could render them lifeless or maimed. Kizaru trembled slightly. Thankfully, he possessed the wit to evade disaster. Otherwise, he would have been tasked with rescuing others in this chaotic moment. Then, the golden giant's foot lifted once more, this time targeting the abode of the celestial dragons. It was then that they finally grasped the gravity of their situation. Someone truly intended to obliterate them, and their servants could offer no salvation. The colossal foot, which obscured the sun, was inexorable and would undoubtedly descend upon them. At that moment, their fate appeared sealed. Fear gripped the celestial dragons, and anguished cacophony erupted, their minds unraveling, as they lost all composure. Meanwhile, the slaves observed with glimmering eyes, their expressions filled with relief. Liberation was finally within reach. "Divine servant, perhaps you should pause," an inexplicable voice resonated suddenly. Despite the surrounding clamor, that statement was crystal clear to all. Shock rippled through the crowd. Who could it be? A figure emerged, behind whom the five elders bowed their heads in utmost reverence. Akainu and the others gasped in astonishment. The five elders, the supreme rulers of the world government, now exhibited such humility before this stranger. Are you speaking to me?" Lin Bei's voice echoed from the heavens. Furrowed his brow. The individual before him knew his name. He declared, "You are the divine servant, and I am the divine. Thus, you are inherently my servant. I command you to cease your actions." The proclamation left everyone astounded. Such audacity was remarkable. Did he truly possess the courage to confront the towering giant he had just witnessed? Silence enveloped the world momentarily, before a terrifying aura of murderous intent unfurled. Even the iron-willed Akainu and the Conqueror's hockey wielder, warring states, found themselves bending under its weight. Half of the celestial dragons were paralyzed by fear. while the other half lay prostrate on the ground, akin to insects, their consciousness fading. Im's expression shifted. He suddenly realized he had underestimated his adversary. His previous remarks had indeed drawn upon his own power, yet Lin Bei remained wholly unaffected. The intensity of that murderous intent was astonishing. He mused that even annihilating the entirety of humanity would not yield such a level of lethal energy. Doubt crept into Im's heart. Perhaps he should not have emerged at all. Kizaru and Akiji appeared ghostly pale, terror gripping them. Was this truly what Lin Bei looked like when he was serious? In this lifetime, they could never contend with Lin Bei. As if a voice resonated from the boundless abyss, blaspheme my deity, and perish. The foot Lin Bei had raised came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the residence of the celestial dragons was reduced to mere ground. Simultaneously, the crowd in the live broadcast square, momentarily stunned, erupted in fervor. Everyone was acutely aware of the despicable nature of the celestial dragons. Nearly half had personally endured their tyranny. Many succumbed to their knees, weeping uncontrollably, while others were stirred deeply within. Morgans was in a state of euphoria. He was not only a witness, but also a harbinger of this news. Meanwhile, those in the Holy Land felt their hearts tremble. The celestial dragons had ceased to be their concern. They understood that something monumental was on the horizon. The man behind the five elders, the hidden boss of the Holy Land, and the almost universally acknowledged strongest in the world, the God Servant. Who among them was truly more formidable? Suddenly, the golden giant's form shrank until it stood a mere 10 meters tall. Its blood-red eyes coldly scrutinized Imu, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. Imu bowed his head in silence for a moment, then abruptly lifted it. Just as the crowd anticipated an impending battle, Imu unexpectedly declared, I concede. My previous words may have been somewhat loud. The five elders, Sengoku, and others. CP0, the Knights of the Divine. What the hell? Is he conceding before the fight has even begun? Please, not like this, Lord Imu. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback by Imu's sudden display of weakness. No, at least put up a fight before surrendering. You are supposed to be the ultimate boss of the pirate world. Surrendering outright is far too degrading. Or perhaps, was it a deliberate ploy to lower Lin Bei's guard, only to launch a surprise attack? Imu gazed longingly at the indifferent Lin Bei, feeling utterly helpless. Did they truly believe he was merely speaking without intention? Every utterance bore the weight of a king's power. Yet, this man before him seemed impervious, as if he were an entity detached from this realm. The power of the king had no effect on him whatsoever. With his greatest reliance shattered, what could he possibly do? The earlier golden giant was evident to even the blind. The elders who had placed their faith in Imu found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. Lord Imu, what are you saying? That person has just obliterated the world government. You cannot let him go. Silence. Imu retorted coldly. In the next moment, the five elders, their faces flushed and necks thick with indignation, found themselves unable to utter a word. Yet, what transpired next was even more bewildering. Kneel. Apologize to the true deity. With a thud, all five elders simultaneously knelt before Lin Bei. Their faces were marked by disbelief and resistance, yet their bodies were all too honest. This scene left Sengoku and the others utterly astonished. Was this truly an act of surrender? However, recalling Lin Bei's invincible prowess, this absurd tableau suddenly seemed entirely plausible. Imu cleared his throat and said, Mr. Deity, I may have been deceived and manipulated by these old men. Now I have come to a profound realization of my errors. I implore you to grant me an opportunity for redemption. I can assure you, the world government shall be yours henceforth. The entire ocean will be your domain. After speaking, he lowered his head, as if awaiting his judgment. Lin Bei inhaled deeply, utterly unprepared for the current situation. Im was displaying an unprecedented cowardice. Had I been privy to Lin Bei's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have perceived the matter differently. This was not cowardice. Rather, it was an astute awareness of the circumstances. To confront an adversary whose defeat seemed exceedingly improbable would only serve to exacerbate one's own suffering. At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, prior to Lin Bei's utterance. No one dared to make a sound. Only the howling wind remained. After a brief silence, Lin Bei spoke. I am a servant of the divine, a humble acolyte of my God. Upon hearing these words, Im was struck as if by lightning. Could it be that the other party was indeed serious? Such an extraordinary existence, and there were others above him? How powerful must they be? In that instant, He could not help but feel relieved that surrender was indeed the right choice. "O divine servant, I have erred. It is my fault." With a resounding slap, Im struck his own face, leaving it bruised. His demeanor had to be proper. As long as he could survive, anything else mattered little. "You have just blasphemed my God." Lin Bei's voice was as flat as a corpse's chest, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Im's legs gave way, and he knelt before Lin Bei. The consequences of blaspheming the divine had been vividly demonstrated by the celestial dragons. "O esteemed servant of the divine, I truly acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beseech you, spare my life. Ignorance is no sin. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly." As Im cried out and pleaded for mercy, the remnants of his hidden boss mystique vanished entirely. Everyone observed Im's performance with expressionless faces. Dorag felt a pang in his heart. He had been in opposition to such a person all along. Lin Bei pondered briefly and inquired, "Are you willing to do anything to save your life?" Im was momentarily taken aback, then elated, thinking, "Has success been achieved? Indeed. I am willing to do anything. I would even become a servant of the divine." Lin Bei scoffed, "You think yourself worthy?" Yes. I am unworthy." The onlookers couldn't help but remark on the utter lack of dignity. Lin Bei declared, "If that is the case, you shall accompany me to meet my God, where judgment shall be rendered upon you. Whether you survive or not rests upon fate. I may have granted you life, but should you reject it, do not blame me." Upon hearing this, Im's heart skipped a beat. He wished to refuse, but soon realized he had no power of choice. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Very well, I am willing to behold the true divinity." At that moment, Lin Bei summoned forth a golden chain that ensnared him. Instinctively, Im struggled, only to discover the chain's resilience was astonishing. He exerted all his strength, yet to no avail. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not break free from this seemingly trivial skill. Fortunately, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin Bei cast a glance at him, and he immediately adopted a compliant demeanor. Without a word to the Marine Admiral Sengoku, Lin Bei ascended into the skies, transforming into a golden streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. Just as Sengoku began to utter a word, Lin Bei had already disappeared from sight. Sengoku awkwardly lowered his outstretched arm, and the onlookers exchanged glances, their collective exasperation palpable. "How about we go take a look?" suggested Kazuru, who had emerged from the pit at an unknown moment. Hearing this, Sengoku and the others brightened with intrigue. "Do you know where to go?" asked Kong, his expression one of confusion. Sengoku and the others exchanged a knowing glance, then spoke in unison. "Red Tree number 13 in the Sabaody Archipelago, the Multiverse Tavern, where you can bring your own drinks." Kong and Drago. "Then let's be off." Kong was still quite concerned about Im's fate. Moreover, the sea had likely descended into chaos. He sought to avoid work for a while. Coincidentally, Sengoku and the Navy shared similar sentiments. Thus, everyone departed, including Drago. Only 5 elderly men remained on their knees, struggling and weeping silently. Moments later, Lin Bei landed at the entrance of the Multiverse Tavern. Rayleigh awaited there, having come specifically to wait after watching the live broadcast. Upon seeing him, who was shackled and treated like a dog, a grimace creased Rayleigh's face. "This is far too hasty." Lin Bei cast a glance at Rayleigh, but chose not to engage in conversation, stepping into the tavern. Rayleigh, unbothered, followed him inside. Without unnecessary words, Lin Bei's doppelganger knelt before Lin Bei, stating, "My God, this individual has insulted your brilliance, and I beseech you to impose judgment upon him." The doppelganger forced him to kneel. Rayleigh observed with a complex expression. The true master of the world government now appeared in such a state. Indeed, the twists of fate are unpredictable. Im's heart trembled. Was this young man the deity spoken of by his servant? No, perhaps he too had lost his youth. He never doubted the power of the person before him. For the moment he entered this tavern, his connection to the celestial king had severed. Lin Bei raised his gaze to meet Im's. Im was taken aback once more. In Lin Bei's eyes, he perceived the annihilation and rebirth of worlds. Heavenly Lord, could this individual truly be a god? As Im anxiously awaited, Lin Bei finally spoke. "Im, is it? You possess quite the audacity." His tone was gentle, yet Im found no solace in it. "Please, forgive me. I was merely bewitched." Im replied cautiously. Lin Bei sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness, and said, "Alas, I am, in truth, a rather benevolent deity." Im's heart sank. If he guessed correctly, there would surely be a but to follow. Indeed, Lin Bei continued, "However, Should I truly let you go, it would be akin to slapping my own face. You can only blame your own tongue. A deity, once blasphemed, must enact retribution, whether they desire it or not. Otherwise, they cease to be a deity. Furthermore, Lin Bei was more than willing to fulfill this role. Understanding Lin Bei's intentions, was instantly plunged into despair. Was his fate sealed? Should he take a gamble? Yet, as soon as this thought arose, it was swiftly extinguished. In the presence of the divine servant, he found himself powerless to resist. How could he dare oppose a true god? Moreover, he had lost his greatest pillar of support. The heavenly king, kneeling on the ground, he awaited the final judgment in silence, for this was the only course left to him. However, why did his complexion appear so pallid? Why did his heart race so fervently? Why did his breath come in heavy gasps, as if it might cease at any moment? It felt as though his veins were on the brink of bursting. Time and space seemed to have frozen. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and a group of individuals entered. It was none other than the Warring States and his companions. They had arrived just in time. Warring States let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, they had made it. Huang Yuan's face was ashen. He leaned on his knee, panting heavily. Leading a throng of people was certainly no pleasant experience. Lord Divine, Warring States bowed slightly to Lin Bei, and the others, realizing the situation, hurriedly greeted him. Welcome. Just call me Boss Lin, he replied. Warring States and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Only then did they dare to step into the tavern. As they did so, they were astonished by the transformations around them. All those of abnormal height had returned to normal. What divine power is this? The crowd gasped. Oh, it's simply a god. Then there's nothing to worry about. Everyone struggled to suppress their facial expressions, but beneath the calm surface, a tumultuous undercurrent surged. Lin Bei's gaze shifted back to him. He spoke slowly. You have succumbed to the three poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance. Thus, let you be cast into the paths of Asura and Beast. No sooner had he spoken than I began to transform. His body curled, his garments vanished, and fur sprouted forth. Ultimately, he morphed into a small pig. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his descent into the beast realm. Soon, the powers of the Asura path began to manifest. The once rosy skin of the little pig turned a dark shade. 2 tusks protruded from its mouth, and its eyes glowed a fiery red. In mere seconds, a pig that had been somewhat cute transformed into a sight loathed by gods and feared by men. However, the Asura path was not merely about outward appearances. The previously tranquil little pig suddenly began to scream in agony. At that moment, Im even forgot he had turned into a pig. He felt as if his innards were being seared by flames. Every inch of his skin seemed to be pierced by scorching blades. His eyes were tormented by burning needles, and his tongue was assaulted by unbearable tastes that defied human comprehension. The little pig rolled on the ground, repeatedly banging its head against the floor. He wished for death. The crowd stood in stunned silence, then collectively took a step back. Goodness, how terrifying. It was a state of being unable to live or die. Everyone resolutely decided in their hearts that even in death, they must not offend Boss Lin. I am benevolent. The corporeal Lin Bei maintained his position on one knee. Speaking earnestly, do you even realize what you are saying? Killing is merely a matter of striking down. Is this what you call mercy? In that instant, fear enveloped the crowd even more. Trembling with trepidation, the doppelganger rose and addressed Sengoku and the others. Since Im is a being of your world, it is your responsibility to take him away. Indeed, Sengoku quickly replied, stepping forward to seize the still desperate little pig, firmly clasping its snout. The doppelganger nodded at Lin Bei before vanishing into thin air. Sengoku and the others exchanged awkward glances, unsure whether to stay or leave. To be honest, they were not prepared to confront a divine being. Sensing their discomfort, Lin Bei took the initiative to speak. You may regard me as just an ordinary tavern owner. So, what would you like to drink? At this, the crowd wore expressions of profound peculiarity. Who would dare to truly consider you an ordinary proprietor? That would be sheer folly. However, Lin Bei's words lightened the atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who stepped forward to speak. Boss Lin, we have many matters to attend to, so we shall not impose today. We will return another time. The tavern fell silent once more. The group stood at the entrance, their expressions complex. With the world government dismantled and the celestial dragons eradicated, could this be considered a good thing? Sengoku suddenly remarked. Akainu snorted derisively, ready to retort. Yet, upon reflecting that all this had been orchestrated by Lin Bei, He swallowed his words. Huh. Sakazuki would not easily succumb to demise. Sighing, Kong remarked, in the days to come, we shall likely be exceedingly busy. Sengoku, you and your navy must shoulder even greater burdens. However, the one who bore the heaviest heart was undoubtedly Dragon. With the world government's fall, their very purpose had been stripped away. Were they to compete with the navy now? Well, one step at a time, I suppose. Yet, everyone understood that the future chaos of the seas would hinge upon Lin Bei's desires. Let us hope he truly only wishes to run a tavern. Inside the tavern, Lin Bei reclined in his chair comfortably. In the world of pirates, the final boss had been vanquished. Thus, it was time to shift focus to the world of Naruto. Meanwhile, in Konoha, chaos erupted. Who could have anticipated that, so abruptly, the Hokage would be replaced? Initially, the villagers were perplexed. Who was Uchiha Itachi? What had he done for Konoha? By what right did he ascend to the position of Hokage? Moreover, was it not Uchiha who was the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident? Where was the third Hokage? It must be said that the third Hokage's and Danzo's efforts at secrecy proved remarkably effective. The good deeds of the Uchiha clan were never mentioned, while any hint of negative news spread throughout Konoha in the blink of an eye. For this, Itachi and Fugaku had prepared thoroughly. They published a well-organized record of Uchiha contributions, while simultaneously exposing the third Hokage's hidden truths. Yet, merely stating it was the Uchiha clan would not garner belief. The singular issue is that nearly all clans have now stepped forward to align themselves with the Uchiha. This leaves little room for disbelief. My goodness, I pondered why that old dog Danzo dared to act so boldly. It turns out he had the third Hokage supporting him from behind. I never imagined that Sarutobi, that scoundrel, could be so treacherous. How could they not perish? Huh. The first Hokage was a brother to his teacher. What a disgraceful betrayal of his master and ancestors. Such a profound moral degradation. Oh heavens, this ninjutsu is exceedingly sinister. I hope I wasn't spied upon while bathing. In no time, scandals surrounding the third Hokage became rampant. In a brief period, he transformed from a benevolent figure devoted to the people into a morally bankrupt, despicable lecher, all while the Uchiha stood as the victims. Particularly Uchiha Itachi, who was already strikingly handsome and possessed a unique melancholic charm. This only served to further endear him to the hearts of the young maidens. While they dared not express it publicly, behind closed doors, they affectionately referred to him as Itachi darling. The third Hokage found this transformation utterly astonishing. How could it change so swiftly? All his lifelong dedication to Konoha vanished in an instant? His posture slightly hunched, he appeared significantly aged. In the Hokage office, Itachi handed a scroll to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, this is the new generation of the Will of Fire. Please deliver it to the Ninja Academy. The village's propaganda must also be on point. Upon receiving the scroll, Shikaku opened it and was instantly invigorated. Yes. Meanwhile, news regarding the fifth Hokage quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The four of the five great nations were the first to learn of it, subsequently issuing public condemnations against Konoha. Notably, Iwagakure and Kumogakure openly threatened war against Konoha, questioning the Uchiha's ascension to power and demanding an explanation from Itachi. Tsunagekyure's Raza initially intended to declare war as well, but was dissuaded by Chiyo. As for Kirigakure, they had no time to concern themselves with Konoha, given that the Raikage and Tsuchikage were already paving the way ahead. Itachi's response was unequivocal. If war is what they desire, then let it come. Konoha fears nothing. Who do they think they are threatening? Anyone hoping to take a bite out of Konoha should be prepared to have their teeth shattered. This resolute stance left the outside world utterly bewildered. During the third Hokage's tenure, they had always found him easily manageable. The moment they threatened war, he would promptly acquiesce to all their demands. Indeed, the Uchiha cannot become Hokage. On that day, the desk in the Raikage's office met a tragic fate. If the Uchiha seek war, then let them have it. Summon the others. The leader of Iwagakure, Inoki, was left in disbelief. Had Konoha lost their minds? How could they dare? Did they truly believe their threats would go unchallenged? If they engaged in combat alone, they might hesitate. But it was clear that Konoha had now become the target of collective ire. There is no room for hesitation. Let us commence without delay. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan's territory was fraught with foreboding, as the third Hokage wore a countenance darkened by dread. Cursed be the Uchiha. They are indeed a band of lunatics, poised to bring ruin upon Konoha. It has become painfully evident that the assassination of the daimyo was orchestrated by the Uchiha. After all, Why would the daimyo, previously indifferent to the Uchiha, so readily endorse Itachi Uchiha's ascension? Yet, the realization comes too late. The die has been cast, and he is now engulfed in regret. If only Danzo were still alive. Within the Hokage's office, Itachi and Nara Shikaku exchanged silent glances. After a moment, Shikaku spoke, "Hokage-sama, this time we truly acted impulsively." Itachi shook his head, replying, "In truth, we had no alternative. To choose compromise would have meant accepting terms that would render Konoha forever humiliated, a slow demise." Shikaku sighed heavily. The strength of Konoha simply could not withstand an alliance between two villages. What assets does Konoha possess? The yellow flash is deceased, the white fang is gone. Two of the legendary Sannin have departed, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is still but a child. The pinnacle of our combat prowess rests with two Mangekyō Sharingan, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage. And what of those two ninja villages? The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure is no trifling adversary, being the successor to the strongest spear and shield. Meanwhile, the Wagakure may be led by the aging Inoki, yet his mastery of dust release renders him a formidable force among the Kage. The famed military might of a Wagakure adds an oppressive weight to their threat. However, the crux of the matter lies with these two villages possessing three Jinchuriki, one of which is the Eight Tails, second only to the Nine Tails. On the battlefield, a single-tailed beast can wreak havoc on a grand scale. If we cannot restrain their tailed beasts, then this war is all but futile. Itachi remarked, "Are you concerned about their tailed beasts? The threat they pose is indeed monumental." The scars of the Night of the Nine Tails remain fresh. Yet, for the awakened Uchiha, the tailed beasts are hardly a significant concern. He contemplated likening them to mere pets, but deemed such a comparison too arrogant. Shikaku blinked, saying, "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, did you just assert that tailed beasts are inconsequential?" Itachi nodded, as if it were self-evident. After a prolonged silence, Shikaku inquired, "Are you certain of this?" After awakening the Mangekyō, Uchiha Madara was capable of controlling the Nine Tails. While I may not rival Madara, controlling the Eight Tails should be within my reach, correct? Shikaku was taken aback, but then a smile broke across his face. "Well, that is indeed splendid news." However, Itachi added, "Nonetheless, this does not guarantee our victory. Thus I have made further preparations." Shikaku was momentarily taken aback. "What preparations?" Itachi rose and approached the window. "It is almost upon us. The village of Konoha has been bustling these past few days, for war is imminent. Those ninjas are truly relentless. Why must there always be conflict? Let us speak less. War is of no necessity for us. Alas, did we not hear that Konoha is the mightiest among the 5 great ninja villages? Yet it feels as though anyone can take a bite out of us. Indeed, if you ask me, all of this is the fault of the third Hokage." "Oh, pray elaborate." "I have heard that the younger brother of the Hyuga clan's leader was driven to his demise by the third Hokage himself." "What? Surely not. That is far too dreadful. The Hyuga clan is one of the most esteemed families in our village. Why would the third Hokage act in such a manner? Why, you ask? It is simply because he wishes to avoid conflict. The third Hokage is timid in the face of outsiders, but strikes hard against his own people. Alas, his actions have tarnished the reputation of Konoha. Good heavens, are you suggesting that other ninja villages perceive us as a soft target due to the third Hokage's cowardice? My word, the third Hokage truly deserves condemnation. It is he who has brought war upon our village. Indeed, had we earlier appointed a Hokage with the fortitude of the Uchiha, those ninja villages would never dare to lay a hand upon us." The villagers grew increasingly agitated, while the one who had unveiled these truths faded into the crowd, shrouded in anonymity. Conversations of a similar nature echoed throughout Konoha. The third Hokage, upon receiving word, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. To blame him for the desire of other ninja villages to attack Konoha is utterly absurd. He has borne the weight of this village for years. Yet, in the end, he is vilified by these ungrateful citizens. The third Hokage felt a profound sense of injustice. However, a new source of vexation soon arrived at his doorstep. His son, Asuma Sarutobi, came seeking him. "Father, you must assist me," Asuma exclaimed, his face a portrait of despair. His bearded visage was vexing to behold. The third Hokage set down his pipe, dispersing the surrounding smoke. "Asuma, what have I taught you? I had thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet you remain so brash." At this, Asuma appeared flustered. "I cannot remain calm. Hinata has cast me aside." "What? The third Hokage's brow furrowed. He had always held a fondness for Hinata, appreciating her warm nature and nurturing demeanor. And she came from a respectable family and was quite lovely. Though Asuma may not have been particularly distinguished, he believed he could have won her over. They had appeared to be getting along splendidly. What had caused this sudden change of heart? Have you done something to displease her? The third Hokage regarded Asuma with suspicion. He knew his son all too well. Though he seemed reformed upon his return, the rogue spirit within him still lingered. It is not possible. I genuinely care for Hinata. How could I ever make her unhappy? Asuma protested, a hint of distress in his tone. The third Hokage gazed at Asuma for a considerable while, and upon confirming that Asuma was not lying, he sighed and said, "In that case, I shall visit the Hyuga household to inquire about the situation." "Very well. Thank you. Father, please hurry." The third Hokage's expression darkened. Moments later, he arrived at Kurenai Yuhi's residence, his countenance grim. Along the way, he was subjected to the peculiar gazes of the villagers, their whispers and sidelong glances inflicting a profound wound upon the heart of an elderly Hokage. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend Naruto's feelings. He steadied himself, adopting the amiable demeanor of an old man, and knocked on the door. When the door opened and Kurenai saw the third Hokage, her expression shifted. "Lord Third, Kurenai, how have you been lately? If there are any issues, do not hesitate to inform this old man." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Third." The corners of the third Hokage's eyes twitched as he said, "Kurenai, will you not invite this old man in for a moment?" Kurenai shook her head and replied, "Lord Third, please speak directly." The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before saying, "Kurenai, has my son done something to upset you? He has been lamenting to me for quite some time today, claiming that you have been ignoring him. He was quite heartbroken." "That is not the case. I simply have never harbored any feelings for him." Kurenai exhaled deeply, her tightly clenched fingers suddenly relaxing. Finally voicing her thoughts, she felt a sense of liberation from fear. The third Hokage was taken aback and responded, "Kurenai, do not jest. How could you possibly not like Asuma? You too." Gazing into Kurenai's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. For it was evident that she spoke with sincerity. A surge of anger welled up within the third Hokage. "You clearly did not reject Asuma before." Kurenai's tearful eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow as she said, "Reject? He is the son of the Hokage, while I am utterly alone. And now you." The third Hokage fell silent. Indeed, he was no longer the Hokage. Yet, he suddenly regained his composure and remarked, "Kurenai, I have always believed you to be an intelligent child. Sai, do you think that just because I am no longer Hokage, I would lose my influence? Though the Sarutobi clan is a commoner clan, it is not something you of the Genjutsu clan can easily compare to. Think carefully." Kurenai gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Previously, she had merely been met with subtle resistance. Now he was wielding a blatant threat. As expected of the third Hokage. Bullying a young girl is truly effortless for you. Suddenly, two figures appeared before Kurenai, casting disdainful glances at the third Hokage. He stiffened upon seeing them. Though he did not recognize them, those eyes, he would recognize them even in ashes. "Sharingan." Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the third Hokage as a vulnerable woman was overwhelmingly daunting. The third Hokage turned sharply to Kurenai, his gaze piercing like an eagle eyeing its prey. "You have become entangled with the Uchiha clan." The expressions of the two Uchiha shifted dramatically. "Old man, mind your words. We Uchiha are here to protect all the villagers of Konoha. Unlike certain individuals who, upon ascending to the position of Hokage, sacrifice this and that under the pretense of serving the village, it is truly remarkable. Even in retirement, they shamelessly emerge to prey upon innocent maidens. One must wonder from where such audacity springs. You all." The third Hokage trembled with indignation. "What do you mean by you? Have we erred in our judgment? In broad daylight, to threaten a young girl? Oh, how disappointing it is to discover your true nature." The two Uchiha not only spoke out, but did so with raised voices. Passers-by, overhearing the commotion, directed scornful, derisive, and contemptuous glances at the third Hokage. How utterly terrifying. At such an advanced age. That poor girl. Quick, let us hasten our steps. We must not allow the old fox, Sarutobi, to lay eyes upon her. Who knows what vile jutsu he might employ to spy upon us? Perhaps we have already fallen victim to his gaze. How wretched. Why does such scum not simply vanish from existence? It is indeed thanks to the Uchiha clan that this despicable creature has revealed his true colors. Precisely. Perhaps it is the indomitable spirit of the Uchiha that has led to their continued ostracism by this old fool. Quite right, quite right. Good heavens. He is looking this way. Let us flee. The third Hokage was livid, his mouth opening and closing multiple times, yet no words escaped his lips. Ultimately, he could no longer endure the situation. Very well, you Uchiha, we shall see how this unfolds. The two Uchiha let out a disdainful huff. We are indeed doing quite well. However, we must warn you. We will always protect Lady Yuhi Kurenai. Do not harass her again. Otherwise, even if you were the former Hokage, we shall see you imprisoned. The third Hokage, brimming with frustration, took his leave. Kurenai bowed deeply to the two Uchiha. Her expression filled with sincerity. I truly appreciate your assistance. The two Uchiha chuckled heartily. No need for thanks. It is our duty to protect you, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan would never refuse anything that could provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurenai smiled. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. It is your Uchiha clan's courage in the face of tyranny that has finally driven away this demon. The Uchiha scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. Haha. Truth be told, we Uchiha have also encountered benefactors. Were it not for the owner of the Mangekyō Tavern, we might have suffered oppression for an extended period. Kurenai pondered thoughtfully. The Mangekyō Tavern, you say? Lin Bei sat languidly in the tavern, awaiting something. He awaited not only the arrival of a new world, but also those who sought trouble. He hardly believed that the third Hokage would so easily relent. It was highly probable he would not confront him openly. Perhaps he would spread word to other ninja villages, enticing them to probe the waters on his behalf. At that moment, the bell at the door jingled. The door swung open, and a girl of captivating grace stepped inside. Lin Bei looked up and immediately recognized her. It was the goddess, Yuhi Kurenai. At this juncture, she appeared to be around 20 years old, yet her poise had already begun to shine through. Kurenai approached the bar cautiously, her ruby-like eyes gazing intently at Lin Bei. Then, she suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Bei. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it you, Shiyuhong? What are you doing?" As expected from the rumors, Boss Lin was well informed. He could even recognize someone as inconspicuous as her in a crowd. Hong straightened up and earnestly declared, "It is I, Boss Lin. I have come specifically to express my gratitude." Lin Bei appeared puzzled. "Gratitude? I don't believe I've done anything." Hong shook her head, gazing into Lin Bei's eyes. "No, I have heard that you assisted the Uchiha clan, allowing them to oust the third Hokage from his position. Because of you, I was saved. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have been forced to marry Sarutobi Asuma, which would have been truly dreadful. You have salvaged my future." Hong smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei suddenly understood. Indeed, had the third Hokage remained in power, a girl like Hong, born into an ordinary ninja family and without support, would have found it nearly impossible to refuse. "So, you despise Sarutobi Asuma?" "I wouldn't say I despise him, but I certainly do not like him. Being with someone one does not like is a torment," Hong expressed with a sigh. In truth, she found him quite detestable. As a child, Sarutobi Asuma was disliked and unruly, akin to a rogue. A normal girl would hardly be fond of him. Although he had matured somewhat, the residual impressions were not easily erased. Lin Bei nodded. In the anime, after Sarutobi Asuma's death, Hong appeared quite sorrowful. However, that was many years later. Perhaps Asuma would change, but that was irrelevant to the current Hong. Moreover, Hong embodied the quintessential Yamato Nadeshiko type. Once Sarutobi Asuma, leveraging his father's influence, was Shiyu Hong. She had resigned herself to her fate. Alas, third Hokage, how many lives have you inadvertently harmed? Thus, to celebrate your escape from the confines of fate, allow me to treat you to this drink." Lin Bei waved his right hand over the bar, and a colorful drink materialized out of thin air. This was merely an ordinary beverage, with a low alcohol content suitable for children. Hong gazed in amazement. Was this the legendary magic? Or perhaps a space-time ninjutsu? Regardless, it was beautiful. "Please." Hong felt she ought to decline, yet inexplicably found herself stepping forward. By the time she regained her senses, the drink was already in her hands. Thank you. It would be rather impolite to set it down now. No need for formality. This is a new concoction I've prepared, and I would appreciate your feedback on its flavor." Hong nodded. How gentle. It was a stark contrast to Sarutobi Asuma's rough demeanor. At that moment, the tavern door was suddenly kicked open. Indeed, it was kicked open. Lin Bei had run this tavern for quite some time. Yet this was his first encounter with such an occurrence. He felt a mix of excitement and irritation. Hong was startled as well and turned to look. Upon recognizing the visitor, she exclaimed, "Sarutobi Asuma?" Indeed, the newcomer is none other than the bandit Asuma Sarutobi. At this moment, his state is far from favorable. "Hong, why? I hold such affection for you." Asuma's eyes burned even redder than before. After his father returned home, he could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about the outcome, only to be met with his father's displeased countenance. His father, already vexed, recounted Hong's words verbatim to Asuma. Upon hearing this, Asuma erupted in fury. The girl he cherished had never harbored feelings for him. The submissiveness she had always displayed was merely a result of his father being the Hokage. No, that cannot be true. Hong is not that kind of girl. He refused to believe it. Yet, he completely overlooked the forced smile she wore during their outings and ignored the fact that, until now, she had not allowed him to hold her hand even once. Asuma was convinced that there had to be some hidden truth. Surely, his father's clumsiness had upset Hong. He resolved to confront her personally to seek clarity. However, upon arriving, he found no sign of Hong. Instead, he encountered the Uchiha, specially dispatched to protect her. Consequently, he endured the greatest humiliation of his life. Those wicked Uchiha dared to assert that he was unworthy of Hong. They claimed he was nothing without his father. Whether he deserved Hong was a matter between them, and had no bearing on the Uchiha. The malevolent Uchiha had grown arrogant with their newfound power. If this continued, Konoha would inevitably return to their grasp. Asuma, already unstable, became even more agitated after the ridicule. He contemplated a reckless assault, but his meager skills were no match for the Uchiha. In mere moments, he was subdued. His pride was further wounded. Fortunately, his cunning prevailed, and he managed to extract the information that Hong was not at home, but rather at the recently renowned Mangekyō Tavern. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. The owner of Mangekyō Tavern, Lin, is far more handsome and powerful than you. In comparison, you are nothing. Asuma recognized that this was merely a ploy by the wicked Uchiha to provoke him. Yet, he still found himself rattled. He had previously thought little of Hong's visit to the Mangekyō Tavern, but now a sense of turmoil engulfed him. The Uchiha's words echoed in his mind, and without considering anything else, he hastened to the tavern with utmost urgency. Upon entering, he beheld Hong locked in a gaze with Lin, who was holding an object that appeared rather dubious. The atmosphere was undeniably charged. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront the pair. However, the remnants of his rationality held him back. He deemed it prudent to clarify the situation first. What if he had misjudged Hong? Thus, he approached her as gently as he could, asking, "Hong, why?" Startled, Hong quickly took a sip of her drink to steady herself. This is quite delicious." Lin Bei rested his arm upon the bar, his chin cradled in his hand, observing Asuma, who appeared nearly deranged. "Sarutobi Asuma, it seems you have frightened my patrons," he remarked. "What did you say?" The third Hokage's eyes widened as he glared at his subordinate, as if he intended to devour the umbu standing before him. Uchiha Itachi had only recently assumed his position, and his subordinates had remained largely unchanged. Thus, while some umbu appeared to heed the fifth Hokage's commands, they were, in truth, loyal to the third Hokage. Indeed, the young master has ventured to the Multiverse Tavern. Moreover, he appears to be in a highly unstable emotional state. The third Hokage smacked his forehead with great force. This ungrateful child, why would he go to such a place at this time? And are you all merely dead? He goes, and none of you attempt to stop him. The third Hokage resembled a frantic gorilla. The umbu lowered their heads. By the time we discovered this, it was already too late. It is said that the young master first visited Uchiha Kurenai's residence before heading straight to the Multiverse Tavern. It is precisely due to the pervasive presence of the Uchiha there that our information lagged behind. Uchiha Kurenai, that woman again. Damn it. The third Hokage came to a realization and inquired, "Did Uchiha Kurenai also go to the Multiverse Tavern?" "Yes." The third Hokage inhaled sharply, pacing anxiously. "No. I must go and see. He is my only son. Though he may not be particularly capable, I cannot allow another mishap to occur." Meanwhile, prior to the third Hokage receiving this news, Uchiha Itachi had already been informed. The Uchiha dispatched to protect Uchiha Kurenai knelt before him, their complexions pallid. "So, do you comprehend now? Everything we have is granted by that individual, who can bestow blessings or withdraw them at will. How long have I occupied this position? And already you begin to grow complacent?" The Uchiha recalled their previous circumstances, their faces growing even paler. It is easy to fall into luxury, yet difficult to return to frugality. If the Uchiha were to revert to their prior state, they would not endure it for even a moment, likely rebelling immediately. We did not consider so much at the time. Besides, we were speaking the truth. Itachi sighed. Indeed, it is the truth. But whether you harbored intentions to vex the third Hokage using that individual's influence is something only you know. Furthermore, your explanations hold little weight. What truly matters is that individual's perspective. What if he perceives you as exploiting him? You are Uchiha. The consequences of your actions will surely be reflected back upon the Uchiha. What should we do? The Uchiha were overcome with fear. The memory of that divine servant's overwhelming presence became increasingly vivid. That individual, Lin, did not even need to intervene. Simply dispatching the sixth would suffice to obliterate Konoha. And this was merely a divine servant. Typically, the lower the number, the greater the strength. This implied that at least 5 more powerful than him existed above the sixth. How terrifying must be the master of this group, that individual Lin. The more they pondered, the more fear gripped them. Several members of the Uchiha clan were engulfed in profound regret. A moment's lapse in judgment. If their actions brought calamity upon their family, their deaths 100-fold would not suffice. Itachi sighed and said, "Come with me to see Boss Lin. From my observations, he is not a petty individual. I will lead you to make amends." The Uchihas were instantly overwhelmed with shame. Clearly, it was their fault, yet they had dragged Itachi, the Hokage, into an apology. Their behavior was utterly disgraceful. At the Wanjie Tavern, Hong took a step back. After Lin Bei's statement, Asuma Sarutobi's fur bristled. "Silence. This is between me and Hong. You have no place to interject." Asuma shouted. Lin Bei was taken aback. Was this man truly that bold? Had he completely severed ties with worldly concerns? Hong bit her lip. Indeed, he was a boorish man. At that moment, his true nature was laid bare. It was fortunate that Boss Lin had pulled the third Hokage away. Otherwise, marrying such a man would be akin to death for her. Gritting her teeth, Hong exclaimed, "Asuma Sarutobi, what madness are you displaying here?" She then turned to Lin Bei, her face filled with remorse. "I apologize, Boss Lin. It seems I have caused you trouble. Oh, by the way, this drink is delightful." With that, Hong prepared to leave. Surely on the streets, even Asuma, no matter how despicable, would not dare to act against her. Sunset Hong, you dare to apologize to him? What manner of attitude is this towards me? And what about him? I am your fiancé. How can you blame me for another man? Hong regarded Asuma with palpable disdain. I am not your fiancé. Please do not tarnish my reputation. Furthermore, your loud outbursts are exceedingly rude. It would be best for you to leave. As she spoke, she attempted to pass by Asuma and exit the premises. Asuma's face contorted at her words. She had outright rejected him in front of others. I refuse to believe it. Is someone threatening you? Suddenly, Asuma seized Hong's bandaged wrist, gripping it tightly. Sarutobi Asuma, what are you doing? Let go of me. Hong struggled against the pain. I will not release you, Hong. Not until you clarify everything. You must have feelings for me. Has someone intimidated you? Is it that tavern owner? He has always been on good terms with you. Yet the moment this Boss Lin appears, you wish to depart from me. He must be the nefarious one, coveting your beauty and threatening you. Hong, I will not give up on you. Trust me, I will protect you. You need not fear his threats. Truly, such words, if spoken by a reasonable person, would instill a sense of security in the other. Yet, at that moment, Asuma's eyes burned crimson, his expression twisted. He was the one who posed a danger to her. Hong felt a mix of fear and indignation. Until now, Asuma had at least refrained from inflicting physical harm upon her. Was he now discarding all pretense? What did he truly intend to do? The more she contemplated, the deeper her fear became. Alas, I can hardly bear to witness this. How can such a person of such poor character exist? Coercion is certainly not a commendable habit. Lin Bei finally came online. As his words fell, Asuma suddenly felt a wave of numbness and weakness in his arm, rendering him powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Hong swiftly broke free and instinctively withdrew a few steps, brandishing her kunai while vigilantly observing Asuma. Asuma gazed at Hong in disbelief. The wariness reflected in her eyes pierced him deeply. He had laid bare his heart for her, yet she regarded him with such disdain. Yuhi Kurenai, remain here for the moment. Who knows what he might do once we step outside, Lin Bei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Asuma. Upon hearing this, Hong nodded and instinctively edged closer to Lin Bei. He was right. She had initially believed that Asuma was not as deranged, but now, her perspective had shifted. If he dared to grasp her arm in Lin Bei's presence, what might he do when she returned home? Although the Uchiha clan was there to protect him, they could hardly be expected to prioritize her, a mere jonin. What if Asuma, in a fit of madness, infiltrated her home at night and violated her? In such a case, she would have no choice but to marry. Previously, she had hesitated to view Asuma in such a negative light. However, his actions had now unequivocally demonstrated his unworthiness. He was certainly capable of such despicable acts. The mere thought of such a horrifying scenario made Hong shudder as she instinctively embraced herself. Witnessing her reaction, Asuma's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Hong, why are you so close to him? He is dangerous. Come here quickly. Hong instinctively retorted. Lin Bei is not dangerous. He is a good person. The real threat is you, Sarutobi Asuma. Jealousy has the power to transform a person into something unrecognizable, as evidenced now. Asuma's visage became even more terrifying as he, like a beast, fixated on Hong and growled. You defend him? Yuhi Kurenai, understand your own identity. You are my fiancé. Disgust was evident on Hong's face. Sarutobi Asuma, I am fully aware of my identity. You must also comprehend yours. Upon hearing this, Asuma suddenly tensed, his exterior calming. Yet his eyes burned with a madness far more intense than before. My identity. Is that so? I understand now. Just because the third Hokage has stepped down, and I am no longer the son of the Hokage, you wish to abandon me. Yuhi Kurenai, I never anticipated you to be such a woman. Say what you will. Can I leave now? Hong was utterly exasperated. Why was she cursed with such misfortune, being targeted by such an insufferable individual? Asuma let out a strange laugh and said, Leave? Why would I leave? If I go, wouldn't you two lovebirds be far too comfortable? It's all because of him. I once thought you were coerced, but it seems you are willingly involved. Yuhi Kurenai, you shameless woman. Have you said enough? Asuma Sarutobi, you are truly revolting. Red's complexion turned slightly pale. Have I said enough? Of course, I have not. I shall ensure that everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village is aware of your true nature. I will make it so that you, wretched woman, cannot bear to show your face any longer. Asuma's expression momentarily twisted in anger before settling back into calmness as he spoke. However, Hinata Kurenai, I can offer you an opportunity. If you simply change your heart, everything will return to how it was before. I will cherish you dearly. He extended his hand towards Kurenai. Upon seeing this, Kurenai was filled with dread, as though confronted by a catastrophic flood. Asuma's body stiffened. I understand now, Kurenai. You truly are remarkable. This is your choice, so do not regret it. With that, he turned to leave, no longer concerned about Kurenai. Though he was agitated, he was not foolish. With Lin Bei present, he could not forcibly take Kurenai away. Remaining here would only subject him to mockery from this pair of lovers. Witnessing this, Kurenai was thrown into a panic. Remembering what had been said, her limbs turned cold. The other party was indeed capable of such unscrupulous deeds. What was she to do? The third Hokage had arrived, and the other party could not act forcefully. Yet, she overlooked the fact that if they could not be aggressive, they could still employ subtler tactics. Public opinion was a forte of theirs. As Asuma prepared to leave, Lin Bei tapped the bar with his finger, hoping for some outrageous proclamation from the other party, but this was all that unfolded. If Asuma had been more reasonable, Lin Bei would not have cared. However, Asuma's folly lay in the fact that he had insulted Lin Bei as well. If Asuma stepped outside the tavern, how would Lin Bei manage? In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed. So, you are Asuma Sarutobi, are you? You insult my deity and think to depart unscathed? At that moment, Asuma felt his body seize up. Though he merely needed to reach for the door, he found himself utterly unable to move. Facing away from Lin Bei, he was unaware of what transpired. Yet Kurenai could see it all. A figure, masked and ominous, emerged suddenly from the corner of the tavern. The mask could not conceal the malice gleaming in those eyes. Kurenai dared not linger on the sight, and quickly averted her gaze. What do you intend to do? You dare act yet fear not the consequences? Asuma, though somewhat flustered, maintained a semblance of composure. After all, his status afforded him some protection. Even with Itachi Uchiha in power, the Sarutobi clan was not so easily trifled with. He trusted that they would grant him this courtesy. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer an apology. Very well, he thought, he would apologize, but upon returning home, he would reclaim every shred of dignity lost today. At that moment, More commotion arose at the entrance. A group entered. It was the third Hokage, accompanied by several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, along with Itachi Uchiha and a few members of the Uchiha clan. The two parties fortuitously collided at the tavern entrance and chose to enter together. The third Hokage immediately spotted Asuma, frozen in place. "Father, what brings you here? How could I not come?" The third generation's facial muscles twitched slightly. However, upon realizing that Asuma remained unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss Lin." Itachi signaled respectfully to Lin Bei, who responded, "It seems you are not here merely for a drink?" A sign outside read, "Bring your own drinks, otherwise the prices are exorbitant." Itachi smiled and replied, "Indeed, we have some matters to discuss. Yet, it appears you also have your own affairs to attend to. We can wait while you handle your business." With that, he led his companions aside, leaving the third generation to stand out in stark contrast. The third generation's facial muscles twitched again, as he belatedly sensed the unsettling atmosphere. His son had remained motionless since their arrival, and beside him stood a person whose mask he would never forget. Trouble was brewing. Lin Bei's amused gaze fell upon the third generation. "Ah, a rare guest. The former Hokage. What brings you here today? Are you planning to wreak havoc in my humble establishment?" The third generation pressed his lips together and forced a smile, saying, "Boss Lin, you jest. I merely heard that my son was here, and I came to find him." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei replied with a smile, "Oh, and what do you intend to do upon finding him?" The third generation felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but replied, "If he has committed any offense, I apologize on his behalf. However, I must insist on taking him with me. I will ensure he is properly disciplined." His demeanor was notably submissive. Asuma, standing nearby, was visibly shocked. This was his father? The former Hokage, yielding so easily? Asuma could not comprehend this. Lin Bei regarded the third generation in silence. The tension lingered. Gradually, beads of sweat formed on the third generation's forehead, and his heart sank further. If the other party intended to harm his son, should he fight back or concede? Though Asuma was unworthy, he was still his only son. The oppressive atmosphere became unbearable for Asuma. "Boss Lin, I apologize. Can we leave now?" Before Lin Bei could respond, the third generation's expression shifted dramatically. "Rebellious child, be silent." Asuma, incredulous, retorted, "Father, how can you?" Silence. Asuma fell silent, his expression darkening. The third generation glanced at Lin Bei, whose face remained devoid of emotion, and sighed internally. "Boss Lin, I admit my failure in raising him. Nonetheless, he is still just a child." Suddenly, Uchiha could not help but laugh. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he quickly explained, "Ahem, my apologies. I just recalled something amusing. A child indeed. Under the third generation's reforms, children could graduate from the ninja academy at the age of 5 and head straight to the battlefield." Asuma, with his unkempt beard, seemed more suited to be a toilet brush than a child. Admiringly, the third Hokage remarked on the prowess of the individual before him. However, before he could elaborate further, Lin Bei gestured dismissively, interjecting, "Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are oblivious to your son's transgressions." The third Hokage paused, instinctively inquiring, "What has he done?" The stoic figure in the mask spoke coldly, "He has desecrated my divinity." Both the third Hokage and Asuma trembled at this revelation. Lin Bei continued, "Number 5. You shall take charge of this matter. Do not forget, Lady Hong is the greatest victim in this affair." "Yes, my deity." Number 5 responded with a respectful bow. His icy gaze then fixed upon Asuma. With a mere wave of his hand, Asuma found his body unresponsive. Like a puppet on strings, he moved to stand before Hong. Number 5's voice softened momentarily. "Lady Hong, please do not fear. With my deity present, no one can harm you." Hearing this, Hong, previously flustered, regained some composure. Yet, Number 5's tone turned frigid once more. "Kneel." Asuma immediately dropped to his knees before Hong, the sound of his knees striking the floor echoing ominously. He was bewildered. He had knelt? He, the notorious elite shinobi of Konoha, the third Hokage's son, had submitted to a woman? At this moment, Number 5 declared, "First, using the authority of your father, the Hokage, to threaten and abduct a woman." With that, a crystalline spear manifested in his hand, mercilessly piercing Asuma's body. "How dare you? How dare you?" Asuma cried out in agony, teetering on the brink of madness. Observing this, the third Hokage grew anxious. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you intend to do?" Number 5 raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth, locking onto the third Hokage. The latter froze in place. With a disdainful snort, Number 5 continued his judgment. Second, your actions and words are exceedingly vile, slandering and insulting women. Another spear was thrust forth, intersecting with the first to form an ominous X. Asuma's face contorted in agony, resembling a demon. Pain coursed through him, causing his muscles to spasm. Hong covered her mouth and took a step back. This appeared rather cruel. However, before any sympathy could arise, her mind drifted back to Asuma's previous misdeeds. If he were allowed to spread rumors, she would not only be driven to despair by public opinion, but would also be remembered as a disgrace after her demise. This realization extinguished her sense of pity, replaced instead with a sense of vindication. Asuma felt trapped in a nightmare. This was not how it was supposed to be. Yet, that nightmarish voice resounded again. Third, with your foul words, you have sullied the ears of my divine. Upon concluding, a glint of cold malice flashed in Number 5's eyes. He grasped Asuma's jaw, forcing his mouth open. In his other hand, a small knife appeared, slowly advancing towards Asuma's mouth. With a slight twist of his wrist, Asuma screamed in pain, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his lips. Silence begets silence, and thus, words need not be spoken further. In summation, Asuma Sarutobi stands condemned for his heinous deeds, deserving of the ultimate punishment. The palpable aura of menace sent a chill through all present. At this moment, Asuma found himself in a state of panic. The realization struck him that in the absence of intervention from the third Hokage, and with the second bullet piercing his body, he was in the presence of a tavern owner even his father could not confront. Where had he summoned the audacity to speak so boldly before such a formidable presence? What transgressions had he committed? It was only now that he comprehended the gravity of his situation, albeit too late. Thus, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes pleading for his father's aid, for only the third Hokage could save him now. Red wore an expression of disbelief. The man who had previously harassed her with vile words and relentless pursuit was on the brink of death. The once arrogant and haughty Asuma was now tasting the bitter fruits of his own character. With a swift motion, the fifth Hokage grasped a blade fashioned from crystalline ice. Wait, hold on. Upon witnessing his son's impending demise, the third Hokage could no longer restrain himself. He understood that he held little sway in Lin Bei's presence. However, he still had some rapport with the Uchiha clan. Thus, he turned to Itachi Uchiha and implored, "Fifth Hokage, please, say something. You once vowed to protect all of Konoha. You said you would not abandon anyone, nor sacrifice a single soul. If you intercede on my behalf, then the Umbu will be yours, entirely yours. Is that agreeable?" In that moment, the third Hokage finally laid aside his pride. He was simply a father. Lin Bei regarded Itachi with keen interest. "Fifth Hokage, will you advocate for him?" "Mr. Lin, you jest," Itachi replied, unmoved by the third Hokage's pleading gaze. He was no fool. He would never offend his benefactor for the sake of his adversary. Moreover, the fault lay squarely with the unfortunate son of the third Hokage. "I have indeed stated my commitment to protecting every individual in Konoha. However, this does not imply that I shall shield those who commit wrongdoing. Clearly, this incident is a consequence of your son's actions. I am merciful by nature, but I am not a fool. Perhaps my kindness has led you to believe that you can trample upon my dignity. As a servant of the divine, I am obliged to make you confront the reality of your situation. The divine must not be insulted. Lin Bei is divine, and these individuals are but mere insects to him. The divine, naturally, holds no interest in engaging with such insignificant beings, even as they bare their fangs. He could effortlessly crush them beneath his foot. Yet, should he allow his anger to surface, it would diminish his stature. However, Lin Bei is human. The divine is merely the guise he presents to the world. Being human, he is susceptible to anger. If he does not release it, he risks internal turmoil. Thus, these avatars of divine servitude were born. They are the most loyal servants of the divine, fervent devotees. They are not divine themselves. They are human, and thus, they too feel wrath. They will not tolerate the defilement of the divine. At this moment, the cold, unyielding voice of No. 5 made everyone acutely aware of the essence of divinity. A deity is one who can determine the fate of others with a mere utterance. The third Hokage felt a sense of confusion. Could such a being truly exist? Yet, the power of this entity was so immense that it seemed whatever he desired. Others were compelled to comply. He understood all too well that Asuma was doomed today. The atmosphere in the tavern had frozen to an absolute chill. Once more, no? Five spoke, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. You once claimed it was your failure as a parent. Thus, the sins of Asuma Sarutobi today also bear your mark. Therefore, you shall be the one to judge Asuma Sarutobi. Saying this, he cast the great blade before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clang resonated, awakening all present. The third Hokage's body trembled. Are you speaking as a human? You would have a father slay his own son? In that instant, his fury eclipsed even his apprehension towards Lin Bei. This was excessive. Lin Bei, uninterested in hearing further, interjected. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we are not well acquainted. Number 5 is my subordinate, and he is currently acting on my behalf. If I intervene, would it not chill their hearts? To exert pressure upon my own kind for the sake of an outsider? Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is foolish? The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to number 5, his countenance darkening as he declared, I, Lord Number 5, could never lay a hand on my own son. Number 5's gaze sharpened, his aura suddenly surging, warping the very air around him. The third Hokage's breath caught. This presence was such that it extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Yet, even in the face of death, he could never harm his own child. That was his unwavering boundary. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you exhibit great courage. Does this imply you have no intention of atoning for your sins? At these words, the third Hokage's heart plummeted. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding crept over him. In the next moment, his premonition was confirmed. Number 5's voice, devoid of human emotion, rang out. If that is the case, then the sin shall be borne by the entire Sarutobi clan. I shall eradicate every ninja bearing the Sarutobi name. With your blood, I shall cleanse your transgressions. Upon hearing this, even Itachi Uchiha nearly lost his composure. The third Hokage's suffering was of no concern to Itachi. Rather, he would applaud in his heart. However, if the adversary truly annihilated the Sarutobi clan, it would leave Konoha severely crippled. After all, it was only during the last siege of the Uchiha that they realized how many ninjas the Sarutobi clan possessed. It could be said that the Sarutobi and Senju clans held up half of Konoha, while the other half was divided among various other families. Yet, Itachi dared not speak. Utterly afraid. What if the opponent declared that the Uchiha clan bore sins as well? That would spell disaster. Upon reflection, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After all, the Sarutobi clan had drained Konoha of too much blood. Their demise might even benefit Konoha. He hoped the third Hokage could stand firm. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Your opening gambit is an outright genocide? How could you be so cruel? The third Hokage regarded number 5 with a gaze akin to that of an executioner. He could not help but take a step back. The third Hokage cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi, who bowed his head, avoiding his gaze. Konoha seemed indifferent to the situation, sending a chill through the third Hokage's heart. I am not cruel. Consider the few members of the Sarutobi clan. How many have perished due to Danzo's machinations, directly or indirectly? The Uzumaki clan, our allies, were once connected through Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Yet you stood by, even facilitating their annihilation. Why did you not perceive your own cruelty then? Were it not for my intervention, the Uchiha clan would have faced the same fate at your hands. Indeed, you manipulated Uchiha Itachi into committing fratricide. At that time, did you not feel the weight of your own cruelty? Each word struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. The tale of the Uzumaki clan had spread throughout the ninja world. In truth, every ninja village was aware of these matters, though the lower ranks and the common folk remained oblivious until now. However, the second revelation from number 5 was even more shocking. They harbored no doubts about his word's authenticity, for he was indeed a servant of the divine. Those who accompanied Uchiha Itachi gazed at him in disbelief, while Hong looked incredulously at the third Hokage. She had initially thought number 5's insistence on the third Hokage's patricide was somewhat cruel. Little did she know, the third Hokage had committed similar acts himself. Moreover, his actions were far more egregious. Number 5 merely urged him to slay his own son, whereas the third Hokage had compelled Itachi to eliminate all of his kin. And yet, it was the Uchiha clan that bore the brunt of blame. They had been victims from the very beginning, constantly oppressed and marginalized by Konoha. In that moment, a vivid image of hell and demonic entities formed in Hong's mind. Itachi pressed his lips together and spoke. Indeed, that was the original course of fate. Not long ago, I received orders from the third Hokage. Fortunately, I encountered Boss Lin, who illuminated the truth for me. I realized that for years, I had been ensnared in the web of lies spun by the third Hokage. Had it not been for Boss Lin, you would all have perished at my hands. A chill suddenly enveloped the necks of several Uchiha. In that instant, their gratitude towards Boss Lin surged within them, akin to relentless waves crashing upon the shore. The third Hokage's complexion turned pale, and he involuntarily retreated. The other party had flung these truths in his face, leaving him speechless. He began to doubt whether his many misdeeds had finally caught up with him. Number 5 then spoke again, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you not relish sacrificing one to save the entirety of Konoha? Now, the time has come for you to choose. Will you sacrifice your son to save the entire Sarutobi clan, or will you and your son, along with the entire Sarutobi clan, pay for your sins? The third Hokage trembled at this devilish choice. Scenes flashed through his mind. The first generation, the whirlpool of Mito, Senju Tobarama, the hidden cloud village, and Hyuga Hizashi. Everything is a cycle. On that day, he made a choice for another. Now, it is his turn to make a choice. The third Hokage took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He then stepped forward and picked up the large sword. The blade was not heavy, yet as he grasped it, he stumbled slightly. He approached Asuma, transitioning from a state of calm to one of heavy breathing, his eyes reddening. Yet, his grip on the sword remained steady. The third Hokage felt a twinge of self-loathing. Why could he hold it so firmly? Asuma lay on the ground, incredulously gazing at the third Hokage. Was the old man truly going to strike him down? Not only did his adversary refuse to save him, but now he intended to kill him? The third Hokage glanced at Asuma, then at the unguarded figure of number 5 standing nearby. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated taking the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Severing a neck. Even a god would perish, wouldn't they? But ultimately, he remembered that the other was merely one of the god's servants. Even if he could kill. So what? The certainty of death loomed over the Sarutobi clan if he acted. The third Hokage's gaze hardened with resolve. Konoha must not falter. The Sarutobi clan must remain unharmed. It was merely a sacrifice of one. Surely, you would forgive me, Asuma. I am sorry. With a swift motion, the blade fell. A head soared into the air, crimson droplets glistening in the sun. Asuma's head rolled on the ground, his eyes blinking in disbelief. Who would have thought that for a woman, he would meet his demise at the hands of his own father? Regret. Asuma slipped into unconsciousness. The third Hokage's legs buckled, and he knelt before Asuma's lifeless form, feeling as if he could scarcely lift a blade. In an instant, he appeared aged beyond his years. Number 5 waved his hand, and the large sword vanished from sight. Very well, your attitude suffices for atonement. The third Hokage, like a marionette, mechanically raised his head and spoke. Asuma's body. Lin Bei interjected. Take it back, and give it a proper burial. Number 5 added. I, in my mercy, permit you to take him. Thank you, Boss Lin, said the third Hokage as he rose, cradling Asuma's body, step by step making his way out. His companions followed closely, their steps faltering. Upon exiting the tavern, the third Hokage paused momentarily. He gazed up at the sky and murmured, I have lost. He had been defeated by the Uchiha clan and, more poignantly, by Lin Bei. A foreigner, a god. From this point forward, he could never hope to win again. Inside the tavern, number 5 had already vanished. Lin Bei clapped his hands and declared, All right, the matter is concluded. I hope you were not frightened. Number 5 and the others were generally amiable, but when it came to my affairs, they became exceedingly serious. Lin Bei placed a hand on his forehead, feigning exasperation. His gentle voice dispelled the previous atmosphere of gloom and tension entirely. Hong gently approached the bar. Though she had already expressed her gratitude, she felt compelled to reiterate it. Words failed to adequately convey the depth of her appreciation. Thank you, Boss Lin, she said. Preparing to leave, Lin Bei pondered for a moment before calling out, Wait a moment. Hong paused mid-step, turning around with a puzzled expression. Lin Bei lightly tapped his fingers on the bar and inquired, I find myself in need of a server for my tavern. Would you care to join me? Although the tavern appeared somewhat desolate at present, it was inevitable that, as more worlds converged, the clientele would surely increase. After all, this place served as a nexus for myriad realms, a sanctuary of sorts, provided one did not provoke him. Thus, the allure of the tavern to such individuals was palpable. As the proprietor, it was hardly feasible for him to attend to every guest personally. Moreover, his clones were mere faceless entities. None could compare to the enchanting beauty of someone like Hong. Hence, this was a sincere request, devoid of any ulterior motives. Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. This arrangement would be overwhelmingly beneficial for her. She had harbored concerns about potential retribution from the third Hokage, who might hold her responsible for his son's demise. However, by becoming a member of the Tavern, she would be shielded from any repercussions, as even the third would think twice before acting against her. Furthermore, aligning herself with such a formidable individual could only yield advantages. Most importantly, Boss Lin was not only handsome but also remarkably gentle. She had yet to encounter anyone who could rival him in her lifetime. While she dared not entertain further thoughts, the prospect of remaining here filled her with immense satisfaction. Thus, she nodded eagerly. "I am willing." Upon hearing her response, Lin Bei nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Prepare your things and move into the tavern." Swiftly, Hong nodded and hurried away. After all, she was but a solitary figure. Where she resided was of little consequence. Uchiha Itachi observed her with a complex expression. He understood that from this day forth, Ziyori Hong would be among the most esteemed individuals in the ninja world. For a fleeting moment, he even imagined what it would be like if he were a woman. Would the Uchiha clan then ascend to greater heights? However, he swiftly dismissed such absurd notions. Present circumstances were already quite favorable. Thanks to Boss Lin, the Uchiha clan had found its footing and was set to flourish. "Itachi, now we may discuss your matters," Lin Bei said with a warm smile. Before Itachi could respond, several Uchiha members mechanically approached the bar and knelt, trembling with fear. The earlier incident had thoroughly terrified them. They were acutely aware that the offense against Lin Bei had been orchestrated by their own design. At this moment, genuine apprehension coursed through them. While Boss Lin might be forgiving, what of his divine attendants? "Be Boss Lin, we were wrong." Lin Bei regarded them with a calm demeanor. "Oh, in what way were you mistaken?" Since Itachi ascended to the role of Hokage, he had gained dominion over the entirety of Konoha. In essence, Konoha had been integrated into the realm of the Tavern. What could be accomplished within the Tavern could similarly be achieved in Konoha. However, he would not be so dull as to fixate on the village every single day. A group of Uchiha, taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words. Itachi, noticing their reaction, promptly interjected. These individuals were dispatched to safeguard Yugao. At that time, Asuma Sarutobi sought out Yugao, and these individuals inadvertently disclosed her whereabouts to him. Who could have anticipated that Asuma would react in such a manner? With that, Itachi awaited Lin Bei's judgment. Lin Bei grasped the situation. It was a ploy to vex the third Hokage through him. This matter could be perceived as either significant or trivial. Coincidentally, Lin Bei had recently acquired a new ally and was in a pleasant mood. Thus, he declared, "Since you have committed such folly, you shall be punished to dwell in the realm of beasts for 3 days." No sooner had he spoken than, apart from Itachi, the other Uchiha transformed into cats, causing a cacophony of meows to erupt within the tavern. The Uchiha were initially startled but soon elated. Merely becoming cats was hardly painful, and it was only for 3 days. Truly, Lin Bei was exceedingly benevolent. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku was astonished. He could hardly believe his eyes as Uchiha Itachi entered, accompanied by another individual. Glancing at Itachi, then at the seated version of him, Shikaku's expression turned grave as he inquired, "So, Hokage-sama, you have been using a shadow clone to oversee matters?" The two Itachis responded in unison, "That is of little consequence. As long as you are here, Konoha will face no issues." Shikaku found himself torn between anger at Itachi's irresponsibility and gratitude for the trust placed in him. "So, you ventured out solely to retrieve this person? He is, after all, a criminal." Shikaku's gaze fell upon the individual behind Itachi, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. He was genuinely taken aback that Itachi could bring this individual back. Yet, he maintained his composure. Itachi, with his characteristic calmness, remarked, "A criminal? What crime has he committed?" Shikaku blinked. "Who better than you, Uchiha, to understand the nature of his transgressions?" He replied, "It seems Konoha harbors considerable animosity towards me. Itachi, do you truly possess the means to persuade them?" Orochimaru's voice, laced with a serpentine quality, echoed as he nonchalantly licked his face in front of Shikaku. Itachi replied coolly, "In truth, it is rather simple. You are not guilty. At most, you have been deceived by Danzo Shimura. The primary culpability lies with the third Hokage and his advisors. You too are a victim." This was, in some respects, a fact. Orochimaru had never directly harmed the villagers of Konoha by the time the experimental subjects reached him. They were already deceased, and he could remain blissfully unaware. He could be an emotionless tool for experimentation. Shikaku quickly comprehended the implications. Indeed, the third Hokage and Danzo bore the brunt of the blame. He then inquired, "Thus, Hokage-sama, what is your true intention behind recalling Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Itachi succinctly uttered, "Edo Tensei. No, please do not kill me. Do you wish to incite war between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha? This individual must be a fool. The war is already on the verge of commencing. Yet here they are, issuing threats of conflict. Huh. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village would be reduced to mere ashes." The divine servant nodded towards Lin Bei, then vanished. "How many waves has it been now? They truly possess remarkable tenacity," Lin Bei remarked casually. "The barrier of Konoha seems to allow outsiders to find a way to bypass it effortlessly." Beside the bar stood Hong, now adorned in an elegant new outfit. Clad in her stunning attire, she was a sight to behold, a picturesque presence. She spoke earnestly. "This is the 9th batch of individuals." Lin Bei clicked his tongue. "These individuals are all here for their own gain. According to their claims, this tavern possesses the ability to bestow formidable bloodline limits upon its patrons. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan would bow in submission before such bloodline limits." Such a glaring fallacy, yet the ninja villages genuinely believed it. However, it is not surprising. To those villages, losing a few ninjas is hardly a matter of concern. After all, there is no cost involved, so why not indulge in a bit of belief? At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly raised an eyebrow. Finally, a worthy adversary has arrived. Hong was taken aback. What sort of presence could elicit such a remark from Lin Bei? Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, 6 ninjas clad in red cloud cloaks emerged from the forest. Their eyes were circular, reminiscent of the cycle of reincarnation. These were the 6 paths of pain. Nagato, the Deva path, lifted his gaze, coldly surveying the distant Konoha. "Here, there exists only one god. That is he, Nagato of the Uzumaki clan. The audacious thief who dared to usurp the identity of a deity must perish at the hands of the divine." Suddenly, an alarm echoed within the Hokage's office. Swiftly, a group of Umbu appeared before Itachi. "An enemy has brazenly infiltrated Konoha village. Their location is," Itachi stated calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, he found himself alone. Itachi pondered for a moment before rising to his feet. The audacity of the opponent was noteworthy. They were either foolish or extraordinarily powerful. He needed to investigate. However, upon arrival, he discovered not one, but 6 individuals, all clad in matching uniforms. The black and red cloud cloaks belonged to the organization that Orochimaru had joined. Itachi then noticed the identical eyes of the 6 individuals. His breath caught in his throat. He had perused the family's secret texts, which contained descriptions of the Sage of 6 Paths. The eyes of the 6 before him bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in the texts. Typically, one might struggle to find even a single pair of the sage's eyes, yet here stood 6 pairs? It was difficult for him not to believe that they were indeed extraordinary. Those were the Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. "Everyone, be cautious." The Umbu ninjas were momentarily confused. What is the Rinnegan? Who is the Sage of 6 Paths? Yet, since the Hokage had urged them to exercise caution, they would heed his warning. At that moment, the Deva Path of Pain stepped forward and said, "Konoha's ninjas, tell me, where is the tavern that dared to misuse the name of the divine?" Upon hearing this, Itachi's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Who are you?" The Heavenly Path spoke with indifference. "I am a deity," Itachi remarked. There seemed to be many gods lately. Doubt crept into Itachi's mind. The Rinnegan, after all, belonged to the Sage of 6 Paths, the legendary figure who established the ninja sect and can be considered the very origin of ninjas. According to the records in ancient texts, the sage's abilities were primarily contained within those very eyes. Thus, to declare oneself a god does not seem exaggerated. However, Lin Bei also exhibited an aura of unfathomable depth. Merely the presence of his divine servants rendered them powerless. Which of these 2 parties was truly stronger? Should he notify Lin Bei at this moment? Itachi, possessing some knowledge, felt a weight of unease. Yet, the Umbu, oblivious to the underlying truths, found humor in someone claiming to be a god. One Umbu, lacking composure, failed to contain a laugh. The atmosphere, once solemnly quiet, shifted as his laughter pierced through the silence. 6 pairs of Rinnegans slowly turned to gaze at the laughing Umbu. The Umbu, feeling the weight of their stares. Felt a jolt of alarm, quickly followed by indignation. How could he, a distinguished elite of Konoha, be intimidated by a delusional individual? Without a second thought, he retorted, "Hey, you claim to be a god. Do you even know who I am?" The heavenly path remained expressionless, extending his right hand toward the man, palm facing him. At this sight, Itachi's expression changed. Be cautious. But it was too late. Universal pull. A force of attraction manifested out of thin air. The Umbu, caught off guard, was yanked toward the heavenly path. However, the heavenly path's eyes narrowed once more. Shinra Tensei. An opposing force was instantaneously exerted upon the unfortunate soul. A distinct cracking sound echoed as nearly every bone in the hapless Umbu's body was crushed. Once the two forces dissipated, his limp form fell to the ground. His face pressed against the earth, eyes vacant, thick blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In a mere second, amidst a stunned silence, an Umbu had met a hasty demise. It is important to note that only the elite among elites could join the Umbu. God concealment. A few Umbu finally regained their senses. "You bastard, I will kill you." One Umbu drew his blade and charged forward. At that moment, a skeletal structure of red chakra obstructed his path. Be careful. This enemy is formidable. Itachi's expression grew grim. The concepts of attraction and repulsion may sound straightforward, yet they are exceedingly difficult to contend with. The sudden tug could easily disrupt their chakra. You all signal for backup. It seems you are unwilling to speak. The heavenly path declared. In the next instant, the animal path slammed both hands onto the ground. White smoke billowed forth, and several mystical creatures emerged from the haze. Itachi looked up, only to find that the eyes of these creatures were, astonishingly, also Rinnegan. Had they inadvertently disturbed the nest of the Rinnegan? No. It appeared the Rinnegan had come in full force to invade Konoha. At this moment, there is no need to signal anymore. Anyone in the village with sight can perceive the situation. Jiraiya is currently with Naruto, and compared to a few days ago, his condition has significantly improved. Suddenly, he hears a distant rumble. Jiraiya swiftly turns his head and sees several enormous summoning beasts. Are there enemies? Is that the Rinnegan? Jiraiya is taken aback by the peculiar appearance of the creature's eyes. Naruto, stay here for a moment. As soon as he finishes speaking, he vanishes. Meanwhile, the nine tails within Naruto suddenly opens its eyes. The scent of Rinnegan fills the air. Sarutobi, leader of the Sarutobi clan, pales at the sight. This state has persisted for quite some time. Just then, a tremendous noise echoes throughout the village. The third Hokage is momentarily stunned before leaping to the rooftop. Damn it! What is Itachi Uchiha doing? How could he allow enemies to infiltrate the village? The third Hokage tears off his outer coat, revealing his battle attire, and rushes toward the commotion. Pitiful mortals, witness the might of the divine. Tendo spreads his arms wide and, to everyone's astonishment, rises off the ground. The weight of the rock technique. Are you from the rock village? That is the power of the Rinnegan. Do not underestimate them. Itachi warns. Upon hearing this, everyone present gains a clearer understanding of the Rinnegan. They have already experienced the power of the Mangekyō through Itachi and Fugaku. The formidable nature of the individuals before them is evident, and they realize that even one Itachi is too much for them to handle. Now there are 6. Can they truly emerge victorious? Itachi Uchiha, what are you doing? You let the enemy in. The third Hokage leaps from the rooftop like a monkey, immediately expressing his displeasure toward Itachi. Today, the heavens have descended. This burden rests solely on the Uchiha. Itachi glances at the third Hokage, feeling helpless. At such a critical moment, does he still have the time for these games? Indeed, if Konoha remains in the hands of the third Hokage, its demise is inevitable. Why had he once unreservedly trusted the third Hokage's words? Or had Shursui actually used Kotoeme Tsukumi on him? Third Hokage, look into their eyes. Those are the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage is startled and quickly gazes into their eyes. Good heavens! There are indeed 6 pairs. His composure begins to falter. The known abilities are repulsion and attraction, Itachi adds. Just then, Jiraiya arrives. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's expression turns grave as he observes the group. However, when his gaze falls upon Tendo, he finds himself unable to look away. You are Yahiko, Jiraiya exclaims in disbelief. Itachi's expression shifts as he asks, Jiraiya, do you know him? Jiraiya is left utterly bewildered. Originally, the Rinnegan belonged to Nagato. How is it that it now resides in Yahiko's eyes? Furthermore, what is the situation with the other 5 individuals? Jiraiya's third match. It has been quite some time. The emotionless gaze of Pain fixed upon Jiraiya, devoid of any sentiment associated with a reunion with a mentor. Sensei, Jiraiya, should you not provide some clarification? The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya, his tone decidedly unkind. Itachi furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not the time for such discussions. Jiraiya, since you are acquainted with him, do you possess any knowledge regarding the abilities of his eyes?" Jiraiya silently shook his head. "The idle chatter ends here. I am granting you one final opportunity. Reveal to me the location of that tavern." Pain stated indifferently. At these words, the third Hokage was taken aback. So, their objective was indeed that detestable tavern. Uchiha Itachi. It seems they are not here to cause trouble for Konoha, the third Hokage declared. Itachi silently regarded the third Hokage. Jiraiya's gaze toward him grew increasingly peculiar. The identity of Akatsuki was not particularly concerning. Had they entered the village through the front gates normally, Itachi might not have intervened. However, the issue was that they had directly breached Konoha's defenses without consent. They had arrived at the heart of the village, and yet, according to the third Hokage, they were not here to create chaos. What then constitutes trouble? Is it only when they kill your son? Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you no longer have a son. It is precisely due to the third Hokage's relentless and boundless forbearance that Konoha has lost its strength. Itachi sighed, his eyes widening. Susanoo rose, towering above even the most extraordinary beasts. "Invaders, Konoha shall not let you go unpunished, even from afar." This phrase was borrowed from Lin Bei, and Itachi found it immensely cool. "You." The third Hokage glared at Itachi, his teeth clenched in anger. Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Old man, they have invaded Konoha. If we act as if nothing has happened, then Konoha might as well disband." This was perhaps the most significant statement Jiraiya had ever directed at the third Hokage. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was in the wrong? Pain, however, remained expressionless. "It appears that the divine mercy has led you to harbor delusions. In that case, Shinra Tensei." Itachi and the third Hokage felt an intricate complexity within their hearts. The words spoken were somewhat familiar. Yet, before they could react, an overwhelming repulsive force suddenly descended. In an instant, everyone was sent flying. A transparent sphere continued to expand, repelling everything that came into contact with it. With a single move, it cleared a radius of 20 meters. Even Itachi's Susanoo could not withstand this wave of repulsion and was hurled away. Seizing the moment of confusion, Pain extended his hand once more, pulling an Umbu ninja toward him. Pain tossed the individual to the realm of humanity. The realm of humanity received the person, placing a hand upon his head. As chakra flames ignited upon his hand, the unfortunate individual's expression turned to one of utter despair. Even rolling his eyes, drool flowed from his gaping mouth. So it was, the truth unveiled. The hand from the realm of humanity effortlessly tugged backward. A translucent substance, resembling jelly, was extracted from the unfortunate soul's body. The hapless victim perished instantly, not a moment's delay. Jiraiya and his companions, now steady, witnessed this chilling spectacle with clarity. A shiver coursed through them. That jelly-like entity, could it possibly be a soul? The Rinnegan could arbitrarily extract other souls. How could one continue to play this game? Then, the Deva path descended, yanking the beast path upward, sending him soaring through the air. He flew toward the Tavern of All Realms, heedless, like a moth drawn to a flame. "Stop!" Itachi's expression shifted as he prepared to intervene with Susanoo. However, at that moment, several missiles struck Susanoo's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A violent explosion cracked the protective shell of Susanoo. Itachi's countenance changed again as he looked down to see an oddly shaped figure grinning at him with a sinister smile. Its inhuman arms were still smoking, and the other hand was raised once more, launching several more missiles. Senjutsu, Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya surged from the side, brandishing a half-meter-wide sphere intended for the Azura path. At that moment, the hungry ghost path interposed himself before the Azura path, raising his hand to meet the giant sphere with empty palms. Jiraiya was taken aback. Was the opponent jesting? Yet, in the next instant, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. The opponent's arm showed no signs of injury. He was absorbing chakra. That was the Senjutsu, Big Ball Rasengan, capable of creating a crater over 2 meters wide in the hardest rock. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the immense chakra was completely absorbed by the opponent. After finishing the absorption, the hungry ghost path advanced, hands reaching toward Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya flicked his hair. Each strand became like 1,000 needles, momentarily obstructing the foe. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya withdrew. That figure, with a large face and thick neck, was capable of absorbing chakra. At this realization, Itachi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Could he absorb chakra? His Susanoo was entirely composed of chakra. Was he then cursed by heaven? No. This person must be dealt with first. The Rinnegan atop the Mangekyō Sharingan would likely prove ineffective. Thus, Itachi's right eye locked onto the hungry ghost path, and he suddenly opened it wide. Whoosh! Black flames immediately engulfed the hungry ghost path. Unperturbed by the searing inferno, the hungry ghost path remained unfazed. Amaterasu, too, was chakra. He could absorb that as well. However, despite his swift absorption, when the black flames dissipated, he was left with nothing but a charred husk. Initially startled that the opponent could absorb even Amaterasu, Itachi felt a sense of relief as the adversary ultimately succumbed. He exhaled deeply. But before he could turn his attention to others, he saw the Hell Path, who had been lurking in the background, approaching the charred corpse and summoning an oddly shaped massive head. The enormous head opened its mouth, and a tongue, as long as an arm, extended forth. Seizing the charred corpse and drawing it in, it began to chew. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Itachi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Instinctively, he sensed that this was the harbinger of something ominous and immediately sought to intervene. Yet, the summoned beasts launched a fierce assault against him, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as the monstrous head continued to masticate. Soon after, it opened its mouth, and an unscathed hungry ghost emerged. Goodness! It even comes with resurrection? The Rinnegan is truly grotesque. Damn it, I chose the wrong target. I should have eliminated that person first. Jiraiya landed atop the shoulder of Susanoo. Unable to restrain himself, he cast a glance at the third Hokage, who had feigned death since the onset of the conflict, and sighed inwardly. What on earth is this old man doing? Whatever, it seems his presence makes little difference in this battle. Suddenly, the remaining 4 individuals spoke in unison. In the next instant, they vanished, leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke. At this sight, everyone momentarily stood in stunned silence. Itachi shouted, "This is bad. That's a summoning technique. They've already located Boss Lin." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes flickered with a hint of elation. Can you still maintain your lofty demeanor in the presence of the legendary sage's eyes? Jiraiya paused for a moment and replied, "That said, we've done our best. Boss Lin shouldn't hold it against us." Itachi sighed, "I'm just concerned. After all, it is the Rinnegan. If the two of them were to clash within Konoha, how much would be left of the village in the end?" Jiraiya inquired, "Are you worried about Boss Lin?" Itachi was taken aback, shaking his head. "Boss Lin is unfathomable. I cannot ascertain his true strength. However, the Rinnegan poses an equal threat to us as well." "Huh, I knew he would be a disaster. He has brought such calamity upon Konoha. Should anything happen to the village, he must bear full responsibility. Your Uchiha clan cannot evade culpability either." The third Hokage glared at Itachi. Itachi, initially disinterested in the third Hokage's tirade, found himself unable to ignore the relentless accusations. He coolly turned his gaze upon the third Hokage, stating, "Is that so? We Uchiha merely informed the ninja world of the malevolent deeds you and Danzo have committed. We have never mentioned anything related to Boss Lin. So, who leaked Boss Lin's information? Who spread rumors about the Tavern of Myriad Realms?" At this, the third Hokage's expression shifted slightly, his face betraying discomfort. He struggled to retort, but no excuse came to mind. Jiraiya suddenly turned, staring at the third Hokage in disbelief. "Old man, did you bring him into the village? Bring him in. Don't phrase it so harshly. It was not merely you. It was clearly an inexplicable individual. And you allowed him to remain in Konoha. I did this for the good of the village." The third Hokage's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, as if he had suffered a great injustice. For the good of the village? Those words, previously heard without much thought, now resonated with a different weight. However, at this moment, Jiraiya inexplicably felt a wave of nausea. Is your method of benefiting Konoha to keep it perpetually on the brink of destruction? Truly, Konoha is fortunate to have you. Itachi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both letting out a resigned sigh. The two shared a tacit understanding and chose to disregard the third Hokage. Just then, the ninjas from the prominent clans arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon witnessing the chaos and the summoned beasts, they were taken aback. Lord Hokage, what has transpired here? Itachi shook his head and replied, there has been an invasion of Konoha. You should remain here and deal with the summoned beasts. Jiraiya, come with me. All right. What about me? The third Hokage hastily inquired. Itachi paused momentarily, not turning back, and replied coolly, do as you wish, as long as you do not cause any trouble. This indifferent attitude infuriated the third Hokage. The other ninja clans, however, chose to ignore him. They were not fools. Approaching now might lead the Uchiha to believe they were allies of the third Hokage, thus placing them in jeopardy. The third Hokage stood alone atop the roof, surrounded by a lively crowd, yet he felt utterly disconnected from it all. Meanwhile, in front of the Universal Tavern, Pain descended slowly with the animal path. As soon as the animal path touched the ground, it clapped its hands, and the other 4 paths struck poses as they arrived. Pain gazed up at the Universal Tavern. The den of the vile thief who dared to usurp the name of a deity. Let the true God reveal your true self. With that resolute thought, he strode boldly inside. The tinkling of the bell at the entrance echoed. Inside the tavern, Hong noticed the arrival of guests and stood up. Lin Bei waved his hand and said, Hong, these are not guests. Surprised by his words, Hong obediently sat back down. As the door swung open, 6 figures clad in black robes with orange fur entered. Curious, Hong observed the newcomers. If they were not guests, then who could they possibly be? Pain, accompanied by his heavenly entourage, approached Lin Bei and spoke slowly. You are the despicable thief who has stolen the name of the divine? Upon hearing this, Hong realized they had come seeking trouble. She looked at Pain and his companions with pity. Poor children. Despite the insult, Lin Bei maintained a calm smile. He found the situation amusing, as he was facing someone clearly afflicted with a severe case of delusions. With a grin, he replied, stolen the name of the divine? Nagato. By what authority do you make such a claim? Within a colossal tree made of paper in the forest outside Konoha, Nagato's face displayed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that his name would be uttered so readily by his opponent. Theoretically, aside from Konan, Uchiha Itachi, and Jiraiya, no one else should know his true identity. Konan would never divulge such information. As for Jiraiya, although he was aware, he did not know Nagato was the leader of the Akatsuki. Thus, it could only be that self-proclaimed Uchiha Itachi who had revealed his name. He manipulated the path of heaven and spoke calmly. Is it that masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara that informed you? Indeed, he is untrustworthy. However, I can answer your question, for I am the only true God in this world. All others who bear the title of God must be eradicated by my divine hand. Lin Bei chuckled softly, turning to Hong and inquired, Hong, who do you think resembles a god more, him or me? Without hesitation, Hong replied, of course, it is you. Boss, a true god would never boast of their divinity. Her disdain for the figure before her was palpable. Upon hearing this, the path of heaven slowly turned to gaze at Hong. Is that so? I hope that after I eliminate the god you speak of, you will share the same sentiment. Hong's expression remained tranquil. What an extraordinary individual this was. Lin Bei stretched languidly, seated himself comfortably in a chair, and then spoke. Nagato, from where does your confidence stem? Is it merely a pair of eyes that grants you such arrogance? To this, the path of heaven responded, of course. This pair of eyes is sufficient. They are the eyes that only a god can possess. The legendary sage of 6 paths, the creator of the ninja arts, was also the owner of these eyes. The power contained within them is beyond what mere mortals can fathom. Upon hearing this, Hong's face exhibited confusion. So this circular pattern of eyes has such a profound origin? But who is the sage of 6 paths? Lin Bei, noticing Hong's bewilderment, began to explain. In ancient times, a celestial deity descended upon this planet, known as Kagaya Otsutsuki. She is the progenitor of chakra. After being blessed, she gave birth to 2 children. One of them is named Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths in the annals of the ninja world. His eyes are called the Rinnegan, which grant the power to reshape the world itself. As for the strength of the sage of 6 paths, Lin Bei pondered for a moment before continuing. The 9-tailed beasts of the ninja realm are all his pets. Hong understood the might of the tailed beasts well. Her father had fallen victim to the claws of the 9 tails. The realization that such a formidable existence was merely a pet for someone else gave her a clear impression of the sage of 6 paths. However, a celestial deity? Hong discreetly glanced at Lin Bei. Could it be that he is the Kagaya Otsutsuki who was blessed to bear 2 children? But can men give birth? No, after all, he is a god. It would not be surprising if he were different from humans. Perhaps gods have male deities responsible for childbirth. Moreover, for a god, changing gender or appearance must be a trivial matter. A wave of sadness suddenly washed over Hong. Meanwhile, within the paper tree, Nagato was left in a daze. He had never heard of such tales. What was this Kagaya Otsutsuki? A celestial deity? Such mystical assertions. The path of heaven interjected. Nonsense. Just know that I, who possess these eyes, am a god, and that is sufficient. Yes, indeed, Hong replied. Lin Bei's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Nagato furrowed his brow and, controlling the Deva path, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Despite the fact that the other party was evidently agreeing with him. Why did he feel such a sense of suffocation within? Ha ha, I'm reminded of something joyful. Nagato, allow me to pose a question. The Deva path replied calmly. The deity permits it. At this moment, Nagato's emotions were somewhat peculiar. Clearly, what he ought to do now was to eliminate the opponent swiftly and then depart with composure. Yet, he found himself wanting to hear what the other might say. Moreover, killing him outright lacked a sense of ceremony. He wished to compel the other to acknowledge that he was the true god. Lin Bei smirked and spoke. Nagato, tell me, without those eyes, what are you? What is one without their eyes? For a moment, Nagato was momentarily taken aback. If he had watched Naruto, he could confidently declare that he was still the chosen one of the Uzumaki clan, a genius capable of mastering the 7 forms of ninjutsu. Even without the Rinnegan, he could still be formidable, perhaps even reaching the level of a Kage. Alas, Nagato had never seen Naruto. Currently, he relied almost exclusively on the powers of the Rinnegan in battle. If he were to lose his eyes, he would instantaneously lose his capacity for action, becoming utterly incapacitated. The Deva path snorted coldly and declared, "What a pity, for it holds no significance. These eyes belong to me. Thus, I am the god." He deeply understood that the other was undoubtedly envious of his eyes. Unfortunately, it was futile. Regardless, he was the one who possessed these eyes. Therefore, he was the god. The title of god could only belong to him. Concealed within the paper tree, Nagato struggled to form a smile. Lin Bei also chuckled. Nagato, did you not just ask me what I was laughing at? I am laughing at you. Laughing at me? What do you mean? The Deva path's gaze sharpened. How dare a mere mortal laugh at a god? Did he wish for his demise? Although Lin Bei was destined to die, he could choose whether his end would be painful or easy. I laugh at your obliviousness to being a pawn for others while still feeling a sense of pride. Nagato, on what grounds do you believe those eyes belong to you? With raised eyebrows, she keenly sensed that this matter held great significance, and indeed it was a substantial revelation. Upon hearing this, Nagato within the paper tree was once again compelled to smirk. The more Lin Bei continued, the more he felt that Lin Bei was merely envious. Alas, Lin Bei could never attain such power. Such questions were utterly meaningless. Lin Bei extended his index finger and shook it, stating, "It is indeed meaningful. Do you truly believe that if those eyes were genuinely yours, you would find yourself in your current predicament? You require a lengthy respite after using a massive Shinra Tensei, and utilizing a Chibaku Tensei nearly cost you your life. Do you think it would be so arduous if those eyes were truly yours?" In the original story, Nagato annihilated Konoha using an Ultra Shinra Tensei, directly draining the powers of the other 5 paths. Moreover, when employing the Chibaku Tensei, he nearly lost half his life. During the process, one must still shout to amplify their buffs. However, when reflecting on the true master of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara, it may be an overstatement to describe the abilities such as Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei as merely average. They could be considered minor skills devoid of color. Upon hearing this, Nagato of the Uzumaki clan felt as though struck by lightning. He believed that Lin Bei was entirely spouting nonsense. Yet, he found himself unable to counter this assertion. Previously, he regarded the Rinnegan as a formidable power and felt that it was reasonable for it to come with a price. But now, Lin Bei's words had shattered that belief. If the eyes belonged to him, then why should there be a cost? He increasingly sensed his own frailty, to the point where he could not even utilize ninjutsu beyond that of the Rinnegan. Was this truly normal? It felt as if it were not he who possessed the Rinnegan, but rather the Rinnegan that had claimed him. What instilled even greater terror in Nagato was the realization that the opponent possessed such profound knowledge of the Rinnegan. How could he even be aware of Shinra Tensei? He had never employed that technique in front of outsiders. A horrifying speculation emerged within Nagato's mind. What if these eyes were not truly his? Could they belong to the person standing before him? Otherwise, how could this individual be so certain? Why was he so well informed? Why did he dare to refer to himself as a god? Could it be that the one who had usurped the title of divinity was not Lin Bei, but rather himself? In a moment of confusion, Nagato's heart was thrown into turmoil. But soon, he regained his composure. Tendo declared, "No, these are my eyes. I have possessed them since birth. The power now resides in my hands. Your words are futile. I am the god. Now, let me demonstrate what true divine power entails." There was no need for his divine name to be validated by others. It sufficed to showcase this power. Thus, he would be a god, with divine strength. He would reduce the vile usurper of divinity to ashes. Amidst the paper trees, Nagato clapped his hands, and the pressure emanating from his eyes caused discomfort even to Konan, who stood beside him. Has Nagato truly been driven to such desperation? In the tavern, the remaining 5 paths of pain, apart from Tendo, collapsed as if they had lost their signal. Simultaneously, the fluctuations radiating from Tendo multiplied in intensity. This caused Hong to feel a mix of surprise and concern. The magnitude of this fluctuation was terrifying. She felt as though she were witnessing the collapse of the universe itself. In comparison, even the third Hokage, the strongest of Konoha, seemed trivial. These beings were mere puppets, controlled by an unseen hand. Yet, there was no need for worry. The boss was still here. Lin Bei's words seemed to possess a magical quality. The anxiety that had once consumed Hong dissipated in an instant. In her heart, Lin Bei had become an omnipotent figure. After all, even the Hokage from 2 generations had displayed such humility before him. He was indeed a god. With a forceful thrust, the half-transparent repulsive sphere began to expand. Centered around Tendo, akin to the explosion of the universe itself, everything in its path would be annihilated. Regrettably, he currently finds himself within the confines of Konoha. In a tavern, no less. Such power, Lin Bei wished to restrain, yet it surged forth uncontrollably. Thus, as he approached the brink, that force ceased its tumultuous expansion. Retracting instead, with a soft puff, it resembled the whimsical sigh of a deity that had long ceased to exist. Stirring the non-existent dust upon the tavern floor, this was the entirety of it. This, indeed, was the Shinra Tensei. At this moment, Nagato's condition surpassed that of the original narrative significantly. This manifestation of Shinra Tensei could have obliterated at least half of Konoha. Yet, within the tavern, nothing transpired. Everything remained untouched. The Deva path stood there, motionless, as though it had encountered a malfunction. Nagato, encased within the paper tree, remained in a daze, having witnessed all that unfolded. However, the dilemma lay in his utter bewilderment. Why had nothing occurred? Konan, sensing the commotion outside with growing curiosity, understood the proximity to Konoha. She was acutely aware of the devastation that Nagato's technique could wreak. Logically, the entirety of Konoha should have been annihilated by such a move. With such a significant disturbance, one would expect a violent reaction. Yet, as time passed, the tranquility persisted. Nagato, did it fail in the end? Konan inquired tentatively. At her words, Nagato's head lifted slightly, murmuring, "I did use it, but it bore no fruit." Why had it proven ineffective? Could it truly be, as the adversary had suggested, that these eyes were not his own? Otherwise, how could he experience such disobedience? Immediately, Nagato's gaze sharpened. If one attempt had faltered, then another must be made. Alarmed, Konan thought, "Nagato, you cannot attempt this again so soon. You will exhaust yourself." Stubbornly, Nagato declared, "Having reached this juncture, I cannot relent. I must unleash it." He, the sole true god among the vortex, aimed to obliterate this tavern. The Deva path regained its focus. Arms outstretched. Shinra Tensei. Yet this time, it proved even more anticlimactic. Not even a hint of the translucent white halo emerged. Within the paper tree, Nagato's nose bled profusely, like a valve left unsealed, yet he paid no heed. Once more, the attempt yielded no results. He had undeniably paid the price. "Nagato." Konan frantically wiped the blood from his face, concern etched upon her features. "Stop. Your body cannot withstand this much longer. I can still try again." Nagato's mouth hung open, drool trickling from the corner. Inside the tavern, Lin Bei rested his elbow upon the bar, chin propped in hand, remarking, "Are you going to try again? Perhaps you should consider utilizing the Daitapa?" In Nagato's mind, the thought echoed, Yes, the Daitapa. He would employ this technique to crush Lin Bei. The Deva path clapped its hands, its body convulsing as if seized by a fit, incoherently howling. In the next moment, his hands parted, thrusting forward. A small sphere, pitch black and no larger than an eye, slowly emerged. It embodied the force of gravity. A force capable of attracting everything to that singular point was in play. Moreover, the more chakras one possessed, the greater the gravitational pull experienced. In an instant, the items within the tavern began to tremble, as if they were on the verge of being drawn toward that obsidian sphere. Observing this, Nagato smiled in relief. At last, it had been successfully manifested. Hong felt an unmatched power tearing at her, pulling her away from her chair, her heart racing with panic. She sensed that if she were to be drawn closer, she would be crushed by that dark orb. At that moment, a warm hand suddenly grasped hers, halting her forward momentum. Turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with Lin Bei, whose gaze was imbued with warmth and humor. Feeling the comforting warmth and strength of his grip, a sense of safety enveloped her heart. Her cheeks flushed. How gentle he was. Such a person could be admired by anyone, regardless of gender. At least, he was embodying the essence of a man at this moment. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her mind. Would he find her appealing? This thought left her feeling somewhat lost. All right, let us cease this. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Instantly, the tavern, which had been vibrating as if struck by an earthquake, fell into a serene stillness. In that moment, tranquility reigned supreme, with only that rebellious black sphere still attempting to stir chaos, albeit in vain. Its gravitational pull appeared to have vanished. Lin Bei beckoned, and the sphere joyfully soared toward him. He caught it in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "I declare, it is now mine." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Deva path sensed a surge of attraction, stumbling forward a few steps in surprise. Nagato's eyes widened in horror. That was his heavenly explosion. No. Just as the Deva path was about to crash into the bar, drawn toward the sphere, Lin Bei cleared his throat. Consequently, the gravitational force dissipated once more. The Deva path stood frozen, as though his soul had been snatched away. How could he come to terms with this? It was his. In his possession, it was treated with utmost delicacy, cradled in his hands as if it were fragile, and savored in his mouth as though it could dissolve. Yet, it seemed utterly indifferent to him. Even a mere touch required his utmost pleading, and even that brought him prolonged delight. But why was it so obedient in Lin Bei's hands? They had only just met, and it had already surrendered itself entirely to him. Lin Bei didn't even cherish it. At that moment, Lin Bei extended his hand, presenting the dark sphere forward. The sphere flew towards the Deva path, circling him once. Seeing this, the Deva path's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to touch it. However, the black sphere deftly evaded his grasp and returned to Lin Bei's hand, as if to convey, it is merely fulfilling its master's task. Nagato's eyes dimmed, losing all their former brilliance. Observing this, Lin Bei shook his head. Was he truly so fragile? If only he knew that he was merely a vessel for the eyes. What would happen then? Lin Bei took the black sphere in his hand and gently squeezed it, rendering everything null and void. The Deva path instinctively took a step back. In the paper tree, Nagato drew a breath. Even if he is foolish, he is aware that the previous two instances of the Shinjutsu not manifesting were orchestrated by Lin Bei. However, isn't the Rinnegan the most formidable power? How could there possibly exist a force mightier than the Rinnegan? At that moment, Nagato's worldview began to shatter. Could it be that everything the other party said was indeed true? If there exists a being stronger than the Sage of Six Paths, it could only be the Mother. Right? Who are you truly? Are you, perhaps, the Otsutsuki Kage of whom you spoke? Tiandao murmured. Lin Bei asked, why is he able to pose such questions? Meanwhile, Hong's small ears perked up, her gaze fixed anxiously on Lin Bei. Upon sensing her scrutiny, Lin Bei turned his head, and upon seeing her expression, his countenance darkened. Wait, you think so too? Hong stammered. Didn't you say that was the deity from beyond the heavens? It feels so much like you. Lin Bei inhaled sharply, responding, Otsutsuki Kagaya is clearly a female name. Moreover, I have already stated that she bore 2 children. Do I not exhibit male characteristics? Hong instinctively replied, but for a deity, isn't it quite easy to alter one's appearance? A hashtag appeared on Lin Bei's forehead. He felt quite vexed. Yet, from Hong's perspective, it seemed rather reasonable. Hong, it seems I must enlighten you on what a true male deity is. Upon hearing this, Hong's heart began to race, her cheeks flushing deeper. However, she felt a profound sense of relief within. Evidently, her assumption was incorrect. How utterly disrespectful. She was not at all concerned that Lin Bei would be offended, for she had discerned that he was gentle and not a harsh person. Yet, an apology was still in order. I was wrong, she murmured, lowering her head. Then she realized that Lin Bei had grasped her hand and had yet to release it, causing her heart to race even faster. Hong was already quite beautiful, her demeanor graceful. At that moment, she resembled a shy young girl, akin to a rose after the rain, exuding a different charm altogether. Observing this, Lin Bei took a deep breath. Although his official persona is that of a divine being traversing the mortal realm, he understood that his true self was merely an ordinary young man. Was Hong testing the mettle of the cadre? Which cadre could withstand such a trial? Lin Bei sighed, acknowledging his lack of composure. All of this was the fault of Nagato. Yes, he was the one who instigated this. What kind of convoluted reasoning does he possess? He nearly led Hong astray. He cast a death glare at Tiandao, questioning, "From where did you derive the conclusion that I am Otsutsuki Kagaya?" Tiandao's body trembled slightly, sensing the intimidation in Lin Bei's gaze. However, he was not foolish. Lin Bei's previous actions had already demonstrated that he was mistaken. Yet, if Lin Bei was not Otsutsuki Kagaya, then who could he possibly be? Tiandao remained silent for a moment before asking, "So, who are you?" In his understanding, the most potent power was the Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths. Just moments ago, he learned from Lin Bei that the Sage of Six Paths had a mother. She, indeed, was the strongest. What, then, is Lin Bei? Could it be that all his previous assertions were mere fabrications? Lin Bei tapped his fingers against the bar, stating, "Isn't this quite clear to you? The proprietor of the Wanjia bar, Lin, also serves as a deity in the realm of gaming." Tiandao remarked, "That was rather vague." However, one could not deny that the other parties seemed to embody divinity more convincingly than himself. Even now, he remained perplexed about how Lin Bei achieved such feats. "And you?" In relation to the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya, Lin Bei's expression darkened as he replied, "Please do not compare me to the Otsutsuki clan. To you, they may seem divine, but to me, they are no different from you." Nagato felt a tremor in his heart. Such disdainful tone revealed much. "I see." Tiandao's voice remained flat, yet Red discerned a hint of bitterness within it. Indeed, it echoed her own sentiments. She too felt the sting of disillusionment. Having believed herself to wield divine power, she now realized that her conception of divinity was trivial in the eyes of true deities. Yet, Red quickly recovered her composure. "Boss, did you just mention the Otsutsuki clan? They are a clan, a lineage of extraterrestrial gods." "Yes, indeed. What is so strange about that? It has been said they possess overwhelming power in the ninja world, which is why they are regarded as gods. But are they truly divine?" Tiandao took a step back, feeling increasingly unsettled. It seemed that many who surpassed him had suddenly emerged. He had once considered himself the strongest. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that without the Otsutsuki, he was not the strongest at all. His former mentor, Jiraiya, surpassed him. Sage mode was hardly inferior to the Rinnegan, and Jiraiya's battle experience utterly eclipsed Nagato's. It was only due to his ignorance of the Rinnegan's capabilities and his relentless stubbornness that he ultimately fell to pain. At that moment, the bell at the entrance chimed. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya had finally caught up, hurriedly entering. Upon their arrival, they beheld the 5 fallen bodies of Pain and the seemingly soulless Tiandao still standing. Itachi and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered glances. What transpired in such a brief span of time? They had expected a routine exchange of words before battle. Yet it appeared that a confrontation had already concluded. The outcome was unmistakable. The invaders had lost their capacity to resist. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained unfazed, as if no confrontation had ever occurred. Jiraiya opened his mouth, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face. He had previously considered the possibility that Lin Bei and his allies might not be a match for the Rinnegan. However, it was evident now that he had underestimated the situation. The Rinnegan had been the side to be overwhelmed. Itachi inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself, and turned to Lin Bei, saying, "My apologies, boss. It was our oversight that allowed him to escape here." Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, stating that if one were truly determined to come, they could not be stopped. Seeing that Lin Bei did not direct his ire towards them, Itachi and Jiraiya both sighed in relief. "Boss Lin," Itachi gestured towards the ground. "What about those? Those are mere puppets. If you desire them, they can be dispatched to the incinerator without hesitation." Itachi and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback. Puppets? How could we have been so thoroughly defeated by a mere 6 puppets? They pondered who among them wielded such audacity to create puppets using 6 pairs of Rinnegan. At that moment, it seemed as if the Deva path suddenly activated, raising its gaze towards Lin Bei. "You may call me Boss Lin." "Boss Lin," it began. "What do you perceive yourself to be now? If you still consider yourself a deity, I implore you to refrain from conversing with me. I have no desire to engage in dialogue with the childish." The Deva path fell silent for a moment before responding. "No? I have now witnessed greater power and no longer regard myself as a god." Upon hearing this, Nagato, concealed within the paper tree, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The title of god had been both his pride and his burden. Itachi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, gasping in astonishment. Why was it that this individual displayed such arrogance before them, yet appeared docile as a child in the presence of others? "What? You mean that other is Boss Lin? Oh, then it is of no concern. Boss Lin, are you speaking the truth? These eyes, are they truly not mine?" Upon realizing Lin Bei's superiority, he began to contemplate the veracity of Lin Bei's words. A true stronghold has no need to deceive the weak. He firmly believed in this principle. Of course, if you were aware of the conditions required to awaken the Rinnegan, you would understand that it is entirely beyond your reach. The conditions to awaken the Rinnegan? Like a spark igniting a flame, Itachi and Jiraiya's heads snapped up in unison. They had come to comprehend the power of the Rinnegan. In just a few fleeting minutes, they had encountered irresistible forces, repulsive energies, soul extraction, advanced weaponry, resurrection, and other formidable abilities. However, the notion of resurrection was now debatable, given their puppet nature. Nonetheless, the allure remained potent, even prompting Itachi to entertain the notion of swapping his eyes. "What is it?" the Deva path inquired. Lin Bei glanced at Itachi and Jiraiya before replying. "You needn't concern yourselves. The Rinnegan is entirely linked to one's bloodline. For others to acquire it, the only path is through theft. However, the cost of such an acquisition, I believe this esteemed Nagato can attest to." Nagato felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the stoic Deva path was present before them. "Nagato, is that truly you?" Jiraiya suddenly turned to face Nagato, his pupils constricting. "And Yahiko, is he truly dead?" The Deva path turned away, offering no response to Jiraiya. "Boss Lin, what bloodline must one possess to attain the Rinnegan?" Lin Bei tapped his index finger on the bar. "Ah, that I shall not disclose." The Deva path, Itachi, and Jiraiya were utterly unprepared for such a retort. Itachi's impression of Lin Bei began to crumble, yet a sense of relief washed over him. In light of these revelations, it appears that the divine being before us possesses a considerable degree of humanity. Why, you may ask? The heavenly path gazed incredulously at Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled, responding, "You inquire why I do not divulge this information to you. Perhaps you should instead ponder why I am obliged to share it with you at all. Just because you ask, does that necessitate my response?" Vortex Nagato, do you truly comprehend your own identity? Do you realize who you are conversing with at this moment? A sudden realization struck Nagato. Indeed, he was the weaker party. How could a mere weakling, devoid of shame, dare to seek knowledge from the lips of the strong? Such presumption is unwarranted in any context. Itachi hesitated before speaking. "Boss Lin, might I inquire if this intelligence has a price?" "We at Konoha are prepared to offer compensation." "Of course it does," Lin Bei replied. "Disclosing this information bears no detriment to me, yet that does not imply I am eager to share it directly with you. Do you comprehend?" He, the proprietor of the multiversal tavern, could not be taken advantage of without consequence. Understood. Both Itachi and Jiraiya fervently nodded in agreement. The heavenly path, too, came to a realization. Thus, it dawned upon him that this deity, who referred to himself as a god, was merely a part-time role. His true vocation was that of a tavern owner, a merchant indeed. When it comes to matters of currency, he felt a surge of confidence, particularly due to his companion Conan, an emotional catalyst capable of producing explosive tags. For ninjas, these explosive tags could even serve as currency. "Now, it is time for you to present your offers." Itachi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, communicating silently. Jiraiya inquired, "Is there any surplus funding left in Konoha?" Itachi replied, "The debts left by the third Hokage have yet to be settled. We are devoid of funds." "What shall we do then?" Jiraiya pressed. "It seems money is but mere paper to Boss Lin. Perhaps he values something far superior. The method to awaken the Rinnegan is invaluable. Furthermore, let us not forget that Lin Bei has generously offered us a piece of information. Even if Konoha were to deliver that item directly to Lin Bei, it would not be an issue. With a resolute expression, Itachi lifted his head and solemnly declared, "We are willing to exchange Konoha's forbidden jutsu scroll for this information." "Absolutely not. I cannot consent." The bells at the entrance chimed, heralding the arrival of the third Hokage, who had finally arrived. He realized that for the sake of Konoha, he must oversee Itachi and Jiraiya's actions. Otherwise, he could not foresee the consequences of their decisions. Just as he approached, he overheard Itachi's proposal to relinquish Konoha's forbidden jutsu scroll, which sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down his back. Thank goodness he had not allowed his anger to deter him from coming. Otherwise, he would have missed the monumental developments unfolding between these two. Konoha would indeed falter without his presence. The third Hokage stormed into the room, his expression a tempest of fury as he confronted Itachi, his eyes seemingly ablaze. "Uchiha Itachi, are you unwilling to prevent Konoha's destruction at your own hands? If you harbor grievances, feel free to unleash them upon me. I shall bear these sins for the sake of Konoha's ninjas and its citizens. I implore you, do not allow your personal emotions to lead Konoha down a path of ruin." Listen to the righteous indignation. What a masterful display of rhetoric. Itachi felt compelled to applaud the third Hokage, and indeed, he did so. What does this mean? The third Hokage's anger intensified. Itachi, with an impassive expression, remarked, "The third truly dedicates himself to Konoha, working tirelessly for its prosperity. All of us from the Uchiha clan hold him in high esteem." This left the third Hokage utterly perplexed. Was it possible that the Uchiha had praised him? Or had he finally managed to sway Itachi with the will of fire? Yet, as he met Itachi's scornful gaze, he understood the truth. The inherently malevolent Uchiha would never repent. The third Hokage's visage hardened. "Itachi, you are truly beyond redemption. Allowing you to become Hokage would only lead to the ruin of Konoha. I will ensure the daimyo is informed of your treachery." The daimyo has fallen under Uchiha's influence. Yet, they possess no evidence. Without proof, they could not hold the daimyo accountable. Itachi spoke with an unyielding demeanor. "Third Hokage, this is no longer your era. It is time for you to step aside. Without you, Konoha will only flourish. One must have a clear understanding of one's place in the world." The third Hokage shot him a furious glare. "I am fully aware of my actions. Do you comprehend the gravity of yours? You intend to relinquish the forbidden jutsu scrolls? Those are the very foundation of Konoha. You would sever the roots of our village. The scrolls can be transcribed," Itachi countered. "That is unacceptable. I have but one decree. The forbidden jutsu scrolls must never be entrusted to outsiders." Just then, Lin Bei rapped on the bar, drawing everyone's attention. "Pray tell, are you all performing a stage play in my establishment?" His index finger rhythmically tapped the bar. The sound, though faint, caused all present, except for Hong, to synchronize their heartbeats with the rhythm of his tapping. As Lin Bei quickened his pace, their heart rates escalated. As he slowed, so did their pulses. They felt an unsettling connection. If he were to cease his tapping, their hearts might well stop in unison. The color drained from their faces. Among the paper trees, Conan suddenly noticed Nagato's complexion had grown even paler, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Nagato, what troubles you?" "And nothing," he stammered, recognizing that his heart, too, had fallen under Lin Bei's control. Fear gripped him. He had believed himself the master of puppets, standing on unassailable ground. Yet, he had never anticipated that the opponent could manipulate the puppets to directly influence him. This was truly a harrowing realization. His very life now hinged upon the whims of another. To have life and death dictated by mere thought. Such is the essence of divinity. Within the tavern, after tormenting the group for what felt like an eternity, Lin Bei finally relented. A collective sigh of relief swept through them, although their garments were thoroughly soaked. Jiraiya cast a resentful glance at Itachi and the third Hokage. This was indeed an unwarranted misfortune. Lin Bei surveyed the crowd and declared, "Itachi, let us exchange the forbidden jutsu scrolls. I seek nothing else." He had always held a keen interest in the scrolls, and now the third Hokage had unwittingly provided him with the opportunity to unleash his fury. Even if Konoha wished to retract their stance, it was far too late. They must change, whether they want to or not. "Very well. Itachi Uchiha, you shall bring ruin upon Konoha." The third Hokage, unable to unleash his wrath upon Lin Bei, could only cast a furious glare at Itachi. "As long as Konoha remains in your grasp, it shall be destroyed." Itachi, undeterred, met the third's gaze with unwavering resolve. However, Both of them noticed Lin Bei's index finger twitching, prompting them to promptly silence their tongues. Lin Bei glanced at the third Hokage before turning to Hong and saying, "Do you see that old man? We must not emulate his shamelessness, understand? While he is preoccupied with his own concerns, he insists on involving the entirety of Konoha. Is the forbidden jutsu scroll truly the foundation of Konoha's establishment? What a farce. When the first Hokage founded Konoha, was such a notion ever entertained? No. It was only with the ascension of Senju Tobarama that the concept of the forbidden jutsu scroll began to take shape. Why are they termed forbidden jutsu? It is not merely due to the side effects or the tremendous strain they impose on the body. Rather, it is because these jutsu are overwhelmingly powerful. There are historical accounts that claim the first emperor of China collected all iron tools and forged 12 golden statues to prevent the populace from revolting with weapons. Senju Tobarama transformed these tales into reality. They seized all formidable ninjutsu and forged the forbidden jutsu scrolls, effectively sealing off the path for common ninjas to grow stronger. The first Hokage implemented this because he could remain seated and command respect. Yet while Senju Tobarama was formidable, he still operated within acceptable limits. The third Hokage, however, is of an entirely different ilk. In essence, the forbidden jutsu scroll and the will of fire are meant to complement one another. As the disciple of Senju Tobarama, who greatly amplified the will of fire, how could the third Hokage be unaware of this? No one understands it better than he does. The third Hokage remains resentful about his position as Hokage. Although Hong did not comprehend Lin Bei's reasoning, she adhered to one fundamental principle. Her boss is always right. As for the third Hokage, who was he to her? Understood, boss. The third Hokage's cheeks twitched at her words. Had it not been for Lin Bei's earlier display of authority, he might have foolishly countered. Yet now, his mind was clear as day. Let it be. After all, he is not the Hokage. He is eager to see how long Konoha can survive under the Uchiha's rule. When that time comes, he will await their pleas for rescue. And then, he shall humiliate Itachi Uchiha thoroughly. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Why could this old man not understand? They currently possess no voice in this matter. In this ninja world, strength reigns supreme. Moreover, he is acutely aware that as long as Lin Bei is willing to remain in Konoha, it shall never meet its demise. So what of the forbidden jutsu scroll? Yet this old man seems intent on expelling Lin Bei at all costs. It is truly baffling what thoughts occupy his mind. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I shall fetch the scrolls right away. There is no rush. I can first share the information with you. Itachi had no objections. Lin Bei looked towards the Deva path and inquired, "So, what price are you willing to pay?" "What? The Leaf Village has already suffered such grievous losses. And yet you still intend to divulge intelligence to the enemies of Konoha." The third Hokage could no longer contain his outrage. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the intelligence, it was evident that what could be exchanged for a forbidden technique scroll must be of earth-shattering significance. Such information should never be entrusted to an outsider, let alone an adversary. He could scarcely endure this affront. However, upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted it, wishing he could slap himself for his lack of foresight. Indeed, Lin Bei gazed at him with an impassive expression. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "No, I would not dare," the third Hokage replied, devoid of conviction. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and stated, "So, you do indeed harbor such intentions, yet fear to act, correct?" The third Hokage stammered, I was mistaken, Lin Bei. How disappointing. I had hoped you could achieve greater things for Konoha. Have you already capitulated so easily? The moment your life is threatened, you abandon your village?" Lin Bei clicked his tongue. The third Hokage's complexion shifted to a pale hue. "Leave." Lin Bei waved his hand, and the third Hokage found himself standing at the threshold. He stood there in a daze for a moment before finally exhaling in relief. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed an unexpected sign that had appeared at the entrance. It read, "No entry for the third Hokage and dogs." The third Hokage froze for several seconds before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Inside the tavern, Tiandao inquired, "Lin Bei, what is your desire?" "What I desire? You shall provide." "Indeed. Then I shall request your Rinnegan." "Certainly." Lin Bei regarded Tiandao with an expression of approval, realizing that Nagato was not coveting powers that did not belong to him. Yet, unbeknownst to Itachi and Jiraiya, who were still in shock, they could hardly believe their ears. Can one truly bestow the Rinnegan upon another? How extravagant. "Now Hong, what about you? Lin Bei turned to her, jesting. I want one too. But I am already the boss's own. Hong replied, dazed. This is against the rules. Lin Bei cleared his throat, acknowledging the truth in her words. Itachi's expression grew somewhat complicated. By the way, there are many beauties among the Uchiha as well. In that case, you must listen carefully. The method to awaken the Rinnegan is, in fact, quite simple. It requires gathering the chakra of Ashura and Indra. After he finished speaking, the group was left in utter bewilderment. What on earth? Who are Ashura and Indra? Is it really as simple as that to obtain their forbidden technique scroll and Rinnegan? They felt as though they had been duped, but dared not voice their thoughts. Lin Bei continued, this is indeed the method to awaken the Rinnegan. I have not spoken falsely. However, Itachi, since you are a valued customer, I shall also provide you with information about these two individuals. Upon hearing this, Itachi and the others finally exhaled in relief, though they could not shake the label of shrewd merchant from their minds. What should have been a straightforward transaction had been framed as a complimentary gift by Lin Bei. They found themselves thanking him instead. These two are, in fact, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. The sons of the Sage of Six Paths? How long ago was that? These two individuals have long since turned to ash. So from where did this pair of Rinnegan eyes originate? This is not merely a suspicion directed at Lin Bei. It is fundamentally difficult to believe. I understand your confusion. They have perished, yet the Rinnegan of Nagato remains a mystery. Do not rush. I am about to elucidate. I strive to be just, ensuring satisfaction for both parties involved in this exchange. The onlookers bore expressions of agreement. Lin Bei continued, I have stated that the Rinnegan requires their chakra. While their physical forms have indeed vanished, their chakra persists. Throughout an era, there are always a select few who inherit the chakra of Ashura and Indra. One might also perceive these individuals as the reincarnations of the sons of Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this is not a matter of mere happenstance. The clan left behind by Ashura is represented by the Senju and Uzumaki, while Indra's legacy is embodied by the Uchiha. So, can you guess who the last generation's reincarnations of Ashura and Indra are? The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such esoteric revelations. However, this guessing game is indeed a shot in the dark. What makes the Senju and Uchiha so extraordinary? Itachi's eyes brightened as he spoke. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? If we speak of these two, they are indeed leagues ahead of others in terms of prowess. They are figures capable of overshadowing the shinobi world. Previously, the crowd had pondered why these two were so formidable. Now, the enigma was unveiled. It was, after all, the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths. To Lin Bei, the Sage of Six Paths was inconsequential, yet to them, he represented a deity. Lin Bei confirmed, indeed, it is they. He then turned to the Deva path. So now you understand whose eyes those are, do you not? Upon hearing this, the Deva path was momentarily taken aback. This topic had veered dramatically. Soon, he regained his composure, his tone tinged with urgency. Could it be that this pair of Rinnegan belongs to one of them? Itachi and Jiraiya exclaimed in unison, impossible. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara only possessed the Sharingan, and he perished at the hands of the first Hokage during the Valley of the End. The first Hokage's eyes were entirely normal. How could they possess Rinnegan? Itachi questioned in confusion. Lin Bei maintained a smile as he replied, the eye does not necessarily reveal the truth. So how can you be so certain of what you hear? Even Nagato had encountered someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, the Deva path trembled, feeling as though Lin Bei could see right through him. How does he know everything? Lin Bei, do you mean that he truly is? Certainly not. Uchiha Madara is already deceased. Jiraiya's eyes flickered as he remarked, Lin Bei, the fact that he is now dead implies that during the Valley of the End battle, Uchiha Madara did not perish? A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Itachi slowly uttered 4 words, Izanagi. Jiraiya followed up, so, Uchiha Madara faked his death, coincidentally acquired the first Hokage's chakra, and then awakened the Rinnegan? The two exchanged glances, a cold sweat trickling down their spines. Without the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara has already proven to be evenly matched with the first Hokage. Thus, once he awakens the Rinnegan, would he not become the strongest being in the ninja world? The Deva path murmured, so, my eyes are Uchiha Madara's eyes? But why? Lin Bei smiled and replied, this information is a gift to you. The Rinnegan possesses a technique called Rinne Tensei, which can genuinely resurrect individuals. The Deva path appeared struck by lightning. No wonder. No wonder Lin Bei had laughed so joyfully before. It turns out he was merely a foolish jester, exploited by others while assisting them in counting their riches. Reflecting upon his earlier declarations of divinity, he wished he could traverse back in time and suffocate his former self. Yet how could Uchiha Madara be certain that Nagato would employ this technique? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, and it was Itachi who responded. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and I can leave some contingencies within them, let alone the infamous Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Nagato himself believes those are your eyes. It is truly hard to imagine Madara would leave anything behind on him. At that moment, Itachi could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this adversary. A mere puppet. Thank you, Boss Lin. The Deva Path suddenly exclaimed. Now that I know, I shall no longer be at Madara's mercy. I do not require gratitude. You should come in your true form first. Or perhaps you could have that girl beside you bring the eyes over. It is worth mentioning that Konoha has recently introduced a renowned organ transplant specialist from the ninja world. You might as well have them assist in cloning an eye. After all, in matters concerning Uchiha Madara, you are indeed on the same side. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression twitched. It seemed Lin Bei had never left the tavern. Yet he had effortlessly uncovered Orochimaru's existence. He was the one who secretly brought Orochimaru back, with only Nara Shikaka being aware. Jiraiya suddenly turned to Itachi. An organ transplant specialist? It couldn't possibly be that person, could it? Itachi impassively nodded. We'll encounter him sooner or later. His sins are the burden of the third Hokage and Danzo. Do not direct your anger towards the innocent. Jiraiya's face twitched as the Deva Path's expression shifted in the paper tree, revealing Nagato's shock. The opponent was aware of his presence near Konoha. Even knowing that Konan was by his side, he felt exposed. However, he was intrigued by Lin Bei's final remark about being on the same side. Did it imply that Uchiha Madara harbored some nefarious scheme that could threaten Konoha and him? Perhaps even endanger the entire ninja world? Contemplating this, he made a decision. Konan. Nagato. We are going to Konoha. Konan was taken aback. Nagato, you mean you, in your true form, will go? Nagato replied with a faint smile. I just made a deal, and the reward is my eyes. Konan was struck dumb by this revelation. Wait, did Nagato just lose his mind a moment ago? Nagato, are you alright? Konan looked at Nagato with concern. Yahiko was already dead. Nagato could not afford any more mishaps. He shook his head. Konan, trust me. No matter what you choose to do, I shall accompany you. In the forest, a tree blossomed, and paper fragments danced through the air, ultimately vanishing like snowflakes. Upon arriving in Konoha, Itachi Uchiha awaited them at the village entrance. Hokage. Konan's body tensed instantly. She had heard of the formidable strength of this fifth Hokage, who was also remarkably youthful. Do not worry, he is not an enemy, merely a clone, Nagato reassured her. Follow me. Itachi glanced back at Nagato and Konan before turning ahead, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Incredible, he truly possesses that ability. The distance was vast. Yet Lin Bei seemed to know. Moreover, Nagato's unique attire attracted considerable attention along the way. However, with the Hokage leading, no significant disturbances arose. They arrived at the Multiverse Tavern, where Nagato hesitated, feeling as though he did not belong there. Just walk in. It's accessible, Itachi remarked before his clone dissipated. Nagato, I shall enter first. Konan, do not fret, there is no danger here. After Nagato spoke, he maneuvered the machine forward. Just as Itachi had indicated, the machine, twice the size of a regular door, glided effortlessly inside. Konan was utterly astonished. Could it be that Hokage Online has encountered a glitch? She hurried to catch up. Nagato looked at Jiraiya with a complex expression. What on earth has transpired? Jiraiya-sensei. Konan's gaze mirrored the complexity of Nagato's. Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow. Why can you not identify the instigator of all the calamities in the shinobi world? You could easily direct your suspicions toward Danzo. Lin Bei interjected. The others murmured. Is it Danzo? Jiraiya clenched his fists. Is Danzo merely idling? Konan, please help me remove my eyes. Nagato intended to do it himself. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, an intense resistance surged within him, further confirming Lin Bei's previous assertions. Nagato, are you truly serious? What exactly have you all told him? Konan glared at everyone in the tavern. Konan, do not be rude to Boss Lin. My apologies, Boss Lin. She is simply my sole companion, Nagato replied. Konan's pupils constricted. The Nagato who had previously likened himself to a deity was now bowing his head. Suddenly, Conan recalled the 3 instances of Nagato's explosive outbursts and observed the calmness surrounding them. So it was indeed because of Boss Lin. Good heavens! The opponent had managed to defeat Nagato, who wielded divine power. The situation was still overwhelmingly in favor of Boss Lin. Conan, come. What I have acquired is far more precious than these eyes. Nagato spoke with nonchalance. Nagato, then endure this. Almost simultaneously, a soft sound echoed, and Nagato's eyes turned vacant. In Conan's hands lay 2 bloodied eyeballs. Just as the Rinnegan departed from Nagato's body, a certain black Zetsu suddenly jolted. Damn it, Nagato's eyes are gone. What kind of joke is this? Black Zetsu wore a bewildered expression. During this period in Konoha, or rather, throughout the entire shinobi world, could there truly be someone capable of rivaling the Rinnegan? No, I must swiftly retrieve the Rinnegan. Obito. Turning around, he found no one beside him. He had forgotten that the fool had gone to Konoha to procure the eyes. But wait, Obito is also in Konoha. Did he merely watch as Nagato had his eyes extracted? Or was it Obito's hand that orchestrated this? The mastermind fell into deep contemplation. Never mind. I won't dwell on it any longer. Let us just leave it to Zetsu. In the tavern, Lin Bei took possession of the Rinnegan, encasing the 2 eyeballs in a layer of transparent resin that sealed them instantly. Excellent. The transaction is complete. Lin Bei jostled the eyeballs, and the gazes of Uchiha Itachi and Conan followed the orbs as they bobbed up and down. Do not gaze too long. Even Nagato, who possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, has been rendered utterly feeble. Ordinary individuals might very well succumb immediately. Lin Bei then turned to Conan and inquired, Conan, would you like to have it? I can eliminate the side effects. Conan hesitated for a moment, pondering if such a precious item was truly being offered to her. The power was indeed tempting, yet she shook her head. No, thank you. Boss, I do not require it for combat. Well, that is a valid point. Thus, under the complex gazes of the others, Lin Bei casually tossed the Rinnegan onto the display case behind him. It is the Rinnegan, yet in his hands, it resembled a mere toy. Infuriating. Then, Boss Lin, we shall take our leave, Nagato remarked. Without his eyes, he felt as though he had shed his shackles. Conan stored the 6 corpses into a scroll and followed closely behind Nagato. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but merely sighed in resignation. Upon reaching the door, Nagato suddenly halted and asked, Boss Lin, if the Rinnegan is a deception, then what of the outer path golem? Conan froze. A deception? What does that mean? Lin Bei spoke plainly. The outer path golem, too, is merely another ruse. Indeed, it is all a charade. Nagato smiled bitterly. Thank you for enlightening me, Boss Lin. Once outside the tavern, Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Everything prior had been a fabrication, a script written by someone else. Even the purpose for his survival was a lie. Did he still need to exist? Nagato, I do not know what you have come to understand, but I will stand by your side. Conan, thank you. We need not express gratitude between us. Conan then asked, Nagato, shall we return? Nagato remained silent. Perhaps we should postpone our return. I believe it is wise to heed Boss Lin's counsel for the time being. His own eyes were not truly his. Was his organization, Akatsuki, still his? He now felt that apart from Conan, everyone else who approached him had ulterior motives. The very instant he returned to the organization, he might find himself betrayed. While Konoha had previously been an adversary, at least it did not harbor the ruthless individuals found within Akatsuki. Conan's strength should suffice for self-preservation here. At that moment, distant sounds of chaos reached their ears. Several masked ninjas were leaping across the rooftops. What is happening? Nagato inquired. It has nothing to do with us, Conan replied. Did I not see correctly, Nagato, Conan? At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through the air. Soon, a figure draped in a mask gradually materialized. It's you. Nagato's ears perked up. He could never forget that voice. After all, he claimed to be Uchiha Obito. It is indeed I. However, Nagato, could you kindly elucidate the situation at hand? The astonishment within Obito's heart was beyond description. Nagato's eyes had vanished. That was the true Nagato. The Sharingan was gone. Who in Konoha could possibly contend with Nagato? Moreover, the fact that he was still alive without his eyes was bewildering. Can someone explain what has transpired? What you see is the current state of affairs. If there is nothing more, please step aside. Nagato harbored no fondness for this masked individual. He instinctively sensed a connection between this person and Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, it was this very person who had informed him about the outer path golem and the tailed beast weapon. Everything is a lie. Of course. There is a matter at hand, and it is of monumental significance. Nagato, tell me, where have your eyes gone? Obito inquired. Nagato smirked slightly and retorted, you seem more concerned about my eyes than I am. Obito paused for a moment and responded, naturally, I care. You are the leader of Akatsuki. The stronger you are, the better. Nagato let out a cold laugh, saying, is that so? Whose Akatsuki is it really, mine or yours? And who exactly are you? Spare me the ridiculous name. Obito was genuinely taken aback. What had transpired with Nagato? He had merely visited Konoha. I have already stated, I am Uchiha Obito. Then let us assume you are Uchiha Obito. Regardless of your identity, my eyes have nothing to do with you. Conan, let us depart. You cannot leave. First, reveal the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. Obito could no longer maintain his composure. Why does it feel like Nagato has become significantly more formidable? No comment. Nagato replied coldly. TSK. Uzumaki Nagato, without your Rinnegan, even the previous version of me would have been no match for you. How much less so now? If you remain silent, then both of you shall perish. Conan stood protectively before Nagato. Nagato, you must go. I will hold him off. You cannot stop me. Obito finally removed his mask. Two identical patterned eyes fixated intently on Conan. Having reclaimed his eyes, he no longer needed to conceal his identity. A chill ran through Conan's heart. Why? Merely being gazed upon by those eyes, did she feel an imminent threat of death? In the next moment, the space around her began to distort. In a mere 3 seconds, Conan was torn into countless flying pieces of paper. Those fragments evaded the spatial confinement, reconstituting Conan beside Nagato. She looked at Obito with a face full of horror. Space-time dojutsu. One can only evade, not withstand. Yet, she was safe. But what about Nagato? Nagato, let us take refuge in the tavern. In her moment of desperation, she thought of the tavern owner who could rival Nagato with his Rinnegan. If it were him, perhaps this person, the tavern? Obito turned his head directly to the side. Conan, seizing the opportunity, hurled several paper shurikens. Yet, they passed through as if traversing a bubble, leaving Obito unscathed. Damn, is it truly so? Conan gritted her teeth. So, everything revolves around this tavern? Obito nonchalantly continued to gaze at the establishment. The tavern of all realms. Is the Rinnegan within? What? Are you afraid to enter? To tell you the truth, Nagato's eyes are inside. Seeing this, Conan remarked lightly. Afraid? Nonsense. He is merely cautious. He is contemplating what kind of place could compel Nagato to relinquish his eyes. However, there is no point in pondering now. This pair of eyes has rendered him invincible. Even if the occupant within is the true Uchiha Madara, he remains unafraid. If that is the case, then I shall assist you in reclaiming your eyes, Nagato. With that, Obito resolutely stepped into the tavern. Then, he beheld the last person he wished to encounter. Uchiha Itachi? It's you. Itachi furrowed his brow. He recognized the voice. He never anticipated that this individual had survived Amaterasu. Truly fortunate. You are Uchiha Obito. You are still alive. Jiraiya scrutinized Obito for a long while, ultimately recognizing this disciple of a disciple. When Obito had encountered misfortune, the fourth Hokage had mourned for a considerable time. Yet the person before him was unmistakably Obito. This place is indeed lively. Obito cast a gaze filled with disdain around Itachi and Jiraiya. So, Itachi and Jiraiya defeated Nagato? No, that cannot be. Itachi's two ocular techniques are ineffective against the Rinnegan. Alone, these two could not instill despair in Nagato. Then, was it the person behind the bar? Completely unrecognizable. When did such a figure emerge in the ninja world? Zetsu had never mentioned this. Oh, this unfortunate soul, more tragic than Nagato, you also arrived. Lin Bei greeted Obito politely. Hong cast a glance at her boss. In the presence of others, even Nagato, who sought to destroy the tavern, her boss remained calm. Yet, with this person, she sensed a hint of malice or perhaps disdain. Obito? Unfortunate soul? Is that referring to him? Although it was an unfamiliar term, he could tell it was not a compliment. Itachi and Jiraiya exchanged glances with Obito. Nagato being manipulated by others was already tragic enough. This individual is claimed to be even more unfortunate? What are you speaking of? Moreover, who exactly are you? Your words suggest a familiarity with me. Obito frowned. However, his gaze swiftly passed through Lin Bei, discovering the Rinnegan displayed on the cabinet behind her. Found it. Indeed, it is here. Obito immediately disregarded everyone and slowly advanced. He walked in a straight line, showing no regard for the obstacles in his path. yet he moved like a specter, passing directly through them. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. His ocular technique. He too possesses the Mangekyō. Itachi uttered solemnly. Such ocular abilities can often seem insurmountable. Obito traversed the bar and positioned himself before the display case. Nonchalantly reaching for the eye, Hong furrowed her brow. Indeed, this individual was quite detestable. Hey, is it not a tad impolite of you? Lin Bei interjected, extending his hand toward Obito. Upon witnessing this, Obito smirked coldly within. If you could seize him, he might as well call you father. Undeterred, he attempted to grasp the Rinnegan. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, another hand clasped firmly around his wrist. The grip was unyielding. Feeling the pressure on his wrist, Obito was momentarily stunned. Why had he been caught? It seems you need to calm down. Lin Bei exerted a slight force, flinging Obito aside. Subsequently, a multitude of ice blocks materialized, engulfing him. Itachi and Jiraiya maintained their outward composure, yet internally marveled at the ease with which such a formidable ocular technique was countered. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Obito finally emerged from the icy confines, rubbing his arms as a thin layer of frost coated his visage. Why are you able to touch me? Obito disregarded the cold. He had to understand this question to find peace at night. Previously, he had believed himself to be invulnerable. He had acted recklessly and paid the price. Now, the most pressing concern was not the Rinnegan, but rather his ability to escape. Is it so strange that I can touch you? Fool, do you truly believe a pair of eyes can render one invincible? Lin Bei continued. Oh, by the way, Jiraiya, he is the mastermind behind the death of your disciple's wife. At this revelation, Jiraiya abruptly turned, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Obito. You were responsible for the Night of the Nine Tails. Obito fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into a manic laugh. Yes, it was I. Why? He was your teacher. The fourth Hokage was not like the third. He had genuine affection for his students. Hong was astounded. So this man killed his own teacher? No wonder the boss behaves this way. But he failed to protect Rin. Rin is dead. Why is he still alive? Obito roared. Is that the reason? Jiraiya was taken aback. Is that not sufficient? Obito ground his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Jiraiya found it difficult to comprehend. What an absurd rationale. Rin was a ninja. How could one expect immortality in battle? Just because she perished on the battlefield, he sought to kill his teacher? Such logic eluded Jiraiya. Oh, how deeply romantic. For the one you cherish, you turn on your own teacher. Truly admirable. Lin Bei clapped in mock admiration. What do you know? Obito glared fiercely at Lin Bei. Lin Bei chuckled. I know everything. I know you are merely a pitiful wretch. And you do not even know who truly caused Rin's demise. I am aware that you are even serving the very one who caused Lin's demise. Itachi, Jiraiya, and Hong were momentarily taken aback, instinctively casting their gazes towards Obito. Ah, the scent of conspiracy lingers. Such words indeed carry a grim weight. They suddenly grasped the essence of being a tragic victim. What do you mean? The literal interpretation. No, that cannot be. The one who killed Lin was Minato Namikaze. It was Kakashi. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Obito was inevitably reminded of the scene where Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Lin's chest. The patterns within his eyes began to whirl frantically. TSK, how pitiable. Do you truly trust your own vision? Have you forgotten how you were cast aside moments ago? The power of one's eyes is not always infallible. On what basis do you assert that what you saw is the entire truth? Obito felt as though struck by lightning. There is no argument more compelling than that rooted in fact. Thus, he fell into a profound silence. Indeed, he had always harbored a question. Why would Kakashi wish to take Lin's life? There was utterly no justification for such an act. Yet, he had never inquired about Kakashi's intentions. Instead, he nurtured his resentment towards Kakashi and the world for failing to provide answers. So, what he witnessed, was it truly real? What transpired? Tell me, is this how you implore others? Lin Bei regarded Obito. That calm gaze imposed immense pressure upon him. The ocular prowess he had once taken pride in offered him no solace. He even felt that the space-time distortion of Kamui would be ineffective against this individual. After all, Conan had evaded it before. Obito remained silent for a long while before speaking. Please, unveil the truth to me. Lin Bei chuckled softly and replied, I refuse. Are you mocking me? I have already said please. Obito glared fiercely at Lin Bei. He yearned to walk away, but when it came to Lin, is your plea truly so valuable? Who do you think you are, believing that a mere request could compel me to speak? Do be clear. You are the one at a disadvantage now. Obito lowered his head, concealing his eyes. He then slowly raised his gaze and asked, "What must I offer for you to reveal the truth? If it requires me to kneel before you." Obito struggled to articulate the words, his cheeks twitching. Lin Bei clicked his tongue. "Your kneeling holds no value. The only aspect of you that piques my interest is that pair of eyes." "No." Obito shouted defiantly, vigilantly watching Lin Bei. Those eyes were his sole reliance. Relinquishing them would render him a lamb awaiting slaughter. Absolutely not. The truth about Lin, he could seek it gradually. He refused to believe that Lin Bei was the only one in the ninja world privy to this matter. Little did Lin Bei know, he had inadvertently exposed a clue. Working for an enemy? Who was he currently serving? Lin Bei remained unfazed, observing Obito with amusement. "Uchiha Obito, you must understand one thing." "What?" Obito instinctively replied. But in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. All around him was shrouded in black. A brilliant light flickered beside him, prompting him to turn his head, revealing a colossal, pallid sphere. On the other side loomed an even larger orb, predominantly a soothing azure. It was not merely Obito who had arrived. Jiraiya and Itachi were present as well. An instinctual sense of dread enveloped them. They found themselves in an unprecedented expanse, vast and overwhelming. How could they have suddenly arrived here? My heavens! At that moment, Itachi suddenly wore a look of blank astonishment. "Itachi, what is wrong?" Jiraiya faltered, having also perceived the spectacle. Soon after, Obito joined them. The three stood like wooden figures, fixated on a singular direction. There, a giant slowly lifted its head. Its being shimmered with starlight, and its eyes radiated boundless divine brilliance. There were no other distinguishing features. It was simply enormous. The larger sphere was already monumental, yet it paled in comparison to the giant's eyes. It was vast, so much so that its entirety could not be comprehended. The giant spread its hands, and upon its expansive palms stood Red, equally transfixed. She gazed upwards, unable to fully perceive the immense face above her. The place where she stood was an endless expanse. How immense! At that moment, the giant's face gradually lowered, its divine eyes seemingly fixated on Obito. In that instant, Obito felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. A singular word naturally surfaced in his mind: God. Indeed, it must be a deity. Even the most formidable tailed beasts could find refuge within this giant's pores, if it had any. In the presence of such an entity, any act of defiance would merely provoke laughter. With awe in his gaze, the giant spoke. The words it uttered sent a chill coursing through his veins. "So, Uchiha Obito, who do you believe I am?" The voice resonated like a tempest that had raged for millennia, echoing throughout the vastness. With a thud, Itachi and Jiraiya sank to the ground, while Obito knelt. In that moment, the three finally comprehended the identity of the giant before them. The question of who Lin Bei was now seemed moot. Suddenly, the giant began to shrink rapidly, and their vision began to stretch intensely. They were hurled towards the larger sphere with great speed. Yet, they could still discern the swiftly approaching scene. It was the shinobi world, the land of fire, Konoha, and then the Tavern of all realms. Their vision snapped into sharp focus. They had returned to the tavern, a space neither cramped nor overly spacious. Itachi and Jiraiya remained seated on the floor, while Obito continued to kneel before Lin Bei. The trio wore expressions of profound shock, so heavy it seemed they might collapse. The awe overwhelmed them, leaving little room for fear. The massive sphere they had just glimpsed was their home planet. The smaller orb was the moon. Their planet was nearly the same size as the giant's eyes, implying that a mere blink could obliterate the entire shinobi world. Red, dazed and bewildered, felt her legs weaken, causing her to topple backward. In the previously empty space, a soft chair suddenly appeared, catching her securely. Bewildered, she looked up at her employer. "Boss, just now that was..." "You may interpret it as an energy-efficient combat mode." Energy-efficient? Hong questioned the soundness of her own mind, pondering whether her previous understanding of the term had been flawed. If that was the energy-efficient version, how immense must the standard mode be? Hong was profoundly astonished by her employer's prowess. It took a full minute for Obito and the others to regain their composure. They lowered their heads, scarcely daring to meet Lin Bei's gaze. The scene they had just witnessed would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. As for whether it was an illusion, they had not even entertained the thought, for illusions do not arise from nothingness. They must align with human cognition. The imagery they had just witnessed far exceeded their imaginations. It could only be real. You. Obito stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Call me Boss Lin. Why yes, Boss Lin. How proud Obito was. Yet before Lin Bei, he felt compelled to abase himself. Indeed, who did he think he was, and who did he believe Lin Bei to be? To put it bluntly, someone of Lin Bei's caliber taking an interest in his possessions was something he should consider an honor. Uchiha Obito, do you understand now? Lin Bei spoke calmly. I understand. Your kindness and generosity command my admiration. I willingly offer you this pair of Mangekyō. Obito declared respectfully. I am indeed generous. Your eyes merely serve to atone for your transgressions in attempting to pilfer from the tavern. The information regarding Rin is a gift from me to you. Lin Bei remarked with an expression of deep conviction. At these words, Obito's heart jolted. Had Lin Bei made such a statement earlier, he would have dismissed it outright, perhaps even chastising him for his audacity. Yet now, he found Lin Bei's words profoundly accurate. Lin Bei was exceedingly generous, remarkably magnanimous. Obito realized he was indeed unworthy. Please wait a moment, Boss Lin. I must retrieve something from the Kimui dimension. I will then present this pair of Mangekyō to you, Obito stated respectfully. Lin Bei nodded casually in acknowledgement. Obito received the permission and vanished into thin air. Itachi instinctively wanted to interject, but quickly silenced himself, recognizing the disparity in their realms of existence. If Lin Bei desired to locate someone, that individual could be found even in the most remote corners of the earth. He had no doubt that Lin Bei would not be hindered by a mere pair of Mangekyō. Moments later, Obito reemerged, holding a large test tube containing 2 eyeballs floating in liquid. Upon seeing this, Itachi's eye twitched slightly. It felt as though Sharingan were ubiquitous. Anyone could produce a Sharingan. Why was no one presenting Byakugan? It seemed it was time to resolve the issues surrounding the Hyuga clan's separation and its head family. With a nonchalant demeanor, Obito retrieved his Mangekyō before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Boss Lin, I hope you can forgive my previous ignorance and offense. Obito placed the kaleidoscope on the bar. Lin Bei picked up 2 eyeballs, sealing them as before, placing them beside the Rinnegan. These functional ocular techniques are valued comparably to the Rinnegan. Obito then skillfully extracted the 2 Sharingan and swiftly pressed them into the eye sockets. Within mere seconds, the nerves connected. After a few rotations, aside from some blood around the eye sockets, there was no difference from before. Itachi and Jiraiya's lips twitched uncontrollably. This person is undeniably peculiar. Even a medical ninja would not restore so rapidly. Obito's methods were indeed dark, brutally savage. He must possess some secrets. Given this, I shall not pursue your transgressions any further. As for Lin's matter, I believe you have your suspicions, Lin Bei remarked. Upon hearing this, Obito pursed his lips and responded, Yes, Uchiha Madara and Kaguya, right? Uchiha Madara. You just mentioned that name correctly, didn't you? Itachi and Jiraiya were taken aback. How could this name surface? Obito nodded. Yes, it's the Uchiha Madara you were thinking of. I have encountered him. In fact, he was the one who saved me. Itachi and Jiraiya felt a heaviness in their hearts. What schemes is Uchiha Madara plotting? Lin Bei continued. Indeed, it is those 2. They have long set their sights on you. After all, in the ninja world, finding someone as extreme as you, with particular inclinations, is no easy feat. Even among the most extreme Uchiha, you stand out remarkably. Oh, and the one beside you is equally remarkable. However, due to my influence, he has not exploded yet. Itachi, stop berating him. The child was merely misguided by a few old fools. Obito bore no resentment towards Lin Bei's evaluation of him. Reflecting on it now, he indeed seemed to have a penchant for extremes. Kakashi's decision to kill Lin was undeniably abnormal. Rather than seeking answers, his resentment only deepened. Truly foolish. He never anticipated that someone else could be comparable. Obito cast a surprised glance at Itachi. Could he have also slain his teacher for his beloved? Yet, given the village's circumstances, it seemed unlikely for the Uchiha to have a teacher. Itachi nearly faltered. However, he soon noticed that Obito's gaze towards him contained a hint of envy. Lin Bei continued, Obito Uchiha, have you never considered why Kakashi would kill Lin? It is natural to forget everything in the heat of the moment when you witnessed it firsthand. However, the fact that you have not contemplated this matter after calming down for such a long time is quite abnormal. Obito was startled, then a shock ran through him. Boss Lin, are you suggesting that I bear techniques left by Uchiha Madara? Lin Bei shrugged and replied, Not exactly. Uchiha Madara would certainly leave contingencies. But he can only control your body, not your mind. My meaning is that you are quite abnormal. Obito. All right. He acknowledges his irregularity. Can we refrain from beating a dead horse here? So what is the reason? It was not Kakashi who killed Rin. She took her own life. Upon hearing this, Obito was momentarily taken aback. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Suicide? Obito stammered. Why? How could it be? How could Rin? Lin Bei sighed for Rin, the overly understanding child, and remarked, Uchiha Madara, through the hands of the Hidden Mist Village, forced the three tails into Rin's body. Their plan was to send Rin to Konoha to incite chaos with the tailed beasts. To protect Konoha, Rin willingly collided with Kakashi's Raikiri. So it was like this. Obito felt lost, teetering on the brink of despair. With Lin Bei's explanation, he was transported back to that fateful day. It was Rin who had deliberately thrown herself into harm's way. How desperate must she have been in that moment? His heart ached. Uchiha Madara. Obito's teeth ground together in frustration. How could he bring himself to harm someone as kind and lovely as Rin? Lin Bei did not cease his narration. Then, the Dark Hand took a great fool to witness the live broadcast. One could only wonder what the fool thought, though it was evident that Kakashi had acted. He bore no ill will towards Kakashi and instead harbored resentment towards Konoha and his own teacher and mentor. Uchiha Obito, what can I even say about you? The gazes of others towards Obito began to shift, growing increasingly disapproving. Indeed, it was incomprehensible to watch one's beloved perish before one's eyes, especially in such a humiliating manner, was pitiable. Yet, the Obito of the present evoked no sympathy. Itachi held a favorable view of the fourth Hokage, setting aside his prowess. At the very least, he did not view the Uchiha through tinted lenses. Alas, it was all Obito's fault. Had it not been for him, perhaps the fourth Hokage could have consolidated power with a little more time. Jiraiya regarded Obito, his gaze flickering, occasionally glinting with coldness. How many lives had been lost because of Obito? How many families shattered? What suffering had Naruto endured? All of it was wrought by Obito's own hands. This scoundrel. I was wrong. Obito gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his emotions. At that moment, memories of the fourth Hokage and his wife began to surface uncontrollably. They would occasionally invite the three of them over for dinner, serving them food with warmth. He truly was despicable. Crack! A sharp sound resounded as Obito struck his own face with his hand. Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu. I shall never coexist with you. He aimed to create a world where Rin, his teacher, and his mentor's wife existed. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Obito, true to form, was a tempest of emotions. His Sharingan began to whirl. The three tomos spun faster and faster, ultimately merging into a brand new kaleidoscope. Sensing the astonishing wave of chakra emanating from Obito's eyes, Itachi stepped forward to gaze into his eyes. Goodness! Another kaleidoscope. A merciless kaleidoscope manufacturing machine? Subsequently, Itachi could not help but think of his younger brother. Upon realizing that he had lost an arm, he unleashed a Sharingan. To awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, it seemed he would have to sacrifice all remaining limbs. This disparity was utterly absurd. Is it truly so effortless to awaken the Mangekyō? Obito himself felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared that, in some manner, he had gained an advantage. Jiraiya's heart sank. He had initially intended to apprehend the individual after their departure from the tavern, but now they possessed a new Mangekyō, introducing an element of uncertainty. Thus, the enigma surrounding Rin's death would be elucidated at this juncture. Does anyone harbor any lingering questions? Lin Bei inquired gently. I do, Obito replied hastily. Lin Bei gestured for him to continue. I fail to comprehend why he would orchestrate such a design against me. Why? If he had awakened the Mangekyō, then perhaps it would be understandable that I was ensnared. However, I was merely a low-ranking pawn, and even Rin would not have guaranteed victory. Would Uchiha Madara expend such effort to pursue a mere triviality? This is rather simple. For this reason, you possess the justification to dismantle his so-called Moon Eye plan. The term so-called made Obito ponder whether there were indeed flaws within the Moon Eye. Already somewhat sensitive, he posed the question. Lin Bei shrugged and remarked. This pertains to the content of the tragic love-hate relationship between a devoted son and a great victim. Would you like to know more? Or shall you extract another eye? And what else can Konoha contribute? Does Konoha have a stake in this? Itachi's heart stirred, as he keenly sensed the gravity of the matter. At the very least, Konoha would be affected. It might even entangle the entire shinobi world. However, It seemed they were presently unable to offer any recompense. Regrettably, Obito hesitated before saying, "I apologize, Lin Bei, but I wish to seek the answers on my own first." "Oh, then if there's nothing else, you may take your leave. Should you wish to indulge and drink again, do remember to bring your own beverages. Of course, if you wish to purchase from me. I fear you may find yourselves unable to afford it," Lin Bei said as he settled into a chair. Jiraiya and Obito exchanged incredulous glances. To visit a tavern and be required to bring one's own drinks? This was the first time they had encountered such an outrageous notion. Furthermore, how exorbitant must the prices be for them to be unable to pay? Itachi, who had sipped from the tavern's offerings before, found no issue with this. Such divine spirits were, in essence, priceless. A cup costing 10 million ryo was quite reasonable compared to its value, though it was exorbitantly expensive for their own finances. Obito bowed deeply to Lin Bei before turning to leave. Today, he realized that everything about him had been meticulously orchestrated. It was Lin Bei who had urged him to reclaim his true self. "Uchiha Madara, just wait. If you manage to resurrect, I shall bear your surname." Jiraiya and Itachi exchanged a knowing glance, offered their apologies to Lin Bei, and promptly exited after Obito. The tavern fell silent. "Have you seen enough?" Lin Bei turned his head to gaze into Hong's captivating eyes. Startled like a frightened deer, she quickly averted her gaze. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Boss, it appears you truly possess divine powers." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, responding, "So, you did not believe me before?" No, it's not that I didn't believe." Hong flustered, gestured animatedly. "It's just that you are not the deity I had envisioned. I thought a god would be overwhelmingly powerful, yet you are, well, a rather imposing presence, far beyond her comprehension. You need not concern yourself with what I am. For now, I am your boss." Indeed, outside the tavern, Obito had no time to flee, as Jiraiya and Itachi intercepted him. "What brings you here, gentlemen?" In Lin Bei's presence, Obito was willingly submissive, yet before others, he retained his arrogant demeanor. Jiraiya stated, "You are the mastermind behind the Nine Tails turmoil, and you are also responsible for the deaths of the 4th Hokage and Kushina." Itachi, expressionless, added, "The Uchiha clan, already in dire straits within Konoha, has suffered further due to your actions. You even sought to eradicate the Uchiha clan." Obito's cheek twitched as he inquired, "And what of it?" Itachi replied, "Thus, it would be prudent for you to remain in Konoha for the time being." After a moment of silence, Obito retorted, "What if I refuse? Then it will not be your choice." Itachi summoned his Susanoo once more. Jiraiya swiftly positioned himself behind Obito, blocking his escape, his hair encircling him like 1,000 needles. However, in the next moment, the expressions of Itachi and Jiraiya shifted dramatically. Itachi's Susanoo vanished, and Jiraiya's hair returned to normal, as he inexplicably found himself back beside Itachi, precisely where they had started. Itachi focused intently on Obito's eyes. Indeed, those peculiar patterns were swirling. Itachi's countenance darkened as he articulated, "Time-space dojutsu. Could Obito be favored by the heavens?" Unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan appeared as effortless as taking a sip of water. Furthermore, both instances involved the rare time-space dojutsu. Where could one find reason in this? Jiraiya's expression turned grim. Was that time? The sensation we just experienced could only be achieved through time reversal. This rascal Obito wielded eyes that were increasingly troublesome. Gently caressing his own eyes, Obito spoke slowly, "Yamoto, as you can see, the effect is as described. The Mangekyō responds to one's innermost feelings." Obito regretted deeply. He wished time could flow backward to that fateful night. Taking a breath, he declared, "With these eyes, I stand inherently undefeated against anyone. Do you still believe you can stop me?" Jiraiya retorted unexpectedly, "If you dare speak such words before Boss Lin, I could simply let you go." Obito scoffed, "What audacity! Your words are quite persuasive." Itachi interjected, "The more formidable the ability, the greater the cost. Time reversal is powerful, but how many times can you utilize it?" His Mangekyō began to spin as well. At any moment, he could bestow a powerful Amaterasu upon Obito. Obito mused that he could engage for an entire day, for he possessed the cells of Hashirama within him. However, he had no desire for conflict. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "In truth, there is no need for us to fight. I believe you have discerned the implications of Uchiha Madara's plans, which will undoubtedly impact Konoha." Itachi and Jiraiya fell into silence. Obito continued, "Thus, our goals should align. You surely do not wish to witness the destruction of Konoha. After a brief pause, Itachi inquired, "Are you suggesting an alliance with Konoha? Do you believe that is feasible?" Obito shrugged, saying, "I think, at the very least, you would not desire me as your adversary. Frankly, I am not inclined to oppose you either. Haha, as Boss Lin said, I am indeed a fool. At the very least, I have erred concerning my old mentor, the fourth Hokage, and his wife." Itachi glanced at the nearby Wanjia bar, scoffing, "Are you lacking resolve, or simply afraid?" Unfazed, Obito replied, "I trust that as long as I do not bring harm to Konoha, merely eliminating a few individuals, Boss Lin will likely remain indifferent. What do you think?" Itachi and Jiraiya remained silent. "You may decide," Itachi stated decisively. Although Jiraiya wished to intervene, he understood the importance of the larger picture and the necessity for future accountability. Itachi continued, "The condition is that you divulge all the information you possess, especially regarding the Moon Eye plan." Obito exhaled in relief, of course. In a shadowy corner, a pallid figure emerged, half of his head protruding from the ground, observing discreetly. He watched in disbelief as Obito departed in the company of two Konoha ninjas. What kind of farce is this? If Nagato's Rinnegan malfunctioned, then Obito's situation must also be dire. Black Setsu would likely be furious. Meanwhile, Itachi returned to the Hokage office, opting not to address Obito's matters immediately, but instead summoned Hinata Hisashi. During the wait, Nara Shikaku entered, his expression somber. "Hokage-sama, it seems our will of fire is not yielding the desired results." The will of fire he mentioned was a revised version by Itachi. The original doctrine taught Konoha ninjas to embrace sacrifice willingly. Yet, the third Hokage had become accustomed to the sacrifices of others. Itachi aimed to impart the lesson of self-preservation. To never abandon a comrade, a principle explicitly stated. "Oh," Itachi raised his head. Nara Shikaka hesitated, opting not to show Itachi the scroll, instead articulating his thoughts. They perceive Konoha as benevolent, as a great benefactor, as a naive fool. Upon hearing this, Itachi extended his hand. "Give it to me. I am not so fragile." Gritting his teeth, Nara Shikaku pressed the scroll into Itachi's hand. As Itachi opened it, Nara Shikaku scrutinized his expression, noting the lack of reaction. This child has indeed learned thoroughly from his father. After reviewing the content, Itachi set the scroll down. Unexpectedly, he did not exhibit anger. Instead, a rare smile graced his lips. Nara Shikaku felt a sudden pang of unease within. The scroll was replete with profanities and biting remarks, akin to daggers. Even though he was not the target of the insults, he felt a lingering discomfort after reading it. Moreover, Itachi was the very author of this new will of fire. Yet, he was smiling. Perhaps the shock had driven him to madness? Meeting Nara Shikaku's concerned gaze, Itachi composed himself and replied, "I am fine. The criticism is quite commendable." "Are you truly all right?" Nara Shikaku questioned, growing more anxious. "Commendable? Surely, you must possess some peculiarities." Understanding Shikaku's apprehensions, Itachi elaborated, "Shikaku, after penning this new will of fire, my first impulse was to visit the Universal Tavern." Nara Shikaku's pupils dilated slightly. Although the tavern was not widely known among the populace, it resonated profoundly with individuals like them. Boss Lin had mentioned that this new will of fire would inevitably attract ridicule from the ninja world, much like how Konoha's White Fang was driven to despair. Those ninjas and the public rarely contemplated the merits of a novel concept until it directly benefited them. However, if we can endure the outcome, the truth will reveal itself in due course. Furrowing his brow, Nara Shikaku inquired, "But do you genuinely believe this new will of fire will have any impact?" "Absolutely. Boss Lin has never let me down. Besides, these are merely whispers. They bear no weight on Konoha. However, it is time to present the benefits before them." Are you suggesting?" Nara Shikaku began to speculate. "We shall recruit individuals to masquerade as ninjas from other villages and abduct a few random citizens, preferably civilians with families. After all, Iwagakure has declared war upon us." Itachi stated nonchalantly. Ninjas had always looked down upon civilians, yet when have ninjas ever distanced themselves from them? Indeed, Nara Shikaku's intellect swiftly grasped the potential advantages of this plan. As he turned to depart, Itachi called out to him once more. "By the way, Shikaku, it would be prudent to select trustworthy individuals from your clan for this task. As for the Umbu," Itachi shook his head. "More than 2/3 of the Umbu are loyal to the third Hokage. It is time for me to cultivate my own trusted allies." That Hatake Kakashi seems promising." After helping restore his father's reputation, I believe he will remain steadfastly loyal. The title of a New Age warrior, daring to challenge decayed ideologies, is quite fitting. Shortly thereafter, Hyuga Hisashi arrived. Lord Hokage. Hyuga Hisashi bowed respectfully, his gaze toward Itachi filled with complexity. Not long ago, this individual had been his junior. The Uchiha clan was also on the brink of peril. Yet, within a mere month, a monumental transformation had unfolded. Their clan had shifted from relying on the third Hokage to depending on Itachi. Hyuga clan leader, please take a seat. Very well. Itachi rested his elbows on the table, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. The crimson Sharingan pierced through the Byakugan. Hyuga clan leader. I find the separation of the Hyuga family and the branch family system quite unfavorable. What are your thoughts? What does opening thunder mean? Hinata Hisashi nearly lost his composure. Lord Hokage. This branch family and main family system has been an inseparable part of the Hyuga clan since ancient times. Hisashi seemed intent on arguing his point. Itachi raised his hand, signaling him to cease, then resumed his previous posture and stated, Hyuga clan leader, when the village requires the services of the Hyuga clan's ninjas, it necessitates the approval of the main family. Do you find this reasonable? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Hisashi's back. Reasonable? He himself found it unreasonable. How much more so for the Hokage? The power and interests of the family overshadowed those of the village. The third Hokage refrained from intervening, fearing internal strife. But now the Uchiha had no such concerns, especially with war looming on the horizon. As Hokage, Itachi bore the duty of eliminating unstable elements within the village. Once resolved, other clans would not pity the Hyuga. Rather, they would applaud. In the end, the Hyuga's interests would be overshadowed by those of the village, where they would only receive the dregs. What is a win-win? This is a win-win. Hisashi emerged from the Hokage's office, disheartened. He glanced back at Hokage Rock. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi's statue had been completed. At that moment, dusk enveloped the scene, casting shadows upon Hokage Rock. Yet, Hisashi understood that Konoha was moving towards dawn. Perhaps it was time for the Hyuga clan to change. Before his brother's demise, Hisashi would not have felt much. After all, he had grown accustomed to it. But now, it was his own younger brother. Having endured pain, he wished to prevent such suffering from recurring. However, the thought of those stubborn elders sent a throbbing pain through his head. Within the office, Itachi, Obito, and Jiraiya convened. So Obito Uchiha, share your story. Under the gaze of two formidable figures, Obito felt no anxiety, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. It was an ordinary day with Kakashi. After a moment, Itachi summarized, in essence, the nine-tailed beasts are actually fragments of a singular, more powerful beast, the Ten Tails. You intend to harness the power of that beast to plunge the entire ninja world into illusion, correct? Obito nodded. That's what Madara Uchiha proposed. However, given that this was all his scheme, the credibility of his words is questionable. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential to me. I have conveyed all that I know. Jiraiya inquired. So, where's the will of that Madara Uchiha you mentioned? Obito shrugged. If he hasn't departed, he should be in the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village? Wait, is your Akatsuki base located in the Hidden Mist Village? You didn't create that bloody mist, did you? Jiraiya's expression turned grave. A troubling suspicion surfaced in his mind. Obito extended his index finger and shook it, saying, You are mistaken on two counts. Firstly, it was merely I and Kagaya in the Land of Mist. Secondly, the blood mist had already existed prior to my arrival. However, I indeed intended to cultivate it, making the blood mist even more pure. I want all the mist ninjas to dwell in suffering. As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with malice. And what of the Mizukage? Itachi inquired. What do you think? How difficult do you believe it would be to control a Jinchuriki with the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Itachi fell silent. Indeed, it was not overly challenging. Hey, are you two joking? Jiraiya said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Obito spoke nonchalantly, while Itachi seemed to tacitly agree. Was the Uchiha clan truly that formidable? Suddenly, Jiraiya understood why the second Hokage had been so antagonistic towards the Uchiha. Who wouldn't be bewildered? The mere thought of controlling a Jinchuriki with such ease was disconcerting. So, even if you relinquish your ambitions, and Nagato does the same, there remains a possibility for Uchiha Madara's resurrection? Itachi stated. Obito nodded. I have heard that Konoha possesses a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation. Why not resurrect Uchiha Madara using this jutsu and control his soul. I know where his body lies. Absolutely not. Itachi replied without hesitation. Obito looked at Itachi with surprise, not believing him to be a dogmatic individual. Do you know why this technique is classified as forbidden? It manipulates the dead and requires sacrifices. Moreover, one can dispel impure world reincarnation simply by knowing the hand signs. At that point, we would confront an Uchiha Madara who fears neither injury nor exhaustion, endowed with limitless chakra and stamina. Upon hearing this, Obito fell silent. It indeed seemed rather terrifying. Suddenly, he recalled something and said, I think we should not rush. The one who should be anxious is Uchiha Madara. Itachi and Jiraiya were taken aback. Why? Obito continued. The outer path golem can only be controlled by the Rinnegan. Currently, Uchiha Madara's eyes are in the Tavern of all realms. Including Obito, the three of them suddenly exhaled in relief. To them, Uchiha Madara was an overwhelmingly powerful force. Yet, before the tavern owner, he was merely an ant that could be squashed at will. Jiraiya said, I must return to the mountain. Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The mountain? Jiraiya realized that the other party was still unaware, but with Obito present, he said, Lord Hokage, I will explain the details upon my return. Itachi nodded. Obito was unconcerned. The following day, just before noon, several shadows suddenly launched a fierce assault into the village from outside. The alarm in Itachi's office blared immediately. Lord Hokage. Several Umbu appeared. Unidentified individuals have infiltrated Konoha. Go. Yes. The shadows moved swiftly, leaping across the rooftops. However, at that moment, several Umbu, along with members of the guard team, quickly approached from both sides. As they drew near, the guard team finally discerned the intruders. It's the village hidden in the clouds. Damn those scoundrels. Surrounded by numerous ninjas, the few from the hidden cloud village appeared distinctly flustered. They leapt from the rooftops to the streets below, casually seizing several innocent bystanders before hastily retreating. There was no intention of engaging in combat with the Leaf Ninjas. The members of the Umbu watched in bewilderment as dust billowed behind the fleeing Cloud Ninjas. Was this a display of madness? Had they truly come to the Leaf to abduct civilians? Were those unfortunate souls their debtors? In their moment of confusion, they forgot to pursue. By the time they regained their senses, the culprits were nearly out of the village. Esteemed ninja, we beseech you to save our patriarch. Please. Our family depends on his survival. The family members of the abducted knelt in the street, wailing uncontrollably. Were they not seizing human lives? They were snatching away their very existence. The Umbu felt somewhat paralyzed. After all, the Leaf suffered no losses. They were reluctant to intervene. Merely a few civilians. Was it truly worth their effort? They were prepared to dismiss the situation entirely. At that moment, several members of the guard approached the distraught civilians with kindness. Rise. Do not despair. Lord Fifth Hokage has assured us that Leaf will never abandon any of its citizens. Even without your pleas, we shall rescue them. We would lay down our lives if necessary. Await the return of your loved ones. Hearing the warm words from the guards, the surrounding civilians could scarcely believe their ears. Typically, when encountering ninjas, they would tread cautiously, fearful of inciting displeasure. Though the Leaf possessed strength, ninjas inherently maintained an air of superiority. When had they ever encountered such benevolent warriors? Moreover, the words spoken were utterly unprecedented. They had always believed their lives paled in comparison to those of the ninjas. Yet now, a ninja declared that they would risk their lives to save a civilian. And it was the Fifth Hokage himself who uttered such sentiments. Whether truth or fabrication, the mere utterance of such words filled their hearts with warmth. The families of the victims wept anew, eager to kneel before the guards. Thank you, noble ninja. Thank you. Indeed, this was their Fifth Hokage. He was undoubtedly far superior to the third. Who could argue otherwise? We are but mere lives. How could we compare to the esteemed ninja? When had they ever heard such words? Yet, the Fifth Hokage could articulate them. For this declaration alone, I would live and die as a loyal citizen of the Leaf. Rest assured, I, Tanaka, shall ensure their return. The Umbu members stood in stunned silence. Even as the guards hurried off in pursuit of the abductors, they remained in a state of disbelief. What had just transpired? The guards had departed, yet these ninjas remained unmoving. Their masks bore an intimidating air. Unbeknownst to you, these are the legendary Umbu, trusted by the Hokage. The Fifth Hokage has only recently assumed office and lacks the time to attend to every matter. These individuals are remnants of the past. Wait, are they from the third Hokage's era? The disparity is staggering. A person who consumes the grains we cultivate yet holds us in disdain, turning a blind eye to our suffering. Another, who is willing to sacrifice their life for us as they would for their own kin. Such contrasts evoke apprehension. Indeed, the third Hokage has been rendered utterly discredited. Fortunately, the fifth Hokage has proven to be a formidable force, ousting that old rogue. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to what our lives might become. Long live the fifth Hokage. The members of the Umbu began to turn pale, for it was their first encounter with such troublesome civilians. By a twist of fate, the third Hokage, who happened to be strolling nearby, overheard their words distinctly. He was momentarily taken aback. What had this to do with him? As he listened further, his face reddened progressively until, suddenly, he coughed up blood. At last, those around him recognized his presence. Isn't that the old third Hokage? My heavens, his complexion is terrifying. He won't kill us, will he? Fifth Hokage, save us. In a fit of distress, the third Hokage, unable to utter a word, collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. Lord Third. The Umbu were startled, their concern palpable. Are you all right, Lord Third? At that moment, the civilians gathered around, feigning concern, inadvertently blocking the Umbu from reaching him. When the Umbu finally managed to squeeze through, they instinctively covered their masks. They beheld the third Hokage, drenched and emanating a foul, fermented odor. One individual, perhaps a beat slower than the rest, leaned forward and spat. The Umbu felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting on how deeply their own leader had fallen out of favor with the people. Alas, he was their chosen leader, even if they found him repugnant. They had no choice but to carry him back. Indeed, how commendable are the subordinates of the third Hokage. The disparity is staggering. The Umbu pretended not to hear and hastily departed. The civilians dispersed, and with their departure, the events of the day began to circulate. In an instant, the third Hokage became the target of public ire, his reputation in Konoha sullied beyond repair. Within a certain base, alarms blared frantically. The iron gate in the corridor began to descend. Yet, just before it fully closed, a silver flash darted through the passage at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Catch them. Do not let them escape. Moments later, the silver flash burst through the gate, leaving all in its wake. In the next instant, a translucent shield enveloped the entire base. The silver flash finally came to a halt, revealing a young man with silver hair, cradling someone in his arms. Sister, do you have a plan? The young man raised his fist and struck the shield with all his might, yet it remained unscathed. I cannot. The girl replied, shaking her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Look what I've found. You're exhausted, aren't you? Planning to run away? A large crowd had surrounded them. A man wearing monocle glasses stepped forward, a smug expression adorning his face as he gazed at the two. The two individuals gazed at the man with palpable animosity. Strack, you have deceived us. You promised to care for those children. Baron Strack adjusted his glasses and responded with a facade of compassion. I have not deceived you. I have elevated them, allowing them to realize a value far beyond their brief existence. They died for the grand cause of Hydra. Their deaths were not in vain, were they? He then extended his arms, as if to embrace the two. As the finest among you, you should be privileged. If you are willing to turn back, I can pretend that nothing has transpired. Upon hearing this, the two remained silent, their hatred unwavering as they glared at him. The boy spat on the ground. Strack's expression darkened immediately. It seems you have made a regrettable choice. I shall remember you both, Pietro and Wanda. You are hardly a match for us. The silver-haired Pietro raised his chin disdainfully at the encroaching figures. Just as he prepared to disarm them, his body suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to kneel before Baron Strack. What the hell? Pietro exclaimed in terror. He could barely stand, let alone employ any powers. Pietro, are you all right? Wanda rushed to support him. How pitiful. Strack remarked with a triumphant smirk. From the crowd, a figure emerged, wielding a glowing scepter. Eliminate them, Strack ordered coldly. Several remarkably advanced guns began to charge. In the next moment, energy beams shot towards the two. Pietro watched the beams with despair. He could have easily evaded them before. But now he was powerless to do anything but watch. No. Wanda's eyes glowed crimson. Around her, a mist of scarlet energy surged forth to meet the incoming beams, annihilating them both. How is this possible? For the first time, astonishment flickered across Strack's face. Your powers derive from that scepter. Logically, you should be like your brother, unless... A fervent light sparkled in Strack's eyes. Unless your abilities do not stem from the scepter. Eliminate that one, but spare Wanda. Yes. In an instant, energy surged forth. Wanda's strength was rapidly depleted. After blocking yet another energy beam, her complexion paled, and she nearly collapsed. Once again, a beam shot towards her. The energy in Wanda's hands flickered and ultimately vanished, just as the beam approached. In the blink of an eye, before the astonished crowd, Wanda and Pietro vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the bell at the entrance of the multiverse tavern chimed. Lin Bei observed as two figures entered the tavern. One, a young man with silver hair, and the other, a woman with long brown hair clad in a dark, stylish dress. The moment they stepped into the tavern, Lin Bei discerned their identities instantly: Quicksilver Pietro and Scarlet Witch Wanda. Upon entering the tavern, the two individuals collapsed onto the floor, their expressions betraying a palpable sense of panic. "Where are we?" Wanda inquired, her gaze darting around the room. Upon spotting Lin Bei behind the bar and the figure next to him, she immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, the red energy swirling around her fingertips dissipated like mist, appearing and vanishing in a fleeting manner. Pietro, on the other hand, felt surprisingly well. His powers had returned. "Wanda, what does it matter where we are? This is certainly an improvement over our previous predicament." He reclined on the floor, having just experienced a moment of intense anxiety, convinced that he and his sister were on the brink of death. "Welcome to the Multiverse Tavern," Lin Bei spoke, breaking the tension. Pietro momentarily flickered, then stood upright. "The Multiverse Tavern? Who are you? Are you affiliated with Hydra? Wanda, why are you so frightened?" He continued, noticing her unusual demeanor. She trembled, her gaze fixed downward. Yet the red energy within her did not surge. It too quivered in hiding. Pietro glared at Lin Bei. "No, stop, Pietro." Wanda grasped his wrist tightly, almost pleading. "Do not act rashly." Lin Bei chuckled lightly. "Who am I? You may call me Boss Lin. I am the proprietor of this establishment. As for your sister, it is merely a reflexive response to my overwhelming presence. Instinctively, she fears me. Wanda, perhaps this will alleviate your distress." As his words faded, Wanda felt a gentle warmth enveloping her, melting away the earlier sensation of impending explosion. A sigh of relief escaped her as gratitude flickered in her gaze towards Lin Bei. Indeed, the strong, effortlessly illicit gratitude from the weak. "Is that true? Why do I feel nothing?" Pietro, relieved to see his sister returning to normal, regarded Lin Bei with a hint of suspicion. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, responding, "Perhaps it is because your sister Wanda is favored by chaos magic, while you are merely an ordinary superhuman." "Wait, how can a superhuman be described as ordinary?" Pietro retorted, bewildered. "Do you know my sister's name? Are you acquainted with us?" His vigilance heightened. Wanda, exasperated, covered her face. "Your reactions are swift indeed. Now, Pietro, try to relax. If Boss Lin intended us harm, we would stand no chance. Furthermore, I believe he is not malevolent. Trust me." After a moment of hesitation, Pietro decided to heed his sister's counsel. At that point, both of them felt a sense of safety. "Perhaps, let us sit for now." Lin Bei swept his hand across the bar, and two glasses of water appeared, their surfaces glistening with condensation. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance before settling at the bar. Pietro remained still, while Wanda seized a cup and, without waiting for Pietro to intervene, took a large gulp. Nearby, Red discreetly observed the two. They bore a resemblance to the denizens of the realm of thunder. "Let us commence with self-introductions," Lin Bei suggested. Pietro and Wanda turned their gaze toward him, anticipating his words. Yet, Lin Bei remained silent, opting instead to snap his fingers. At that moment, a plethora of information about Lin Bei and the multiversal tavern materialized in the minds of Pietro and Wanda. You are actually a god." "Goodness!" Wanda exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. Previously, having overestimated Lin Bei due to the tumult of energy within her, she had not anticipated that he would be a deity. A wave of relief washed over her. Pietro, however, stared at Wanda in disbelief. "Wanda, you believe so easily? My naive little sister. Are you going to count the money for someone who sold you out?" He was taken aback. While this is indeed astonishing, how can he truly be a god? "Wanda, there are many villains out there. We have just been deceived," Pietro urged earnestly. Yet, Wanda remained resolute. "No, Pietro. You are merely an ordinary superhuman. You will never comprehend my previous sensations." He stands above the entire universe, gazing down upon it all. Pietro felt as if Wanda had plunged a knife into him. Even his sister was saying such things. Wait, why does it feel like, in such a short span, my sister might be whisked away? He shot Lin Bei a hostile glance. Scoundrel! Wanda paid no heed to her brother's peculiar behavior. She addressed Lin Bei, greetings, Boss Lin. And hello, Sister Red. I am Wanda Maximoff. I initially believed I was just a telekinetic and mental manipulator like my foolish brother. But according to your words, I seem to be quite extraordinary. Chaos magic, is that how it is termed? Wanda blushed slightly, having harbored doubts previously. After the appearance of that scepter, Pietro lost his abilities, yet she remained unaffected, intensifying her suspicions. Lin Bei's words seemed to validate her conjecture. Her powers appeared to be innate. Pietro, noticing Wanda's gaze, reluctantly conceded to his sister's wishes. Pietro Maximoff, an ordinary superhuman capable of running at 7 times the speed of sound. He emphasized the word ordinary, casting a defiant look at Lin Bei and Red as he awaited their astonishment. Wow, impressive. Lin Bei commended, clapping for him. Red, however, wore a perplexed expression. What is the speed of sound? Nevertheless, she felt obliged to support her boss. Clap, clap, clap. How remarkable. Pietro felt utterly devoid of the thrill of praise. Doubt clouded his expression. Is it possible that even 7 times the speed of sound is now insignificant? When did the world change so rapidly? Wanda's subtle smile delivered the final blow to Quicksilver, plunging him into despair. Lin Bei turned to Wanda and directly stated, in truth, the guest this time is you, Wanda. This seemingly ordinary superhuman beside you is merely fortunate to be here due to your influence. He paused dramatically, then asked, so, Wanda, do you wish to alter your fate? What do you mean? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. As I conveyed to you in my message, I can foresee the trajectory of your future. Regrettably, your destiny is a tragic one. Therefore, I ask you again, Wanda, do you truly wish to change your fate? Lin Bei spoke softly, akin to a nefarious demon tempting the virtuous. Red observed the scene thoughtfully, reflecting on the experiences of Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, it was Itachi who had arrived at the multiverse tavern. Though he appeared as cold as stone and acted with absolute decisiveness, he was not the third Hokage. Tragedy? Wanda mused, feeling somewhat lost. Her previous life could indeed be deemed tragic. Biting her lip, she tentatively asked, then, may I first learn of my fate? She recognized that this request might be excessive, yet her desire to know was overwhelming, as if she were perpetually adrift on the surface of water. Wanda, you can't possibly believe in such things, can you? Fate is not something one can perceive, Pietro exclaimed exaggeratedly. Wanda shot him a glare, prompting him to quiet down. She then turned to Lin Bei with an air of embarrassment. Lin Bei smiled and replied, of course you may. He snapped his fingers. And soon a series of images flooded Wanda's mind. Fleeing from Hydra, joining the Avengers, defeating Ultron, falling in love with Vision, yearning for children and family. The realization that robots cannot have offspring, and ultimately, loss. Wanda, are you all right? Pietro's worried voice jolted her from her trance. Wanda felt a chill on her face and instinctively reached up to touch it, only to discover that she was in tears. What have you done to my sister? Pietro's temper flared uncontrollably. His form suddenly blurred, and a shimmering silver ring materialized in the tavern, the manifestation of Quicksilver's accelerating speed. A brother's protective instinct ignited when his sister was in distress, leaving no room for rational thought. In his fervor to confront the one who had caused his sister to weep, he failed to notice that his speed had surpassed the sound barrier. Yet no wind stirred within the tavern. Aside from his frantic movement, the atmosphere remained undisturbed. Red gazed in astonishment at Pietro's breathtaking velocity. It was astonishingly fast. Even the swiftest in the village, such as Kai or Kakashi utilizing Lightning Blade, paled in comparison. There was simply no basis for comparison. She struggled to fathom the consequences if such speed were to collide with a human being. Pietro, stop. Wanda's reaction came a moment too late. At this moment, Pietro had accelerated to his utmost limit, rendering Wanda's voice inaudible to him. 7 times the speed of sound. Quicksilver unleashed a brief flash of silver. His fist raised recklessly as he charged towards Lin Bei. All traces of his previous discontent vanished from Quicksilver's mind. Speed, the fastest speed. 7 times the speed of sound. Who could stand in my way? What gods? Even deities could not match his velocity. How dare they bully his sister? They deserve to perish. With a resounding crack, a reverberating sound lingered in the air. Lin Bei had raised his hand, effortlessly blocking Pietro's punch. A gentle breeze swept past Wanda's anxious face, brushing against Lin Bei's composed features. This was the entirety of the impact wrought by Pietro's strike. Huh. Quicksilver stared blankly at his own fist, his mind seemingly on the verge of combustion. At this moment, the anxiety on Wanda's face finally began to fade. She gazed at the unfolding scene in astonishment. Were it not for her unwavering certainty that what lay before her was no mere illusion, she might have doubted her own reality. What does 7 times the speed of sound truly signify? The energy just unleashed could have effortlessly penetrated several hundred meters of concrete. Even steel plates measuring thousands of millimeters would have been obliterated in an instant. Yet, this force was effortlessly thwarted by a single hand, without even stirring a breeze. This indicated that the energy had been wholly absorbed by the opponent. Terrifying. From any perspective, it was exceedingly dreadful. Truly, one could not underestimate a deity. Thus, you see, your once proud ability seems far less formidable now. Lin Bei lowered his hand, his expression devoid of emotion. Pietro, disheartened, withdrew his fist. His eyes filled with shock and fear as he gazed at Lin Bei. Speed was his sole reliance, yet it appeared insignificant before this individual. Damn it. Could he truly be a god? Wanda, I'm fine. Lin has merely shown me some glimpses of the future. I empathize with it. You were too impulsive. You must apologize to Lin. Wanda exclaimed, nearly in tears. Lin's casual display of power had already underscored his might. If he were to act against her foolish brother, Pietro would stand no chance of resistance. Yet, what could she do? Despite his foolishness, he was still her beloved brother. Upon hearing her words, Pietro was filled with regret. So that was it. He had indeed acted too rashly. The other party had shown no malice whatsoever from the beginning. Theoretically, he and Wanda had also been saved by the other. Everything had been progressing positively. Yet, he had single-handedly ruined it all. I'm sorry, Lin, I was impulsive. Thus, Pietro decisively apologized, bowing deeply. He had not harmed Lin Bei. Surely, he would be forgiven. I'm sorry, Lin. It's all my brother's fault. If you are willing to forgive him, you can command him to do anything. Wanda sincerely pleaded, her tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Lin. Seeing the plight of Wanda, a fellow woman, even the Scarlet Witch felt a pang of sympathy. However, Lin Bei remained expressionless, leaving Wanda unable to discern his emotions. His silence only heightened the tension between Wanda and Pietro. In her heart, Wanda cursed Pietro vehemently. If she had saved someone who showed no gratitude and even turned against her, she too would have felt a surge of anger. With gritted teeth, she spoke, Mr. Lin. If I forfeit my chance to alter my fate, would you spare Pietro? After glimpsing the destiny Lin Bei had in store for her, she felt a profound sense of empathy. Thus, she harbored no doubts about whether it was indeed her true fate. Yet, that very realization filled her with sorrow. The heart-wrenching pain made her dread the thought of experiencing it again. But that was the future. What loomed before her now was the task of rescuing Pietro. Wanda, you have misunderstood a crucial matter, Lin Bei finally spoke. Wanda's heart eased slightly as she hurriedly inquired, what matter? Lin Bei replied, the opportunity to change your fate was merely an unintentional act during my travels across myriad realms. It is akin to you, in moments of idleness, constructing a path for ants by a small puddle. You are not obligated to do so, nor have you ever sought any benefit from these ants. You simply sought something to occupy your time. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Wanda and Pietro's faces paled instantly. Wanda comprehended Lin Bei's implication entirely. This signified that she had no leverage in this negotiation. The chance to alter her fate was a gift bestowed by Lin Bei, but it was not hers to claim. To barter with Lin Bei's possessions was utterly absurd. Nearby, the Scarlet Witch cast a sympathetic glance at Wanda before glaring fiercely at Pietro. She held a favorable view of Wanda, yet lamented that her foolish brother had led her to this predicament. The majesty of a deity is not to be trifled with. Wanda pressed her lips together, feeling a sense of despair. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Pietro. I'm sorry, truly sorry, Pietro gazed at his sister, his face reflecting sorrow. They had vowed to protect one another, yet he had unwittingly thrust her into the abyss. This was his most severe torment. We arrived in this world together, so we must depart together. Wanda mustered a weak smile. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Lin Bei and declared, Mr. Lin, please proceed. I cannot stand idly by while you harm Pietro. Silence, Wanda. Lin Bei regarded her with an impassive expression. Did he not just offend the majesty of a god? Would he truly face the wrath of an enraged deity on account of her? At that moment, Wanda and Pietro finally grasped the gravity of their brother's actions. Though they were not entirely certain, they understood that those in power placed great emphasis on their authority, especially that of a god. Pietro's earlier actions were nothing short of provocation, creating a situation from which there was no escape. Pietro let out a bitter laugh. He realized just how foolish he had been. Despite his sister's persistent assertions of Lin Bei's formidable strength, he found himself apologizing. "I am truly sorry, Boss Lin." Wanda's emotions were entirely suppressed, her expression only one of assessment. "No, Wanda, this is my fault. Boss Lin, I am willing to sacrifice my life to atone. I only beseech you to spare Wanda. She is innocent. She has always held you in high regard." As he spoke, he extended a finger, its edge blurred with uncertainty. He comprehended his fate. He was doomed. Yet, he was determined to protect Wanda, and the only way to do so was through self-sacrifice. "No," Wanda exclaimed in terror. Pietro's finger hovered over his left chest, the rhythm of his heartbeat palpable beneath it. This was not due to Wanda's desperate cries, nor Pietro's change of heart. Despite his exertion, his hand remained immobile. Wanda sighed in relief, feeling weak all over. Lin Bei regarded Pietro and remarked, "You display some measure of responsibility." At these words, Pietro was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of release. It was something he should have anticipated. Only the naive Lin Bei could enact such a deed. "Boss Lin, do you mean?" Pietro gazed at Lin Bei with a glimmer of hope, while Wanda looked on with pleading eyes. Lin Bei continued, "Given your intention to atone through self-sacrifice and Wanda's commendable bravery, I shall spare your life. Of course, it is primarily because your sister saved you." Upon hearing this, Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits lifted. Indeed, their boss was kind and gentle. "Is it true?" "Thank you, truly thank you." Wanda clasped her hands together, her face alight with gratitude. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Pietro's feelings were complex. While he was joyful that both he and his sister had survived, he couldn't help but ponder Lin Bei's words. Did that make him merely a supporting character? The one willing to take his own life was undeniably admirable. Observing the reactions of the two, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet, a caveat lingered, causing their hearts to race once again. "However, while you may evade the death penalty, you cannot escape a lesser punishment. Pietro, for violating the vow of restraint, you shall be sentenced to 3 days in the form of a beast." As his words faded, Pietro was enveloped in light. When the radiance dissipated, a silver hamster lay bewildered on the bar. I have turned into a mouse." "It's a hamster," Wanda whispered. Initially, she had been anxious about what punishment Lin Bei would impose. In the end, merely transforming into an animal for 3 days? And a charming little creature at that. Unable to resist, Wanda reached out to pat the hamster. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." After narrowly escaping her grasp, Pietro gazed at Wanda, still shaken by the experience. Had he nearly been squished? He had not perished at Lin Bei's hands, only to face a dire fate at Wanda's. The glimmer in her eyes as she regarded Pietro held a touch of mischief. However, she soon realized that it was a transformation of a man, and consequently, she lost all interest. "Thank you, Boss Lin," Wanda exclaimed, her demeanor lightened. "Boss Lin is truly a good person, no, a benevolent deity." "All right, the farce ends here. Wanda, have you made your decision? Will you continue down the path of your former fate, or will you choose to alter it?" Lin Bei inquired. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt an even deeper sense of gratitude towards Lin Bei. Despite the previous heinous events, he was still willing to assist her. Tears brimmed in her eyes. "Wow. After my parents' demise, aside from my brother, you're the first person who seeks nothing from me, yet shows such genuine concern." After a moment of contemplation, Wanda replied, "Boss Lin, but I already know what will happen in the future. Can I change it myself?" Pietro gazed at his sister with a hint of melancholy. "Why is it only my sister who can foresee the future?" He mused, intrigued. Was it due to his suspicions? He had come to truly believe that Lin Bei was a deity. How biased. Yet, he dared not express his grievances towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei chuckled and said, "It is entirely natural for you to think that way. However, you must understand that some events cannot be evaded simply by wishing to avoid them. For instance, consider a person struck down by a falling flower pot. Do you believe he perished solely because the pot fell at that moment? Or was it destined that he would die at that time, with the pot merely falling fortuitously?" Wanda instinctively replied, but her voice faltered. "Cause and effect. Does the cause precede the effect, or is it the effect that brings about the cause?" Wanda's thoughts became tangled, and a shiver ran through her. What if everything about her was already predetermined? Did that mean that no matter how she tried to avoid certain encounters, they would inevitably occur? And that the events meant to transpire would unfold in a manner both unimaginable yet entirely reasonable? Enough of this. It is merely a logical paradox, Lin Bei interjected, rapping the bar to break Wanda's reverie. However, I wish to ask you, after glimpsing your original fate, have you pondered why you would come to love a robot? Why would you develop feelings for a machine? Wanda was momentarily taken aback by this question. Indeed, she found it perplexing that in the future, she would harbor affection for a robot. She was a living, breathing person with a perfectly normal sexual orientation and no peculiar inclinations. How could she fall for a cold, unfeeling machine? Her mouth opened in astonishment, unable to close for a spell. A robot, did it imply a puppet? This seemingly delicate little sister had such unique tastes? Sister, what are you saying? You will fall in love with a robot? Pietro's reaction was even more dramatic than Wanda's, as if the sky were about to collapse. Seeing Pietro's expression, Wanda quickly retorted, I would never fall for a robot. Don't say such nonsense. Pietro's eyes were vacant. Isn't that what Boss Lin said? Isn't the future you see like this? Wanda gritted her teeth, her anger bubbling over as she retorted, what do you, an ordinary superhuman, know about the future? Pietro interjected, that personal attack is excessive. I certainly don't want to fall for some robot. Wanda replied, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. Lin Bei shrugged and remarked, what a pity. This is what we call destiny. Upon hearing this, Wanda's face turned pale. Pietro nearly jumped up in agitation. Unfazed by their displeasure, Lin Bei continued, are you thinking that since you already know where he is, you will never go there again, and thus you will never meet? This way, you won't come to know him, let alone fall in love with him? Wanda instinctively nodded. Pietro's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Once they returned, he would whisk Wanda away to the ends of the earth. It was said that in the East, there existed a mysterious land, one that was extraordinarily safe and would protect every citizen. Perhaps he could take his sister there? High-tech talent recruitment? As mere ordinary superhumans, surely they wouldn't be turned away. Right? Lin Bei cast a sympathetic glance at her and said, you underestimate destiny. You may leave, but unless vision ceases to exist, you will inevitably meet. Even if you escape to a place you have never envisioned in your future, perhaps one day, you might whimsically decide to buy groceries and prepare a meal. The moment you step into the supermarket, you could find a red-skinned robot smiling at you. This is the power of the butterfly effect combined with unyielding fate. Wanda's heart became a whirlwind of confusion. Pietro was rendered speechless. Lin Bei continued, moreover, the love between you and Vision is inevitable, though it is not entirely pure. You have seen how he was born. Wanda murmured, the Mind Stone. What exactly is the Mind Stone? Pietro, let's return and destroy this so-called stone. Pietro declared vehemently. At his words, Lin Bei couldn't help but applaud him. You're impressive. You think you can destroy the Mind Stone? Pietro, oblivious to the sarcasm, scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. Oh, no, I can't compare to you. Seeing this, Wanda's frustration lightened considerably. She sighed in resignation and said, the Mind Stone is a manifestation of the fundamental laws of the universe. In other words, the probability of destroying the stone is akin to that of obliterating the universe. Do you understand what I'm saying, my foolish Pietro? Ah, I didn't expect my future brother-in-law to be so formidable. Pietro was taken aback. Wanda's expression darkened. Is that what you call a brother-in-law? Does my brother wish to drive me to my demise in order to inherit my fortune? She took a deep breath and offered Lin Bei an apologetic smile. Boss Lin, I apologize, but may I take action here? Lin Bei smiled slightly and gestured for her to proceed. A brawl in a tavern was certainly not permitted, but this was a family matter. Thank you, Boss Lin. Wanda revealed a shy smile, but as she turned to Pietro, her expression instantly turned cold, after a tremor that shook the very ground. A bruised and battered Pietro lay unconscious on the bar. Watching the entire scene was a dumbfounded Red. This seemingly gentle and delicate girl displayed such ferocity. After dealing with Pietro, Wanda turned to Lin Bei and offered an apologetic smile, as if the previous events had not involved her at all. She cleared her throat, feeling it was her turn to break the awkward silence. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that Vision used the power of the Mind Stone to do something to me? The thought of this possibility darkened Wanda's complexion, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. If that were true, Vision would be utterly despicable. How revolting. Lin Bei coughed lightly before continuing. Perhaps he intended to do so, but ultimately did not follow through. The truth is, although your abilities are innate, the process through which they were awakened involved the Mind Stone. That scepter is a vessel for the Mind Stone. Moreover, vision can also be considered a vessel for it. Thus, you are inherently drawn to one another. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Wanda bit her lip and replied in confusion, "So, you're saying that my feelings are indeed false?" The bleakness of her future loomed before her. The very thing she cherished most, for which she would sacrifice everything, turned out to be fundamentally untrue. Had these events not yet unfolded, Wanda would have been on the brink of a mental breakdown. Create a world without vision, she mused. Wanda, do not fret, for Mr. Lin is here, right? Pietro managed to lift his head slightly and mumbled. Wanda's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Mr. Lin, will you help me, please? Whatever your demands may be, I will fulfill them. The Mind Stone seemed immensely powerful. Can it conquer the universe? Lin Bei paused before responding. As you wish. At his words, both Wanda and Pietro exhaled in relief. Mr. Lin, how will you proceed? By the way, do you have any means regarding the Mind Stone? It is a cosmic-level entity, Pietro inquired. Wanda's words sounded rather esoteric to him, and he could only grasp the concept of the universe. Just how vast is the universe? The energy required to annihilate it must be unfathomable. You need not concern yourselves with that. The Mind Stone cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, your universe would face dire consequences, Lin Bei stated nonchalantly. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, both feeling a parched dryness in their mouths. Lin Bei had not denied possessing the capability to destroy the Mind Stone. Had he? What kind of figure had they encountered? It was all a bit overwhelming. Wanda, you need not worry about your future. The moment you agreed to let me alter your fate, it was already changed. So, let us first roll the dice. Dice? Is this a pastime of yours, Mr. Lin? Though it was somewhat abrupt, Wanda and Pietro had no objections. Their worries began to dissipate, because they suddenly felt a sense of reliance. It was truly wonderful. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and produced a die. Indeed, when Wanda decided to accept his assistance, a notification echoed in his mind. Successfully altered Wanda Maximoff's predetermined fate. Please roll the fate dice to determine the ultimate reward. He had inquired at the tavern, which explained that there exists a concept of timelines in Wanda's world. Should Wanda choose to continue along her predetermined path, she would revert to the moment before her visit to the multiverse tavern, and all memories of the tavern would vanish. The instant Wanda accepted Lin Bei's help, her predetermined timeline was severed. This was a privilege only attainable in such a unique realm. Thus, the fate Lin Bei had just woven with Wanda would persist, provided the upper deities did not intervene. As for the matter of falling in love with vision, that was indeed genuine. The power of mutual attraction is formidable, capable of subtly altering one's thoughts. Lin Bei took out the fate dice and remarked, "Please wait a moment. I shall wash my hands." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished abruptly. A full 20 minutes later, after bathing and burning incense, Lin Bei reappeared. He picked up the fate dice once more and cast it. Pietro and Wanda watched the die intently, devoid of any impatience. Ultimately, it landed with 6 pips facing up. Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement at rolling a 6. Splendid. Rolled a 6, granting one opportunity for an enhanced extraction. The acquired ability will be strengthened based on the existing foundation. Congratulations on obtaining the essence of chaos. In an instant, Lin Bei felt no change whatsoever. While in the tavern, he was in a state of true invincibility. Invincible level 1 remained invincible. The essence of chaos is impressive, but it clearly does not equate to absolute invincibility. However, that is in relation to the tavern. In other places, well, splendid indeed. The tavern owner rolled the highest number. Pietro clapped enthusiastically. Gradually, however, he noticed that Wanda, Lin Bei, and the beautiful young lady were all looking at him with blank expressions. How awkward. He sheepishly halted. Pietro, my dear, if you find speaking difficult, it is perfectly acceptable to remain silent, Wanda said with great tact. Oh, Pietro despondently lowered his head. After selecting a new world as usual, Lin Bei stated, "In that case, let us begin addressing your matters." Upon finishing, he turned to Hong and asked, "Hong, would you like to explore another world?" Upon hearing this, Hong felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. Was it truly Wanda and Pietro's world? Did other worlds genuinely exist? While Lin Bei was absent, she and Wanda had conversed, and she realized that many things she mentioned were incomprehensible to Wanda, just as she struggled to understand much of what Wanda said. At that moment, her suspicions were confirmed. Pietro and Wanda were equally astonished. What was even more shocking was that this terrifying presence, Lin Bei, was actually going to take matters into his own hands. Although they only saw Lin Bei and Hong, they refused to believe that someone of Lin Bei's caliber would lack a capable entourage. Wanda's heart raced. Could it be that Lin Boss was stepping in personally because of her? By the way, Lin Boss was quite handsome. Lin Bei chuckled and remarked, "Of course. Other worlds exist. Otherwise, where do you think I come from?" Thus, Hong became the first in the ninja realm to learn of Lin Bei's origins. Intrigued by this revelation, Hong felt a stir of curiosity. After all, curiosity is inherent to human nature. However, after a moment's hesitation, she smiled and said, "Perhaps it's best if I stay behind to help the boss manage the shop." Lin Bei snapped his fingers, and a figure materialized out of thin air. It was another Lin Bei. "Greetings, main body." "Greetings, clone." The two Lin Beis exchanged smiles, resembling a mirror image, leaving the three onlookers in awe. Lin Bei turned to Hong and said, "Now, someone is here to manage the shop." Hearing this, Hong nodded with delight. She was eager to explore the new world. The clone, however, hung his head and sighed dramatically. "Alas, the world is in decline, and the hearts of the divine are no longer pure. The main body can skip work to go on a date, yet I am left here to take his place. Is there no justice? No law? No divinity?" Upon hearing this, Pietro and Wanda stared blankly at Lin Bei's clone, who clearly had a distinct personality. Meanwhile, Hong maintained a calm demeanor, although her ears subtly flushed pink. So he was going on a date? Lin Bei's expression was unfazed, yet he was quite thick-skinned. However, the clone seemed to have a rebellious streak. Noticing the clone's head shaking as it prepared to utter more startling remarks, Lin Bei abruptly appeared behind him and delivered a kick. "Ouch! Who's the rogue kicking my backside? You treacherous, insidious, despicable little... Ah, it is none other than the illustrious and striking main body. I thought no one but the main body could approach me." The clone turned to face Lin Bei's shadowy visage and forced a laugh. Lin Bei remained expressionless. "Since you know, why did you still utter those words? Hong, let us depart. The tavern is in capable hands. We shall indulge for a few more days." "All right," Hong replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Pietro was quite animated. "Wanda, your destiny is about to be rewritten." Wanda responded coolly, "Oh, what's wrong, Wanda? You seemed so happy a moment ago." Wanda shook her head. "It's nothing." Yet, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. Although she understood that she and Lin Bei had only just met, learning that he was not there solely for her made her feel a tinge of sorrow. Ah, humanity. The clone had already taken his place behind the bar. "Main body, enjoy yourselves." Lin Bei did not turn back. He merely waved his hand and exited the tavern, followed closely by Hong, Pietro, and Wanda. As Lin Bei stepped out of the bar, he felt an overwhelming sense of expansion, not in his physical form. The expansion was his consciousness. In merely a fleeting second, his awareness enveloped the entire earth. Then, the rate of expansion accelerated further. In another second, the entirety of the solar system lay bare under his perception. This velocity had surpassed that of light. Soon, the vast expanse of the universe was swept through by his consciousness. Lin Bei tilted his head back, releasing a contented sigh. Power, indeed. The primordial chaos was remarkably formidable. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence within this universe. Wanda's strength derived from the god of the underworld, Thon. Yet, upon arriving in this universe, he had usurped certain forces, becoming the source of Thon's power. He conservatively estimated that his might could rival that of the Phoenix Force. It turned out that he, too, was invincible within the Marvel Universe. Previously, Lin Bei harbored concerns regarding the presence of the One Above All. However, those worries dissipated now, for the One Above All existed only before the birth of the universe. Once he created the universe, it naturally followed that such a being could no longer exist within it. Thus, the pinnacle of power in this universe comprised the living tribunal, the five gods, and the Phoenix Force. Notably, the destructive capacity of the Phoenix Force surpassed that of the former two. Yet, he conservatively estimated he could contend with the Phoenix Force. Ah, how lonely it is, akin to snow. Is this the new world? Wanda approached Lin Bei, marveling at the street before her. The iron boxes on four wheels could travel at astonishing speeds. Moreover, the buildings towered high above. The tallest structure in Konoha village was merely the Hokage's office, a few dozen meters tall, whereas here, such heights were commonplace. Here stood Wanda and Pietro. gazing in bewilderment at their surroundings. They recalled entering a tavern, not at the Hydra base in Sokovia, where Baron Strucker had pointed a gun at them. How had they emerged from the tavern to find themselves in an unfamiliar city? They turned to survey the scene, spotting a classic tavern nestled among modern storefronts. The dark wooden sign above proclaiming Tavern of All Realms, with a notice below stating that the prices were exorbitant and patrons were expected to bring their own drinks. Wanda and Pietro silently pondered. Why would customers go to a tavern to drink if they must bring their own beverages? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. This was Manhattan. New York, Hell's Kitchen. Am I mistaken, Master Gui? Lin Bei did not gaze at Wanda and Pietro, but instead focused on an empty space. The others followed his gaze. Just as Lin Bei's words fell, sparks ignited in the air, rapidly expanding to reveal a spatial portal. A figure clad in a yellow wizard's robe emerged, hands clasped behind his back, stepping through the portal with a regal demeanor. Master Gui, the zenith of Earth's combat prowess, had arrived. Upon his emergence, he casually glanced at Pietro and Wanda before turning his attention to Lin Bei. A warm smile gracing his face. Greetings, entirely unknown guest. Entirely unknown, indeed. Why not take a glimpse with the time stone? Lin Bei chuckled. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Gu Yi's face. If I could see, I wouldn't be saying this, she replied. So, can you tell me who exactly you are? You seem quite familiar with me, yet I do not even know your name. This is rather unfair. When Wanda and Pietro first entered the Multiverse Tavern, Gu Yi had already sensed their sudden disappearance. Two individuals of great significance in the future vanishing was indeed alarming. Thus, she immediately utilized the time stone. However, it proved futile. From the moment they disappeared, there was no trace of them on any timeline. Gu Yi found herself in a state of panic. She had grown accustomed to observing timelines, which allowed her to navigate any situation with confidence and composure. Yet now, this advantage had inexplicably failed her. Fortunately, not long after, the two reappeared, albeit in a location a great distance away in Hell's Kitchen. She hastened to their side, only to be struck by another shock. Initially, she had only observed the presence of Wanda and Pietro, but upon her arrival, she discovered two additional individuals beside them. Instinctively, she turned to the time stone to investigate these newcomers, but to her dismay, it was entirely ineffective. These two seemed to exist outside of any observable reality. Gu Yi, time stone, do you see those two? Time stone, I see them. Gu Yi, investigate their origins. Time stone, no observable targets. Gu Yi, didn't you just see them? Time stone, indeed, I saw them clearly. One man and one woman. The man rather handsome, the woman quite beautiful. Gu Yi, then investigate them. Time stone, no observable targets. Gu Yi was left utterly bewildered. What was even more unsettling was that while she did not recognize the man, he seemed to know her. Lin Bei chuckled lightly, asserting that not only the tavern's existence, but also his own power was enough to instill fear in the Infinity Stones. To Thanos, the stones were merely tools of enhancement, but to him, they were just that, nothing more. Master Gui, I am Lin Bei. Though I prefer to be addressed as Boss Lin, this establishment belongs to me. Feel free to drop by any time. Gu Yi's gaze followed to the notice board, and she flinched slightly upon noticing the name of the tavern, the Multiverse Tavern. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. With a smile, Gu Yi remarked, as a guest, let me extend an invitation in the name of Earth to share a cup of tea. What do you think, Boss Lin? Lin Bei gestured towards Wanda, stating, perhaps another time. I must first attend to this child's matters. Gu Yi hesitated briefly before nodding with a smile. If you wish to visit, you may come to 177, Black Street. There, someone will escort you to Kamartage. There is no need for such formality. I shall simply seek you out when the time comes. Those magical arrays cannot hinder me, Lin Bei remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded with a smile in return. Lin Bei then prepared to depart with his companions. However, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the necklace adorning Gu Yi's chest. A thought flickered in his mind, and he stated directly, oh, by the way, Master Gu Yi, may I have a glance at the time stone? At these words, the smile on Gu Yi's face nearly faltered. To inquire about the time stone so boldly? Master Lin, you jest. Safeguarding the time stone is the solemn duty of the supreme mages throughout the ages. Moreover, time is treacherous. Those who manipulate time shall themselves be toyed with by it. Time does not play tricks on individuals. Rather, it is your own power that is insufficient. Furthermore, I merely wish to behold it, not to seize it. Do you truly believe that one who fears a time stone would covet it? Lin Bei articulated. The so-called manipulation of time is merely a minor alteration that can trigger a cascade of reactions. Thus, the future may spiral out of control, and the outcome remains uncertain. The unknown is the most formidable of all. Yet Gu Yi's fear stemmed from her own inadequacy. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was different. Regardless of what transpired in the future, it would bear no consequence for him. The manipulation of time? Merely a prank. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This individual dares to claim that the Infinity Stone fears him? Such audacity is boundless. However, what if he speaks the truth? A mere glance may not pose a problem, especially since she remains present. This person, in his ignorance, should not be met with hostility over such trivialities. After some contemplation, Gu Yi cautiously inquired, "You truly only wish to take a glance?" Lin Bei chuckled. "Does this mean the mage has acquiesced?" "Very well." With a gesture of his hand, the eye of Agamotto at Gu Yi's chest was enveloped by an ethereal golden energy. Then, to Gu Yi's astonishment, the artifact began to slowly disintegrate, revealing the green gem within. This was none other than the Time Stone. Once revealed, the Time Stone began to tremble, seemingly yearning to escape. Yet, the golden energy swiftly enveloped it, resolutely pulling it back. A large hand grasped the Time Stone. In that moment, the gem lost its brilliance, masquerading as an ordinary stone. Gu Yi slowly closed her mouth. She witnessed the Time Stone's demeanor before Lin Bei with her own eyes. This was not the exalted Time Stone she had once revered. It resembled nothing more than a cherished child under the stern gaze of a father, holding the very wolves that had nurtured him throughout his life. Oh, it turns out that the arrogance was not Lin Bei's, but rather her own. She had attempted to confine this universe within the limits of her understanding. Forgetting her own words during her pilgrimage, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. While she was lost in thought, Lin Bei had already seized the Time Stone. Extracting its essence with fervor, he was channeling the primordial force of chaos to discern the true nature of time. At this juncture, he realized that his comprehension of the Time Stone had been skewed. He initially believed that the Time Stone's greatest proficiency lay in observing the timelines. However, when one speaks of timelines, it is, in truth, a reference to parallel universes. The future glimpsed through the Time Stone is not necessarily a future that is destined to unfold. This is why the Ancient One often repeated her mantra, continuously exerting her will to amend various factors, ensuring the future she desired would manifest. Yet, upon grasping the Time Stone, he discovered that its power extended far beyond mere observation. It embodied the true essence of time, though it pertained solely to this universe. It was sufficient for Lin Bei to draw parallels elsewhere. It was indeed a remarkable power. In a moment, Lin Bei opened his hand, and a stone exuding a dim glow reappeared in the Ancient One's sight. Only moments ago, it had been feigned. Now it was genuinely drained of its potency. It felt so weak, longing for its original state. Nevertheless, Lin Bei was in high spirits. This was his first experience of gaining strength through his own efforts, rather than relying on the tavern, and it was a formidable strength at that. This piqued his interest in other stones as well. "Here you go, mage. As a token of gratitude, I can assist you with the task," Lin Bei said, extending his hand to return the gem. The eye of Agamotto closed once more, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the Ancient One understood that she and the Time Stone could never revert to their previous state. Her eyes brightened as she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I had some regrets, but now I feel fortunate." With that, she departed. Lin Bei remarked, "Then let us also take our leave. We are headed to Sokovia to eliminate Baron Strucker and procure the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone is with me, so even if Vision is reborn, Wanda will not be drawn to him." Pietro and Wanda, indifferent to the Ancient One, nodded vigorously. A golden light flashed, instantly expanding into a passage large enough for a person to traverse. The edges of the passage were sharp and golden, and though the interior was similarly golden, anyone witnessing it would instinctively utter the word chaos. Lin Bei took the lead, stepping into the passage, followed by the other three. At that moment, in Sokovia, Baron Strucker was on the brink of madness. Those two had just vanished before his eyes. Go find them. All of you who are idle, search for them. If you cannot locate them, do not return. Yes. At that juncture, a golden spatial portal materialized in an open area. What is that? Baron Strucker's pupils contracted. He detested situations spiraling out of control. Step by step, a young man emerged from the portal, followed by a woman, and then Pietro. Wanda. Baron Strucker stared in shock at the reappeared Wanda and Pietro, their return as inexplicable as their disappearance. Baron Strucker, did you not expect this? We are back. This time, we will not be driven to flee in such a disheveled manner. Pietro glared fiercely at Baron Strucker. Wanda pressed her forehead in exasperation, utterly helpless. Silly Pietro. There was no need for such bravado. Baron Strucker momentarily paused, then could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. You've returned of your own accord. The other Hydra members quickly gathered around the four. Oh, your return means it's time to take your life. By the end of his statement, Pietro's voice began to fade, as if drained of vitality. Damn that cursed scepter. Pietro knelt heavily, embodying the tragic fate of an ordinary superpowered individual. Who are you? Baron Strucker dismissed Pietro's inquiry, directing his gaze towards Lin Bei and Hong. Lin Bei paid him no mind, focusing instead on Wanda. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Please, let me handle it myself. Wanda inhaled deeply, her eyes filled with a seething hatred directed at Baron Strucker. Then we shall watch your performance. Strucker frowned. Having never encountered someone as audacious as Lin Bei, didn't he realize he was encircled by Hydra? Such arrogance, yet it mattered not. Wanda, are those two your hired help? It appears you've led two more to their doom. Ha ha ha. Strucker mocked Wanda, whose complexion turned pale. Many of the children used for experiments were indeed brought by her, believing in her. Alas, Wanda, listening to an enemy's prattle is an exceedingly foolish endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Lin Bei couldn't help but chide. At his words, Wanda snapped back to reality. I will avenge them. Scarlet energy radiated around her. Fire. Strucker's pupils constricted as he shouted. The surrounding Hydra members fired without hesitation, several energy orbs hurtling towards Wanda. You are guilty. Wanda extended her palm, and amidst the terrified gazes, the energy orbs halted midair. With a slight movement of her fingers, those orbs reversed their course. The Hydra members had no time to scream before they disintegrated into nothingness. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder you are my most perfect creation. Strucker, witnessing his forces decimated, felt a twinge of fear, yet was overwhelmed by exhilaration and fervor. He gazed at Wanda with a twisted intensity, as if beholding the world's most formidable weapon. Do not look at me with such repugnant eyes. Wanda's gaze was filled with scarlet fury. Strucker instinctively rolled to the side, seizing the scepter from the ground. At that very moment, a massive surge of scarlet energy erupted from the spot he had just vacated, obliterating the ground beneath. Excellent, excellent. But this is still not enough. Show me your limits. Wanda, allow me to witness all that you have created. Baron Strack fervently brandished his scepter. In the next moment, a great door abruptly swung open on the adjacent wall. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast poised to devour. At this juncture, with the portal agape, Wanda could effortlessly obliterate Strack with a mere surge of energy. Yet, her attention was wholly captivated by the Baroness' words. Everything she had created? No, it couldn't be. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of increasingly heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the threshold. The ground trembled slightly with each step. What was that? Wanda's hands hung limply at her sides, her gaze vacant. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and an arm abruptly emerged. This arm was more robust than a human's. Entirely composed of sinewy muscle without a trace of skin. It grasped the edge of the door, and with no visible exertion, the metal wall yielded to its grip. Roar! In the next instant, a shadow burst forth from within, oscillating between frenetic motion and eerie stillness. The creature towered at 3 meters, its musculature exaggerated, with a skull-like visage adhering to slick, sinewy flesh. However, the most terrifying aspect was the 5 human faces embedded in its chest. Upon seeing those faces, Wanda's pupils dilated in shock. What was that? What on earth was that? Tell me, what is that? Wanda screamed in a frenzy. Crimson energy swirling around her like a tempest. Cracks began to spread from beneath her feet in all directions. Pietro, half kneeling on the ground, stared at the monstrosity, his expression one of utter disbelief as he beheld the faces. He seemed to have momentarily frozen. Baron Strack laughed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Do you not recognize them? Alas, they have all failed. They are flawed creations, yet still possess utility. They are human, not tools. Ha ha. Human? Do they resemble humans to you? No, they are human. They are human. Sister, sister? One of the faces, with hollow eyes, turned to gaze at Wanda. Jenny, are you still there? Wanda instinctively recoiled, taking a step back from the creature. Sister, sister, Wanda sister. The other faces began to call out as well. Pazak, Linda, Jack, Agatha. Wanda's nostrils flared, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She remembered Jenny's gentle nature, her morning and evening greetings. Pazak, who feared hunger, would share cookies with her. Linda, ever vain, would braid her hair. Jack and Agatha, siblings, had once asked Wanda if they could eat their fill if they followed her. She recalled laughing and assuring them that. Of course, Baronstrack was a good man. It hurts so much. Sister, I'm in so much pain. It's unbearable. Wanda sister, why did you deceive us? Yes. I'm sorry. Wanda covered her mouth. Why? This cry resonated differently from the ones before. A wave of sound emanated from the 5 faces in the creature's chest. Wanda's body stiffened momentarily. Unbeknownst to her, the monster had already closed the distance, towering over her. A fist larger than Wanda herself was raised high before crashing down with tremendous force. Wanda. Pietro stood up abruptly, unable to contain his exclamation. Baronstrack sighed. So it was true. Tools require no emotions. Thus, this shall be my greatest creation. Alas. At that moment, a sudden sigh echoed. A massive fist, reeking of blood, halted just an inch above Wanda's head, refusing to descend. There, a thin, almost invisible golden energy obstructed the fist. The pressure from the foul wind stung Wanda's eyes. Regaining her senses, Wanda swiftly rolled away, distancing herself from the creature. Reflecting on the recent events, she felt a wave of dread. How had she lost her wits? She knew it was a monster, yet memories of the 5 children flooded her mind uncontrollably. Wanda gazed at the 5 faces embedded in the creature's chest. Their expressions animated yet devoid of emotion. Now on guard, she vowed not to fall prey again. Despite the monster's abilities, her heart ached. Wanda, capture the leader first. Crush that scoundrel, Lin Bei advised. Wanda was akin to someone wielding a firearm without knowing how to use it. At his words, she suddenly realized. Her crimson eyes turned towards Baronstrack. You will pay dearly. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Baronstrack glared menacingly at Lin Bei. Number 1. Tear him apart. He roared. The creature approached Lin Bei with heavy footsteps. So terrifying, Hong whispered, cowering behind Lin Bei. This monster seems devoid of reason. The illusion must be ineffective. Thus, I am merely a weak woman in need of protection, Wanda thought. Her emotions tangled as she observed the scene. Do you truly wish for death? It was not you who was provoked. You insist on showcasing your presence. Most importantly, she yearned to experience the feeling of being safeguarded. Look at the ally you summoned. He appears utterly terrified. It is you who has brought about his demise. Baronstrack exclaimed with excitement. The greater the mental turmoil, the easier it was to manipulate. Let your emotions rise, he urged, oblivious to the true nature of his opponent. Wanda shook her head with a sigh. Baronstrack, perplexed, questioned why she remained so composed. The creature leaned down and roared at Lin Bei. Ah, that monster is enormous and terrifying. I am afraid. Hong clutched Lin Bei's garment, appearing pitiful and helpless. You have frightened my little employee. Thus, you should vanish. No sooner had the words left her lips than the creature froze. A gust of wind swept through, transforming the massive form into golden dust, which ultimately dissipated completely. What is happening? Baronstrack stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Utterly confounded. Why had his tool vanished so suddenly? What had transpired? Had the other party merely spoken a single phrase to make his tool disappear? Though he could not grasp the situation, Baronstrack realized he had unwittingly provoked someone formidable. This individual appears to be quite formidable. Not only has that monstrous entity turned to sand, but all of the hydras have also vanished. Only Baronstrack remains, a figure reserved solely for Wanda. Boss, you are truly handsome, she remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed with admiration as she gazed at Lin Bei. Her employer had mentioned that she belonged to his household. Oh dear. Her head felt slightly itchy. She might be developing a crush. Yes, your boss has always been quite dashing. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, his expression affirming her sentiment. Enchanted. She cupped her cheeks in her hands, reveling in her employer's self-admiring demeanor. What if she faced criticism for this? Perhaps it was best to disregard such concerns. Her boss was the most handsome of all. While the atmosphere around them shimmered with a rosy hue, Baronstrack was in a state of utter panic, drenched in cold sweat. This is astonishing, Wanda. Is this your friend? He managed to say, forcing a smile. Wanda, visibly irritated, retorted. Do you realize how unpleasant your voice is? Wanda, you have yet to grasp the true essence of your power. Do you understand what chaos magic entails? Lin Bei interjected suddenly. Wanda shook her head in confusion. She had only just learned the term from Lin Bei. Chaos magic means you can do whatever you desire. Lin Bei explained. Wanda responded with bewilderment. I can do whatever I want. What does that even mean? Observing her perplexed expression, Lin Bei continued. The power to do as you wish. Let me provide an example. For instance, if you find that man's voice intolerable, you might discover that humans need not necessarily possess a mouth. No sooner had he spoken than the area where Baron Strack's mouth had been was transformed into mere skin. Strack froze, touching his face in disbelief. Terror washed over him as his staff slipped from his grasp, and he frantically clawed at the spot where his mouth once resided, producing no sound whatsoever. Not only had his mouth vanished, but so too had his vocal apparatus. Is this what it means to do as one wishes? My chaos magic can achieve such feats. Wanda's expression shifted from shock to one glimmering with newfound understanding. Could she truly possess such extraordinary power? Pietro, who had collapsed to the ground, stared at Wanda in astonishment. Could it be that his sister was so remarkably overpowered? It seemed he was indeed just an ordinary superhuman. To possess the ability to do as one wished, what difference was there between that and divinity? A sense of melancholy mingled with relief enveloped Pietro. Wanda's gaze, filled with intrigue, fell upon Baron Strack. He recognized that look all too well. It was the same gaze he and his subordinates had directed toward those children. When such a look was cast upon him, he realized just how terrifying and loathsome it could be. Flee. I must escape. He reached for his staff, only to grasp at empty air. Lowering his gaze, he found no staff in sight. Are you searching for this? Lin Bei taunted, raising the staff in his hand. Then, before Baron Strack's very eyes, he crushed the head of the staff with a firm grip. In the palm of his hand lay a fragment of debris, cradling a golden gem. Like its brethren, it endeavored to masquerade as an ordinary stone. Lin Bei squeezed it gently, and it quivered as if aware of its impending exposure, blinking as if to curry favor with him, pleading for mercy from this unfamiliar figure. Yet, Lin Bei ruthlessly trampled upon it. The power of the mind harmonized intriguingly with the ocular prowess he had inherited. However, it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as the Sharingan. Having been nurtured by the essence of chaos, it should now be called the chaotic eye. The mind, enigmatic in nature, seemed to possess a remarkably high potential. Lin Bei resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. Thus, he carelessly pocketed the exhausted mind gem, akin to a heartless cat. Elsewhere, Wanda regarded Baron Strack with an increasingly peculiar gaze. Strack had succumbed to utter despair, discarding his pride to kneel before his creation, repeatedly bowing his head in a display of remorse. Once the formidable leader of Hydra, he now appeared pitiful, resembling a subservient employee groveling before his superior. Ironically, the more he wallowed in his misery, the more exhilarated Wanda became. Let the games begin. The silent torment commenced. Pietro's lips twitched as he buried his face in the ground. Despite his deep-seated animosity toward Strack, he could not bear to witness the scene. Red gasped, retreating behind Lin Bei. Boss, this is terrifying. Wanda's ears perked up, and her assault grew more frenzied. Moments later, perhaps deeming silence insufficiently gratifying, Strack regained his voice. A soul-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, a sound so alien it was hard to believe it emanated from a human. After several more minutes, Wanda finally tired of her sport and granted him a merciful end. There lay Baron Strack, supine upon the ground, his body intact, devoid of even a single scar. Yet his eyes, imbued with a profound sense of lifelessness, made it nearly impossible to believe they belonged to a human. In truth, he had transcended humanity. Yet now, he had reverted to it once more. This is the essence of chaotic magic. I have avenged you, Wanda declared, her previously unsettling smile fading as she spoke. Pietro rose and approached Wanda, gently patting her shoulder. I trust they won't harbor hatred towards you. Wanda replied impassively, I would prefer if they did. She then vigorously rubbed her face, and as her hands fell away, her expression transformed to one of normalcy. I am fine now. Wanda slowly approached Lin Bei. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Mr. Lin. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? If you still wish to join the Avengers, be prepared to face the loss of Pietro. In the film, the counterpart met a pitiful demise. This world mirrored such scenes, yet this time, Pietro chose to avert his gaze rather than recklessly shield another with his own body. In the end, He was indeed vanquished by Ultron during the final battle, which is somewhat acceptable. Lose me? Mr. Lin, are you implying that I will meet my demise in the future? Pietro exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. I mean, I can run at 7 times the speed of sound. No, I will not join that ridiculous organization, Wanda declared resolutely. Her disdain extended to anything associated with vision. She wished to have no part in it. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Bei, her eyes shimmering with hope. Mr. Lin, where do you think we should go? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and replied, I believe it would be a splendid idea for you, Wanda, to seek out Master Gui. As for Pietro, I trust that Gui will take him in, considering your connection. Pietro interjected, so, I'm just my sister's accessory? Wanda paused for a moment and asked, is that the person who appeared at the beginning? Although unfamiliar with that individual, she could sense an undeniable aura of greatness. That is a big shot, she mused. At least from their perspective. Lin Bei nodded and affirmed, indeed, it is her. Is she formidable? Pietro inquired. Upon hearing this, both Lin Bei and Wanda turned to stare at him, eyes fixed intently. Pietro raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I get it. I'm merely an ordinary superpowered individual. Lin Bei chuckled and introduced Wanda to Master Gui. Master Gui, known as the Supreme Sorceress, is the most powerful being on Earth and ranks among the mightiest in the universe. It can be said that the safety of Earth over the years has been largely due to her protection. Safety? Wanda and Pietro silently recalled the incident where America was attacked by aliens. Observing their expressions, Lin Bei understood their thoughts. The reason she had not intervened was that she foresaw others would step in to resolve the situation. Otherwise, those so-called aliens would have been swiftly dealt with by her magic. A collective gasp escaped Wanda and Pietro, their faces awash with astonishment. She can foresee the future as well. Pietro scratched his head, unable to restrain his curiosity. So, Mr. Lin, who is stronger, you or Master Gui? As soon as he spoke, he noticed his sister regarding him with an expression of disbelief. Oh, foolish Pietro, did you not witness Master Gui's demeanor before Mr. Lin? Ah, well, it seems Mr. Lin is indeed the strongest. Master Gui is undoubtedly the most suitable mentor for you. Although she operates within a different realm, magic often possesses commonalities. Your potential will be swiftly realized there. Furthermore, you will have a formidable backing. Until you have matured, none shall dare to challenge you. The title of Supreme Sorceress is one that Gui has earned through countless battles. A battle for every punch? Wanda and Pietro felt somewhat bewildered. Isn't she a spellcaster? Wanda took a deep breath and, without hesitation, declared, since Mr. Lin believes I should go there, then I shall go. Lin Bei shook his head. Wanda, I am not imposing any demands upon you. I merely offer you a choice. You may go wherever you wish. I am here solely to assist you in altering your destiny. Now that the fate has been altered, there exists no longer a causal connection between us. Upon hearing this, Wanda's complexion suddenly turned pale. A single thought reverberated in her mind. We are no longer linked. How could this be? Will I never see you again? Her greed was palpable. From the very beginning, it was Lin Bei who had aided her, a debt of life saved that could not be overstated. Yet, she yearned for more. Truly, she was a selfish creature. Red glanced at Wanda, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and poked her boss in the side. Leaning close to Lin Bei's ear, she whispered warmly, Boss, it seems you have made the young lady cry. Lin Bei shot her a glare. In the early days, such a look from Lin Bei would have left Red trembling for days. However, now that she had grown accustomed to Lin Bei's nature, she felt no fear, even suppressing a laugh. With a sigh, Lin Bei replied, I never said we couldn't meet again. My shop is in Hell's Kitchen, as you well know. If you wish to come, you are welcome. At these words, Wanda, who had been sinking to the depths of despair, was suddenly buoyed back to the surface. A towel flew in to dry her off, and she found herself lounging on the beach under the sun, with chilled juice within arm's reach. The tears that had threatened to spill were swiftly repressed. Wanda gazed at Lin Bei in delight. Boss Lin, are you serious? Can I really come whenever I wish? Lin Bei chuckled, bemused. Of course, I am a shopkeeper after all. How could I ever refuse a guest? Just remember to bring your own drinks if you wish to indulge. Hearing Lin Bei refer to her as a guest stirred a slight pang of sadness within her. Nevertheless, the prospect of frequent visits was a comfort. All right, but I have decided to seek my fortune with the Ancient One. Can you tell me how to get there? Boss Lin, Wanda beamed with a radiant smile. Advice from someone as esteemed as you is invaluable. Lin Bei, a figure of great stature, certainly possessed a broader perspective. Most importantly, she trusted that Lin Bei would not harm her. Even if Lin Bei were to plunge a knife into her, she would only perceive it as a necessary procedure for her ailment. I shall escort you. I happen to be invited for tea by the Ancient One. Yes, yes. Thank you, Boss Lin. Wanda then energetically nudged the somewhat distracted Pietro. Hurry up and thank Boss Lin. Oh, thank you, Boss Lin. Pietro, regaining his focus, regarded Lin Bei with a complex expression. Ever since Lin Bei's arrival, his sister's attitude towards him had grown increasingly unfavorable. One could not help but wonder if the little cabbage he had protected for so many years might be taken away. In Kamartage, within the sanctum, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, enjoying her tea. In the next moment, a spatial portal materialized before her, shrouded in a twilight-like haze, rendering it indecipherable even to her magical sight. A flicker of alarm surged within the Ancient One. She had glimpsed countless futures, yet had never encountered this passage. Nevertheless, a thought crossed her mind, offering reassurance. Indeed, Lin Bei emerged from the portal, accompanied by several others. Boss Lin, I did not anticipate our reunion would come so swiftly, Gu Yi remarked with a smile. Lin Bei, unceremoniously, took a seat across from Gu Yi, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it with a casual demeanor. Drink up, Master Gu Yi, do not hold back. This is what we call taking the initiative. Gu Yi shook her head, both amused and exasperated. However, Lin Bei's interruption brought her a sense of calm. This individual, though enigmatic, did not seem like one to recklessly threaten the earth. Please, take a seat and relax. Make yourselves at home, Lin Bei encouraged, pouring tea for each of them. Hong, without hesitation, nestled beside Lin Bei, obediently following his words, the epitome of a stellar employee. Wanda, observing this, promptly greeted Gu Yi before settling on Lin Bei's other side, delicately sipping her tea as if she wished to immerse her face within it. Pietro, stiffly, bowed slightly towards Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi. Gu Yi acknowledged with a slight nod. The group lapsed into silence, quietly enjoying their tea. After 3 rounds of tea, Lin Bei finally spoke. Master Gu Yi, had I not come to share this cup of tea with you, I fear you would remain uneasy. Therefore here I am. You need not worry about my intentions regarding the earth. Consider me merely a traveler. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Such a being would not stoop to deceit. If he claimed to be a traveler, then indeed, he was one. Besides, even if he harbored ulterior motives, what could she do? The time stone rested in his possession, obedient as a mere trinket. The earth is a splendid place. I hope you will find it to your liking, Boss Lin, Gu Yi said with a smile. Lin Bei remained noncommittal. While there were indeed many beautiful aspects, there were also quite a few unsavory elements. He gestured towards Wanda. Now, regarding the second matter, what do you think of her, Master? Gu Yi had already begun to assess the 2 individuals Lin Bei had brought. Pietro, after a mere glance, was easily discernible, a typical superhuman. However, Wanda intrigued her increasingly. She could not help but exclaim, a natural talent for magic. With the conversation turning towards her, Wanda finally lifted her head and offered Gu Yi a smile. Wanda is inherently favored by chaos magic. Her future achievements will surely place her among the ranks of supreme sorcerers. Lin Bei chuckled. Originally, Wanda's potential was exceptionally high. The entity known as the god of the underworld, Zysorn, shared an equal status with the trinity of Vishanti, to which Gu Yi belonged. However, Lin Bei had seized Zysorn's debt, elevating Wanda's patron to himself, and thereby enhancing her standing to match or even surpass that of Zysorn. Gu Yi stared at Wanda in astonishment. She had not expected Lin Bei to hold such a high opinion of the girl. Given Wanda's potential, becoming a supreme sorcerer was undoubtedly feasible. Yet, to Lin Bei, the title of supreme sorcerer seemed to represent merely a baseline. Though I may not surpass you in strength, I assure you, I am formidable in my own right. Thus, it appears that she owes Lin Bei a debt of gratitude. An exceptional heir indeed. Ancient One cast a warm smile at Wanda. Wanda, would you care to remain in Kamartage? Wanda promptly replied, Master Ancient One, I would be delighted. With that, Ancient One nodded with a smile, clearly in high spirits today. Pietro interjected, So, is no one going to check on him? Sighing, he added, We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must take the initiative. Master Ancient One, what do you think of me? He boldly declared. If my sister is a genius among geniuses, then surely I must be a genius as well. He stood up, flexing his muscles like a peacock. Ancient One regarded him, hesitant to speak. Feel free to express your thoughts, he urged. You said it yourself. Ancient One sighed gently and replied, I believe that magic is not the only path in this world. You might consider exploring other avenues. Pietro's expression stiffened. Wanda could not suppress a chuckle. Pietro stared at his sister, surprised by her candidness. Clearing her throat, Wanda managed to stifle her laughter and said, Master Ancient One, Pietro is quite swift. You could have him move things, clean, or handle chores. Upon hearing this, Ancient One smiled. Is that so? I initially intended to have him stay here as a guest. Kamartaj can certainly accommodate one more. However, since you suggest it, let it be so. At her words, the delight that had begun to bloom on Pietro's face quickly faded. Wanda bashfully scratched her cheek. Ancient One chuckled, though an inner conflict stirred within her. A splendid disciple indeed, yet she had another candidate who was equally commendable. Oh, the bittersweet burden of happiness. At that moment, Lin Bei spoke up. Master, do you truly believe that your chosen heir is the best fit? Ancient One paused, then relaxed. For those who have reached a certain level of power, time is merely a plaything. It is no surprise that Lin Bei can glimpse into the future. Ancient One stated, I have gazed into the future and discerned that he is the finest choice. He will emerge as the most formidable among us. Yes, Doctor Strange is indeed powerful. His portrayal in the film was rather lacking. That falls on the director, for Doctor Strange is a victim of circumstance. However, that was in the past. He possesses considerable talent, yet his character may bring calamity not only to Kamartaj, but to the entire dimension. Ancient One hesitated before continuing. I shall refine his character. Create scenarios to sculpt him. Lin Bei shook his head. Oh, Master, have you ever heard the saying? A leopard cannot change its spots. The most daunting aspect of Strange is his deeply ingrained arrogance. He steadfastly believes he can resolve any issue, convinced that all his choices are righteous. Captain America shares a similar pride, yet they represent two extremes. Captain America believes he can save everyone, while Strange feels that sacrificing others for a favorable outcome is justifiable. This is his true nature. How could it possibly change at a whim? Master, you underestimate human nature far too much. You may glimpse the future. Yet that is merely the surface of the narrative. You will never truly fathom the multitude of thoughts that flit through their minds at the moment of choice. You often caution against being deceived by time. But what of yourself? Do you believe you have escaped such folly? Ancient One was struck as though by lightning, momentarily stunned. It was as if the fog that had long obscured her vision dissipated with a sudden gust of wind, revealing the world in its authentic form. She had placed too much faith in herself and in the future she envisioned. No wonder she chose Strange. It turned out they were fundamentally similar. After a profound silence of 3 minutes, Ancient One sighed. She rose and bowed slightly to Lin Bei. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for opening my eyes. Lin Bei smiled silently. Ancient One resumed her seat, her gaze toward Wanda now tinged with kindness. Wanda, would you be willing to take me as your master? Wanda glanced at Lin Bei, and seeing no opposition, quickly nodded. I am willing. She rose to pay her respects. Good child, sit down now. That's more like it. Wanda is so obedient. 1,000 times better than that, Strange. Lin Bei stated with unabashed confidence. Given that Wanda's fate had changed so significantly, she ought not to be trapped in a dead end anymore. Wanda shyly lowered her head. He praised me for being obedient. Upon witnessing this, Ancient One sighed inwardly. Silly child, the person you admire is somewhat complex. Your teacher cannot be your support. You must strive on your own. Since that is the case, Master Ancient One, we shall take our leave, Lin Bei said as he began to walk away. Ancient One promptly rose. Mr. Lin, are you departing already? Wanda expressed her reluctance. She appeared somewhat vulnerable. Lin Bei couldn't help but pinch Wanda's delicate cheek. Kamartaj has a branch in New York. We can come whenever we wish. Wanda's face flushed suddenly, a sense of secret delight bubbling within her. Ancient One shook her head. Silly child, he clearly sees you as a child, yet you revel in it. Lin Bei and Hong departed, and Wanda gazed longingly at the spot where they had vanished. Wanda, focus on learning magic. At least then, it will be easier to seek out Mr. Lin, Ancient One cheerfully advised. Upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes brimmed with determination. As Lin Bei and Hong strolled down the street, Hong occasionally glanced at Lin Bei. He, in turn, looked at her with mild exasperation. If you have something to say, just say it. Hong boldly remarked, Boss. My face is also quite soft and easy to pinch. Do give it a squeeze. Lin Bei, known for his understanding nature, responded, Indeed, you did not speak falsely. It is quite delightful to pinch. By the way, do you have any money here? She inquired. No, but someone does. They've already come looking for us. It would be rather rude not to ask for some. In a certain maritime region, an aerial mothership hovered above. This was one of the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the office, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore a solemn expression as Deputy Director Hill reported the situation. Currently, it appeared to be a supernatural phenomenon. The tavern in question yielded no information, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Of the 5 individuals that appeared, 3 remained shrouded in mystery. The remaining 2, upon comparison, bore a striking resemblance in facial skeletal structure to 2 deceased children recorded in Sokovia. One was Wanda Maximoff, and the other, Pietro Maximoff. They were siblings. As Fury listened, he drummed his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Natasha wasn't nearby, was she? He instructed her to investigate the enigmatic tavern. Indeed, the efficiency of the elite agents was remarkable. Merely 5 minutes after receiving the order, Natasha, now adorned as an urban sophisticate, stood before the entrance of the Multiverse Tavern. Multiverse Tavern? Such an odd name, she mused silently. She immediately recognized the characters as belonging to a mysterious ancient Eastern civilization, suggesting the proprietor likely had ties to that realm. The establishment was utterly incongruous with its surroundings, yet possessed a unique charm upon closer inspection. However, it was the sign that most captivated her attention. Upon closer examination, she confirmed that it indeed resembled a tavern. Why, then, was she expected to bring her own drinks? Natasha loathed individuals who defied convention. Taking a deep breath, she donned a disarming smile that would instinctively endear her to others. Ding! The bell above the tavern door chimed as she entered. Behind the bar, her doppelganger Lin Bei looked up at the newcomer. She was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an air of danger. Welcome, he remarked, noting that the lady had not brought her own beverages. Leaning casually on the bar with one hand propping up his chin, he made no move to greet her. As Natasha walked inside, she surveyed the interior, ultimately realizing that Lin Bei appeared to be the sole occupant. Yet, despite his ordinary appearance, Natasha, seasoned by experience, knew that one must not judge solely by outward appearances. Maintaining her facade, she approached the bar and took a seat, striving to exude her allure without appearing overtly deliberate. Are you the owner of this tavern? She inquired. At her words, Lin Bei's expression shifted dramatically. No, he replied, I am merely a hapless employee. My unscrupulous boss has taken a young girl on a trip, leaving me here to suffer in solitude. He shook his head dramatically, feigning great distress. Natasha's face stiffened. His unexpected demeanor caught her off guard. After a moment, she chuckled and said, well, your boss does seem rather excessive. She continued, by the way, was that sign outside written by your boss as well? He certainly has a unique flair. Lin Bei scoffed. Unique flair? He is merely a heartless tyrant who exploits his employees. It's utterly outrageous. Simply outrageous. He proceeded to berate Lin Bei for half an hour, repeating himself with unwavering fervor. Throughout this tirade, Natasha maintained a rigid expression, unable to interject a word. Alas, I seem to have startled you. However, dear guest, if you have not brought your own libations, you are left with merely the option of sitting idly here. Natasha exhaled in relief, grateful that the other party could engage in normal conversation. She hurriedly inquired, Isn't this an alehouse? Do we not come here to purchase and enjoy some drinks? Indeed. We do sell alcohol here, came the reply. However, we offer only one type of drink each day, but the price may be beyond your means. Natasha's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she asked, So, does that mean the drink differs each day? Yes, each type of liquor has its own distinct effects, he responded. You may find it unaffordable, but if your employer is willing to reimburse you, then it poses no issue. So, would you care to try? Natasha felt a twinge of sensitivity. She sensed an underlying implication in his words. My employer, alas, is a miser. Surely, he would never reimburse his employees. She feigned a wry smile. Her counterpart nodded in agreement. Indeed, your employer is quite the miser. Not only that, but he is also greedy and rather arrogant. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. Something felt amiss. She maintained a facade of composure, donning a curious expression, and jestingly remarked, You speak as if you are acquainted with my employer. He shrugged, responding, Not at all. But why do you say that? He continued, rather matter-of-factly. Aren't all employers like that? Stingy, greedy, arrogant, and paranoid, thinking that there are always schemers plotting against them. At this, Natasha paused, realizing with a jolt that he might have indeed perceived her true identity. Instantly, she relaxed. Ha ha ha, you make a fair point. These traits do indeed describe my employer perfectly. Right, right, he chuckled. But you could always plead with your employer. Perhaps he might relent and grant you what you seek. After all, it's evident that you are among the elite employees. Natasha shrugged, replying, elite, perhaps. But to beg my employer for a drink would be rather humiliating, wouldn't it? Is that so? You feel shame because you think my drink's value is too low? Not exactly. It's just a drink, and how expensive can it really be? I believe I could afford it. Then would you like to give it a try? I think I would. Then, lovely lady, allow me to perform a little magic for you. Watch closely. I have nothing in my hands. And now, prepare to witness a moment of wonder. With one hand, he theatrically shielded Natasha's eyes, while the other swept over the bar. When he removed his hands, a glass of green liquor stood quietly on the counter, as if it had always been there. How impressive! Natasha exclaimed, marveling at the illusion. Even with her keen sight, she could not discern the trick. This was a masterful display. If it is determined that the other party is not a person of heinous crime, one might consider investigating their company. Apologies for the jest. This drink is whimsically named the nectar of the goddess of life. Is it not exquisite? Natasha looked utterly perplexed. Was this nectar truly what she perceived it to be? What a ridiculous name. Observing her confusion, the doppelganger aptly explained, this name was concocted by my insufferable boss. Ultimately, all blame lies with him. Natasha scrutinized the glass. Indeed, it was visually captivating, crystal clear, akin to liquid emerald. Yet, in light of its name, it seemed rather peculiar, its green hue evoking the sense of something long left to spoil. The proprietor of this tavern is quite the scoundrel, indeed. So, how much does your boss intend to sell this drink for? Given that you are the first patron here, let us say $100 million. Cough, cough, wait. You mean to tell me this single drink costs $100 million? Is your boss a highwayman? Natasha could hardly contain her disbelief. This transcended the bounds of mere unscrupulousness. Is there even a sip's worth in this drink? Even Stark would exclaim it exorbitantly priced. The doppelganger chuckled. Huh? Dear guest, you jest. What kind of brigand would possess the intellect for such legitimate thievery? Ah, so you are openly admitting to robbing us. Natasha finally comprehended why the other party deemed her unable to afford it. Ha ha, it appears your boss never intended to sell this drink at all. At such a price, who would ever purchase it? Yet 2 glasses have already been sold, and they practically begged my boss to sell to them. Natasha inwardly scoffed. She was utterly skeptical. This cunning individual merely sought to deceive her into purchasing the drink. Impossible. She declared emphatically that even if she were to be struck by a vehicle upon leaving, she would not part with a single cent today. The doppelganger continued, I believe if you were aware of the effects of this drink, you would certainly be inclined to buy it. Perhaps you would even plead with my boss to sell it to you. Hee hee. So aside from its peculiar name, does this drink possess any other distinctive qualities? The smile on the doppelganger's face deepened, and what he uttered struck Natasha like a thunderbolt. Of course, this tavern serves various drinks each day. Each drink has its own unique effects. For instance, this nectar of the goddess of life can mend all bodily injuries, whether it be the resurrection of severed limbs or the restoration of missing organs. In an instant, Natasha sprang to her feet. What did you say? I am not lying. Any organ can be repaired. Your uterus, of course, can be restored as well. To be a complete woman, has that not been your lifelong aspiration? The doppelganger's words seemed to possess an alluring, seductive power. At this, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. This person knows her, and understands her so well. Do you know me? Natasha instinctively placed her right hand behind her back. The doppelganger's smile remained unchanged. Natasha, I suggest you refrain from any clandestine actions. Otherwise, I may become rather displeased. Please, take a seat. I know you are a good child, aren't you? Natasha's body tensed. In the past, her instincts had saved her life on numerous occasions. Now, they urged her to comply with the man's words. Thus, she sat down. Very well. It appears you have much to say. Do not hesitate, speak freely. After all, you are among those who have shared my disdain for my employer. So you deserve some leniency. So, this is all a conspiracy, is it? This tavern was merely a ruse to draw us in? The doppelganger chuckled. You mean you? Are you referring to S-H-I-E-L-D, or the Avengers? Natasha's pupils dilated. You know, then. So this is a trap. The doppelganger's laughter grew more joyful. Natasha, have you also caught your boss's delusions? When did you develop this paranoia? Believe me, It is indeed a condition. You ought to consult a psychologist. Natasha's expression stiffened. Is it not so? Of course not, Natasha. It seems both you and your employer are rather arrogant, believing S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers hold immense power. You've been safeguarding the Earth. How noble of you. I assent it. You feel compelled to oversee all matters on this planet. Consequently, you naturally assume that any uncontrollable events must be directed at you. Alas, you possess the intent but lack the capability. Natasha's countenance grew even more rigid. Am I being publicly insulted? Is that not a bit impolite? Assuming you are correct, what is your objective? Well, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. So I shall refrain from doing so. Natasha interjected. How can you know we would not believe you if you do not speak? Your presence here compels our attention. Yet the reality is, you lack the means to intervene. Let me think. An acrobat skilled in archery, a drastically unstable green giant post-transformation, a playboy clad in metal who flies haphazardly. A retired soldier bearing a shield to protect this and that, a haughty alien prince with a brain full of muscle, and you, the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. With such a cadre, how do you intend to manage anything? Natasha inhaled deeply and declared, the Avengers will vanquish all foes. Wow, how terrifying. Fortunately, I am not an enemy of the Avengers. Otherwise, I would be plagued by nightmares each night. Natasha retorted, you could be a touch more convincing. The doppelganger waved dismissively. All right, let us put that aside. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. refrains from provoking us, my employer will merely be the tavern's proprietor. What if not? What if not? Then my employer would be the king of the earth. The king of the earth. Such audacity. Natasha gasped. Despite the jesting tone, why did his gaze hold such seriousness? Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. After all, my employer is far too disinterested to assume the mantle of king. If you wish to avoid witnessing regrettable scenes, I suggest you earnestly advise your employer to maintain his composure, remarked Natasha's doppelganger with a cheerful demeanor. Natasha sighed inwardly, pondering how one could utter such dreadful words with a smile. I shall do my utmost, Natasha responded with an awkward laugh. May I take my leave now? She was truly reluctant to remain any longer. Tasks. To hell with tasks. Of course you may. As a guest, you are free to depart at any time. However, are you certain you would not care for a drink? Though your employer is miserly, reimbursement does not cost him a penny. Would you not seize this opportunity? Natasha hesitated and inquired. Is that drink for real? I jest not. In business, integrity is paramount. Though my boss may be a rogue, he is nonetheless a legitimate businessman. How could he possibly sell counterfeit goods? Natasha paused, contemplating. If the effects of the drink were genuine, it indeed intrigued her deeply. Although she had never mentioned it and feigned nonchalance, this matter had long been a source of distress for her. Some things may be unnecessary, yet their absence is unbearable. Yet, with the current state of technology, such possibilities seem unattainable, unless a miracle were to occur. A miracle? Natasha gazed at her doppelganger in realization. If this drink were authentic, what sort of individual could provide such a concoction? Might he possess other extraordinary items? Biting her lip, Natasha declared, I need to consult with my employer first. The doppelganger shrugged. Suit yourself, but this drink is available only today. The effects of tomorrow's brew remain a mystery until tomorrow. Natasha felt a tumult of emotions. Should she seek a loan from someone? After leaving the tavern, Natasha promptly found a place to call Nick Fury. After a prolonged silence, his voice finally emerged. Did he truly say that? Absolutely. However, I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Then, if I wish to purchase a drink for experimentation, would you reimburse me? $100 million is a staggering amount. It is unlikely we could mobilize such funds within a single day. Therefore, I regret to inform you, Natasha. A flicker of disappointment crossed Natasha's eyes. It's all right, boss, I understand. As the call ended, Natasha sighed. $100 million is not an insurmountable sum for S.H.I.E.L.D., is it? Why the hesitation? Is it disbelief in that individual, or perhaps in me? Biting her lip in contemplation, Natasha suddenly raised her head and dialed another number. Soon, the call connected, and a playful voice greeted her. Well, the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has called me. Are you inviting me to dinner, perhaps? Tony, I am here to request a loan. A loan? You are asking me for money? Stark's voice was laced with astonishment. Natasha continued undeterred. Tony, this is of great importance to me. lacks sufficient funds, which is why I have turned to you. What is it? It seemed that Natasha's earnest tone had finally elicited a serious response from Tony. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha said, "Tony, you can pinpoint my location, can't you? Come find me." Moments later, a sleek sports car halted nearby, and the unmistakable figure of Tony Stark emerged from within. The renowned Black Widow found herself ensnared by financial troubles. "Now, can we discuss the matter at hand?" Tony inquired. "It's a tavern that has appeared out of nowhere." In his office, Nick Fury hung up the phone, remaining silent for a brief moment before abruptly hurling a nearby cup against the wall. Damn it, what does this ball player think he is? As the king of spies, he was not meant to exhibit such fervent emotions. Yet, the words of his doppelganger had indeed struck a nerve. Clearly, in the throes of his agitation, Nick Fury completely overlooked the premise articulated by the doppelganger, hastily branding him a terrorist and the greatest threat to Earth. It was time for the Avengers to assemble once more. Beside him, Hill blinked and remarked, "But didn't he say he meant no harm? I think we should observe him first, lest we provoke him. After all, we possess no intelligence on him." Hill. The very fact that he uttered such words should suffice to demonstrate the potential danger he poses to Earth. What if he changes his mind later? Moreover, I do not believe he can stand against my Avengers. Distrust was an instinct inherent to Nick Fury. It was less about whether one harbored such thoughts and more about one's capability to act on them. It was evident that, although the stranger had not overtly expressed malevolence, his ability to speak to Natasha in such a manner indicated he was far from being aligned with the forces of order and goodness. As the guardian of Earth, Nick Fury felt it was his obligation to eradicate any threats to the planet in their infancy. Nick Fury, has your confidence been bolstered by your Avengers defeating the so-called alien army? Who? Nick Fury and Hill were taken aback, instinctively drawing their weapons, yet uncertain of their target. At that moment, a glimmer of gold flickered through the air, swiftly expanding into a spatial portal. A dashing man, accompanied by an alluring woman, stepped through, none other than Lin Bei and Hong. Well, what a welcome. We arrive only to hear Nick Fury raving madly, just because he took out a Chitauri. He believes he can vanish without a trace, and he considers himself Earth's protector? Winning against the Chitauri was merely a stroke of luck, after all. They were an army whose numbers could easily overwhelm all of Manhattan. The Avengers consist of merely 6 individuals, 4 of whom are ordinary humans. Nick Fury and Hill, upon witnessing this, narrowed their eyes, promptly aiming their weapons at Lin Bei and Hong. Who are you? Under the threat of firearms, Lin Bei remained unperturbed. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems even the esteemed director and deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. possess a playful spirit, enjoying their little toy guns." Nick Fury and Hill exchanged confused glances. What a toy! Both men felt a jolt in their hearts as the sensation in their hands changed abruptly, suddenly feeling much lighter. When they glanced down, they were astonished to discover that the guns they were holding had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into toy water guns encased in plastic. Hill instinctively pulled the trigger, and a few bubbles leisurely emerged from the barrel. To their surprise, the gun began to shimmer with a triadic glow, quite stylish indeed. What kind of trick is this? Who are you? Nick Fury glanced at the weapon in his hand and set it down on the table. Damn it, this is a bit eerie. He was certain that the firearm he had just drawn was genuine, yet this toy also bore an undeniable authenticity. Who am I? Lin Bei casually took a seat. At that moment, a black throne materialized beneath him out of thin air. He crossed his legs and beckoned Red to sit beside him, looking charmingly demure. This series of actions caused Fury and Hill's eyelids to twitch. It was as if he had entirely disregarded their presence. How did that throne appear? Moreover, it looked remarkably impressive. In terms of style, he had already lost. Weren't you just saying that you would summon the Avengers to deal with me? Guardians of Earth? At this, Nick Fury inhaled sharply. The patrons of the Multiverse Tavern? Indeed, you may refer to me as Boss Lin. This is my employee Red. Fury's heart raced. The enigmatic owner had revealed himself directly. Oh, right, what had Natasha said? That the tavern owner took the little girl on a trip? So they had come to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Fury forced himself to regain his composure. He resumed his authoritative stance in his chair, regarding Lin Bei with an imposing demeanor. So, Boss Lin, do you know where you are? If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave here today. Beside Lin Bei, Red bit her lip. Was it possible that this man, whose complexion was darker than that of the residents of Yunin Village, had not noticed how they arrived. They hadn't merely walked in. And they certainly wouldn't be walking out soon. Lin Bei propped his chin on the armrest of the throne, exuding a languid demeanor. "Oh, I am here to request 2 legal identities and some money from you. Although my legal status is inconsequential, we are here for leisure. Following the rules makes it enjoyable." "What did you say?" Nick Fury stared blankly at Lin Bei. Hill interjected, "Boss, he is asking for legal identities and money." Fury replied, "Do you think there is something wrong with my hearing?" Taking a deep breath, Fury's gaze at Lin Bei ignited with fury. He understood the other party's intentions. This was undoubtedly a provocation and a test of his resolve. If he did not assert himself now, the other party might very well take advantage of the situation. Fury slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Do you dare to make me summon the Avengers?" Hill looked at him in disbelief. With that earlier bravado, one would think he was about to launch a counterattack. What on earth is this call for the Avengers? "Ah, so the Avengers are your backbone, is that it?" "Indeed. I wish to inquire whether you dare. I initially stated that if your SHIELD were willing to grant us identity and funds, I would offer you an opportunity. Alternatively, I could assist you with a task of moderate significance. However, now, it appears you are the one choosing to forfeit. Do not lament later." "An opportunity? What sort of opportunity?" Nick Fury inquired. "An opportunity, indeed, is your chance to strike at me. In that moment, I may choose to spare your lives." Given his understanding of Nick Fury, it was inevitable that SHIELD would take action against the Multiverse Tavern. "Ha, arrogance. I hope when my Avengers arrive, you will still be able to utter such words. Wait, is it that you are afraid to face the Avengers? Which prompts such remarks?" Nick Fury sneered, though internally he was quite anxious. He was uncertain whether the other party would grant him the chance to summon the Avengers. For now, he only hoped that the individual would be one who values their reputation. Alas, it is futile to reason with a stubborn fool. "Seek as you will. I am in no rush. Do you require my assistance?" Lin Bei waved his hand and remarked, then exchanged a knowing glance with Hong. "Hong, do not emulate this foolish egg. Arrogance is indeed a cardinal sin. Even I maintain a humble heart towards the unknown." Hong nodded earnestly. Hill was struggling to manage her expression. In that moment, she reflected upon a lifetime of grievances. Undoubtedly, this foolish egg had withheld wages and burdened her with excessive work. Nick Fury's countenance darkened further. Yet, such trivialities were inconsequential, mere matters of pride, all for the sake of Earth. As long as the other party granted him an opportunity, that sufficed. He believed that once the Avengers arrived, everything would reach its conclusion. He had intended to summon the Avengers to deal with that multiverse tavern. Now it was merely expedited. "Captain SHIELD is in peril. Come swiftly. Dr. Banner, we need you here. Hawkeye, it is time to work. Stark, stop fooling around and return. Natasha, there is a mission at hand." Finally, Nick Fury stepped outside and shouted to the heavens, "Thor, Earth requires your aid." After calling out, Nick Fury returned to his office, casting a derisive smile at Lin Bei. "Huh, you are finished. Just wait. Soon you will comprehend the true might of the Avengers." "Ah, indeed. I shall wait." Lin Bei stifled a yawn. At that moment, the Avengers had already received Nick Fury's distress signal. The captain, engaged in training, grabbed his shield and dashed out upon receiving the call. Hawkeye was spending time with his family. He cast an apologetic glance at his wife and children. Dr. Banner sighed, wishing he could continue his experiments. Meanwhile, Stark and Natasha were within the multiverse tavern. What scheme is Nick Fury concocting now? Stark furrowed his brow. "Ah, I am aware of this." The doppelganger spoke at the opportune moment. "You know?" Stark and Natasha turned in unison to regard the doppelganger. They remained oblivious to how an outsider could possess such knowledge. "Ah, that pickled egg has summoned you Avengers to confront the proprietor of my establishment." At these words, Natasha's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say? Why?" She was utterly astonished. What on earth had transpired? Clearly, the situation she reported was still under observation. Why would SHIELD suddenly oppose the owner of this tavern? How intriguing. "This presents an opportunity to discern the true nature of your boss," Stark remarked. "You may look forward to it. After all, you have but this singular chance to engage with my employer." The doppelganger shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, is it because your esteemed employer is about to lose their freedom?" In Stark's perspective, even without the Avengers, he alone could apprehend this so-called owner. The fate of the multiverse tavern was already sealed. Heh, it is only because this time my employer may choose to pardon your transgressions. Should you dare to strike again, my employer will not hold back. Remember, the authority of the divine is not to be trifled with, the doppelganger said with a grin. Yet, the gravity of his words contrasted starkly with his carefree demeanor. Even Stark felt a twinge of unease. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as absurd, realizing he had been swayed by mere words. Oh dear, how impressive, my friend. So your boss is a god? How unfortunate, for one of my acquaintances is also a deity. As it happens, he is a prince among gods. Isn't that right, Natasha? Stark's tone was flippant, his eyes gleaming with pride as he regarded the doppelganger. Though he held himself in high esteem, he could not deny the sheer might of Thor. He might temporarily suppress his opponent, but it would require his weapon at full power to truly inflict harm. This power was indeed formidable. Thus, Stark naturally assumed that the deity spoken of by the doppelganger was either a deluded madman or akin to Thor, who, being a prince, was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary gods. He could not fathom the possibility of defeat. Natasha, too, felt a pang of disappointment. So it was a god after all. While it aligned with the legends, Natasha was acutely aware that those who claimed divinity were merely extraterrestrials in disguise. Wait, the goddess of life's sister? She would have to inquire whether Asgard had a goddess of life. Observing their expressions, the doppelganger wore a radiant smile. I hope both of you maintain your current bravado after witnessing the prowess of the boss. A saying had become so cliched, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Everyone knew this. Yet the manner in which this phrase was invoked was often retrospective wisdom. Humph. I hope your boss can provide us with some entertainment, Tony declared, striding confidently out of the tavern. Natasha hesitated for a moment, then asked, is the drink truly as its name suggests? If so, I shall need considerable psychological fortitude. Who truly knows? However, one should not keep their comrades waiting impatiently. In the office, the first to arrive were the ever-watchful Dr. Banner and the captain. The presence of these two formidable allies visibly eased Nick Fury's expression. What is happening? The captain furrowed his brow, observing the two unfamiliar individuals within the office. Who are these people? They seem rather arrogant, as if they are the masters of this place. Are we about to engage in a confrontation again? What a vexing feeling. Dr. Banner offered a shy smile. Captain, Dr. Banner, I would never have summoned you unless absolutely necessary. But the two individuals you see before you have recently declared their intent to dominate the world. They aspire to become the sovereigns of our planet. Fury's voice was fervent as he slammed his palm against the steel desk, causing it to tremble. Upon hearing this, the captain and Dr. Banner exchanged uneasy glances at Lin Bei and Hong. Hello, Dr. Steve Banner, Lin Bei greeted as if they were old friends. Who are you exactly? Did the director truly mean what he just said? The captain's gaze shifted, intrigued by this seemingly polite individual, who appeared far from the malevolent figure Fury had described. Was there a misunderstanding at play? Fury remained impassive, though he could not suppress a slight twitch of his brow. What did the captain mean by this? Did he doubt Fury's words and seek clarification from an enemy? What difference does it make if it's true or not? Lin Bei chuckled. I believe we can have a conversation. Perhaps it would be best to wait until everyone has arrived. Lin Bei, losing interest in conversation, closed his eyes to rest, while Hong mimicked him, subtly leaning against Lin Bei under the force of gravity. This display prompted not only the captain but also Dr. Banner to frown. Who is this person? Why is he so audacious? They are the Avengers, and this is the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. They are surrounded, yet remain so nonchalant, even daring to close their eyes. Fury was exasperated, his head throbbing with frustration. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Just wait. Soon you will understand the true power of the Avengers. Before long, the Avengers began to arrive one after another. However, when Natasha and Tony entered and caught sight of Lin Bei's face, their expressions turned peculiar. Wait, this person looks somewhat familiar. Nick Fury keenly noticed the change in their demeanor. Natasha hesitated before speaking. I saw someone in a tavern who looked exactly like him. Oh, no need to worry. That was merely my doppelganger, Lin Bei interjected suddenly. A doppelganger? Is that even possible? Natasha's expression became even more perplexed, as the remaining members had yet to arrive. A silent agreement held the group back from taking action. Suddenly, a vibrant rainbow light streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of the final Avenger. A bolt of energy surged forth, crashing into Nick Fury's office. Oh, my friends. Have you gathered here to welcome me? Welcome, Thor. However, we are in a predicament. Nick Fury gazed intently at Thor. Ah, my friend, your troubles are my troubles. Thor slammed his chest plate with a resounding thud. Nick Fury articulated each word with precision. There are those who seek to usurp your territory in Asgard. What? Who dares to do such a thing? Where is he? The god of thunder shall punish him with the fiercest of storms. Thor's fury ignited. The Midgard had long been an inseparable part of Asgard's domain. This invader is truly despicable. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall speak a few words. At that moment, a languid voice broke through, as if just awakened from slumber. Everyone turned in unison. Their expressions varied. My friend, is this your new recruit? He appears somewhat lacking in decorum. Thor inquired curiously. The Prince of Asgard has yet to utter a word. What right does this insignificant fellow have to speak? What else do you wish to say? Are you frightened by my Avengers, now aware of your fear? I tell you, it is too late. Fury slammed the table once more, his voice booming. Lin Bei paid him no heed, continuing to speak for himself. This is a transaction. I will spare one life later, and in return, U.S.H.I.E.L.D. shall provide me with identity and funds. This is your sole opportunity to act against me and survive without repercussions. I trust you will seize it wisely. That was merely a jest from his avatar. Whatever he intends to accomplish, he can do so without being the leader. Should he assume that role and the earth be attacked again, he would not intervene, but it would tarnish his reputation. However, as long as that Eastern nation remains unaffected, he cares little for the rest. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the Avengers were consumed by a singular thought. Audacious, exceedingly audacious. Even before battle commenced, he extended them a reprieve. Wait, my friend, who exactly is he? Thor was taken aback. Nick Fury surveyed the Avengers, speaking solemnly. He is an outsider, an invader, a scoundrel attempting to seize our land and enslave our souls. As guardians of Earth, Avengers, the time has come. The Avengers felt a surge of fervor, their blood racing. A sense of duty arose within them. The land they stood upon was their home, and they could not allow it to be violated. In their souls resided the winds of freedom. They would not be subjugated by others. At this juncture, Red could no longer contain himself. You, vile creature. How shameless can you be? When did my boss ever declare intentions to invade or enslave you? You were the ones who approached us, provoking our boss to come here. Moreover, my boss is benevolent, merely seeking to reason with you and persuade you to retreat. Yet, without discernment, you resort to violence against my boss. Are you even human? In truth, Lin Bei had never intended to provoke S.H.I.E.L.D. However, they had dispatched Black Widow to him first. It was understandable, given their self-proclaimed role as protectors of Earth and the bizarre occurrences surrounding the multiversal tavern. However, Lin Bei's ensuing anger is certainly comprehensible. In truth, had Natasha been forthright about her identity upon arrival, Lin Bei would not have taken offense. Yet, the other party chose to disguise themselves, revealing the arrogance ingrained within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Lin Bei had not been aware of their true identity, he might have found himself manipulated like Stark, caught in a web of emotions, only to be led astray. How vexing. Nevertheless, this is merely a fragment of the underlying reasons. The real impetus lies in Lin Bei's inherent disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. Some matters are not easily weighed. While they may seem trivial, they can be immensely significant when truly considered. Thus, Lin Bei opted to confront the matter directly. Are we to seek them out first? Young lady, one mustn't speak so recklessly. It was you and your superior who intruded upon the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury remarked with a hawk-like gaze, attempting to intimidate Red. Yet, he miscalculated. Though Red appeared delicate and fragile, akin to a mere ornament, she was, in truth, the sole ninja of the Leaf who attained the rank of Jonin solely through illusion techniques. Fury need not concern himself with the likes of Thor from the Avengers, who may possess some resistance to illusions. The other five, however, would succumb easily, especially Hulk, whose formidable physique belied a childlike mind, rendering him particularly susceptible to such illusions. Am I speaking nonsense? The one beside me, Natasha? Will you inform your superior that I am spouting nonsense? Red's ruby-like eyes reflected Natasha's visage. The renowned agent, under Red's piercing gaze, instinctively averted her own. What a sharp gaze this woman possesses. Fury, momentarily taken aback, recalled the prior assignment he had given Natasha to investigate. Had she perhaps offended the other party? It mattered little now. With a stern countenance, he declared, "We are the guardians of Earth, and when instability arises, it is our duty to investigate. Moreover, by any measure, you indeed warrant scrutiny. As long as you are present, peace on Earth remains elusive." Red glared at him, retorting, "You claim we are the source of instability. Yet I contend that you are the true instability." This assertion suddenly reminded her of the Leaf Village and echoed the words of the third Hokage. Which of the Avengers under S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been a hero that saved the world? We in S.H.I.E.L.D. determine who constitutes a threat to stability. Regardless, he was determined to maintain control. Everything should fall upon the unanticipated arrival of Lin Bei. "You," Red seethed, gritting her teeth. "Calm down. There's no need for anger," Lin Bei said, gently ruffling Red's hair. Instantly, she melted against him, the fierce demeanor dissipating, transforming her into a charming, obedient neighborly girl. Natasha and Hill stared in astonishment at Red's transformation. Was this truly the same individual? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Those who wield power not rightfully, theirs often become intoxicated by it, believing themselves entitled to govern all matters. Red nodded in understanding. "I see. You are the scoundrel attempting to usurp my dominion over Asgard. To offend Asgard is an unforgivable sin." At this moment, the god of thunder, who had been deep in contemplation, finally lifted his gaze. He regarded Lin Bei, his eyes ablaze with the fury of a tempest. The other Avengers exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. "Thor, you cannot claim what is mine. I must first gauge his prowess. I have heard that you too are a deity. I wonder how you compare to my companion here." Tony interjected, activating his helmet's armor. The reactor at his chest began to glow more intensely. He had been impatiently awaiting this moment. What? Daring to proclaim oneself a god? Thor was visibly displeased. Not only was there an attempt to seize territory, but one also dared to assert divine status. This is tantamount to a coup. Thor, Stark, and all others, this is a battle for the Avengers. This is your mission. Warriors, the fight has commenced. Nick Fury commanded, his solitary eye fixated on Lin Bei, seeking to discern fear and regret upon his visage. Yet, there was nothing. Soon enough, you shall weep. I sense my arrows are eager for action. Though uncertain of the reasons for this conflict, the orders were given, and obedience was paramount. Natasha sighed, brandishing a dagger in one hand and a stun gun in the other. Among this assembly of extraordinary beings, she and Hawkeye, mere mortals, felt immense pressure. Must we truly engage? Banner sighed deeply. Just moments ago, he believed words could suffice to end this farce. After all, he was but a scientist, devoid of combat prowess. Hulk. Must. Smash. Banner's mild demeanor abruptly transformed as he turned green, thick veins coursing along his neck. The captain, resolute, raised his shield and advanced to the forefront. Anyone with ill intentions towards Earth shall be deemed our enemy. An enemy must be vanquished. Avengers, assemble. With a clap of his hands, Lin Bei observed the scene he had once witnessed on the grand screen and applauded. Quite the performance, worthy of commendation. The others were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. Did he regard them as mere actors? This was intolerable. How dare you insult the Prince of Asgard? Prepare to perish. This was the angriest Thor had ever been. The sky above the mothership darkened ominously, with silver serpents of lightning dancing amidst the clouds, booming thunder resonating. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Thor directly. "Oh, it seems the space here is too confined, hindering your capabilities." Then, Lin Bei snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible golden ripple. The onlookers were instantly dazzled. What the hell? Nick Fury stared in disbelief at his surroundings. Where is his mothership? It had vanished, obliterated from above. What remained was hardly worthy of being called a mothership. It was merely a large metal plate suspended in the air. The personnel aboard the mothership found themselves gathered on this metal slab, bewildered and exchanging confused glances. What the hell? The captain and his companions were equally astonished. What had just transpired? Even with their keen eyesight, they could not discern the events that had unfolded. They merely heard Lin Bei utter a phrase and then snap his fingers. They were momentarily stunned, yet Thor remained unfazed. In Thor's eyes, there was only Lin Bei. "You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." In an instant, bolts of lightning surged around his form. "Wait, Thor." The captain's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out. The opponent's power exceeded their expectations. Yet, it was clear that his warning came too late. Thor raised his hammer, unleashing a torrent of violent lightning. As thick as a barrel, directed toward Lin Bei. The others immediately turned their gaze to Lin Bei. The brilliance of the lightning was so intense that it stung their eyes. Remarkably, Lin Bei did not evade. However, the speed of the lightning was so swift that evasion was futile. The captain felt a slight sense of relief. Such formidable lightning, even with his vibranium shield raised. He had no confidence in blocking it. The man was likely to be gravely injured, if not killed outright.